Quick Transmigration Canon Fodder's Record of Counterattacks Chapter 1472 to Chapter 1558. Not only did he have to copy books, but he also had to take away his phone, cut off the Wi-Fi, and isolate himself from the world. He had to copy books to death. Ever since the live broadcast incident, Min Haochu had been locked in the study by his father. He had never left the study. He had copied so much that his hands were about to break. He didn't know when he would be able to finish copying all the books in the room. Min Haochu was locked in the study. He felt aggrieved and angry. After that, he was in pain as he copied the books numbly. The door opened with a click. Min Haochu looked at the door and was a little surprised. It wasn't the time to eat. It was Min Haochu's father, Min Anqing, who walked in. Min Anqing held a tablet in his hand and placed it in front of Min Haochu. "Take a look." Min Haochu's heart skipped a beat. His heart tightened. What had happened again? Min Haochu felt like he had a heart attack. Min Haochu picked up the tablet and browsed the news on the internet. It was said that the woman had appeared again and called the radio station. After that, they even found the place where she had lived. The police had been dispatched. After all, on the phone, Ningxu seemed to have lost his mind and wanted to commit suicide. They found the place where Ningxu had stayed in the suburbs. This dilapidated house was near the factory, and the smell inside was really strong. As for why they called the radio station, it was because Uncle Li, who was guarding the door of the factory next door, often listened to the radio station with a tape recorder. Now, she was gone. Min Haochu's hand that was holding the tablet was trembling. It wasn't because he was afraid, but because he was angry. The matter had clearly passed and faded out of sight, but now it was starting to cause trouble again. "We can't find her now. They said she has committed suicide," Min Anqing said indifferently. "Dad, someone must have used Yi Xiaotong to deal with our family. Otherwise, with Yi Xiaotong's brain and personality, she definitely wouldn't have thought of such a method. She comes back to life from time to time. I don't know where she is hiding now." Min Haochu was so angry that he smashed the tablet. Min Anqing looked at the corpse of the tablet and said indifferently, "She hasn't calmed down after copying books for so long. Flies don't bite seamless eggs. If you hadn't bullied her and forced her into a corner, she would have used the siblings to attack us. Oh, Haoxuan's father and I have already discussed it. We will send you abroad now. Mu Yayao has been sent to the army by his father. You will be abroad for a while." Min Anqing said calmly, "Do you know where you were wrong this time?" Min Haochu opened his mouth but didn't say anything. "My mistake was that I wasn't ruthless enough. Since I wanted to deal with someone, I couldn't let her have a chance to make a comeback. I couldn't let her have the chance to bite me in a moment of desperation. I dealt with her when no one knew. You were careless. You looked down on her and ended up being used by her. With so many resources, he was actually defeated by a girl who picks up trash. Useless thing. If you weren't my only son, you wouldn't be able to inherit the company with your ability," Min Anqing said coldly. "Find a time to go abroad with Wang Haoxuan. If you continue to run amok after you leave the country, you will suffer." Min Anqing glanced at the shards on the ground and turned to leave the house. After that, Haoxuan and Min Haochu were packed up and sent out of the country. Ningxu naturally didn't know that the two of them had gone abroad to play. After such a thing happened, the Min family's company didn't stir up any waves. They didn't come out to clarify or make any statements. It was very quiet and calm. It made Ningxu feel like he had punched cotton. After living in a dilapidated house for a few days, this was the result he got. Moreover, Haoxuan, Min Haochu, and Mu Yayao had never appeared in front of the public. Even if it was a live broadcast, Min Haochu didn't appear. Ningxu felt that something was wrong. Haoxuan was an arrogant person. Although he was arrogant, he was actually a little condescending. He spoke and did things as he pleased. He didn't seem like someone who could hold back. He probably wanted to tear her into pieces. But there was no movement. It was normal for Mu Yayao not to appear. After all, his family was special and it wasn't suitable for him to appear. Ningxu closed his eyes and opened the positioning system in his mind. However, it would cost 5 merit points to use it once. It was really F*** expensive. Ningxu made up her mind. So what if it cost 5 merit points? If she failed this time, she would have to do 6 chain missions. The page popped up. Do you want to pay 5 merit points? Ningxu clicked yes. It wasn't easy to obtain this merit point. 5 points would be gone. Ningxu silently cursed the person who made the positioning system. The positioning system began to search. Ningxu looked at the positioning result and found that she was very far away from here. She was on the other side of the world. After all this time, she had gone abroad. Not only could she avoid trouble, but she could also go abroad to gain experience. Ningxu scratched her head in distress. It was easy for these people to go abroad, but it wasn't that easy for her. However, it was troublesome for her. She had to apply for a visa. Moreover, if something happened to these 2 people in the future, she would definitely be suspected. Moreover, there was the radio station incident. Many people were investigating her whereabouts. Ningxu spread her hands helplessly. She put on a hat and went to the bank to withdraw the money in her card. Then, she bought some things and went back to the Taoist temple to see Xiaodong. Xiaodong was doing well in the Taoist temple. He drew many things, flowers, trees, and birds. They were very lifelike. Ningxu flipped through the things Xiaodong drew and said with a smile, Xiaodong's drawing is really good. Keep these things well. I'll show them to the art exhibition in the future. Xiaodong ate the things Ningxu sold and asked with a childish face, Sister, have you settled your things? Not yet. I came back to see you. After seeing you, I still have to go. Ningxu said, It's been a little long this time. I came back to see you. Ah, sister, you're still leaving? Xiaodong's face was full of disappointment. However, he still said, Sister, you go ahead. I'll wait for you to come back. The Taoist priest is very good to me. Ningxu nodded. Before she left, she seemed to have donated some incense money and even gave the Taoist priest a cultivation manual. This secret manual was something Ningxu exchanged to read in the past. Before he came, he wrote a new copy and gave it to the Taoist priest. Taoist priest, this is my kind intention. I found it in the city. It seems to be teaching people to cultivate. It's suitable for you. Taoist priest, try it. You might be able to succeed. Ningxu handed the secret manual to the Taoist priest. It was the end of the Dharma age now. One might not be able to cultivate it successfully. However, it could prolong one's life. The Taoist priest accepted it and promised that he would take good care of Xiaodong. Ningxu then left with peace of mind. He did not know when he would be able to return from this overseas trip. It was really tiring to run around for the mission. He felt stifled. Ningxu didn't plan to go abroad through regular channels. He found an intermediary and gave him some money to smuggle into the country where Lao Haoshuan and Minhaochu were. However, smuggling was quite a difficult thing. Ningxu was nestled in the narrow cabin. These ships were all transporting goods. The intermediary sent Ningxu and a group of people who wanted to smuggle onto the ship through channels. After a period of bumpy sea, they finally arrived at the place. Ningxu stepped on land with his head heavy and his feet light. It was as if he was stepping on cotton. He looked for the place according to the positioning system. Along the way, Ningxu felt that it was really hard to explain. It was inconvenient for poor people who didn't have money to go anywhere. Lao Haoshuan and Minhaochu lived in villas around the universities in Eston. Ningxu could only find a basement to live in. However, it was easier to see Lao Haoshuan and Minhaochu now than in China. Ningxu observed that Minhaochu and Lao Haoshuan liked to go to the restaurant the most. He decided to apply for a job as a waiter there. Moreover, he also needed to live. Ningxu took a mirror and put on makeup for himself. He trimmed his eyebrows and changed his face slightly. He wasn't very beautiful, but he wasn't ugly either. He was so mediocre that people couldn't remember what he looked like. Then, Ningxu came to the restaurant to apply for a job as a waiter. He could even mop the floor and wash the dishes. Ningxu had some foundation in foreign languages, so he had no problem communicating with people. The restaurant accepted Ningxu and gave him a set of work clothes. Ningxu was given a set of work clothes. The next day, Ningxu went to work. The work in the restaurant was very tiring and dirty. Xianxia was the lowest-level employee. He did everything. He smelled the fragrance of steak and salad every day, but he couldn't eat it. Occasionally, Xianxia would see Minhaochu and Lao Haoshuan coming to the restaurant to eat. Xianxia glanced at their bill. It was a lot of money. Therefore, they didn't feel that they were wrong. Although it was a little troublesome for their lives, they still lived very well in a different place. Xianxia's expression didn't change. He understood Minhaochu and Muyeya's situation. Because the matter this time didn't involve much money, beating Haoshuan was no different from before. Minhaochu, on the other hand, had changed. From what Xianxia had observed, Minhaochu had become much calmer. In the past, he still looked like an evil fox. But now, he had calmed down. After experiencing such an unforeseen event, his will had improved. Xianxia was not in a hurry to deal with them. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Minhaochu didn't seem to have any particular hobbies. It seemed that he was really here to further his studies. Haoshuan fell in love with racing. It was a sport that stimulated adrenaline. Sometimes, Minhaochu would come to eat alone with a scarf around his neck. White mist would come out of his mouth. Holding a brown leather notebook in his hand, he looked like a foreign exchange student. Xianxia felt that Minhaochu was different. He was calmer and more dangerous than before. Xianxia couldn't help but take a deep breath. What a headache. Xianxia had been looking for an opportunity to get Minhaochu to come for a meal. There weren't many waiters in the restaurant. The waiters who asked Xianxia to mop the floor and wash the dishes also served the dishes. The restaurant manager told Xianxia a few things to take note of when serving the dishes. When Minhaochu came for dinner in the evening, Xianxia hurriedly went up to greet her. Minhaochu ordered a medium-rare steak and waited for the dishes to be served. When Xianxia served the dishes, he touched the steak with his fingers. Then, he closed the lid and served it to Minhaochu. Minhaochu picked up the knife and fork. Xianxia said, "Open the bottle for me." Xianxia picked up the bottle of red wine and opened it with a pop. The sound of opening the bottle cap was a little loud. Minhaochu turned to look at Xianxia. "Can you lower your voice? Are the waiters in your restaurant also professional?" "Sorry, it's my first time." Xianxia apologized and pushed the dining cart away. Minhaochu was speechless. Were the people in the service industry so arrogant now? So what if it was your first time? Minhaochu ate the steak. Xianxia was busy pushing the dining cart to serve the dishes while looking at Minhaochu. When Minhaochu paid the bill and was about to leave, Xianxia also planned to ask for leave. However, when Xianxia went to ask for leave, the restaurant manager said directly, "The customer complained about your service attitude, so you were fired." As the store manager spoke, he gave Xianxia his most recent salary. Xianxia immediately thought of Minhaochu. It must have been him who had complained. Xianxia took the money, changed his clothes, and hurried out of the restaurant. However, Minhaochu had already left. Xianxia turned on the positioning system and spent 5 merit points to locate Minhaochu. Xianxia adjusted his scarf and covered half of his face. Then, he chased after the location set by the positioning system. Xianxia ran very fast and caught up with Minhaochu. She followed behind him. Minhaochu, who was walking in front, was swaying. He seemed to be drunk. Minhaochu shook his head and supported himself against the wall. In the end, he fell down. Xianxia walked over and kicked Minhaochu. He was completely unconscious. Xianxia moved his neck and wrist. He punched Minhaochu's chest. Minhaochu grunted and was about to open his eyes when Xianxia slashed his neck. Minhaochu didn't even see him clearly before he fainted again. A trace of energy entered Minhaochu's heart. The power of the sun flame would slowly consume Minhaochu's body. And it was in his heart. Since you like violence so much, you should be a child with a glass heart in the future. Don't be angry, because your heart will explode. Don't run around, because your heart will fail. Xianxia patted Minhaochu's handsome face. Little boy, just sleep here. Xianxia chuckled. This was Eston, a country that was famous for its corruption. 80% of the men had slept with other men. 80% of the men had been slept with by other men. Ningshu sat not far away, waiting to see if anything would happen that would make his heart pound. Ningshu went to the convenience store to buy something to eat. Then, he waited until midnight. A drunkard tripped over Minhaochu, who was lying on the ground. He took out his phone and saw a handsome Asian guy with the help of the street lamp. The drunkard chuckled and unbuckled Minhaochu's belt. Then, he turned over. After taking off his pants, the drunkard took off his own pants. Without lubrication, the drunkard pulled Minhaochu's butt open and spat on it. Ningshu was speechless. F***ck, it hurts my eyes. Ningshu thought that he would see a beautiful scene, but it was too painful. Ningshu turned and left. After dealing with Minhaochu, Ningshu heaved a sigh of relief and decided to eat something good. Forget it. That scene not only hurt his eyes, but also his stomach. Now, his stomach was feeling uncomfortable. When Minhaochu woke up, he was at the police station. Someone called the police because he was naked in the morning. Minhaochu was speechless. And he was violated. Not only was he violated, he wasn't even allowed to wear his pants. Minhaochu was in so much pain. His buttocks were in so much pain, and his lower body was in so much pain. Minhaochu grabbed the collar of the policeman as if the policeman was the one who had violated him. He gritted his teeth and said, "You must catch the person from last night." He had been attacked and then violated by someone. Moreover, it was obviously a man who had violated him. Damn it, he had been raped by a man. And it was when he was unconscious. This was rape. Minhaochu had never thought that such a thing would happen to him. This was a matter of dignity. If he had raped a man, even if others knew, they would only say that he knew how to play. But now, he was the one being pressed down. It was related to his dignity, a man's dignity. It was so disgusting. He didn't know what kind of man had done it. And he didn't know if the man was sick or if he would pass some diseases to him. If this matter spread to the country, he would definitely become a laughingstock. And his father would be disappointed in him. You must catch him. The more Minhaochu thought about it, the angrier he became. He shouted angrily, then he hissed and clutched his chest. His heart was beating very fast, and it was so painful that it tightened. And it was getting more and more painful. It was so painful that Minhaochu's lips turned blue. Minhaochu clutched his chest, sweating profusely. "Are you okay?" Minhaochu said, "Take me to the hospital." After going to the hospital to get a tranquilizer, his heart slowly relaxed and didn't hurt so much. Minhaochu had a bad feeling in his heart and asked, "What's wrong with my heart?" "There's nothing wrong. It's just a little heart spasm." "When there's nothing else, try to stay calm," the doctor said. Minhaochu asked, "Do I have a heart disease?" "There's no problem with the heart, but it's prone to spasms. Take good care of it in the future," the doctor suggested. "Don't do strenuous exercise, or it might fail in the future." Minhaochu's face was so pale that he couldn't speak. The blows in his life came one after another. He had been raped by a man who didn't know who, and now he was told that there was something wrong with his heart. "But our family doesn't have a history of heart disease. How could there be something wrong with my heart?" Minhaochu couldn't figure it out. Heart disease isn't necessarily inherited. It has something to do with personal habits. Minhaochu grabbed the clothes around his chest and left the hospital. Minhaochu felt that life was really messed up. From then on, he was no longer a healthy person. He couldn't jump around, and he couldn't have violent mood swings. Why did he suddenly have a heart attack? Minhaochu couldn't figure out why he was sleeping on the street. In Minhaochu's memory, there seemed to be more than one person who had touched him. With this thought in mind, Minhaochu felt his back hurt even more. Minhaochu kept this matter a secret. He didn't even tell Ohaoshuan, who lived with him. "You didn't come back last night. Where did you go? Could it be?" Ohaoshuan looked at Minhaochu meaningfully and raised his eyebrows. "You don't look very good. Could it be that you've been fighting for too long? Let me tell you." Ohaoshuan drank his coffee and said to Minhaochu, "Be careful. This foreign woman is too much. I still like young and inexperienced virgins." Minhaochu didn't want to chat. He said to Ohaoshuan, "Ask for leave for me. I won't go today." Oh Haochuan shrugged. Since he didn't have to work in the restaurant, Ningxu cultivated until the next morning. Then, he went out to buy breakfast. Then, he looked for the place where Oh Haochuan raced on the internet. Racing was such a dangerous activity. It was normal for something to happen. First, he found out where Oh Haochuan raced. Then, he would plan slowly. Ningxu planned to let Oh Haochuan have an accident after a period of time. With so many accidents, he would definitely be suspicious. Ningxu didn't want people to know about his existence. It was better to do things so sneakily, like a ghost. After being kicked out of the restaurant, Ningxu could only find a new job. It was more tiring to work in a small restaurant, and the salary was less. However, one advantage was that food was included. As long as he could have food, he could live. Besides, he still had fasting pills with him. He could save money if he had money. He needed money too much now. Ningxu bit into a hamburger while looking for a suitable place for racing on his mobile phone. He was looking for the kind of place where the rich second generation liked to pursue excitement. Finally, he found a Taji mountain. This Taji mountain road was quite surrounded. It was winding and winding, which was a test of driving skills. Moreover, the place was relatively remote. It wouldn't disturb the people and wouldn't be caught by the police. Of course, this was also a place for these rascals to avoid racing in the city. That was dangerous. At night, this was a paradise for those racing people, and it was all for the rich. Of course, there were also monetary transactions. The amount was very large. Ningxu asked for leave and went to Taji Mountain in the evening. There were no cars in Taji Mountain. At night, basically no one came here. If he encountered a grumpy racing person, his car would be smashed directly. It was so fierce. Ningxu arrived at the starting point. The starting point was full of all kinds of people. There were also racing cheerleaders dancing. The surrounding people were noisy. However, Ningxu was soon driven out because she didn't have an admission ticket at all. She was not qualified to watch the racing. Ningxu was speechless. If she was not qualified, then she was not qualified. She hid on the mountainside. However, she knew what she needed to know. Oh Haochuan drove a yellow sports car and was wearing a racing suit. He was handsome and charming. The blonde girls who were dancing in the cheerleading squad were all mesmerized and screamed one after another. Oh Haochuan seemed to like this kind of sport very much. He was strictly disciplined in China, but here, he seemed to have developed a new hobby. Ningxu went back to work and found out the rules of Oh Haochuan's racing. He didn't go every night. Ningxu took a poor salary every day and ate hamburgers. The hamburgers tasted really bad. However, she couldn't cook. If she took Xiaodong to live abroad in the future, she must find a better house, a house where she could cook. Now she lived in the basement and couldn't cook. Eating hamburgers every day was really enough. Ningxu calculated the time. It had been a long time since she went abroad. Ningxu had been waiting. She had accumulated a lot of money. She could take Xiaodong to live abroad. Ningxu didn't plan to live in China. She would start a new life with Xiaodong and live a better life. In addition to paying attention to Oh Haochuan, who liked racing, Ningxu also paid attention to Min Haochu. She didn't know if Min Haochu would have any sequelae after being pressed down by a man. Maybe he would become gay. Ningxu went to the restaurant where Min Haochu often went, intending to peek at Min Haochu. Ningxu felt that he was very wretched, peeping at a man like this. Min Haochu seemed to be normal, and there was no change. However, Ningxu felt that Min Haochu was much gloomier and his movements were much smaller. He probably knew that there was a problem with his heart and was afraid of a heart attack. This was only the beginning. Slowly, the heart would slowly fail. How long he could live depended on his maintenance. He had to live carefully like this, not knowing what tomorrow would be like. Maybe he wouldn't see the sun tomorrow. The client was afraid every day, afraid of daily school life, but he didn't dare to go to school because he didn't know what would happen if he didn't go to school. It would anger the three people and lead to more tragic pranks. Just like that, he lived in fear. So, you should also live like this, an unpredictable tomorrow. When Min Haochu left the restaurant, he felt a meaningful gaze peeping at him. Since the incident on the street, Min Haochu had been a lot more sensitive. If a man looked at him more than once, Min Haochu would feel disgusted. He always felt that this man had some dirty thoughts about him. Moreover, after that time, Min Haochu had bloody stools for several days. He didn't even dare to poop. He was so disgusted that he couldn't eat for a few days, and his heart felt uncomfortable. This was the most disgusting thing in Min Haochu's life that made him feel helpless, even if the company had such a big change last time. Min Haochu was just flustered, but this kind of thing happened to him. Min Haochu felt that he couldn't get over this hurdle in his heart for a long time. Ningxu looked around Min Haochu. He probably noticed his gaze, so he retracted his gaze and left as if nothing had happened. Anyway, Min Haochu's future life wouldn't be easy. Money couldn't buy a healthy body. If there was a heart problem, it couldn't be cured. Unless he changed his heart, even if he changed his heart, there would be a rejection reaction. The medicine couldn't be removed. Therefore, this result was quite good. Ningxu planned to sneak back. He had been out for too long, and he didn't know how Yi Xiaodong was doing. He left Yi Xiaodong in the country. Ningxu was really worried. But before he left, there was one more thing to do, and that was Ohaoshuan. Kentucky at night is passionate. The passion of the Kentucky at night is the flavor of hormones. Ningxu first slipped to the starting point to see if Ohaoshuan had come. Ohaoshuan was still driving a yellow sports car. Then Ningxu ran away, hiding in the most dangerous part of the curve. This place was a series of bends. If they were not careful, they would run off the road. Ningxu lay in the grass. The ground was really cold. For the sake of the mission, Ningxu was really going all out. A gunshot rang out at the top of the mountain. Ningxu tensed up and was ready to fight at any moment. Cars sped past in front of them one after another. Ningxu looked at the yellow sports car and released his spiritual force. When he turned the corner, he made Ohaoshuan's car hit the railing. Bang! The car hit the railing. Because of Ningxu's spiritual power, the car did not rush down the mountain. Otherwise, with such a force, the car would definitely be destroyed and people would die if they rushed down the cliff. But what's the point of being dead? Ningxu sneaked away. When he reached the foot of the mountain, he saw an ambulance rushing to the top of the mountain. Ningxu let out a long breath, went back to the basement to pack his things, and the next day boarded the ship to smuggle back to China. Smuggling was really not a human thing. In the future, he must get a new identity and sit comfortably in the cabin, instead of staying in a dirty ship where he was always afraid of being found. Smuggling his life was not guaranteed. After a few difficult days, he finally succeeded in returning home. Stepping on the land, Ningxu was dizzy. Then he went to find Yi Xiaodong. This time it took a long time. He didn't know how Yi Xiaodong was doing. Ningxu was afraid that Yi Xiaodong would be found by them. The O family and the Min family might not have that much power. But the Mu family had soldiers in their hands. The strength of an individual was not worth mentioning in front of a country. A mayfly shaking a tree. He heard that Mu Yayao was sent to the army for devil training. Ningxu didn't think that he could avoid the radar and so many soldiers to find Mu Yayao. If he couldn't find Mu Yayao, he couldn't do what he wanted to do next. Sitting on the bus for a long time was so bumpy that Ningxu felt like vomiting. After getting off the ship, they had to take the bus again. When they arrived at the conduit, Ningxu saw Yi Xiaodong with a childish face and let out a long breath. Yi Xiaodong's eyes lit up when he saw Ningxu. Then, he said aggrievedly, "Why was sister gone for so long this time?" Ningxu said with a smile, "After sister's matter is settled, we can start a new life." "Let's move to another place," Ningxu said. Yi Xiaodong asked, "Where are we going?" "Abroad." "Where is abroad?" Ningxu suddenly thought of a problem. If they really went abroad, Yi Xiaodong might not be able to speak the language. With Yi Xiaodong's IQ, it was very difficult to learn a new language. Ningxu hit his head. Why didn't he think of this problem before? "Xiaodong, where do you think we should go in the future? Do you like it here?" Ningxu asked Yi Xiaodong, "If you like it here, we'll stay here. I'll go wherever sister goes. As long as I'm with sister, it's fine." "Let's go abroad," Yi Xiaodong said naively. Ningxu sighed and stayed in the Taoist temple for a few days. Yi Xiaodong's days in the Taoist temple were very peaceful. He had enough time to paint every day, and the Taoist priest would bring him food when he ate. No one bullied Yi Xiaodong here. In fact, it was good for Yi Xiaodong to have less contact with people. He was immersed in his own world, and there was only Yi Xiaodong in his world. Ningxu thought about it for a few days and decided to take Yi Xiaodong to a new living environment. It was best to go abroad and start a new life. Ningxu didn't feel safe at home. Even if he wanted to go abroad, he would go to another country, not Eston. After all, Min Haochu and Mu Yayao both had accidents in Eston. If he stayed in that country, it would inevitably arouse suspicion. Then he would go to another country. After making up his mind, Ningxu didn't have so many worries in his heart. When Yi Xiaodong left, he was reluctant to leave the Taoist temple and couldn't move for a long time. When he saw the Taoist priest, his eyes were filled with tears. Ningxu put down the bag in his hand and asked Yi Xiaodong, "You really don't want to leave?" "No." Yi Xiaodong shook his head. "Liar." Ningxu let out a long breath and said with a smile, "Then we won't go. How about we live here?" "Really?" Yi Xiaodong's eyes lit up, looking like a puppy asking for a bone. Ningxu wanted to take Yi Xiaodong away because he wanted Yi Xiaodong to have a good and comfortable life. He wanted to do what he wanted to do. He wanted to have a good life, but he wanted to take Yi Xiaodong away from the place he was familiar with. It was like putting the cart before the horse. Ningxu nodded. This place was far away from the city, thousands of miles away. There were so many people in this country. Even if they wanted to check, they wouldn't be able to find it. Ningxu stayed in the Taoist temple for the time being, but he would move out after a while. Ningxu wanted to build a house near the Taoist temple for himself and Yi Xiaodong to live in. The environment here was good, and there weren't so many people. The Taoist priest said that there was an abandoned house in the back mountain for Ningxu and Yi Xiaodong to live in. Ningxu wanted to buy the house, but the Taoist priest said to let Ningxu live in it. Anyway, no one lived in that house. However, Ningxu still donated some incense money. Ningxu also wanted to ask the Taoist priest for one thing, which was to bring her and Yi Xiaodong to register their identities again. Maybe she was like an aunt to those people. Maybe they didn't care, but she had to be prepared. Ningxu said that he didn't have an identity. His parents were dead. Now that he was going to be an adult, he didn't know what to do without an identity. He had to change his identity. The country system could check everything. He made Yi Xiaodong and Yi Xiaodong missing. Ningxu begged for a long time before the Taoist priest agreed. Then, he brought Ningxu to the local police station and asked for Yi Xiaodong's name. Ningxu thought for a while. Xiao Tong. Yi Xiaodong will be Xiaodong. It was considered a change of identity. This was the tragedy of being a small fry. Ningxu and Yi Xiaodong tidied up the abandoned house and slowly added things to the house. Yi Xiaodong was very satisfied with this place. There were mountains and rivers. It was different from the city, and there were many new things. There were worms and grass. In the past, he would always pick up rubbish. Ningxu had bought himself a computer. Occasionally, he would play games, but most of the time, he would do some research. Ningxu began to embroider slowly. He decided to use his specialty, double-sided embroidery. She contacted the embroidery shop. Modern people rarely knew how to embroider. Embroidery was not the only way to show off beauty. However, there was still a need for such things. Ningxu spent almost half a month embroidering the 100 flowers vying for the ******* and then took a photo for the other party to see. There was a quick reply from the other side, asking Ningxu to send the finished product over. Ningxu thought about it and sent it directly. She was not afraid that the other party would destroy her embroidery. She had already done her research beforehand. This shop specialized in tailor-made embroidery, handkerchiefs, or collectibles for the rich. There were also some screens. There was no reply from the other side. Ningxu went online to play the game. If he had equipment, he would sell it. It could support her and Yi Xiaodong's lives. Yi Xiaodong's life was quite rich now. He could even look at a caterpillar for a long time, watching it crawl there. Ningxu would go online to see if there was any news about Ohaoshuan. Oh Haoxuan had a car accident. She did not know how the situation was now. Anyway, it was enough to teach Oh Haoxuan a lesson. In fact, it was not bad to stay under the nose of these people. She could always pay attention to their news. If there was a chance, she would add another stab. The embroidery shop had already replied, saying that Ningxu could take over the embroidery order and embroider according to the style the customer wanted. The other side sent over all the cloth, needles, and thread used. So Ningxu began her embroidery career. In the beginning, Ningxu's embroidery was very simple. It was a handkerchief. She only needed to embroider a name or a fancy English name on the handkerchief. She was not qualified to embroider big things now. It was related to her own livelihood. Ningxu embroidered very seriously. The stitches were fine and nothing was left behind. When Ningxu was embroidering, she turned on the camera and recorded the embroidery method. She explained step by step how to embroider. These were all left for Xiaodong. Ningxu embroidered for 2 days and sent the things over. Soon, the other side said that the embroidery method was very good and sent over a sum of money. Ningxu looked at the remittance message. It was a lot of money. It was more profitable than playing games. However, she would only have work to do if the other side received the order. She believed that she would be able to save enough money for Xiaodong's art exhibition soon. In addition to embroidery and playing games, Ningxu had now found another hobby to pass the time. That was to make delicious food. When she had nothing to do, she would find recipes on the internet and then slowly cook according to the recipes. It was awesome to be able to carve a beautiful plate. Xiaodong was her taster, but Xiaodong said that everything was delicious. Ningxu would make some pastries for the Taoist priest in front of her to try. Life was very simple and unrestrained. If there was an order, she would do it. If there was no order, she would do other things. Occasionally, she would go to the mountains to pick some herbs. In order to prevent Xiaodong from getting sick, there was no hospital around, so she couldn't do emergency treatment. Xiaodong drew more and more things. Ningxu would buy drawing paper for Xiaodong every once in a while and then put away all the paintings drawn by Xiaodong. In the future, these could be the contents of the art exhibition. It was probably because the food was good. Xiaodong was taller again. He used to be taller than her, but now he seemed to be taller. They were both at the age of growing, but why wasn't this body growing? This was really unscientific. Ningxu had a glass of milk every day because of this, but she could still only look up at Xiaodong's height. Ningxu was not tall when she was alive. Because she was tortured by illness, her body was broken, and she was not tall. Especially in the soul state, Ningxu's height was very small. So when she saw Xiaodong's growing height, her heart was very complicated. Xiaodong didn't know that his sister was envious of him. He was very happy every day, especially happy. Smiling happily, Ningxu felt that life was not like this. Happy, ordinary, but happy. Ningxu planned to go to the city to take a look because there was no information about Oh Haoxuan on the internet. It seemed that Oh Haoxuan's car accident was very well hidden. Ningxu planned to go there to investigate. There should be some news about the aristocratic school. What was the situation with Min Haochu? Ningxu prepared a lot of food for Xiaodong and put it in the refrigerator. He also asked the Taoist priest to help take care of Xiaodong. Ningxu found that the Taoist priest's complexion was getting better and better. The Taoist priest was already in his 60s, but his mental state was very good. Ningxu asked curiously, Taoist priest, did you succeed in cultivating? The Taoist priest touched his beard. It seems to be a little useful. My body is a little more relaxed. You really cultivated? The Taoist priest said, I think this is a way to meditate. I meditate when I have nothing to do, and I feel more comfortable. Ningxu nodded. It's good that the Taoist priest thinks it's useful. I'm going to the city to buy something. Help me take care of Xiaodong. It will take a while. Ningxu got on the bus. It was bumpy for several days before they reached the city. They found a small hotel to stay in. Ningxu stayed in the hotel. He turned on the GPS and spent 5 merit points to see which hospital Oh Haoxuan was in. Oh Haoxuan and Mu Yayao had returned to China, and they were 2 small red dots. This meant that Oh Haoshuan didn't die in the car accident. He was really lucky. Ningxu took a taxi to the hospital, but he was told that visitors were not allowed. Oh Haoshuan was in a VIP ward, and ordinary people couldn't visit him at all. Ningxu asked the nurse, "How is he?" The nurse said directly, "We can't reveal the patient's condition." Ningxu could only give up and leave the hospital. He met Mu Yao at the entrance of the hospital. Mu Yao was wearing a military uniform, and his skin was much darker. Obviously, he had suffered a lot in the army, and he was here to see Oh Haoshuan. Ningxu walked over with his head down and bumped straight into Mu Yao. Both of them fell to the ground from the impact. Mu Yao got up and felt that his ribs had been broken. "How can you walk?" The moment Mu Yao opened his mouth, there was a valiant aura and a faintly discernible murderous aura. Ningxu quickly got up and apologized with his head down. I'm sorry. Ningxu apologized and ran away with his back bent. Mu Yao rubbed his ribs and coughed twice. "How can you walk?" After Ningxu left the hospital, he went to find a private detective to ask for information. It should be big news that someone like Oh Haoshuan had a car accident. The private detective should know the news. Oh Haoshuan had a car accident when he was racing abroad. It's not a big deal, just a concussion and a broken hand, the private detective said. Is the concussion and fracture serious? Ningxu asked. The private detective said, it's quite serious. I heard that he hasn't woken up yet. His hand is seriously fractured, and he needs a steel plate. Ningxu nodded. It was quite serious. With a steel plate, he would never be able to race again. Ningxu gave the money and stayed for a few more days to buy some things. Every once in a while, she would ask the private investigator about Oh Haoshuan's situation. Oh Haoshuan's head had suffered a heavy blow, and he hadn't woken up yet. If he continued to sleep like this, it was very likely that he would become a vegetable. Ningxu sat on the bumpy bus and went back. Go back and live a peaceful life. Earn money to settle down and then organize an art exhibition for Xiaodong. Everything that needed to be done had been done. The client's misfortune was because he had intruded into a life that did not belong to him. Because he was weak, he had to be bullied. Even if he had to curry favor and please these people, he still couldn't change his fate of being bullied. Ningxu returned to the Taoist temple and went to the house at the back of the mountain. He saw Xiaodong lying on the ground, his face and body dirty. Seeing that Ningxu had returned, Xiaodong jumped up to welcome Ningxu. Ningxu put down the suitcase, patted the dust off Xiaodong's clothes and asked, have you been eating well recently? Yes, the Taoist priest sent someone to deliver food to me. Ningxu nodded and looked at the innocent Xiaodong. Xiaodong's brain wasn't very good. He thought of things simply and happily. Like this, he lived in a semi-secluded state with Xiaodong. He didn't have to worry about the secular world. He could support himself and didn't have to suffer much. It was simply great. He cultivated a vegetable field in front of the house and planted fresh vegetables with onions and garlic. It was simply great. The life of those princes was something that Xiaodong would never be able to live in his life. So, he lived comfortably like this. During the time that Ningxu was away, another order came in. He carefully looked at the customer's request and embroidered according to the request. If it was a small embroidery, Ningxu embroidered very quickly. If it was a large embroidery, such as hand-embroidered clothes, it would be very slow. But the price was very high. After all, it was hand-embroidered needle by needle. It took a lot of manpower and time. When Ningxu was embroidering, he turned on the camera and saved the video on the computer desktop. It could be seen at a glance. After working for a few days, Ningxu packed the order and sent it over. The other party received it and checked to make sure that there were no mistakes. Then, they would transfer the money. After the order was done, the rest of the time was very leisurely. Ningxu was either cooking, playing games, or weeding. Ningxu felt that his cooking skills had improved greatly. In the past, he only cooked noodles. Now, he was good at steaming, frying, roasting, and making soup. As expected, it was because of the addition of wisdom. In the past, he felt that cooking was boring. Now, he experienced the joy of it. Moreover, he learned faster than before. He wouldn't be clumsy. In life, food and clothing were two things. It was necessary to cook something delicious to reward himself. Although the fasting pill could withstand hunger, it didn't have any taste at all. Why did the food have to be cooked before eating? Firstly, it was for hygiene. Secondly, it was to make the food taste better. When eating, one could feel the happiness of eating. This was the cooking that Xianxia experienced. Moreover, cooking was also a skill. Who knew when it would be useful? Maybe he would open a restaurant in the next world. There was no harm in having more skills. Moreover, he was in a good mood when he cooked delicious food and put it on a nice plate. After living on the mountain for a period of time, Xianxia felt very comfortable. He tied a swing to the side of the house. On a cool night, when he was enjoying the cool air, he sat on it. He looked at the sky full of stars. In the morning, he picked wildflowers with dewdrops and placed them in a vase. No matter how ordinary a day was, it would be poetic. Xianxia felt that he wasn't here to do a mission. He was here for a vacation. He had family members who could rely on him. He didn't have to be on guard. He didn't have to climb up for some purpose. He didn't have to please others for his purpose. He didn't have to be afraid of other people's opinions and discussions. This was true freedom. He didn't have to change himself because of other people's comments. Xianxia always knew what he wanted. He climbed towards his goal. He didn't care about other people's opinions. Even if he calculated everything clearly and wouldn't hurt innocent people who had nothing to do with him. His calculations were just his own struggle. Xianxia checked the amount of money on his card. He needed a lot of money to open an art exhibition. He needed a place and renovations. Moreover, Xiaodong wasn't famous. Naturally, no one would come to see him. Xianxia searched for an art competition on the internet. If there was any competition, he would submit Xiaodong's paintings. It wouldn't be too late to hold an art exhibition when Xiaodong had some reputation in the art world. Xianxia didn't want Xiaodong to be exposed to the world. He would keep it a mystery. Xiaodong should live a stable life. Painting was something that he simply liked. He didn't need to rely on painting to achieve any goals. This was a good state. As long as it was an art competition, Xianxia would submit a lot of Xiaodong's paintings. However, he encountered a problem. Xiaodong had learned how to write his own name. Now, he had to change his name. He had to learn it again. Xianxia held Xiaodong's hand and taught him how to write his new name. And if it was a beautiful signature, he would sign it on the lower right corner of the drawing paper. Xiaodong was a painter after all. He learned to write his own name and sign his own name. It was quite beautiful. This was talent, instinct. It was different from Xianxia, who didn't have any artistic cells. Xianxia didn't know if this mission was considered a success or not. Min Haochu had a heart attack, Oh Haoshuan had a car accident, and as for Mu Yao, that hit must have broken his bones. Xianxia clenched his fist and protruded his knuckles. He used the protruding knuckles to hit Mu Yao's ribs. It was enough for Mu Yao to hurt. It was very painful. It would hurt for a long time. This mission hadn't told her to leave yet. It was probably because the art exhibition hadn't been held yet. But holding an art exhibition wasn't something that could be done overnight. It would cost a lot of money. Many painters didn't have the capital to hold an art exhibition in their lifetime. Painters who could hold an art exhibition were all famous and rich. She could only take it slow. She didn't know how long she would have to stay in this world. After a while, some of the drawings that Xianxia submitted won a small prize. It was almost a consolation prize. Some of them directly thanked her for participating. Xianxia wasn't in a hurry. Some things couldn't be done overnight. However, some of the drawings were selected as illustrations for children's books. They even got some money. Xianxia made a bank card for Xiaodong. This was all the money that Xiaodong earned. Xianxia was a little worried about what kind of wife Xiaodong would marry in the future. Xiaodong's mind wasn't complete. He was a fool. Basically, no woman was willing to marry Xiaodong and face a foolish man. He hoped that Xiaodong would meet a kind girl in the future and spend the rest of his life with her. Xianxia was also worried about what kind of man Xiaodong would marry. She really had too much time on her hands. Ningxu felt that this kind of life was pretty good. With new people joining them, they had to get used to each other. It would cause a lot of trouble. Ding, mission completed. Leaving the mission world. Moving to the next trial mission. 2333's voice sounded in Ningxu's mind. Ningxu let out a long sigh. The first quest was over. There were only 2 quests left. Ningxu's soul left Yi Xiaodong's body. He felt dizzy and felt that his soul was merging into another body. This time, it took a little longer for his soul to fuse into his body. When Ningxu opened his eyes, he couldn't help but rub his head. His head felt very heavy. Very tired. From today onwards, you are my contracted divine beast. A cold voice rang in Ningxu's ears. Ningxu looked up and saw a woman, cold and noble, looking down at Ningxu. Contract with a mythological beast, not a human this time. Ningxu didn't make a sound as he surveyed his surroundings. They were surrounded by a forest. The woman reached out and lifted Ningxu's chin. Are you still not convinced? Do you want me to hit you again? The woman patted Ningxu's face. Pretty boy, you look pretty good. Ningxu was speechless. And she was a man? Not a human, but a male. A Spartan, a man. Ningxu couldn't help but touch his lower body. In the end, he couldn't help but close his eyes. He was really a man. Seeing Ningxu touch his indescribable place, Yu Liuli couldn't help but twitch her mouth. He was clearly a pretty boy. How could he do such a wretched thing? Hey, pretty boy, what are you doing? Yu Liuli couldn't help but say, I'm your master now. If you continue to ignore me, I'll teach you a lesson. Yu Liuli's brows furrowed. She had a fierce aura around her. Very cool, very domineering. Ningxu's head suddenly hurt like needles. It was so painful that he couldn't take it. Ningxu couldn't help but hug his head. It was too painful. It felt like his soul was about to be torn apart. Ningxu had entered the world without resting, so his soul was a little tired. Now, for some reason, his soul was in so much pain. Ningxu's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he looked at the calm woman. His head hurt so much because of this woman. Didn't this woman say that she was his contracted mythological beast? Ningxu rubbed his forehead and said, Wait, what are you doing? Yu Liuli crossed her arms and looked at Ningxu. Are you going to submit to me, your master now? Since you're by my side, you're my partner. I definitely won't mistreat you. Although he didn't know what this woman called Yu Liuli was talking about, she was in so much pain just now. Now, she was talking about partners. She even said that there would be benefits. Just the feeling of being controlled by someone was very uncomfortable. Ningxu felt like he was Sun Wukong. Moreover, he was in a tight band. As long as Yu Liuli chanted the curse, he would be in so much pain that he wished he was dead. Ningxu hadn't received the storyline yet. He was still a little confused about what was going on, so he didn't resist. Ningxu nodded. I understand. Yu Liuli nodded. Don't worry, pretty boy. I'll take good care of you. Ningxu. Can you not call me pretty boy? Yu Liuli sat down. It's dark. We'll spend the night here. This is your territory. You should be very familiar with it. Go and get something to eat now. Ningxu nodded and turned to leave. Now, he needed some time to receive the storyline. There was still some distance between him and Yu Liuli. Ningxu began to accept the storyline. The original owner was called Kong Lin. His original body was a peacock. After going through the heavenly tribulation, he finally became a mythological beast. He was very powerful. He originally lived in seclusion in this mountain range and didn't have any opponents. Then, he became someone else's contracted mythological beast. Yu Liuli was an idiot who couldn't cultivate. Although she was born in a big family, because she couldn't cultivate, it was inevitable that she would be bullied. Hence, Yu Liuli was timid and weak. But it was completely different from the Yu Liuli just now. Yu Liuli's core had changed. This Yu Liuli was a modern female secret agent. She knew all kinds of martial arts. She knew how to use poison, martial arts, and all kinds of awesome skills. After transmigrating into this useless body, she started the path of defying the heavens. Of course, on this path of defying the heavens, there were divine weapons, mythological beasts, and divine pills. All kinds of things piled up on her body. Other than these mythological beasts, divine pills, and divine weapons, there were all kinds of mysterious men who all gathered around her. They were just short of a martial arts competition. Whoever was more powerful would be the main husband, and there would be a harem or 72 husbands. Of course, a woman like Yu Liuli had the ability and the looks. Naturally, she was liked by men. She had the capital. The original owner, Kong Lin, was the first mythological beast that Yu Liuli contracted. Now, Yu Liuli had just transmigrated. She was bullied by her peers, siblings, cousins, and was thrown into this mountain forest. She died midway. It was a domineering secret agent who transmigrated into this mountain forest. She accidentally ate some heavenly treasure that could open up a person's meridians. Then, Yu Liuli could cultivate. Jade Glazedly began to cultivate according to the memories left behind by the original owner of the body. Jade Glazedly already knew martial arts, and now that she could cultivate, she managed to survive in this dangerous mountain range with many spirit beasts. However, she wasn't in a hurry to go back for revenge. Instead, she cultivated in the mountain range. She accidentally touched the tree trunk where Kong Lin was resting. She formed a contract with Kong Lin in a daze. Kong Lin was a divine beast, and he only became one after going through a heavenly tribulation. Spirit beasts weren't as blessed with cultivation as humans. Kong Lin had suffered a lot to become a divine beast. Lightning tribulation struck his body, and he went through one difficult tribulation after another. It wasn't easy for him to become a divine beast, but now he was formed a contract with a weak human in a daze. This human was so weak that he could tear her apart with one claw, but she was formed a contract and her freedom was taken away. Moreover, it was a master-servant contract. His life and death were in Jade Glazedly's hands. He couldn't resist whatever Jade Glazedly wanted him to do. Even if he died, it wouldn't affect Jade Glazedly. Even if she wanted him to self-destruct his spirit core, he would self-destruct. Jade Glazedly, who had just transmigrated, was still very weak. Kong Lin had to take on the responsibility of protecting Jade Glazedly. Because if Jade Glazedly died, he wouldn't be able to live either. Jade Glazedly's biggest characteristic was that she was hated by others. Whether it was jealousy or hatred, she had many enemies. However, the enemies she provoked were all stronger than her. The weak Jade Glazedly was crushed by herself, and the enemy she couldn't resist was Kong Lin. Kong Lin was a divine beast. How proud would it be to take him out? It was clearly Kong Lin's own cultivation, and it was fortunate that he obtained his strength through hard work. It became Jade Glazedly's strength to flaunt. How proud would it be to contract with a divine beast? He didn't know if Jade Glazedly wanted to show off, but she kept pulling Jade Glazedly out. Kong Lin couldn't figure it out. He cultivated painstakingly and inexplicably formed a contract with her. Then, he began to live a miserable life as a subordinate. There were no benefits, no freedom, and a lifetime of service. His life was in the hands of others. The amount of time and hardships required for a spirit beast to cultivate its spiritual intelligence and then cultivate its human form was simply indescribable to outsiders. Originally, the spirit beasts in the forest respected the strong while the weak were eliminated. When they cultivated, they had to ensure that they would survive and not be torn apart by their natural enemies. Kong Lin felt indignant. All his hard work had been for the sake of being a weak human's mount. Being stepped on by a weak human being and fighting for him. If he encountered something too powerful, he would have to risk his life to protect his master. This was because if his master died, he wouldn't be able to live either. He had to protect his master just like how he protected his eyeballs. However, this master was more capable. He was very mighty and domineering. No matter who it was, he could rebuke, and he dared to provoke anyone. Every time this happened, Kong Lin would have a headache. If something went wrong, he would be the one to blame. Sometimes, Bai Liuli was a little unscrupulous because she had a backing. Kong Lin was filled with resentment. If it had been a strong opponent, then so be it. After all, the strong were respected. However, such a weak human had contracted him. Moreover, it was a master-servant contract. How could Kong Lin, who had painstakingly become a divine beast, accept this? When Jade Glazedly wasn't strong enough, she had to rely on Kong Lin to protect her. Moreover, it was compulsory. As a divine beast, how could a human tolerate the arrogance of a divine beast? As Jade Glazedly's strength increased, the divine beast she contracted also became more and more powerful. There were also divine weapons that could destroy heaven and earth. As for Kong Lin's existence, it was a little useless. Usually, he was reduced to a mount and didn't have to risk his life to protect Jade Glazedly. However, the world of spirit beasts had a strict hierarchy. After Jade Glazedly's contract, the divine beasts she contracted were all very powerful. They were even ancient divine beasts. Kong Lin's strength couldn't compare to these ancient divine beasts that fought in groups. It was very awkward. In addition, Kong Lin had a master-servant contract. The others were all equal contracts or soul contracts. In an equal contract, if one party died, it wouldn't affect the other. However, a soul contract entangled their fates together. If one died, the other would also die. Only Kong Lin had a master-servant contract. His life and death didn't affect Jade Glazedly. Kong Lin thought that since his existence didn't matter, he wanted to break the contract with Jade Glazedly. When Kong Lin made this request, Jade Glazedly was a little sad. She said that the contracted beasts were all her companions. How could he do this? However, Jade Glazedly was a proud person. Since Kong Lin didn't want to follow her anymore, she directly broke the contract domineeringly. Kong Lin didn't even have time to be happy before he was ravaged by Jade Glazedly's divine beast army. She said that how could Kong Lin do this? Kong Lin couldn't beat these ancient divine beasts. He could only suppress his anger and swear loyalty to Jade Glazedly. Jade Glazedly even generously rewarded Kong Lin with some pills and told him to cultivate well. Kong Lin felt very tormented. He was in a precarious situation. He had no freedom. Even his life wasn't in his hands. Every time he went, there would be a large group of divine beasts piling on his back. It was simply mighty and domineering. Kong Lin's wish was to break free from Jade Glazedly. It was as if he wanted freedom. He felt very sad and sullen. Jade Glazedly even said that she treated him as a companion. If Jade Glazedly's life was in Kong Lin's hands, Jade Glazedly would have pierced the heavens and destroyed Kong Lin long ago. Those ancient divine beasts wanted to form a contract with Jade Glazedly. That was their business. But Kong Lin couldn't take it anymore. Jade Glazedly was weak and he wanted to protect her. Now that there were so many powerful forces, he had become a means of transportation. If he wanted to leave, he would be betraying Jade Glazedly. Xianxia stood by the stream and looked into the water to see what he looked like. As expected of a peacock. His face was really beautiful. It was hard to tell if he was male or female. Xianxia suspected that Jade Glazedly felt that Kong Lin was good-looking and kept him by her side as a facade. After all, she was surrounded by handsome men. She was in a good mood. Kong Lin's wish was to break free from Jade Glazedly. But now, Jade Glazedly and Kong Lin had already formed a contract. His soul was in Jade Glazedly's hands. With a single thought from Jade Glazedly, Xianxia's mission would fail. His success or failure, all his hard work, could disappear with a single thought from someone else. Xianxia could feel Kong Lin's feelings. This feeling was really terrible. But now that the contract was formed, how could it be broken? This kind of contract was recognized by the laws of heaven and earth. If it was broken, it would be erased by the laws of heaven and earth. Unless the contractor was willing to break the contract. But if it was broken, it would also affect the contractor's strength. Some people would rather have their contracted beasts explode and die than be willing to cancel the contract. Xianxia frowned. His reflection in the water also frowned. His jade-like face had a worried expression. Because of his good looks, Xianxia was now a melancholy handsome man. The melancholy handsome man standing alone by the stream. In fact, Xianxia was angrily cursing his father in his heart. Xianxia realized that this mission was even worse than the previous world. Because now that the contract was successful, it wasn't easy to cancel it. Yu Liuli was still very weak, so how could he cancel the contract and give up on such a great help? Moreover, she was a god beast, so contracting a god beast was something to be proud of. If Kong Lin could threaten Yu Liuli to cancel the contract, he would have done it long ago. If he forced Yu Liuli into a corner and wanted to kill him, the laws of heaven and earth would take care of him for her. Because the rules of the contract were like that. Ningshu cursed in his heart and felt so sullen. He had no choice but to protect her because if she died, he couldn't live either. Even Kong Lin didn't know how to cancel the contract, so what could she do? It was pretty much a dead end. Life was very helpless, and everyone was stuck in a swamp. Now that Glazed Jade was weak, she needed a powerful force to protect her. At the same time, she needed someone who could show off and crush others. So, Kong Lin was chosen. Thinking about it this way, Kong Lin felt like he was a chess piece. He wanted to jump out of the chessboard, but there was nothing he could do. He was too weak. Kong Lin cultivated so hard and became a god beast was a bit laughable. It wasn't that Kong Lin didn't think about killing this weak human, but once he had such a thought, his soul would shake and he would be destroyed at any moment. Kong Lin tried all methods to obtain freedom, but they were all useless because the other party knew his weakness. Ningshu looked at the reflection in the water again and touched his face. Damn, he was too handsome. Ningshu was stunned by his own handsomeness, so he decisively shifted his gaze. Now, he had to find food for Yu Liuli. He really was a master. Because of Kong Lin, a divine beast, there were very few other spirit beasts that invaded Kong Lin's territory. There weren't any small spirit beasts that could eat. Ningshu perfunctorily found some edible fruits and went back. Yu Liuli looked around warily. When she saw Ningshu, she heaved a sigh of relief and asked, "Why were you gone for so long?" Seeing that Ningshu didn't bring back any prey, Yu Liuli frowned and asked, "Is there nothing to eat?" Ningshu had an arrogant look on his face. "This is my territory. There are no other spirit beasts here. Ordinary spirit beasts couldn't bear the pressure of a divine beast." Ningshu took out a few fruits. "Just eat these. In the future, this kind of matter of finding food can be solved by yourself. I am a divine beast, not your manservant." Ningshu made her position clear. Otherwise, she would be busy with all the trivial matters in the future. Yu Liuli looked at the fruit in Ningshu's hand that was neither green nor red. She couldn't help but twitch her lips. This peacock was too arrogant. Now that it had become her contracted mythological beast, it still couldn't see the situation clearly. "You are a divine beast, but now you have become my contracted divine beast," Yu Liuli coldly said, very domineering. Ningshu spread out his slender white hands. "So? Although you are a divine beast, now I can kill you with a thought." Yu Liuli didn't back down. Now Yu Liuli and Ningshu were fighting for the advantage of status. The strong are respected. "If you can beat me, I'll listen to everything you say." Ningshu leaped up a tree and rested her head on the back of her hand. She was lying on the branch in a relaxed posture. "But don't forget, I am the one who contracted you. It is a master-servant contract. I am the master and you are the servant," Yu Liuli said somewhat angrily. A contracted mythological beast was actually a thorn in his side. "As long as you can beat me, I will listen to your orders. If you are weak and still want me to serve you, then you can ask me to self-destruct." Ningshu knew that the current Yu Liuli wouldn't let him die. Yu Liuli hadn't grown up yet and didn't have enough strength to deal with the hatred she attracted. She could challenge those of a higher level, but that was too much. Only a mythological beast like her could do it. Yu Liuli's chest puffed up and she let out a deep breath. She looked up at Ningshu and said firmly, "One day, you will follow me willingly. I am weak now, but that doesn't mean I will always be weak. I will be stronger than you in the future." Yu Liuli's voice was sonorous and powerful. She was a special agent who had seen the world. Her domineering appearance was very charming. Ningshu closed his eyes, his clothes fluttering. He snorted. "Then you can do it. Defeat me and then break the contract with me, a mythological beast who is as weak as a pheasant. Hurry up, and slap my face." Yu Liuli snorted. "I definitely will." Yu Liuli didn't eat the green fruits Ningshu brought back. Instead, she went to find something to eat. Yululi actually heaved a sigh of relief. Although this peacock was very troublesome, it was still a mythological beast. Its strength was definitely not weak. Their lives were linked together. If she was in danger, the peacock would definitely save her. If she died, the peacock would also die. For the sake of her own life, she wouldn't let her die. Now, only this contract could help restrain the peacock. Ningxu watched as Yululi took the dagger and went to hunt by herself. Then, he sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. In his sea of consciousness, there was a grain-sized silver-white thing. This should be Yululi's consciousness. It was this grain-sized thing that controlled her fate. Ningxu tried to use his mental energy to touch this thing, but it bounced back the moment he touched it. And his soul was shaken. This wasn't a simple contract. It was protected by the laws of heaven and earth. In fact, it was to break free from the laws of heaven and earth and get rid of Yululi. But how could it be so easy to break free from the laws of heaven and earth? This mission, the person who entrusted it, Kong Lin, cultivated by absorbing the essence of heaven and earth and breathing in and out spiritual energy. Ningxu activated his peerless martial arts. Spiritual energy quickly surged into Ningxu's body. As expected, this kind of world was more comfortable. It had abundant spiritual energy. Yululi returned with injuries. At the same time, she dragged a spirit beast back. Seeing that Yululi had returned, Ningxu stopped cultivating. He looked at the things that Yululi had hunted. Yululi used the dagger to cut open the prey's chest and prepared to roast it. If it was Ningxu's suppression, such a strong smell of blood would definitely attract other spirit beasts. Spirit beasts had spiritual energy in their bodies. Spirit beasts would hunt and kill each other to replenish their energy. This was also a powerful method. As if to prove herself in front of Ningxu, Yululi professionally displayed the qualities of a special agent. She started a fire on the spot, knew how to deal with the animal's internal organs, and even found seasonings in the surroundings. She sprinkled them on the meat and roasted it over the fire. The roasted meat emitted a mouth-watering aroma. Yululi glanced at Ningxu from time to time, as if to see if Ningxu would drool over the meat she roasted. After roasting it, Yululi didn't give it to Ningxu. She ate it alone. She probably wanted to make Ningxu unable to resist the temptation of delicious food. Then, she would give it to Ningxu to save some face. Ningxu saw that Yulili was tempting him with delicious food, but his heart did not waver. Ningxu was not greedy at all for these smoky things. Seeing that Ningxu was unmoved by the peacock, Yulili picked up a thigh and gave it to Ningxu. In the future, he would have to rely on the peacock's protection. Now, this peacock was unwilling. Ningxu waved his hand. I'm a peacock. I don't eat meat. I'm an immortal that only drinks dew. Yulili took back the thigh with a cold expression. I forgot that peacocks eat insects. Ningxu was speechless. Wrong. I eat grass seeds and wild fruits. I only eat insects occasionally. Usually, I eat spirit fruits. Spirit fruits. Ningxu retorted. Yulili did not say anything. She chewed on the greasy barbecued meat. Ningxu decided to cultivate by himself. There was nothing wrong with becoming stronger. Protecting himself was also protecting Yulili. Protecting Yulili was protecting his own life. So now, she had to take care of two lives. Yulili was full. She did not see Ningxu around. She could not help but frown. This divine beast was too arrogant. If not for the contract, Yulili would have suspected that this peacock wanted to kill her. Yulili was also afraid that if she pushed it too far, she would trample on the peacock's arrogant divine beast heart and die together with her. She thought that she was dead for sure. She did not expect that she would have a second life. She could not die like this. Thinking of this, she could not be bothered to care about Ningxu. She only needed to act when there was danger. This was how relationships between people were. Only when you were tough and uncompromising would you consider your emotions no matter what you did or said. There was a bottom line to having principles. If others trampled on your principles again and again, if you backed down once, you would have to back down again. There was no way to back down. If you showed your bottom line, others would not dare to trample on it so wantonly. Ningxu cultivated for an entire night. He did not cultivate in the morning. The person who entrusted him was not weak. Most dangers could be dealt with. The difficult part was how to defy the laws of heaven and earth and break the contract. Every world had its own laws, and the people who lived in this world were bound by these laws. The one who entrusted the task was already a divine beast, and his strength was not to be underestimated. But in front of the laws of heaven and earth, he was just an ant. Ningxu had a headache. Seeing Yu Liuli leave, Ningxu hurriedly followed her. The mountain range was very dangerous, and Yu Liuli was very weak right now. He had to protect her well. Ningxu followed behind Yu Liuli, munching on a fruit. Yu Liuli turned to look at Ningxu. Didn't he follow us? What at Sundara? You said you don't want it, but you still don't want it. Yu Liuli teased, pretty boy, as long as you follow me, I'll definitely give you benefits. As Yu Liuli spoke, she reached out and lifted Ningxu's chin, looking as if she was trying to seduce him. Ningxu didn't resist and silently swallowed the fruit in his mouth. His Adam's apple bobbed, looking exceptionally sexy. Even Yu Liuli was stunned for a moment. This peacock was so beautiful that people couldn't help but want to ravage it. Do you want to be ravaged? Ningxu asked indifferently. Yu Liuli's heart sank. She couldn't communicate with this old-fashioned divine beast. Shouldn't this peacock fly into a rage out of humiliation? Instead, it asked her if she wanted to do that. Yu Liuli retracted her hand that was lifting Ningxu's chin. Why do I feel that you're so weird? That's for sure. It'd be strange if I wasn't being sarcastic. I was inexplicably contracted, and I even have to protect an ant like you. Do you want me to be happy? Ningxu said bluntly. Yu Liuli frowned. You're a big man. Can you not be so petty? Don't talk about gender. Why don't we recontract? It's still a master-servant contract, but I'll be the master and you'll be the servant. How about it? Ningxu leaned against a tree, looking magnificent. Of course, there will be benefits for you if you follow me. Great benefits. Yu Liuli immediately stopped talking. See, she was going to be enslaved for the rest of her life, and she still wanted him to be grateful. Wasn't that a bit too difficult? Shouldn't she act cute or something? It wasn't easy for her to become a divine beast. She wasn't going to do such things. One day, I'll be incomparably powerful. Yu Liuli said in a low voice. Then you won't regret following me. What benefits do you have for me if you become powerful? What does it have to do with me if you become powerful? Ningxu asked back. I'm just too weak now. That's why you're unwilling to become my divine beast. One day, you'll willingly submit to me. Yu Liuli's words were sonorous and powerful, full of confidence. Ningxu's face was cold. Yu Liuli would definitely become powerful, but after she became powerful, Kong Lin still wanted to leave Yu Liuli. Yu Liuli didn't understand the nature of the matter at all. She didn't understand the root cause of their conflict. It was because of the master-servant contract. It was because Yu Liuli could decide his fate at will. There wasn't even basic equality. After going through untold hardships to become a divine beast, he escorted Yu Liuli all the way to become a powerhouse. But what benefits did this have for Kong Lin? No matter how strong the protagonist's halo was, under the threat of his life and the desire for freedom, it was useless. If it was an equal contract, where both parties' lives were in the other party's hands, everyone would advance and retreat together. The entrusting party wouldn't be so indignant and want to escape the fate of being contracted. Moreover, for a divine beast to be contracted by a human wasn't something glorious. Moreover, divine beasts had spirit cores in their bodies. Maybe the human would dig out the spirit cores in their bodies. This was especially true for spirit pills of divine beasts. Some pills required spirit pills of divine beasts. If Yu Liuli wanted her spirit core, she couldn't resist at all. Especially since divine beasts had very long lives. They had to protect Yu Liuli for a lifetime. As humans cultivated, their lifespan would also increase. This way, they would be enslaved for a long, long time. If they couldn't live for long and the human died, the contracted beast would also burp. So helpless and hopeless. Yu Liuli walked in front, while Ningxu walked behind unhurriedly. He had been paying attention to the grain-sized thing in his sea of consciousness. Although it was small, Ningxu's psyche power was immediately repelled when it came into contact with it. It was accompanied by a tearing pain in his soul. Of course, Yu Liuli didn't have such a strong power. This was the power of the contract, the power of law. This power was forcing her to submit. Ningxu rubbed his swollen head and followed behind Yu Liuli. Yu Liuli was a person doted on by the heavens. No matter where she went, she would encounter good things. Some heaven and earth treasures, spirit herbs that could be used to refine pills. Look, that's the jasper fruit. Yu Liuli pointed at a cliff. The jasper fruit was very small, and there was a nest next to it. Obviously, it was where the jasper fruit's companion beast lived. This jasper fruit was guarded by a guardian beast. With Yu Liuli's current strength, she couldn't defeat the guardian beast. Yu Liuli really wanted the jasper fruit, but she definitely couldn't beat the guardian beast. In the end, Ningxu had to do it. Ningxu cursed inwardly. Ningxu said to Yu Liuli, "That's the jasper fruit. It can be used to refine the jasper soul-returning pill. It's a divine medicine that can bring the dead back to life." Ningxu was indifferent. Yu Liuli was excited. She flew up the cliff to grab the jasper fruit. Just as she was about to grab the jasper fruit, a wind blade slashed at her hand. Yu Liuli dodged the wind blade. The wind blade hit the cliff and left a deep mark. If this wind blade hit Yu Liuli, she definitely wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. A large condor stood at the entrance of the cave, its sharp eyes staring at Yu Liuli. Yu Liuli's hand grabbed onto a rock on the cliff as her body floated in the air. The large condor flapped its wings and attacked Yu Liuli. Yu Liuli held a dagger in her hand and fought with the large condor. Yu Liuli was very weak now. Facing the large condor's attack, she seemed to be having a hard time. Ningxu continued to watch indifferently. As long as Yu Liuli's life wasn't in danger, she couldn't be bothered. As long as Yu Liuli didn't die, she would be fine. As for Yu Liuli's broken arms and legs, that had nothing to do with her. Yu Liuli's expression was serious and stubborn. She persisted and didn't call for Ningxu. Since Yu Liuli wasn't asking for help, Ningxu wouldn't meddle. Yu Liuli's hand was pecked by the large condor's sharp beak. Yu Liuli was in so much pain that she groaned. "If you continue to watch, I won't go easy on you." Yu Liuli roared at Ningxu, her face pale. This divine beast shouldn't be a peacock, but a toad. It only jumped when poked. It didn't have any self-awareness as a contracted divine beast. Ningxu flew towards Yu Liuli. She kicked the large condor away and hugged Yu Liuli's waist. "Jasper fruit," Yu Liuli reminded Ningxu. Ningxu hugged Yu Liuli's waist and flew towards the jasper fruit. The giant eagle's flapping wings were trembling in the air. It was likely that Ningxu's mythological beast aura was somewhat unbearable for him. However, when he saw that Ningxu was about to pick the jasper fruit, he still fiercely rushed towards Ningxu. Ningxu waved his hand and swatted the eagle away. He picked 2 jasper fruits and said to the eagle, "5 jasper fruits. I left 3 for you." The large eagle screeched, not daring to approach. Ningxu hugged Yu Liuli and flew to the ground. Yu Liuli looked at Ningxu's face in a daze. Ningxu let go of Yu Liuli. Yu Liuli immediately regained her senses and took the jasper fruit from Ningxu's hand. Holding the jasper fruit in his hand, it was incomparably cool and comfortable. There were clearly 5 jasper fruits, so why did you only pick 2? Glazed Jade asked angrily. Her hand had been pecked by the large eagle, so she had only gotten 2 jasper fruits. "Why did I pick all 5? Ningxu said carelessly. "I only guaranteed that you wouldn't die. I didn't say that I would do everything for you. You clearly could have gotten 5 jasper fruits, so why did you leave 3? It's not like you can't beat the large eagle." Yu Liuli was very displeased. "Aren't you a mythological beast? You can't even beat a bird that can't transform. Don't provoke me. You already have 2 jasper fruits." "Don't be greedy," Ningxu said indifferently. Yu Liuli took a deep breath. Did this damned bird know how precious the jasper fruit was? He only took 2. Do you know the value of the jasper fruit? The jasper soul-returning pill is something that has a price but no market. Li felt that she was about to be angered to death by this stupid bird. Since it's so precious, it's already not bad to get too, Ningxu said casually. Li took a deep breath. Don't tell me you were merciful because you saw that the large bird was a bird like you? In our world, the strong are respected. There's no such thing as merciful. Ningxu looked at Li. I did this because I'm unhappy. I'm unhappy. Seeing you unhappy makes me happy. Li was speechless. What sin did she commit? Other people's contracted beasts were all cute and adorable. Only her contracted beast was a thorn. Li was very unhappy. She said, no matter what, we've already contracted. We're one. Our interests are the same. What good does it do for you if I'm weak? If I stay weak, you'll always have to protect me. Li should make things clear to the peacock. She should talk openly and honestly. Ningxu said, if you're willing to break the contract, I'll definitely treat you very well. Li bandaged her wound. She said, I don't trust you at all. If I really break the contract, you'll definitely kill me. My life is in your hands. You can kill me if you want to. I'm very unhappy, Ningxu said directly. I've never thought of killing you. I'll use the contract to kill you. I've said it before. We're partners. We share the same interests. Li explained helplessly. Ningxu, my life is in your hands. You're talking about partners with me. If you really treat me as a partner, you should at least change the contract. At least make it an equal contract. How about that? Ningxu said to Li. You have to show some sincerity. Li's expression became even more helpless. I don't even know how to make a new contract. Li couldn't beat this peacock, so she decided to make a contract with it. She didn't expect the contract to succeed. Li was originally a trash who couldn't cultivate. But as the daughter of a big family, she definitely knew how to cultivate and contract spiritual beasts. Even Li didn't expect the contract to succeed. It was probably because her transmigrator soul was stronger that she was able to suppress the divine beast. But Li was also in pain when she made the contract. It was as if she had taken a trip to the gates of hell. It wasn't easy for her to make a contract with a divine beast. How could she cancel or change the contract? Unwillingly, the peacock had no choice but to use the contract to suppress him. Once she became stronger, wouldn't the peacock submit to her? Ningxu scoffed at Li's words that she didn't know how to cancel the contract. Li needed power to protect herself. She wanted freedom and control her own fate. So the conflict between Li and Kong Lin could only disappear by canceling the contract. Ningxu felt a bit of a pain in the ass. Now that she had an ass, it really hurt. If she couldn't cancel the contract, what if Li killed her when she became stronger? She would fail her mission. If she failed, she would have to do 6 in a row. Ningxu was very unhappy. Very unhappy. Li was also very unhappy. She could have gotten 5 jade fruits, but now she only had 2. Li looked at Ningxu's androgynous face and silently told herself not to be angry. Once she became stronger, she would definitely make this arrogant divine beast kneel in front of her. She was just a little weak now. Li wanted to punish the disobedient Ningxu, but she was afraid that Ningxu would resist. She was unwilling to do so. Who told this peacock to be a divine beast? Ningxu's head hurt a little. Clearly, Li wanted to use the power of the contract to punish him. But for some reason, she gave up. To be honest, this punishment made Ningxu's heart turn cold. That kind of punishment felt like it was going to tear his soul apart. It would disappear at any time. Ningxu looked at the rice-sized thing in his mind with a heavy heart. Could he get rid of the contract if he removed this thing from his mind? Li, who was walking in front, suddenly turned around and looked at Ningxu. Don't think about getting rid of the contract. You can't. Ningxu, how did she know? Please don't think so strongly in the future. I can feel it. If you have any thoughts of betrayal, I can feel it, Li said. Ningxu, what can I say? I'm crazy. There was no desire at all. Yu Liuli, as the owner, could feel whatever he was thinking. Did he still have human rights? No wonder the client wanted to break the contract. Think of a way to be free. Not only was his life controlled, but even his thoughts were controlled. It was really unbearable. If the client was a slave, then it would be fine. But the client was a free and powerful divine beast. It was the most painful thing to have something taken away. Ningshu's expression turned ugly. He asked, "Do you know what I'm thinking?" "I don't know everything, but if you want to hurt me or betray me, I will be able to sense it instantly. So, don't try to do bad things behind my back." Yu Liuli crossed her arms and smiled at Ningshu's constipated face. It wasn't easy. He finally managed to turn the tables in front of this peacock. But this peacock was the most good-looking man he had ever seen in his 2 lives. Just looking at this face made him unable to vent his anger. Ningshu rolled her eyes. This was too much. Ningshu had never thought of killing Yu Liuli, because before he could do so, he would have been killed by the power of laws. Even if he wanted to deal with glazed jade, he would have to wait until the contract was broken. Just now, you wanted to kill me and betray me, didn't you? I felt it again. Yu Liuli looked at Ningshu. Ningshu was speechless. Very unhappy, very unhappy. Seeing Ningshu deflated, Yu Liuli couldn't help but smile. A proud peacock. Jade Glaze walked slowly in the mountain range, cultivating while looking for natural treasures. At night, Yu Liuli took off her clothes and bathed in the pool. Ningshu was lying on the tree beside the pool. Then, he saw Yu Liuli emerge from the water naked. Her skin was like jade, curvy, and her hair was as black as ink. Jade Glazed Jade was a top-notch beauty. Yu Liuli slowly put on her clothes and looked at the tree Ningshu was lying on. Have you seen enough? Ningshu was expressionless. I've seen enough. They were all women, so one look would be enough. I've even seen men before, not to mention women. If she wanted to look at men now, she could just take off her belt. Ningshu thought about it and suddenly felt that he was molesting this body. Fragrant Wind Guy had said that there were male mission enforcers who liked to wear female clothes and molest female bodies. Was she molesting a male body now? Ningshu chanted Ba in his heart. Emptiness is form, form is emptiness. Yu Liuli didn't expect to be molested by a peacock. He even answered very honestly, which made her angry and amused. Luckily, Ningshu had a good-looking face. If he was a little more perverted, Yu Liuli would have already destroyed Ningshu. Ningshu touched his face. For the first time, he felt the benefits of being good-looking. After bathing, Yu Liuli ate some fruits and started to cultivate. Yu Liuli found these fruits herself. Usually, Yu Liuli couldn't order Ningshu around. She just gave up and did whatever she could. She couldn't be bothered to call Ningshu. Ningshu and Yu Liuli lived together peacefully. Yu Liuli cultivated while Ningshu pondered about the strange object in his mind. How could he deal with this thing the size of a grain of rice? It felt like this thing controlled her fate and peeped into her heart. If only he had entered the mission before the contract. He could have destroyed Yu Liuli with a single claw. But the inertia of the plot was very strong. When Ningshu came, he was already contracted and shackled. Ningshu used his spiritual power to slowly wrap the grain of rice. But as soon as he touched it, it bounced back. His soul was shaken and Ningshu's vision turned black. It was too strong. Ningshu rubbed her head with all her might. It hurt so much. His soul was weak and in pain. Ningshu was a little scared. His soul was very strong, but facing this thing, his soul was about to be torn apart. If it was the person who entrusted him, his soul would probably be scattered. He could only watch helplessly as this thing invaded his sea of consciousness and took control of him. This was the law of the heavenly Tao. He couldn't go against it. What could he do? What could he do to get rid of this thing? Ningshu lay on the tree branch tiredly. It didn't feel good to be controlled like this. Ningshu's soul was so tired that he couldn't muster up any energy. His soul seemed to be injured. Yu Liuli saw Ningshu's listless look and asked, "What's wrong?" "I'm not in a good mood." "Ignore me," Ningshu said directly. Yulili, why did she feel like her contracted divine beast's hormones were out of order? Yulili continued to wander in the mountain range. Relying on Ningxu's divine beast aura, she collected a lot of good things. She also found a strange place. This place was a bit like an expert's tomb. Ningxu, the person who entrusted him, had been in this mountain range for so long, but he didn't find such a place. Actually, it wasn't a tomb. It was a battlefield. Perhaps too much time had passed, forming an underground cave. There were human corpses and the corpses of huge animals. It was clearly a scene of a battle between humans and beasts. Yulili picked up the weapons that had fallen on the ground. Some of the weapons had been eroded by the wind, but some could still be used. Ningxu saw a skeleton sitting there. This skeleton didn't turn into white bones like the other skeletons. Instead, its skin was all dried up. It vaguely retained its appearance when it was alive. This skeleton held a spear and was aggressive. Even though it had been dead for a long time, the remnant aura made Ningxu very uncomfortable. Because it was very powerful. It completely suppressed her. How powerful must this person have been when they were alive? Looking at the piles of white bones around her, she realized that they were all the corpses of huge animals. The remnant aura of these corpses made Ningxu's soul even more depressed. These corpses were much more powerful than the divine beast who entrusted him. There must have been a huge battle here. Ningxu saw the skeleton holding the spear. Yulili also saw it and walked towards it. Yulili reached out to grab the spear in the corpse's hand. Ningxu hurriedly said, "Don't touch it." When Yulili touched it, the spear and the skeleton turned into ashes. Yulili was stunned. Then, she felt something rush into her mind. There was a gray thing in her consciousness. Yulili's expression was very conflicted. Ningxu asked, "What's wrong?" "Something seems to have rushed into my consciousness." Yulili frowned. An unknown object appeared in her consciousness. It couldn't be trying to take over her body, right, Ningxu? Ningxu let out a long breath. What was going to happen had happened. This gray thing wasn't anything else. It was a wisp of a remnant soul. This skeleton belonged to a human god. It had fallen in battle and preserved a wisp of its remnant soul. When Yulili touched the skeleton, this wisp of remnant soul went into Yulili's mind. More importantly, this was the future male lead. F*ck, the male lead was still very weak. The remnant soul could dissipate at any time. He could only use Yulili's consciousness to nourish it. Gods from 1,000 years ago were really powerful. Ningxu's head hurt. With this thing that was like a nuclear weapon, it would be even more difficult for her to get rid of Yulili. The male lead would slowly recover his strength. If Yulili was in any danger, he would float out to help her. However, the male lead was just a wisp of a soul. He didn't even have consciousness. Ningxu felt that time was tight. Before the male lead recovered, she had to get rid of Yulili and end her life as a slave. Ningxu's face was filled with despair. Yulili saw Ningxu's twisted face and felt even more uncertain. Ningxu asked, "Is there any danger?" Ningxu's mouth twitched. "It's probably a remnant soul. Be careful. Is there any way to get her out?" Yulili felt uncomfortable when she thought of someone living in her body. He was very afraid of harming himself. A person's soul. Ningxu shrugged. "I'll tell you after you break the contract with me." "Peacock flower, aren't you taking advantage of the situation too much? We've been through life and death situations before." Jade Glaze frowned, her aura flourishing. Ningxu knew that this would be the case. No matter what, Yulili would not be willing to break the contract with her. "Is there any way to expel this remnant soul from my sea of consciousness?" Jade Glazed Jade asked Ningxu anxiously. Ningxu shrugged and said, "I don't know either. This is your future husband, what's the point of banishing him? Everyone had different fates." Ningxu felt that if he touched the corpse, when the remnant soul woke up, it would definitely be possessed. But Jade Glaze was different. This remnant soul was a god from 1,000 years ago. It was very capable and powerful. It also knew how to concoct pills. Most importantly, it was quite good-looking. His mighty and domineering aura matched Jade Glazed Glass very well. This was the perfect match for the male lead. People who could cultivate to become gods were all bosses. Even though the person who commissioned it, Kong Lin, was a divine beast and had the word God in his name, there was still a big difference between him and a god. The ones who truly cultivated to become gods were beast gods. Before the male lead woke up, Ningxu had to protect jade glazed glass. Protecting a wisp of smoke's male lead was also protecting himself. Ningxu was very tired, very tired. Jade glazed glass didn't get any treasures and even had her sea of consciousness invaded by a remnant soul. She left with an ugly expression. When she returned, she had to think of a way to get rid of the remnant soul in her sea of consciousness. This feeling was as if a stranger had barged into her home and taken over her house. After leaving the cave, Jade glazed glass said to Ningxu, "You're a peacock, so you can fly, right? I'm going back now." Ningxu was in a bad mood and directly said, "You don't have legs? Walk on your own." Jade glazed glass's expression turned serious. "Kong Lin, don't go overboard. Even though you're a divine beast, you're worthless in my eyes. Don't think that you've been wronged." Ningxu said, "Since I'm worthless, you can cancel the contract." Jade glazed glass coldly snorted and turned to leave. Jade glazed glass felt that she was the most unlucky transmigrator. Her contracted divine beast was disobedient and had a remnant soul in her sea of consciousness. She was so unhappy that she wanted to die. Jade glazed glass still wanted to sit on this beautiful and powerful divine beast and go home so that those who bullied the original owner and her could open their dog eyes wide. She was a special agent, so how could she let these people bully her? Jade glazed glass walked in front and Ningxu followed behind her, resigned to his fate. Jade glazed glass stopped and turned her head to look at Ningxu. "Since you don't want to follow me, you don't have to. You can leave. Then cancel the contract. If you cancel it, I'll turn and leave." Ningxu shrugged. Jade glazed glass was puzzled. "As my contracted divine beast, can't you be a little more loyal and have some sense of responsibility? I was forced to sign the contract. I never thought of becoming a contracted divine beast. You forced me to sign the contract and even had so many demands." Ningxu tidied up his dark green sleeves. Jade glazed glass said angrily, "If I didn't sign the contract with you, I would be the one dead. I was just trying to protect myself. The winner takes all. If you want to blame someone, blame your bad luck. I know you divine beasts are arrogant, but I still won't cancel the contract because I'm worried that you'll kill me." The contract was jade glazed glass life-saving straw. First, she had a strong helper who could protect her. Second, she could prevent the peacock from killing her. Although jade glazed glass was confident, she didn't think that she could fight a divine beast with her current strength. Jade glazed glass felt that her attitude towards the peacock was too soft, which was why this contracted divine beast was so arrogant. Otherwise, with her temper in the past, she would have taught this arrogant peacock a lesson. Jade glazed glass snorted. Ningxu felt like his brain was about to explode and his soul was trembling. Ningxu squatted down and held his head. The veins on his forehead were bulging. His soul was torn apart, then pieced back together, then torn apart again, over and over again. Ningxu was sweating profusely. He wanted to bang his head against the wall. Just as he was about to fight it out with jade glazed glass. Suddenly, a strong will was about to crush his soul. This was the power of contract law. Ningxu suppressed this thought. A contracted divine beast couldn't hurt its master. Once it did, it would be killed. Ningxu's eyes were red from the pain. He hadn't felt such extreme pain in a long time. For a moment, Ningxu wanted to die. She wanted to just fail the mission and forget about it. But he wasn't willing to fail like this. If he failed, he would have to do 6 chain missions. There was also the law space. If he couldn't enter the law space, he wouldn't be able to comprehend the law. If he couldn't comprehend the law, he would forever be a mission enforcer who only knew how to wave his fists and use brute force. Ningxu felt as if he had taken a walk through hell. It was incomparably painful. In the end, Yu Liuli couldn't maintain the attitude of a partner. Ningxu held his head and looked up at Yu Liuli. He panted and said, "Is this interesting?" Yu Liuli's expression was cold. "This is your punishment for being disobedient. You are now my contracted divine beast. Ningshu's temples bulged and the veins on his face bulged. His androgynous face became hideous and terrifying. Ningshu panted. I cultivated for countless years and experienced countless heavenly tribulations before I became a divine beast. I'm not willing to become your contracted beast and serve you just because of a contract. The hard work and cultivation of the person who entrusted him was like a joke. Strength was obtained through hard work. It wasn't bestowed to him by Yu Liuli. Why did he have to be so humble? I'm not asking you to serve me. I'm just asking you to get along and support each other, Yu Liuli said. If you keep being like this, I don't mind teaching you a lesson. In the end, she was a spirit beast. As long as she didn't get rid of her wild nature, she would always be so rebellious. She couldn't always screw up like this, Ningshu groaned. He felt as if his soul was being torn apart. Get along and support each other. This was called getting along well. Support each other, shouldn't it be enslavement? He couldn't even change the contract. He didn't ask for a soul contract. At the very least, it should be an equal contract. It was a master-servant contract. Yu Liuli's words and actions were completely different. It perfectly explained what it meant to say one thing and mean another. Ningshu said impatiently, you might as well just kill me. This is my attitude. Do you want me, an elephant, to kneel in front of an ant? If it wasn't for the existence of the contract, he could destroy Yu Liuli in one move and scatter her soul. Are you still not convinced? Yu Liuli frowned. She didn't expect her first contracted divine beast to be so stubborn. Peacock flower, I think you still don't understand the situation. Right now, you are the meat on my chopping block. You're stronger than me, but I'm the one who contracted you. The process doesn't matter, but the result is that I've contracted you. I'm your master. Yu Liuli was also getting impatient. She had been waiting for Hua Peacock to beg for mercy, but Hua Peacock's stubbornness made Yu Liuli very unhappy and uncomfortable. When she became stronger in the future, she would definitely deal with the peacock. Yu Liuli was someone who couldn't tolerate sand in her eyes. She would rather go without than have something substandard. Once unfaithful, 100 times unfaithful. Yu Liuli didn't dare to cancel the contract. If she did, Hua Peacock would definitely attack her. More than once, she felt that Hua Peacock wanted to kill her. Ningshu's brain was about to explode. His whole body was in so much pain that it was spasming. His muscles were twitching nervously. Ningshu leaned against the tree and tried his best to endure the pain so that he wouldn't roll on the ground. As for the pain and whatnot, it would pass as soon as he endured it. Glazed Jade sighed helplessly and rescinded the punishment. The pain in Ningshu's mind slowly disappeared, but Ningshu didn't have any strength left in his body. Ningshu was in a lot of pain. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Glazed Jade said. Ningshu could only walk forward. It was as if his whole body was floating. This was the power of the contract. You had to do whatever you were told to do. There was no way to resist. Was she strong enough to go against the laws of heaven and earth? Ningshu rubbed his head. He had strength, but he couldn't do anything. He was restricted by Glazed Jade. He had a strong fist, but he couldn't even reason with it. However, Glazed Jade was right. Winner takes all. Who asked you to be so unlucky? It was quite helpless. I'm going back now. Turn back into your original form. Glazed Jade said to Ningshu. Ningshu weakly supported himself against the tree. My soul is about to dissipate. There might be problems if I fly into the air. Are you really going to sit on me back? Glazed Jade had probably never experienced the pain of her soul being torn apart. Even when taming a horse, it was like giving a sweet date with a big stick. Now, he even wanted to sit on her back. Glazed Jade glanced at Ningshu. I'm not afraid. But I'm afraid. Glazed Jade, don't think that this is very satisfying. Watching me roll around in pain is very satisfying. I can't even use 10% of my strength now. My soul is also injured. If you encounter any danger, I can't save you. It's better if we all die together. Ningshu said calmly. If it really didn't work, this mission would fail. Then, he would do 6 more missions. He would King hug her and explode together. He would blow her soul away. His strength wasn't something that could be reasoned with. It was so King annoying. Why were the missions she encountered always so difficult? It was so annoying. Xianxia was holding back his anger. He was a little affected by this body. In addition, Xianxia was used to freedom. After doing so many missions, no matter how difficult the missions were, he was at least a free and independent individual. It was unlike now where he was controlled by someone else. His life and death were in someone else's hands. Even his thoughts were controlled. He couldn't have any thoughts of betrayal. From now on, his life didn't belong to him. He had to put his master first. He couldn't resist. He didn't even have time to cultivate. He had to wait for his master's call at any time. Xianxia really couldn't take it anymore. Xianxia took a deep breath and suppressed the restlessness in his heart. He said to Jade, "My soul is injured. I can't fly." Jade couldn't help but frown. What was this? It seemed like she couldn't punish him like this in the future. The gains didn't make up for the losses. After all, she still had to rely on the peacock. Lowering his combat strength wasn't good for her. Jade snorted. "So, don't always provoke me. In the end, you'll be the one suffering. I've never seen someone so disobedient." Other people's contracted beasts were very obedient. She was the only one who didn't listen. Seeing the peacock's strength, she couldn't be bothered to argue with him. One day, she would tame this stupid bird and make it willingly submit to her. Jade didn't insist on Xianxia transforming into his original form to take her home. Instead, she walked back by herself. Xianxia followed behind her. He chanted the clear heart mantra in his heart. His soul was very uncomfortable, and his mood was a little restless. After walking for a few days, they finally walked out of the mountain range. During this time, Jade had gained a lot in the mountain range. She had contracted a peacock, a divine beast, and many natural treasures, such as the jade fruit, as well as a remnant soul. It was a great harvest. Her body, which used to be trash, could now cultivate. Jade was very spirited. Jade brought Xianxia back to the clan. They were stopped by the clan's guards at the door. The Yu clan was a large clan. There were many talents in the clan. However, the original Jade was a trash who couldn't cultivate. She was often bullied by the other members of the clan. Jade's status in the Yu clan was very low. Now, Yu Liuli was being stopped by the servants. Yu Liuli snorted. "I am the 6th young mistress of the Yu family. You dare to stop me?" The servants at the door looked at each other. This was the 6th young mistress? She didn't look like one. Yu Liuli's name was famous in the capital. A trash who couldn't draw spiritual energy into her body and was engaged to the genius 5th prince. She was an idiot who followed behind the 5th prince every day, deeply afraid that her future genius husband would run away. In short, the previous Yu Liuli's reputation wasn't good. But now that the core of this body had changed, her temperament was completely different. Yu Liuli's aura was fierce and domineering. It was completely different from the weak idiot Yu Liuli. The servants definitely couldn't recognize the current Yu Liuli. Where did the 6th young mistress come from? The 6th young mistress of the Yu family died of a sudden illness. Who are you? How dare you pretend to be a member of the Yu family? A servant scolded. Get lost. Yu Liuli's expression was ugly. Haha, she died of a sudden illness. They probably thought that she wouldn't be able to return alive from the mountain range. The original Yu Liuli was dead. Now, it was a brand new Yu Liuli. Impudent. Open your dog eyes and see who I am. Yu Liuli exploded with a powerful aura. If you don't want to die, get lost. Who are you? Pretending to be a young mistress of the Yu family? The servant's expression changed. The 6th young mistress of the Yu family, Yu Liuli, didn't know how to cultivate. This person wasn't weak. She definitely wasn't the 6th young mistress. Xianxia stood at the side and watched. He didn't plan to intervene. It wasn't up to him to do something like this. This was Yu Liuli's own business. It was better for her to do something like this herself. After such a thing happened at the door, many servants and courtyard guards came out with weapons. Some courtyard guards were able to cultivate, but without sufficient cultivation resources, they would choose to become the guards of large clans in order to obtain cultivation resources. Haha. Yu Liuli sneered. You think you can stop me with your numbers? This young mistress, please leave. Yu Liuli put her hands behind her back and said solemnly, as a guard of the Yu family, you don't even recognize your master. Ningxu listened from the side. Why did he feel that Yu Liuli was hinting at him? These guards swarmed forward, but Yu Liuli handled them with ease. In just a few moves, these guards were all knocked down. Everyone fell at her feet, groaning in pain. Jade-glazed glass is improving very quickly. Ningxu narrowed his eyes. It seemed that he had to quickly cancel the contract. When Yu Liuli became strong enough and no longer needed her protection, her doomsday would come. The commotion at the entrance caused a commotion in the Yu family. The Yu family head, Yu Xiongfei, brought his men to the entrance. Who are you? Yu Xiongfei looked at Yu Liuli and asked hesitantly. Yu Liuli said sarcastically, Grandpa, how can you not recognize your granddaughter? I'm Yu Liuli. What kind of life did Yu Liuli lead in the Yu family? Impossible, you can't be Yu Liuli. A woman in embroidered clothes exclaimed. Yu Liuli, what happened to her? Yu Liuli looked at the woman who spoke. It was this woman who had people throw the original Yu Liuli into the mountains. She was the one who caused Yu Liuli's death. As for the reason, it was naturally because of that genius, the fifth prince. Yu Linglong, are you surprised to see me? Someone who was supposed to be dead has appeared in front of you. Yu Liuli said coldly. Her face was cold and filled with sarcasm. Yu Linglong immediately put away her surprised expression and said with a smile, Sixth sister, it's good that you're back. I thought something happened to you. You can't cultivate, but you insisted on going with the fifth prince to gain experience. The fifth prince came back and said something happened to you. Fortunately, you're back. Sixth sister, it's not that I want to criticize you, but you haven't married the fifth prince yet. You're ruining the Yu family's reputation by following behind the fifth prince. This Yu Linglong had gained the initiative by striking first and rattled off a bunch of words. Yu Liuli's face was cold and sarcastic. You know what the truth is. Yu Linglong smiled. She looked dignified and elegant. Ningxu shook his head. It was sisters fighting again. It probably had something to do with that fifth prince. Since ancient times, the only thing that could make a woman fight, especially a sister, was a man. If you're back, then you're back. What's the point of making such a big scene? You're just making a joke out of yourself. Family head Yu Xiongfei said coldly. You even beat up the family's guards. You're quite capable. Yu Liuli saw that Yu Xiongfei was so cold. He didn't even ask about what happened to the original owner. He couldn't even enter the door and instead blamed her. The people of the Yu family were all like this. They were like snakes and rats, bullying the weak. Just because the original owner couldn't cultivate, she should be bullied by them? Grandfather, you're really biased. Yu Linglong immediately said, Sixth sister, how can you say that about grandfather? Grandfather is the head of the family. He has to consider everything. You benefited from it, so you're naturally speaking up for him. In my heart, he's not worthy of being a grandfather. Yu Liuli retorted. Yu Xiongfei's expression didn't change. You've only gone out for a trip, yet you're speaking so rudely. You're becoming more and more unruly. In the future, you'll stay in the mansion. You're not allowed to go anywhere. My legs are grown on my body. I can go wherever I want to go. You don't have the right to restrict me. Yu Liuli said domineeringly. Yu Linglong persuaded, Sixth sister, don't talk so much. There's no need for you to be so hypocritical. You just want me to die. That way, you can live together with the fifth prince. Yu Liuli directly exposed Yu Linglong's thoughts. Shut up. Reflect on your mistakes in your room. Yu Xiongfei couldn't help but scold with an ugly expression. Ningxu sympathized with Yu Xiongfei. It wasn't easy being the head of the family. He had to manage the affairs of the family. Yu Liuli was also very straightforward. Even if the two sisters wanted to fight for the same husband, it was fine as long as they knew in their hearts. This wasn't something to be proud of. It wasn't good for the reputation of the Yu family either. Yu Linglong said with a little surprise, "Sixth sister, what are you talking about? The fifth prince is your future husband. How is he related to me?" "Sixth sister, could it be that you have someone in your heart and don't want to marry the fifth prince? That's why you said such things. You made grandfather angry and slandered my reputation." "Sixth sister, I don't know what happened when you went missing, but don't say such improper things." Yu Linglong looked at Ningxu. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Ningxu. Ningxu was speechless. "I'm just an onlooker. I'm not the subject of Yu Liuli's scandal." "Who are you? Did you deceive sixth sister?" Yu Linglong asked Ningxu. Ningxu shook his head. "I didn't." Ningxu felt that Yu Linglong's words and actions were really like the daughter of a big family. She was considerate of everything. Yu Linglong had already noticed Ningxu, who was dressed in green. It was hard to tell if Ningxu was a man or a woman. His green robes made him look ethereal and peerless. Yu Linglong suspected that he was Yu Liuli's new lover. Yu Liuli sneered, her face full of mockery. "Second sister, you really put in a lot of effort for that fifth highness. You even slandered me for having another man. Since you like the fifth highness so much, how about I give him to you? The prerequisite is that you can get him. Wasn't it just a man? That man didn't seem like a good person either. He was very cold to the original Yu Liuli. Perhaps that fifth highness had hooked up with Yu Linglong, and that was why he wanted to kill the original Yu Liuli." "Nonsense. What are you saying?" Yu Xiongfei's face was cold. "Stop embarrassing yourself here. Hurry up and go in. Young master, thank you for bringing this old man's granddaughter back. The Yu family will definitely reward you greatly, but it's not convenient to entertain you now." Yu Xiongfei cupped his hands towards Ningxu. Ningxu also cupped his hands. "All right." Yu Liuli rolled her eyes. "As my contracted beast, you still want to leave?" "This is my contracted beast, not some random man." "Yu Linglong, watch your words." Yu Liuli sneered, slightly lifting her chin to look at her. "Divine beast?" When the surrounding people heard that it was a divine beast, they all looked at Ningxu with blazing eyes. It was as if they were looking at an alien. Yu Xiongfei looked at Ningxu. "A divine beast?" "Of course, a divine beast. So, don't say that he's my man." Yu Liuli looked at Ningxu. "Show your true form and let these people see. Otherwise, there will always be people splashing feces on me." Ningxu was speechless. So what was the situation now that she had to show her true form and let these people see it as if they were visiting a zoo? "If you want to stay in the Yu family, show me your true form. Otherwise, the two of us will be considered adulterers," Yu Liuli said to Ningxu. Besides this reason, Ningxu felt that Yu Liuli was trying to act cool. Just now, Yu Linglong had said that Ningxu and Yu Liuli had an improper relationship and had made the fifth prince a cuckold. In the end, this man turned out to be a divine beast. Was there anything more humiliating than this? Everyone stared at Ningxu. Yu Liuli looked at Ningxu with an unfriendly gaze. Ningxu could only reveal his original body. The original owner was a beautiful peacock. The feathers on his body were brilliant and colorful. Under the sunlight, he was very beautiful. Ningxu turned around and looked at his own body. It felt too strange. Seeing Ningxu reveal his true form, the surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. Yu Liuli arrogantly looked at Yu Linglong. "See? This is my contracted divine beast." Yu Linglong's expression was somewhat unsightly, but she forced a smile. "Congratulations, sixth sister. You actually managed to contract a divine beast." Ningxu returned to his human form. He could sense that Yu Kaidai was looking at him with covetous eyes, as well as a trace of jealousy, helplessness, and disgust. Clearly, the jealousy and helplessness were directed at Yu Liuli. Yu Xiongfei looked at Ningxu. Ningxu cupped his hands. "Greetings." Spirit beasts that could cultivate into human form had lived for many years. They had cultivated for a long time and experienced heavenly tribulations. Ningshu hurriedly cupped his hands in return. "You're too polite." Yu Xiongfei said to Yu Liuli, "Since he's your contracted divine beast, you should get along well. Respect and support each other." Yu Liuli had a mocking expression. Previously, she had always been cold to her or ignored her. She had never treated her as a granddaughter. Now that he knew that she had formed a contract with a divine beast, his attitude immediately took a huge turn as he eagerly instructed her. "Grandpa, just ignore my existence like before. Just pretend you don't have a granddaughter like me." Yu Liuli entered the door with her hands behind her back. When she passed by Yu Linglong, she said softly, "Clown, you'd better not jump around in front of me. I still haven't settled the matter of the mountain range with you." Yu Linglong almost couldn't keep the smile on her face. She clenched her fists in her long sleeves and said indifferently, "I don't know what you're talking about." Yu Liuli snorted coldly and walked away. Ningshu passed by Yu Linglong. Yu Linglong looked at Ningshu with longing in her eyes. Obviously, she hoped she could also contract a divine beast. Ningshu followed the Yu family through the door. The Yu family's house was very big. There were carved dragons, painted rafters, fake mountains, and gardens. There was also a very big martial arts field. It took up a lot of space. Several branches of the Yu family lived there. Yu Liuli arrived at a small courtyard. This courtyard was very desolate. Yu Liuli pushed open the door. Creak. "This is my life in the Yu family. My parents are dead, and Grandpa still ignores me." Yu Liuli sat on a chair and poured tea from the teapot on the table. However, there wasn't a single drop of water in the teapot. Yu Liuli's face darkened. Ningshu glanced at the furnishings in the house. It was very simple. Everything was very old. Ningshu waved his hand, brushed away the dust on the chair, and sat down. "It's okay. There's food and drink," Ningshu said. Yu Liuli sneered, "I've been bullied in the Yu family. My grandpa didn't even say a word. It was as if he didn't know me." Ningshu played with his fingers. This pair of hands was really beautiful. "Then what do you want? The whole family has to treat you like a princess." Ningshu realized that Yu Liuli had a bit of princess syndrome. "But they don't have to treat me so coldly. I think if I wasn't engaged to the fifth prince, these people would be even worse." Yu Liuli was very unhappy with Ningshu going against her. The peacock was her contracted beast and should be on the same side as her. Now, it was actually mocking her. "Don't tell me those bullies did the right thing." Yu Liuli looked at Ningshu unkindly. Ningshu shrugged. "You used to be someone who couldn't cultivate. In this world, the strong are respected. Resources are naturally concentrated on those who can cultivate. It's a waste to give them to someone who can't cultivate. Strength. Strength is the reason why a family can stand tall. You already attracted attention because of your engagement to the fifth prince. If your grandpa treats you like the apple of his eye, there will be even more people targeting you. Can your grandpa protect you at all times? You don't have the ability, yet you still take up so many resources. Won't people hate you?" Ningshu felt that Yu Xiongfei's way of doing things was correct. There were so many people in a family. As the head of the family, he had to be careful in all aspects. What was the benefit of holding someone who couldn't cultivate so high? Ignoring and not caring would not attract attention. Others are lucky to cultivate painstakingly. You don't do anything and live better than anyone else. It's normal to kill you. Ningshu said very straightforwardly. Originally, Yu Liuli had probably gotten into trouble because she had an engagement with the genius fifth prince. Everything had a cause and effect. Yu Liuli glared at Ningshu and sneered. "You really have a rebellious bone. Do you know what kind of life I used to live?" Ningshu didn't know what kind of life Yu Liuli was living. At most, she was mocked for not being able to cultivate. It turned out that Yu Liuli was being criticized because of the genius fifth highness. Since she was a genius, as long as she didn't die, her future was limitless. But Yu Liuli was a girl who couldn't cultivate. People only attacked the weak, which was why there were so many rumors. In addition, there were people who added fuel to the fire. However, these rumors helped Yu Liuli achieve her goal. In the future, people who saw Yu Liuli would think, "Ah, this girl is different from the rumors." "Peacock, you have no right to speak without experience." Yu Liuli sneered. Ningxu shrugged. "I'm just speaking from an objective point of view. Furthermore, you have no experience. You just inherited Yu Liuli's memories. Could it be that she had to join forces against a common enemy? Could it be that she had to rush over to take revenge for Yu Liuli, teach the people who bullied Yu Liuli a lesson? Ningxu wouldn't do that even if he had nothing better to do." Speaking of which, Ningxu felt that she was similar to Yu Liuli. Yu Liuli taught the people who bullied the original owner a lesson, then she could occupy this body with a clear conscience and do something for the original owner. She wouldn't feel guilty about occupying this body. As for Ningxu, he did it for the points and the soul power of the person who asked him to do it. While Ningxu and Yu Liuli were talking, the housekeeper of the Yu clan came over and cupped his hands. "The clan head has arranged a new courtyard for Mississippi. You can go take a look now. If there's anything you want, just let me know," the housekeeper said respectfully. Yu Liuli sneered. "Now you want my courtyard?" "Haha." The housekeeper was a little embarrassed. He cupped his hands and bowed without saying anything. Yu Liuli twirled her teacup and said, "I'm used to living in this courtyard. I'll live here in the future. Tell grandfather that there's no need for special treatment. I'll live like before. Oh right, I don't get to drink a cup of hot tea in this courtyard. I came back from so far away and didn't even get to drink a cup of water." The butler immediately said, "This old servant will send someone to bring the tea over." "Miss, please wait for a moment." Ningxu supported his head with his hand and looked at Glazed Jade, who was showing off her might. Although he didn't know how a person with such a personality could become a super agent. However, it was indeed quite childish. They thought that this was very domineering and seemed to vent their anger. But Glazed Jade still didn't understand the nature of the matter. In a world where cultivation was possible, the rule of the strong being respected would be magnified. If you don't have the ability, you won't be able to enjoy some things. When you have the ability, there are some things you can enjoy. Now that Glazed could cultivate and contract with a divine beast, her strength was not weak among the family's disciples. Was Yu Liuli trying to mock those people for not recognizing pearls? At the end of the day, she was still a princess. After a while, a maidservant ran over, panting. She carried a kettle in her hand and brought water over. Yu Liuli's indifferent expression scared the servant girl so much that she started to sweat. The little girl Ningxu said, "Pour me a cup of tea too." After talking so much, she was also thirsty. The little maidservant poured tea for Ningxu with a red face. She glanced at Ningxu's face and immediately lowered her head, looking shy. "You can leave," Glazed Jade said. The little maidservant immediately bowed and left. "Your face is quite attractive," Jade Glaze said as she sipped her tea. Ningxu smiled and said, "Do you also like me? But how can we love each other when we are of different genders?" Glazed Jade snorted. "I don't like flashy men." "That's good. I don't like women like you either." Ningxu shrugged. Yu Xiongfei asked Glazed Jade to move out of the courtyard. Glazed Jade didn't move for some inexplicable reason. Ningxu also stayed in the courtyard. He stayed in the room next to Glazed Jade's. Ningxu sat cross-legged on the bed. As he cultivated, he tried to expel the thing in his mind. It was a thing about the size of a grain of rice. Ningxu had no way to deal with it. Ningxu used his mental energy to slowly approach this thing. This thing should be Glazed Jade's soul. It was entwined with her soul and was protected by the heavenly Tao. As soon as his mental energy came into contact with the grain of rice, it was immediately repelled. Ningxu's mind went blank. Even his ears went deaf for a moment. It was as if there was an electric current buzzing in his ears. Ningxu shook his head. It was very uncomfortable. This thing was really hard to deal with. Ningxu's paws were numb. He didn't know what to do. When his mind didn't feel so uncomfortable and the repelling force was gone, Ningxu used his mental energy to slowly reach toward the grain-sized ball. He was very careful. Ningxu discovered that if his mental energy came into contact with the ball too roughly, the ball would violently rebound and knock him out. It was like a spring. After fighting a battle of wits with the ball for a while, Ningxu was sweating profusely. His mental energy was about to dry up. Even his soul was about to dissipate. When he couldn't hold on any longer, Ningxu hurriedly stopped. He cultivated for a while. When his soul wasn't so uncomfortable, he continued to touch the ball. Ningxu even wanted to use his mental energy to wrap around the ball and break the soul connection with the jade-glazed jade. But as soon as he touched it, he was repelled. It was so painful that he wanted to hit the wall. Ningxu suspected that his soul was about to dissipate. Because it was very heavy and tired. His soul had been consumed too much. He still had a chain mission to do. Ningxu was really afraid that his soul would dissipate during the mission. He was really irritated. Ningxu simply mobilized the fire dragon in his dantian and led it into his sea of consciousness. He used the fire yang qi to roast the ball. The fire dragon turned into a ball of flames and burned the ball floating in his sea of consciousness. However, it was useless. The ball didn't change at all. It didn't move at all. Ningxu was very depressed. Anyway, he was just going to burn it. Whether it was useful or not, at least he could comfort himself. He felt that it should be useful. Jade-glazed jade had been cultivating since she came back from the mountain range. She usually didn't leave the courtyard. Usually, the servants would send her food. And the food was very delicate. These servant girls were very respectful to jade-glazed jade. This showed that jade-glazed jade's status in the Yu family had risen. Indeed, it was useful to show off at the door. However, Ningxu had a problem. Many servant girls kept finding all kinds of reasons to go to her room. They would pour her some tea and ask if she was hungry. These servant girls looked at her with a face full of tears. Their bashful appearance made Ningxu's balls hurt. Ningxu simply turned into a peacock and curled up on the bed. These servant girls wouldn't be shy in front of a peacock, right? Sigh, being handsome also had its problems. As expected, when Ningxu turned into his original body, the number of servant girls who came to visit decreased. A handsome guy was completely different from a bird. After returning to the Yu family, Yu Lili's life was very peaceful. Occasionally, she would slap people's faces and teach them a lesson. She always had a proud and mocking face, mocking everyone for not recognizing Mt Tai. Yu Xiongfeng wanted to send Yu Lili to the academy to study and cultivate. Now that Yu Lili could cultivate and had a divine beast, sending her to the academy was also telling others that Yu Lili was no longer trash. She was worthy of the genius fifth prince. Yu Lili didn't comment on going to the academy. She thought that going to the academy wasn't bad, and she wanted to meet the so-called genius fifth prince. She wanted to break off the engagement. Thus, Yu Lili arrogantly accepted the suggestion of going to the academy. Yu Lili never thought of having a future with the fifth prince who was already engaged. Firstly, this was Yu Lili's original fiancé, not hers. She didn't like this bullshit fifth prince at all. Secondly, she was in cahoots with Yu Linglong. She even threw the original Yu Lili into the mountains, causing her death. Ningxu was a little annoyed when he heard that Yu Lili wanted to go to the academy. No matter where Yu Lili wanted to go, she had to follow her and be her protector, and she was forced to do so. Sixth sister, let's take care of each other when we go to the academy, Yu Linglong said to Yu Lili with a smile. Yu Lili tilted her head and looked at Yu Linglong. She said indifferently, do you know what I hate the most about you? It's your hypocritical look. You don't dare to say anything and only know how to play dirty tricks behind people's backs. You are sisters. In the future, the Yu family will have to rely on you. How can you be like this? Yu Xiongfei said with a headache. Ningxu drank his tea and watched the two sisters quarrel. Yu Linglong and Yu Lili weren't biological sisters. They were cousins. Their fathers were brothers. Yu Lili's parents were dead. Yu Lili was the most pitiful in the Yu family. She had no father, mother, or siblings. Yu Linglong was mocked by Yu Lili, and the smile on her face gradually disappeared. I don't know why you feel like I'm the one who harmed you. Ever since you came back, your personality has changed. Sixth sister, did you get involved with something bad? How can a person's personality change so much? Yu Linglong bowed to Yu Xiongfei. Grandfather, granddaughter is wondering if this person is Liuli. Liuli doesn't look like this. Yu Liuli sneered. Yu Linglong, you're really interesting. Now you're saying that I'm not Yu Liuli. If I'm not Yu Liuli, then who am I? Sixth sister can't cultivate, but you can. Furthermore. Yu Linglong glanced at Ningxu. Furthermore, sixth sister can't form a contract with a divine beast. Ningxu calmly sipped his tea without saying a word. Anyway, it was none of her business, so she just watched the show. Jade's personality was like heaven and earth, from one extreme to another. He would probably have to be reincarnated to be so domineering and arrogant. It wasn't that no one noticed Glazed Jade's abnormality, but now that Glazed Jade was able to cultivate, her strength wasn't weak, and she even had a divine beast. They could not afford to offend him. Sixth sister is a gentle person, unlike you, who is overbearing and doesn't even put grandfather in your eyes. Yu Linglong said unhurriedly. Oh, what should I be like? Letting you guys bully me without retaliating, that's gentle. I don't want anyone to bully me now, that's why I'm a different person. Yu Liuli sneered. Alright, Liuli is Liuli. Linglong, don't talk nonsense in the future. Alright, prepare to go to the academy. Yu Xiongfei waved his hand impatiently. Yu Xiongfei rubbed his forehead. It seemed that he wasn't happy that Yu Liuli could cultivate and become stronger. Because the Yu family wouldn't have a peaceful life in the future. These two girls were not easy to deal with. Anything that disintegrated would begin to rot from the inside. If they really fought, it would be the Yu family's loss. Yu Liuli snorted coldly. Grandfather, why are you trying to smooth things over? Do you know that I was bullied by the granddaughter you're so proud of? And what happened in the mountains? I almost didn't make it back alive. Shouldn't you seek justice for me? I don't want anything, I just want justice. Just because my parents are dead, I deserve to be trampled on? She wanted justice for the dead Yu Liuli. Do you know why I can't cultivate? It's because I was poisoned. Yu Liuli's face was cold. As for who poisoned me, haha, Yu Xiongfei's face turned even uglier. What good would it do to make some things out? He could only comfort her. There's no conclusive evidence for this. Later, go to the manager and get a bottle of clear heart pills. It can help you keep your mind clear when you cultivate. Clear heart pills were also good pills. But Yu Liuli's face turned even uglier. When did I say I wanted pills? I don't care about pills at all. Yu Xiongfei wanted to settle the matter peacefully and compensate Yu Liuli. But did Yu Liuli look like someone who would bend over for pills? Yu Xiongfei was also angry. If you don't want it, Linglong, take it. Yu Linglong said obediently, thank you, grandfather. Yu Liuli snorted and turned to leave. This temper. Yu Xiongfei felt a headache coming on. She was just like a fool. Ningxu put down his teacup. Since her master had left, she should also leave. Yu Linglong also left the hall and followed behind Ningxu. Ningxu turned and asked, why are you following me? Yu Liuli looked at Ningxu's face and her expression changed. She took a deep breath and said, I just want to know if you really formed a contract with my sixth sister. Ningxu snorted. You just want to ask about this? I want to ask what happened to my sixth sister. How did she have the fortune to form a contract with you? Yu Linglong asked Ningxu respectfully. Ningxu looked at Yu Linglong and narrowed his eyes. He went to the pavilion and sat on the stone bench. Yu Linglong followed behind Ningxu and bowed. I hope you can tell me what happened to my sixth sister that caused her temperament to change so drastically. Ningxu was just about to speak when his mind went blank. It was as if an electric current had flashed through his brain. Ningxu rubbed his head and said, I'm not too sure. As a contracted beast, she couldn't say or do anything that was disadvantageous to her master. Yu Linglong pursed her lips and suddenly said, do you want to break the contract with my sixth sister? Ningxu raised his eyebrows and didn't say anything. Yu Linglong saw that Ningxu wasn't angry and said bravely, I think my sixth sister's attitude towards you is very bad. You are a divine beast that lives as long as the heavens and have great strength. Why do you have to live under her? Ningxu, you think I want to? Ningxu understood that Yu Liuli was here to poach him. A master-servant contract could only be cancelled if the master was willing to cancel the contract. As a servant, Ningxu was quite tempted. She wanted to cancel the contract more than anyone else. Ningxu picked up the pastry on the stone table and slowly ate it. Cancel the contract with you, Liuli, and then contract with you? Yu Linglong waved her hand. I have never thought of forming a contract with you. If you want to form a contract with me, then it is a blessing that I have cultivated for 3 lifetimes. Ningxu took a bite of the pastry. So she still wanted to form a contract with him. Of course, if you are willing to form a contract with me, I will be filial to you and respect you. Yu Linglong's tone was a bit hurried. Everything I said is the truth. If there is a lie, then may the heavens strike me with lightning. Ningxu didn't suspect that Yu Linglong was lying. After all, this was a world of cultivation. If this kind of promise was broken, it would create a heart demon. During the tribulation, one might turn into ashes. The process of cultivation was a process of self-cultivation. It was a process of preserving the truth and obtaining great power. Ningxu finished eating a pastry and patted the crumbs on his hand. He supported his head with his hand and lazily said, "You are telling me this. Aren't you afraid that I will tell you, Liuli? After all, I am Yu Liuli's contracted divine beast." Yu Linglong smiled and said, "Ever since Sixth Sister came back, I have been observing you and Sixth Sister. I found that your relationship with Sixth Sister is not so harmonious." Ningxu said, "Oh. Then how do you know that my relationship with Yu Liuli is not good? After all, my life is tied to hers. First of all, Sixth Sister's actions are quite resentful towards you. Next, you are very cold towards Sixth Sister." Yu Linglong carefully looked at Ningxu. "This is Linglong's bold speculation. I hope you won't be angry." Ningxu pointed at the stone bench. "Sit down. It is tiring to stand and talk." "Thank you, sir." Yu Linglong's face revealed a happy smile. She sat on the stone bench opposite Ningxu and poured a cup of tea for Ningxu. "I see that you like tea very much." Ningxu nodded. "Why are you telling me this?" Yu Linglong bit her lips. "I want you to break the contract with glazed jade. It has nothing to do with me. You also saw it just now. Sixth Sister relied on your existence to argue with grandfather. She always felt that I was the one who caused her death. Everything I did was to protect myself." Yu Linglong said. "I even suspect that Sixth Sister's body has been taken over by someone. I've heard that a powerful spirit master's body will remain after death. They will take over someone else's body, especially someone with great aptitude." Yu Linglong lowered her voice and said. Ningxu drank his tea. Although Yu Linglong's words were not accurate, they were not far off. After all, the glazed jade was no longer the original glazed jade. "Do you hate her that much because of the fifth prince?" Ningxu asked in a gossipy manner. These people frequently mentioned the fifth prince, but they had never seen what the fifth prince looked like. They had only heard of his name but never seen him. Not only because of the fifth prince, but also because glazed jade and the fifth prince are not compatible. Glazed jade cannot cultivate. Her lifespan is less than 100 years. The fifth prince is the most talented person in the royal family. He will only get stronger and stronger. He will live much longer than glazed jade. Even if the fifth prince goes into seclusion, when he comes out, glazed jade will already be old." Yu Linglong said. Ningxu swirled his teacup. "That's between them. It's not just because of this. It's because I hate glazed jade. Glazed jade's mother was injured when she was pregnant with glazed jade. As a result, glazed jade was not able to cultivate in the womb. I have been cultivating non-stop since I was young. My days are filled with sweat. However, glazed jade was held in the palm of little uncle's hand. What I have to work very hard for, glazed jade can easily get. It's just a matter of a sentence. She doesn't even cherish it. Because little uncle is powerful, the royal family arranged a marriage with him. The fifth prince became glazed jade's fiancé. I worked so hard and suffered so much. But what about glazed jade? My hard work is a joke. Why doesn't glazed jade do anything? Why doesn't she cultivate? She doesn't need to do anything. But what about me? I have worked so hard, but I can't get what I want. Glazed jade can take away what I have been longing for with a sentence. Yu Linglong had never said these words to anyone. She was panting heavily when she spoke. Even her face was distorted. Ningxu looked at Yu Linglong and said, "You look ugly like this. You look ugly when you're jealous." Yu Linglong touched her face and took a deep breath. I am jealous of him. Life is not smooth sailing. When Glazed Jade was young, she was held in the palm of his hand. She even took away what she wanted. But when her parents died, her life became difficult. And your hard work in the past allowed you to gain a foothold in the Yu family. No one dares to look down on you or respect you. Your hard work is rewarded. There are gains and losses in life. Miss, don't be jealous. You look ugly. Ningxu smiled and said, I think you are much more outstanding than Glazed Jade. His words were watertight and his actions were impeccable. These were all trained when she was young. Glazed Jade did not have parents, so her life was very difficult. The main thing was the difference in her heart. Thank you for enlightening me. But when Glazed Jade came back, the feelings from when she was young came back. I feel very powerless and angry. Ningxu spread his hands and said, Relax. Why are you comparing yourself to Glazed Jade? Jealousy is the devil. The supporting female lead could not help but be jealous of the female lead's good luck. Sometimes, when you want something desperately, you have to put in a lot of effort. But for some people, it is easy and effortless. It really made people feel sullen and powerless. Luck was something that made people feel very, very powerless. Ningxu said helplessly, I also want to break the contract with Glazed Jade, but we signed a master-servant contract. Hearing this, Yu Linglong opened her cherry lips slightly and looked very surprised. Finally, she asked, She is the master and you are the servant? Ningxu nodded. She is so weak. How can she contract with a divine beast? And it is a master-servant contract? Who knows what happened? Ningxu asked Yu Linglong, other than letting Glazed Jade voluntarily break the contract, what other way is there to break the contract? Yu Linglong frowned and shook her head. Other than the dominant side of the contract taking the initiative to break the contract, there is another way to break the contract, Ningxu quickly asked, what way? Yu Linglong said, that is to die. When the contracted beast dies, the contract will naturally break? Ningxu was speechless. So there is no other way, right? Yu Linglong said, the main thing is that there is no other way to break the contract. The other party could only say, don't be too sad. Find joy in the midst of pain, hence, the cancellation of the contract depended on the master's mood. If the master agreed to cancel the contract, then it could be cancelled. If not, then there was no other way. The contract would bind the master for life. Ningxu, what can I say? I'm also in despair. I really didn't expect that you and Yu Lili would be master and servant. I thought it was a soul contract, or at least an equal contract. I didn't expect it to be master and servant. Ningxu shrugged. Hence, this was something that made people feel despair. We are in the same boat. Yu Linglong looked at Ningxu sympathetically. Yu Linglong felt that Ningxu was more pitiful than her. Ningxu, don't look at me like that, what are you doing? Yu Lili stood not far away and looked at Ningxu and Yu Lili in the pavilion. Yu Linglong and Ningxu bowed and left. Yu Lili walked into the pavilion and looked at Ningxu. What did you say to Yu Linglong? Nothing much, just chatting, Ningxu said. Don't forget that you are my contracted divine beast. Don't interact with Yu Linglong. Yu Lili looked at Ningxu with more vigilance than before. She was cold. Obviously, Ningxu's interaction with Yu Linglong made Yu Lili uncomfortable. She thought that Ningxu was going to betray her. Yu Lili was someone who couldn't tolerate even a little bit of sand in her eyes. Her people were talking and laughing with the enemy. Yu Lili was very unhappy. If she hadn't turned back, she wouldn't have known that the two of them had met. At the same time, her dissatisfaction with Ningxu had reached its peak. Can't I talk to Yu Linglong? Ningxu said indifferently. Seeing Yu Lili's murderous look, Ningxu felt that Yu Linglong was really a scheming girl. Even if she didn't succeed in poaching him, if Yu Liuli saw the two of them talking together, and the two of them talking alone, it would definitely arouse suspicion. This would definitely arouse Jade's suspicions, and there would be a knot between the two of them. If she made Yu Liuli unhappy, it would be best if Yu Liuli killed her. That way, Yu Liuli's strength would be greatly reduced. Ningxu clicked his tongue twice in his heart. None of them were simple girls. You're not allowed to interact with Yu Linglong in the future. I don't like her. Yu Liuli stood up and left. Ningxu stood up and stretched. Whatever you say, she thought to herself. Not far away, several maids were whispering to each other as they stared at Ningxu, their faces filled with lust. Ningxu raised his head and waved at them. Hello, beauties. Ningxu waved his hand, and the maidservants were so excited that they almost fainted. It made Ningxu feel like an idol. After returning to the dilapidated courtyard, Ningxu began cultivating. He wasn't cultivating, but fighting against the small ball in his mind. This thing the size of a grain of rice controlled her destiny. Under the heat of the sun flame, this small ball stood firm and didn't fall. There was no change at all. Ningxu used his mental energy to reach towards the small ball. The moment he touched it, it bounced back. His head felt like it was smashed by a giant hammer. Ningxu felt dizzy and shook his head. It was really too difficult. There was no way at all. No wonder no one could escape the power of the contract. This was the rule, and he had to follow it. Ningxu rubbed her head. She gritted her teeth and hardened her heart. She directly poured out all of her mental strength and wrapped it around the small ball. The small ball shook and shook Ningxu's mental energy away. Ningxu's vision turned black and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Blood flowed out of his eyes, ears, and nose. Ningxu laid on the bed. Even if he opened his eyes, he couldn't see anything. He was temporarily blind. Ningxu used the spiritual energy in his body to heal his bleeding orifices. Ningxu pulled the blanket over his body and went to sleep. So, he couldn't be too rough with this thing. If he was too rough with it, the rebound would be too rough. Even if Ningxu rested for a night, his head was still dizzy. He sat on the bed for a long time and didn't want to get up. Damn it, when would he be able to solve this thing? It seemed like he had to mention it to Jade Glaze to see if she could break the contract. The door creaked open and a maidservant entered. Ningxu said, "Young master, 6th Miss wants you to go to the front hall." She said that she is going to the academy. Ningxu sighed. She really had a tough life. He had to be a follower. Ningxu rubbed his head and lifted the blanket. The maidservant hurriedly poured a cup of water for Ningxu. Ningxu took the water. Thank you. After drinking the water, Ningxu felt a little better. But his soul was too uncomfortable, very uncomfortable. He didn't know what his soul was like. It was probably going to scatter. His soul was probably going to scatter. Young master, go quickly. 6th Miss is still waiting. The maidservant Ningxu urged. Ningxu nodded. I understand. The maidservant looked at Ningxu with her watery eyes. The way she blinked her eyes was really cute. Everyone loved beauty. This maidservant was drooling over her beauty. Ningxu tidied up his clothes and went next door to find Jade Glaze. Jade Glaze had a high ponytail and looked really valiant. We are going to the academy now. Use your main body there. Jade Glaze said to Ningxu. I can turn into a person. Why do I have to turn into a peacock? Ningxu asked. Not only did he have to be a follower, but he also had to become a peacock. The person who entrusted him was a peacock and a really beautiful one. If he walked in a crowd, he would attract a lot of attention. This went against Ningxu's principle of keeping a low profile. Peacock, you are a man and I am a woman. If we walk together, it will inevitably cause misunderstandings. Besides, I am still engaged to the 5th prince. I don't want to be called a slut. Jade Glaze said. Ningxu was speechless. Ningxu felt that Jade Glaze was trying to act cool. If she had a beautiful contracted beast by her side, it would break the rumor that she couldn't cultivate or contract with spirit beasts. Ningxu said, what is more impressive than having a beautiful man by your side? Having a beautiful man at your beck and call is more impressive than having a peacock. Jade Glaze sneered. You are quite narcissistic. You call yourself a beautiful man. Ningxu asked, am I not beautiful enough? Fine. Jade Glaze lifted her chin. I will allow you to serve me at my beck and call. Ningxu chuckled. As you wish. Ningxu followed Jade Glaze out the door. There were 2 carriages at the gate. Yu Linglong stood beside one of the carriages and greeted Jade Glaze in a dignified and reserved manner. Sixth sister. Jade Glaze grunted in acknowledgement. She didn't give Yu Linglong any face and directly got into the carriage. Yu Linglong's smile didn't change. Ningxu bowed and also got into the carriage. Ningxu also got into the carriage. She didn't want to walk. The after effects of last night made her soul very weak, and the tearing pain was still there. Ningxu also wanted to go to the academy to look for information and see if there was any other way to break the contract. The method of contracting spirit beasts was invented by humans to enslave spirit beasts. But this method was protected by the laws of heaven and earth. The carriage wobbled as it headed towards the academy. This academy specialized in nurturing the strong. There were noble royals and ordinary people. As long as they were talented enough, they could enter the academy. There were also many aristocrats whose families recruited students with good aptitudes from the academy. The academy was able to stand tall, so there must be some power behind it. Ningxu was only interested in the academy's books. Ningxu was really afraid of going against Xiaoqiu. It was too uncomfortable. Ningxu suspected that she couldn't complete this mission at all. It was going against the rules of this world. To get rid of such rules, Ningxu felt despair just thinking about it. Ningxu leaned against the carriage. The carriage wobbled. Yu Liuli looked at Ningxu. You look very tired recently. What did you do when I didn't ask you to do anything? Ningxu said, your punishment last time hurt my soul. My soul was damaged and I haven't recovered yet. Is it that uncomfortable? Yu Liuli didn't believe him. You didn't try it, so of course you don't know. Ningxu said angrily. If there was a chance in the future, he would definitely let Yu Liuli taste the pain of her soul being torn apart. Yu Liuli said, do you think I want to punish you? It's all because you didn't listen. Ningxu chuckled and closed her eyes without saying a word. The carriage wobbled to the academy's entrance. Yu Liuli kicked Ningxu and got off the carriage first. Ningxu opened his eyes, got off the carriage, and stretched. There were many people lining up at the academy's entrance. Yu Linglong walked over and said gently, Sixth sister, I'll take you to report. Yu Liuli refused. No need. She didn't know how to report? She was a super agent. What didn't she know? Ningxu stood still and watched as Yu Liuli went to report. Yu Linglong Ningxu asked, Sixth sister didn't make things difficult for you, did she? Ningxu smiled and said, little girl, you're not being honest. Yu Linglong pursed her lips. It's good to be a little scheming, but it's wrong to play tricks on others. I can crush you with a single finger. Don't play tricks on people who are stronger than you. If Jade Glazed saw me kill you, she would probably be very happy, Ningxu said nonchalantly. Yu Linglong's expression changed. I have never thought of scheming against anyone. Alright, I'm not really going to kill you. Only by killing him would Jade Glaze's heart be satisfied. Thank you, senior. Yu Linglong didn't dare to say anything to Ningxu. Yu Liuli walked over with a heavy expression, holding 2 tokens in her hands. She handed the other token to Ningxu. This is the token that grandfather prepared for you. Ningxu looked at the token over and over. The 2 words Kong Lin were carved on it. Your grandfather is quite meticulous. At least, he didn't ask her to become a peacock like Yu Liuli. It's just that grandfather saw how strong you are and wanted to win you over. Yu Liuli sneered, sounding very sarcastic. But I feel good in my heart. Cultivating hard was to control one's fate and be respected by others. Otherwise, why would she cultivate so hard? If she had the time, why didn't she play? Dealing with people was also a form of knowledge. Just like how Yu Liuli was strong. Her temper was said to be straightforward and cold because she had the right to be arrogant. If she was a weak chicken, she would be beaten up by others and have a pig's head. With such benefits, she cultivated hard. Otherwise, why would Liuli cultivate to become strong? Why would she want to defy the heavens? He bought you over just like that? You really don't have a backbone, Liuli mocked. This is called being respected 10 times over. Reaching out one's hand was like hitting a smiling face. Even Liuli was like a rash person who could be so awesome. In Ningshu's eyes, Liuli's domineering aura was just a rash person with serious princess syndrome. Those who followed him would prosper, and those who opposed him would perish. Liuli's lips twitched. You are mocking me for not treating you well. But don't forget that you are my contracted divine beast. Ningshu lazily said, other than the contract, what do we have? We don't have any feelings. Liuli didn't even give him the basic warmth. She thought that others would have to submit to her domineering aura. Liuli didn't think of increasing her strength. Her soul was damaged, but Liuli didn't find any spiritual items to nourish her soul. She used the master-servant contract to order people around. She wanted the horse to run and didn't eat grass. She took all the good things in the world. Liuli looked at Ningshu. I realized that ever since you met Linglong behind my back, you have become strange. Let me tell you, I cannot tolerate betrayal. Even if it is just a trace of betrayal, the people by my side are people who can trust each other and entrust their backs to each other. Liuli slightly raised her chin and looked at Ningshu. I am serious. If I find out that you have betrayed me, I will not let you off easily. Ningshu, when did I say that I would be loyal to you? Your sweetheart is here to pick you up on a mantis shrimp. Ningshu raised his chin in that direction. Liuli's expression was strange. She turned and saw a man walking towards her with a group of people behind him. The fifth prince walked straight to Liuli and stood in front of her. I heard from your grandfather that you came to the academy to learn cultivation, the fifth prince asked Liuli. Liuli's expression was cold. She said impatiently, since you already know, why are you still asking me? Ningshu watched from the side. This fifth prince was really a dragon among men. He was handsome and talented. He was a good young man, but he was destined to be unable to love Liuli. Even if the fifth prince was not bad, compared to the remnant soul in Liuli's mind, he was still not enough. That wisp of spirit was truly peerless in its generation and was extremely powerful. The key was that it could suppress Liuli's temper. The fifth prince was defeated. He was usually the one who was flattered. His expression was a little ugly when Liuli didn't give him face. This is? The fifth prince looked at Ningshu. Ningshu said directly, I am her contracted beast. There is no other relationship between us. A spirit beast that can transform? The fifth prince narrowed his eyes. He had a strange expression. Have you said what you wanted to say? If you are, I will leave. Liuli left without looking back. It was a waste of time to talk to this scumbag. Ningshu glanced at the fifth prince. The fifth prince's expression wasn't good. He didn't get angry and left with a flick of his sleeve. Ningshu slowly chased after Liuli. On the way, many girls looked at Ningshu and whispered to each other. The client's appearance was truly beautiful. Liuli and Ningshu entered the academy together. Liuli was busy with classes and training her own strength. Liuli also chose the alchemy specialization, wanting to become an alchemy grandmaster. In the future, Liuli would become a powerful alchemy grandmaster, and she would be able to concoct any powerful pills. Ningshu kept trying to enter the academy's library. He wanted to go in and check for information, but the library wasn't usually open. There was still some time before it opened. Ningshu could only wait until the library opened and then go in to check the contract. Actually, Ningshu knew that even the things in the library might not be useful. He still had to rely on Liuli. He had to rely on Liuli to break the contract. Otherwise, he had to rely on himself to break the contract. Ningshu could only cultivate again and again, fighting against the small ball in his mind. To be honest, he was a little afraid when he saw the small ball. The feeling of his soul being torn apart was too painful. However, Ningshu had no choice. He could only fight it head-on. Ningshu mocked himself. He was like a foolish old man moving a mountain. However, the foolish old man moved the mountain away bit by bit. However, his actions had no effect at all. There was no return at all. It was so painful. He didn't know how his soul was tormented by her. Compared to Ningxu, who was dispirited every day, Yu Liuli's days in the academy were much more carefree. She became the last disciple of the best alchemy teacher in the academy. This teacher didn't accept disciples. His alchemy skills were famous, and he swore that he wouldn't accept any disciples. Many people were rejected, but when they saw Yu Liuli, they felt that Yu Liuli was very talented and outstanding. They clamored for Yu Liuli to become their disciple. However, Yu Liuli didn't care about this teacher at all. She directly said, "I don't need a teacher. What qualifications do you have to be my teacher?" Yu Liuli's attitude was in line with the teacher's temper. He kept pestering Yu Liuli to be his disciple. Moreover, this teacher was very protective. If anyone dared to bully Yu Liuli in the academy, he wouldn't let them off easily. From then on, Yu Liuli had another helper. Alchemy was a very popular occupation. Healing or increasing one's cultivation couldn't be done without the help of pills. Many people didn't dare to offend an alchemist. Yu Liuli had only reluctantly called him master because the alchemist tutor taught her everything he knew. Normally, she would just call him old man. Yu Liuli's participation in the school's competition had cleansed her reputation of being a trash in one fell swoop. Now, she was crowned as a genius. Her magnificence attracted many admirers. What made Ningxu even more upset was that Yu Liuli's strength was clearly enough to fight against these students. When a student was competing, Yu Liuli had to drag her onto the stage like a clown. It wasn't a matter of life and death. It was just to step on her back and fly into the air. Because his opponent had released a contract beast, and a very powerful one at that. Glazed Jade, are you the only one with a contracted beast? What Yu Liuli loved the most was to crush others in their strongest aspect. For example, if you had a divine artifact, Glazed Jade would take out an even more powerful divine artifact. If you could refine a certain type of pill, Glazed Jade would refine a better quality pill. You have divine beasts, but I have many divine beasts. What you don't have, I have. What you have, I have even better. Her goal was to crush her opponent's heart. Ningxu didn't want to reveal his true form in front of so many people, so he directly refused. Yu Liuli directly ordered, "I'm the master. Do you want to be in pain again?" Ningxu unwillingly turned into a peacock, allowing Yu Liuli to step on his back and fly into the air. Yu Liuli's opponent was dumbfounded. So, what was the point of making such a big scene? As soon as the competition ended, Ningxu immediately turned into a human. He had already achieved the effect of showing off. There was no point in doing it again and again. Seeing Ningxu slip away, Yu Liuli was a little unhappy, but she didn't say anything. Yu Liuli wasn't weak. She entered the finals without much effort. At the same time, the genius fifth prince and Yu Linglong entered the finals. The grudge between these three people would probably escalate on the stage. Ningxu noticed that the fifth prince kept looking at Yu Liuli, but Yu Liuli didn't even look at him. Many boys couldn't help but look at Yu Liuli. Yu Liuli was beautiful, and in addition to her powerful strength, she had a domineering aura around her. However, Yu Liuli was still engaged to the fifth prince. But that didn't stop some boys from coming over to hit on her. Yu Liuli was indifferent to these people who had ulterior motives. Sometimes, the fifth prince would even come over to help Yu Liuli block the suitors. Now, Yu Liuli's strength was enough to catch the attention of the fifth prince. She was worthy of the genius fifth prince. But now, Yu Liuli didn't like him. The fifth prince's actions were for the blind. Yu Liuli was just as indifferent to him. In her indifference, there was mockery and disdain. "Fifth prince, you don't have to follow me. Just ignore me like before." The fifth prince was stunned for a moment, then said, "We have an engagement." "So what if we have an engagement? You never talked about it before. You didn't treat me like a fiancé before," Yu Liuli said mockingly. The fifth prince was also in the palm of many people's hands. He was the object of many girls' love. He had strength and status. Previously, he ignored Yu Liuli because Yu Liuli wasn't worthy of his attention. If he had the time, he might as well cultivate. He had no feelings. Now that Yu Liuli was worthy of his attention, and they had an engagement, the fifth prince naturally wanted to get closer to Yu Liuli. Yu Liuli felt that the fifth prince was a scumbag, especially a realistic and hypocritical scumbag. About the engagement, I want to break it with you. I don't like you, Yu Liuli said arrogantly. You can go find Yu Linglong. I wish you happiness. Ningxu felt embarrassed for the fifth prince. In front of so many people, his fiancée wanted to break off the engagement. The surrounding people discussed animatedly, making the fifth prince's face turn red and white. Marriage is not a game. This engagement was set by my father and your father. It concerns the face of the royal Yu family. The fifth prince took a deep breath. He felt that this engagement wasn't so objectionable. At least Yu Liuli's strength was worthy of him. After all, cultivation could prolong a person's life. It was good for the two of them to be together for a long time. But he didn't expect Yu Liuli to want to break off the engagement. Did she feel that she had the strength and wanted to find someone better? What goes around comes around. Previously, the fifth prince looked down on Yu Liuli and treated her as a disgrace. A genius matched with an idiot. Now, it was Yu Liuli's turn to look down on him. The fifth highness was a proud child after all. After being humiliated by Yu Liuli, he turned around and left. Ningxu said, "You made your sweetheart so angry that she left on a mantis shrimp." Yu Liuli glanced at Ningxu. "She's not my sweetheart." "Why not?" "When I came here, I could always hear how infatuated you were with the fifth highness. Why don't you like her now?" Ningxu raised his eyebrows and asked. "That's because I was a fool before." "Who hasn't been young and frivolous before?" Yu Liuli sneered. Ningxu felt that Yu Liuli's brain was now filled with essential oil. The finals continued. Yu Liuli was very relaxed. When facing the fifth highness, Yu Liuli laughed sinisterly and attacked fiercely. The genius fifth highness was thinking of going easy on Yu Liuli. Even if she lost, she would at least lose some face. But in a head-on confrontation, Yu Liuli's strength was beyond his imagination. The fifth highness's face darkened. He retreated step by step and could only summon his mythological beast. The fifth highness was a member of the royal family. It was normal for him to contract with a mythological beast. Especially when he was so talented and was nurtured by the royal family. A man with fiery red hair walked onto the stage and transformed into a roaring lion. He was mighty and domineering. "Kong Lin." Yu Liuli called out to Ningxu. Ningxu could only walk onto the stage and transform into a peacock. He chirped. The fifth highness pursed his lips and took out his weapon. His expression was solemn. He was going to give it his all. This was the first time Ningxu fought with a mythological beast. They talked as they fought. "What's your name?" "Shigang." "What about you?" Shigang saw that Ningxu wasn't disgusted and replied. "I'm Kong Lin. We'll just fight. The outcome will depend on the two of them." "How long have you been in the human world?" "It's been many years. I've been raised by the Huangpu imperial family since I was young. I was groomed into a divine beast and signed a contract with the fifth highness." Lion Gang said. Ningxu nodded. "So that's how it is." "It was probably captured when it was still a cub." Ningxu bumped into Shigang and asked, "What kind of contract did you sign with him?" "Equal contract," Shigang said. Ningxu was speechless. "Then do you know how to break the contract?" Ningxu asked. "It's impossible to break a life contract because it has already become one. If it's an equal contract, as long as both parties agree, it can be broken. If one side doesn't agree, and the other side insists on removing it, it's also possible. But, they'll suffer a backlash, and their strength will drop a lot." Ningxu roared. Ningxu dodged Lion Gang's attack and asked, "What about the master-servant contract?" "Master and servant, there's no chance." Ningxu was speechless. Ningxu and Shigang fought fiercely, but there wasn't any real damage. They were just playing tricks. Yu Liuli was better than the fifth highness, and her attacks were more ruthless. She injured the fifth highness, who fell to the ground and vomited blood. Xianxia roared and rushed toward Yu Liuli. Ningxu grabbed Yu Liuli's clothes with his claws and pulled her into the air. Yu Liuli was speechless. Damn, she looked so ugly. She was like a peacock that caught a fish. At least let her jump on his back. The referee judge declared Yu Liuli the winner. The fifth highness was helped down the stage, and he kept vomiting blood. It seemed that he was seriously injured. Some people even stuffed pills into his mouth. The fifth highness' mouth was full of blood. He looked at Yu Liuli. Yu Liuli was on the stage, looking at the fifth highness with a cold expression. She didn't feel guilty at all for beating up the fifth highness. Yu Liuli felt that it wasn't enough. These people killed the original Yu Liuli, and this was just the beginning. The fifth highness was carried away. Ningxu was depressed. He was hurt by Xianxia in his heart, and he was told again that the master-servant contract couldn't be broken. He was so tired. Next time, Yu Liuli against Yu Linglong. Ningxu straightened his back and looked at the stage. The two sisters were going to fight. Ningxu even saw Yu Liuli's lips curl up. Yu Liuli was going to teach Yu Linglong a lesson in front of so many people. Yu Linglong walked up the stage in her clothes and said to Yu Liuli, "Sixth sister, you're not weak, but you shouldn't have beaten up the fifth highness like that. Moreover, you're engaged. You should mind your own business. What position are you on to seek justice for the fifth highness? There's no distinction between family members on the stage. There's only the opponent. Moreover, swords have no eyes." "It's hard to avoid mistakes," Yu Liuli said without sincerity. Yu Linglong looked at her. "Do you have to be so aggressive?" "I'm just saying it because I care about you. The fifth highness is a member of the imperial family. If you beat the fifth highness like that, grandfather won't be able to explain it to the emperor." Couldn't Yu Linglong see that Yu Liuli did it on purpose? Of course she could. She was also secretly excited. This way, the fifth highness wouldn't like Yu Liuli and might even break off the engagement. These thoughts were like mice hiding in a hole that couldn't see the light of day. Yu Liuli sneered. "What a hypocritical and disgusting woman. You're probably so happy that you're pretending to be sad. How disgusting. Are you going to fight or not?" Yu Liuli attacked first. Yu Liuli's attacks were quick and direct. They were also tricky and ruthless. Yu Linglong could only passively defend. She was suppressed by Yu Liuli. Yu Linglong had been cultivating since she was young. She had never fallen behind. Under Yu Liuli's storm-like attacks, she lasted for a long time. Yu Liuli was a bit impatient. Her attacks were more tricky and she heavily injured Yu Linglong. Yu Linglong fell to the ground and couldn't get up. Yu Liuli walked towards Yu Linglong. Yu Linglong struggled to stand up. Yu Liuli sneered. She directly hit Yu Linglong's dantian in her abdomen in front of everyone. She directly destroyed Yu Linglong's cultivation foundation. Yu Linglong's body flew down the stairs and landed heavily on the ground. Yu Linglong was shocked and she vomited blood. Yu Liuli destroyed her cultivation foundation. Her dantian was broken. Yu Liuli stood in the arena and looked down at Yu Linglong, who was vomiting blood. She mouthed to her, "I'll let you have a taste of not being able to cultivate and being bullied." Yu Linglong vomited another mouthful of blood and fainted. The fainted Yu Linglong's face was ashen. She was quickly carried away. When they passed by Ningxu, Ningxu glanced at Yu Linglong, who was on the stretcher. Yu Linglong's life was ruined. Unless there was some heaven-defying elixir that could repair her broken dantian. When two tigers fought, one of them would be injured. There was no possibility of peace between Yu Liuli and Yu Linglong. Now that Yu Linglong's cultivation foundation was destroyed, she could only be an ordinary person. Moreover, her body was seriously injured. She might be bedridden and her lifespan would be shortened. Unless the head of the Yu family, Yu Xiongfei, was willing to pay a huge price for Yu Linglong and obtain a divine pill that could repair her dantian. But the price was too high. With this amount of resources, he could nurture a new expert. Ningxu shook his head and looked at Yu Liuli on the stage. This was the style of a victor. Ningxu was no longer interested in watching the competition. Instead, he found a quiet place and lay on the tree. He started to fight with the small ball in his mind again, but it was so painful that he jumped down from the tree. Ouch, it's so painful. Ningxu's mind was blank. He didn't even have the ability to think. Ningxu was afraid that if he continued, his soul would really dissipate. Ningxu could only stop and try again with Yu Liuli later. Yu Liuli took the lead and defeated her opponent, obtaining first place. She obtained a bottle of pills and a weapon that was close to a divine artifact. On the way home, Ningxu saw that Yu Liuli was in a good mood, so he probed, "Yu Liuli, I want to discuss something with you." "Go ahead." Yu Liuli nodded. "When we made the contract, it was a master-servant contract. I'm a divine beast after all. Now that I've become a servant, I want to change the contract to an equal contract. What do you think?" If it was an equal contract, he would just suffer a bit of backlash and lose his cultivation when he forcefully broke the contract. But his cultivation could be recultivated. As long as he could break the contract, he could still pay this price. Yu Liuli glanced at Ningxu and said indifferently, "Even now, you're still scheming. Besides, if you want to recontract, you have to break the current contract. You want to trick me into breaking the contract, right? Once it's broken, you'll kill me." Yu Liuli looked at Ningxu. "Do you think I'm so stupid? Do you think I want to keep you by my side? Keep someone with bad intentions?" Yu Liuli had a clear understanding of her own strength. Although she could defeat those people in the school, she was still far from a divine beast. "You think I want to keep you by my side? You think too highly of yourself." Yu Liuli sneered. "Maybe you are a divine beast, but I really don't put you in my eyes. One day, I will be stronger than you. I will be stronger than you." "Ningxu, then let me go, controlling my life and telling me that you look down on me. There's no one else who can do this. I know you will be strong in the future. So you can't change the contract, right?" Ningxu asked. "If you perform well, I can consider changing the contract. But I won't change your attitude," Jade Glaze said directly. Ningxu was very unhappy, and his face was full of displeasure. "Even if you are dissatisfied with me, you can't do anything to me. So, you should think about it carefully and do what a contracted divine beast should do." "I will consider changing the contract." Ningxu chuckled. Rather than waiting for Glazed Jade to change the contract, it was better for her to deal with the little ball in her sea of consciousness. Getting Glazed Jade to change the contract was even more impossible than getting rid of the little ball in her sea of consciousness. Since Glazed Jade didn't work, Ningxu gave up completely. He would never talk about changing the contract again. He couldn't even change the contract, let alone get rid of it. The carriage stopped in front of the Yu family. The Yu family was in a mess. Because Glazed Jade had destroyed Yu Linglong's Cultivation Foundation, Yu Xiongfei was very angry. Yu Xiongfei looked at Glazed Jade, who was always sticking her neck out and looking fearless, and couldn't help but say, "She is your sister. Why did you destroy her Dantian?" Glazed Jade was also someone that the Yu family had carefully nurtured. If there were no accidents, she would be a powerful force in the future. Now that it was destroyed, all their previous investments were in vain. Moreover, it was a sister killing each other. This was the most infuriating thing. They didn't even have a chance to take revenge. If they really punished Glazed Jade and destroyed her Dantian, the Yu family would be the ones to lose. "Oh, now you remember that you are my sister. When she bullied me and wanted to kill me, why didn't you remember that I was your sister?" Glazed Jade said sarcastically. Yu Xiongfeng looked at Glazed Jade. His face seemed to have aged a lot, and he looked a little haggard. "You are really ruthless. No matter how big the hatred is, it is not enough to destroy your sister's cultivation foundation. This is a hatred that will not end until one of us is dead." Yu Xiongfei looked at Glazed Jade coldly. "This grandfather of mine is also disgraceful. I neglected you and let you be bullied. You should kill me too, or destroy my cultivation foundation." Glazed Jade frowned. "Are you trying to use your seniority to pressure me? Since you are my elder, do you have the manners of an elder? If the elder is not kind, do you expect the younger generation to be filial? Now that Yu Linglong has been wronged, you should seek justice for her. I was about to die in the mountains, why didn't you say anything for me?" Glazed Jade's face was full of sarcasm. Yu Xiongfeng took a deep breath, turned around, and went into the house, closing the door. Yu Liuli had an indifferent look on her face as she walked towards her rundown courtyard. Ningxu followed behind Yu Liuli, looking at her cold back. Yu Liuli felt that everyone in the Yu family had let her down. However, she couldn't be bothered with the matters of the Yu family. She still hadn't resolved the issue of the contract. Ningxu was really worried that he would be trapped in this mission and his soul would dissipate. Should he give up on this mission? But if he gave up, he would have to make 6. It was too tiring. Ningxu had completed 2 chain quests and she was exhausted beyond words. His soul couldn't hold on any longer. What exactly should I do? Ningxu roared in his heart. Ningxu was sitting cross-legged in his room, cultivating on his bed. Suddenly, he heard a mournful scream. Yu Linglong must have woken up and found out that her dantian had been destroyed. She probably couldn't accept this reality. Yu Linglong's voice was like a cuckoo crying blood. She screamed Yu Liuli's name and cursed Yu Liuli. She cursed Yu Liuli to die a horrible death. Then, Ningxu heard the sound of the door next door opening. It should be Yu Liuli leaving. Ningxu hurriedly got off the bed and opened the door. He saw Yu Liuli leaving the courtyard. Ningxu hurriedly chased after her. It seemed that Yu Liuli was heading towards Yu Linglong's courtyard. Yu Liuli wasn't a magnanimous person. It would be strange if Yu Liuli could tolerate Yu Linglong's cursing. Moreover, Yu Liuli was a special agent. It was normal for special agents to have blood on their hands. If Yu Linglong really said something over the line, Yu Liuli might just pull out her tongue. Indeed, Yu Liuli arrived at Yu Linglong's courtyard. As she got closer, Yu Linglong's voice became even more terrifying. She screamed shrilly, filled with endless resentment. Goosebumps rose all over her body. In this world, strength was the foundation of a person, especially in a family like the Yu family. Yu Linglong complained to Ningxu about the hardships of cultivation, but it was her foundation. If she couldn't cultivate, she might be able to be an ordinary person, but the difference in mentality was enough to destroy a person. If you wanted to take revenge on someone, you had to destroy what she cared about the most. Yu Liuli walked into the room and saw Yu Linglong covered in blood sitting on the bed, screaming at the top of her lungs. Yu Liuli curled her lips. "Second sister, stop screaming. Your dantian is broken, so don't break your throat." Yu Liuli chuckled. "Yu Liuli, you will die a horrible death. I curse you, I curse you." Yu Linglong was so agitated that her entire body was trembling. Only the weak would use such a method to vent. "If you really have the ability, then come and kill me." Yu Liuli's words were quite harsh. Yu Linglong's eyes bulged and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was extremely pale, and she looked like a lamp that was about to run out of oil. Yu Liuli provoked Yu Linglong. "If I hear you curse me again, I will make you unable to speak." A bag of poison could make her mute. Yu Linglong smiled bitterly. The heavens are really unfair. Why are they so unfair? There is no such thing as fairness. The winner takes all. When you wanted to kill me, you should have thought that you would end up like this. I am just returning an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Yu Liuli sneered and turned to leave. Yu Linglong stared at Yu Liuli's back with resentment. Ningxu said to her, "The more you suffer, the happier Yu Liuli will be. Why use your miserable appearance to please Yu Liuli?" Yu Linglong looked at Ningxu with red eyes and tears. It seemed like tears of blood were flowing out. "But I hate it, I hate it. Don't you have pills to repair your dantian? Why do you have to torture yourself like this?" Ningxu said. "It's not like there is no hope. Pills to repair one's foundation are so precious. How could grandfather ask for such a divine pill for me? Besides, I don't even know if I can wait for such a divine pill." Yu Linglong said disheartenedly. Her face turned even paler. Ningxu said, "No matter what, there is no meaning in torturing yourself like this. Take the pills and recover your body." Ningxu left Yu Linglong's courtyard and chased after Yu Liuli. Yu Liuli's expression didn't look too good. "What are you saying to that trash of a sister of mine? What, do you still want to rely on her?" Ningxu replied, "I've never thought of relying on anyone. Yu Lili was just about to say something when her expression changed. She couldn't help but curse. Ningxu rolled his eyes and asked, "What's wrong?" Yu Lili concealed her horrified expression and calmly said, "I'm fine." She turned around and hurried back to her courtyard. Ningxu frowned as he looked at Yu Lili's back. What happened to jade glazed glass? Ningxu suddenly thought of the soul in Jade Glaze's sea of consciousness. Calculating the time, Glazed Jade's man should have regained consciousness by now. So that spirit had communicated with Glazed Jade, that was why Jade Glazed was so shocked. Ningxu was speechless. Jade glazed glass was slowly becoming stronger, and she was starting to have connections. Her alchemist master was now waking up again. And she still hadn't broken free from the contract. Instead, she was fighting with the small ball. Her soul was being tossed around so much that it was about to dissipate. Ningxu was very tired, very tired. Yu Lili returned to her own courtyard and closed the door as soon as she entered. Clearly, she didn't want Ningxu to know about the changes in the remnant soul. Ningxu was a little anxious. When Yu Lili's wings were fully developed, it would be the day she would retire. And Yu Lili would contract with other divine beasts in the future. Once she contracted with other divine beasts, there would be someone to replace her. Her existence wouldn't be that important anymore. Ningxu slapped his forehead. His head hurt. Going head-to-head with the small ball like this was overestimating herself. The small ball didn't change at all under the heat of the fire sun. Ningxu felt very powerless, deeply powerless. She wasn't afraid that things would be difficult, but she was afraid that it would be useless. Even if it was useless, she still had to do it because she couldn't find any other way. She had no other way. The pain in her soul made Ningxu want to cry. Sigh, she was so weak. She thought that she was a baby with a strong heart, but sometimes she wasn't very strong. Ningxu lay on the bed, silently chanting the heart-cleansing mantra in his heart as he stared at the ceiling. The heart-cleansing mantra slowly calmed the anxiety in his heart. Even if he was anxious, there was nothing he could do. Ningxu took a deep breath. When the library opened tomorrow, he would go in and look for information. The master-servant contract made her too passive. If it was an equal contract, he believed that the person who entrusted him would rather be bitten back than cancel the contract. Ningxu hated this feeling. She was bound by someone and was being demanded of. She was a free person. She didn't demand anything from others, but no one could imprison her like this. And it was forceful. Freedom was really a precious thing. The freedom of the body and the freedom of the heart. Ningxu didn't feel it before, but now she suddenly felt that she was really comfortable in the past. No matter what kind of situation she was in, she was free and complete. If there was a comparison, there would be a comparison. With this comparison, Ningxu felt that even picking up garbage on planet Seldar was a very blissful thing. Along the way, Ningxu finally knew what he was pursuing. It was freedom. He wanted to live freely without any control. He wanted to live independently and freely. Ningxu was reminiscing about the past on the bed when he heard a sound on the roof. Ningxu couldn't help but blink. Was someone trying to assassinate him in the middle of the night? Then, Ningxu heard the sound of fighting next door and Yu Lili's delicate voice. "Who are you?" Ningxu got out of bed and broke the window outside Yu Lili's room to see what was going on inside. He saw Yu Lili fighting with a few men in black. Moreover, these men in black weren't weak. Yu Lili was having a hard time dealing with them. "Kong Lin, are you dead?" Yu Lili shouted to Ningxu. Ningxu had no choice but to break the window and go in to save Yu Lili. When the men in black saw Ningxu, they immediately said, "Retreat, stop one of them." "I want to see who wants to assassinate me," Yu Lili ordered Ningxu with a solemn face when she saw that the men were about to run away. These assassins ran even faster and disappeared from the courtyard in a flash. Ningxu spread his hands. "They ran too fast. You don't know how to chase. Kong Lin, I've seen through you. Don't forget that our lives are tied together," Yu Lili said coldly. Ningxu sat down. "Those are men of sacrifice. If they're caught, they might bite their tongues and commit suicide. Also, they ran away when they saw me. This means that they know who I am. Think carefully. Did you offend someone?" Yu Liuli frowned as she pondered, was it sent by the fifth prince? Is it because I beat him up so badly during the competition? Or did Yu Linglong send them? Or did grandfather want to kill me? Ningxu was speechless. How did he offend so many people? Moreover, these people that Yu Liuli mentioned were all possible. Yu Liuli was inexplicably assassinated, so she was in a bad mood. Her face darkened as she wondered who it was that wanted to kill her. Ningxu yawned. Since those assassins have left, I'm going to sleep too. No. Yu Liuli stopped Ningxu. Ningxu grunted. What's the matter? If you stay with me, those assassins might come back. Yu Liuli's expression was a bit ugly. She probably felt that she had lost her dignity talking to Ningxu. She was also unhappy that Ningxu didn't have any self-awareness as a contracted divine beast and didn't know how to protect its master. Ningxu asked, then where do I sleep, on the same bed as you? Do you divine beasts need to sleep every day? Yu Liuli asked in surprise. I don't know if other divine beasts don't sleep, but I need to sleep every day. My schedule is very regular. Ningxu said indifferently. Yu Liuli said, this isn't something to be proud of. Yu Liuli slept on the bed while Ningxu sat on the stool and rested on the table. Cun stayed close to Yu Liuli to protect her. The assassins that ran away didn't come back, so Ningxu really didn't feel comfortable sleeping on the table. After dawn, she had to go to the academy again. Ningxu really wanted to lie on the bed and sleep. Because her soul was injured, she was in a daze. Her mind wasn't clear at all. However, today was the day that the library was open. She had to go there and take a look. Maybe she could find some useful information. Yu Liuli was assassinated at night. When she woke up in the morning, she had a thick murderous aura around her. She looked like the murderer. Yu Liuli suspected Yu Linglong the most because she destroyed Yu Linglong's Cultivation Foundation. Yu Linglong would definitely take revenge on her. Ningxu ignored Yu Liuli's oppressive aura and headed straight to the library the moment she arrived at the academy. The academy's library was much larger than Ningxu had imagined. There were all kinds of cultivation materials and even pill recipes. Ningxu saw the pill recipes and took them out. Her memory was very good, so she could memorize them after looking at them twice. These things couldn't be taken out of the library, so Ningxu had to memorize them. Ningxu quickly scanned through the pill formula. It was definitely not wrong to memorize more things. Moreover, she was also someone who could concoct pills. Ningxu felt that he knew a lot of things, but when faced with this contract, his claws were numb. Finally, Ningxu saw the pill formula for the Nourishing Spirit Pill. The Nourishing Spirit Pill was used to nourish the soul and repair damaged soul. Ningxu slapped his thigh. Why didn't he think of using pills to alleviate his pain? With enough power, he would be able to solve the time bomb in his sea of consciousness. It was not a time bomb, but a dog leash. Ningxu memorized the heaven and earth treasures required for the pill formula, and then looked for pills that could repair the Dantian. Yu Linglong's Dantian was broken. If she ate the heaven-mending pill, she might be able to cultivate again. Even though he had lost his strength and had to cultivate from scratch, it was still better to be able to cultivate than to be a cripple for the rest of his life. Ningxu memorized a lot of pill formulas, and then looked for information about the contract. It was similar to what he knew. There was no way to remove it. Ningxu stayed until the library closed. He didn't wait for Yu Liuli and went straight back to the Yu family. After returning to the Yu family, Ningxu went straight to find Yu Xiongfei. I have something to tell you. Ningxu went straight to the point and said to Yu Xiongfei. When Yu Xiongfei saw Ningxu, his expression was a bit wary and a bit nervous. He cupped his hands and asked, "Is there something you need?" Last night, Yu Liuli was assassinated. Ningxu said while observing Yu Xiongfei's expression. Yu Xiongfei frowned, and then said nervously, "Is Liuli okay?" "She didn't tell me this morning." Ningxu drank a mouthful of tea. "Let's talk frankly. I know you sent the assassin to kill Yu Liuli." Yu Xiongfei couldn't help but laugh. "You really like to joke. Liuli is my granddaughter. How could I kill my own granddaughter?" Ningxu said lazily, "Of course you did it for the stability of the Yu family. Yu Liuli is capable, but she has a rebellious nature and doesn't care about family. She destroyed Yu Linglong's Dantian. So, Yu Liuli's strength might not be a good thing for the Yu family. So, you were the one who sent the assassin last night. To know where Yu Liuli lived and which room, it was most likely someone from this mansion. You must be joking. The Yu family can't kill each other. Moreover, Liuli is my granddaughter, the daughter of my favorite youngest son. She is the only child left behind by my youngest son. Yu Xiongfei didn't panic and said with a smile. If Yu Liuli is no longer the Yu Liuli of the past, then you won't have to worry about anything. Ningxu said casually. Yu Xiongfei's face trembled. Liuli is Liuli. How could she not be Liuli? Ningxu didn't believe him. It was said that a leopard couldn't change its spots. How could a person's personality suddenly change 180 degrees? I'm not going to blame you for sending the assassin to kill Yu Liuli. I just want to ask you for a favor. Ningxu took out the pill recipe. Please prepare the ingredients on this. The Yu family was a big family. He believed that the Yu family could take out these things. She really needed the vitality pill. If her soul was damaged, she might become a fool with an incomplete soul. Yu Xiongfei took the paper and shook his head. These things are too precious. My Yu family can't take them out. Ningxu took out another piece of paper and pushed it in front of Yu Xiongfei. In exchange, I can help you refine the heaven-mending pill to repair Yu Linglong's Dantian. How about it? Yu Xiongfei hurriedly picked up the paper, but when he saw the ingredients on it, his face revealed a difficult expression. The things on this paper were even rarer. Yu Xiongfei respectfully asked Ningxu, "Are you also an alchemist?" Ningxu nodded. Don't worry. As long as you help me find the ingredients and a pill furnace, I will definitely give you the heaven-mending pill. Yu Xiongfei was a little moved. Finally, he asked, since you came to this old man, does Liuli know that she allowed you to refine the heaven-mending pill to repair Yu Linglong's Dantian? Ningxu shook his head. She doesn't know about this. It's a deal between you and me. Of course, I won't be stupid enough to tell her. If you want to cooperate, we can make an oath. Ningxu said. Yu Xiongfei cupped his hands. This old man naturally believes in you. This old man will go and collect the ingredients. Ningxu and Yu Xiongfei both made an oath. This oath was equivalent to a contract. If one party violated it, they would suffer a backlash from the heavens. With this kind of rule, many things were much simpler. Yu Xiongfei saw that Ningxu had made an oath, and his expression relaxed. Thank you for helping Ling Long. If Ling Long is really reborn, I will definitely follow you and serve you. Ningxu waved his hand. There's no need to serve me. This is a deal. Find me a secret place so I can concoct pills. Okay. Looking at the time, Yu Liuli should be back soon. I'll take my leave first. Ningxu left Yu Xiongfei's study. Ningxu returned to his room and sat cross-legged on the bed to cultivate. He wasn't dealing with the ball in his consciousness, but rather, he was cultivating by inhaling and exhaling spiritual energy. After he ate the vitality pill and nourished his soul, he would be able to slowly fight against this thing. Ningxu cultivated for a while before he heard urgent knocks on his door. It was accompanied by Yu Liuli's unhappy voice. Kong Lin, open the door. Ningxu came down from his bed and opened the door. He saw Yu Liuli's cold face. You didn't even greet me when you came back from the school. Do you know that I was looking for you everywhere? Yu Liuli was very unhappy. Since you don't want to be my contracted beast, I'll fulfill your wish. Yu Liuli said angrily. Ningxu's heart skipped a beat. Yu Liuli couldn't be thinking of killing her, right? That shouldn't be the case. Yu Liuli was very weak now, and there were people who wanted to assassinate her. How could she kill her at such a time? Yu Liuli was very angry. Angry that Ningxu ignored her and didn't even greet her. Yu Liuli felt that her dignity was being trampled on. She hated Ningxu even more for ignoring her as her contracted beast. What was the difference between this and betrayal? Yu Liuli wanted a contracted beast that could get along well with each other, understand her thoughts, and be considerate. Not like this. I'm not feeling well, so I came back first. Ningxu explained. If you're not feeling well and you want to come back, why didn't you greet me? You're not even putting me in your eyes. Yu Liuli was getting angrier. This little peacock is like what you said. He has bad intentions. You're weak now and can't suppress him. A magnetic voice rang out in Yu Liuli's mind. I'll come out and scare him. Yin Tian said. Following which, a wisp of smoke floated out from between Yu Liuli's eyebrows, and a peerlessly handsome man appeared. As soon as he appeared, the atmosphere in the room became very tense. Ningxu looked at the man who had suddenly appeared and asked warily, "Who are you?" Yin Tian was a spiritual body. He had probably just woken up for a while, so his soul was still a little weak. But she could also see the man's face clearly. His hair was slanted to his temples, and he was incomparably domineering. He used to be a very powerful man. But now, his soul was even thinner than hers. A mere peacock dares to treat this Lord's disciple in such a manner? Yin Tian spoke in a domineering manner. His legs floated in the air as a powerful aura gushed forth from him. Ningxu was expressionless. You're already dead. Don't come out and wander around. Yin Tian's expression cracked as the aura on his body grew even stronger. Ningxu surged towards him with an earth-shattering momentum. What disciple? I don't know where you got this evildoer from. You want to deceive my master? Dream on. Ningxu activated the fire yang energy in his dantian. He formed a seal with both hands, forming a golden talisman which he threw towards Yin Tian. The talisman turned into a ray of light and instantly entered Yin Tian's body. Yin Tian's spiritual body was emitting black smoke. He was someone who had cultivated to become a god, so he was able to deal with the talisman in an instant. However, his soul suddenly became very transparent. Yu Liuli was dumbfounded. She roared at Ningxu, "What are you doing? I don't know where this monster came from, but he wants to hurt you. I'll beat him to death right now." As Ningxu spoke, his hands formed a seal. His fingers moved so fast that they left after images. Ningxu pointed at Yin Tian and the talisman turned into a ray of light and shot towards Yin Tian. Yin Tian was now in a spiritual body, so he couldn't use many of his techniques. Moreover, Ningxu's talisman was meant to target the soul. Furthermore, it was strengthened by the fire yang energy, which was very harmful to the soul. Yin Tian's spiritual body was almost transparent as it entered Yu Liuli's forehead and disappeared. Do you know what you're doing? Yin Tian suddenly entered Yu Liuli's sea of consciousness, causing her to feel very uncomfortable. What made Yu Liuli even more uncomfortable was that Yin Tian came out to help her suppress this disobedient peacock. Instead, his soul was weakened. Now, Yin Tian in her sea of consciousness had fallen into a deep sleep. Ningxu shrugged and said, "I'm helping you by letting such a spiritual body enter your body. When he gets stronger, he might take over your body and devour your soul." You're talking nonsense. Yu Linglong didn't believe that Yin Tian was such a person. Moreover, Yin Tian would always guide her when she had problems with her cultivation. Moreover, Yin Tian was an expert in alchemy and knew many awesome pill recipes. Yu Liuli laughed coldly, "I think you're the one who's always plotting against me." CSI. Ningxu held his head. It started again. Suddenly, someone took a hammer and smashed her soul. It was so painful. Using the hammer to smash, using violence to tear. It was too painful. Ningxu supported himself against the wall. What I said is true. When your body gets stronger, he will take it for himself. Shut up. Yu Liuli scolded, "Do you know that to me, he's both a teacher and a friend? He taught me many things. Now, because of you, he has fallen into a deep sleep." Yu Liuli slammed the door and left. "You better reflect on yourself." Ningxu sat on the ground, his face twisted. He chuckled. At least Yin Tian had fallen into a deep sleep. If it was the Yin Tian from 1,000 years ago, it might be possible for him to stand up for Yu Linglong. But now, he was just a spiritual soul, so it was a little difficult. Otherwise, it would be a waste of her experience as a ghost hunter and blood hunter. However, Yin Tian was indeed capable. If it was an ordinary soul, it would have been scattered. But Yin Tian was still able to enter Yu Liuli's sea of consciousness. Ningxu held his head in pain. Yu Liuli was really angry. She left Ningxu alone in the room in pain. It was so painful that Ningxu's consciousness blurred. He felt as if his soul was about to be ejected from his body. Ningxu's heart sank. If his soul really was ejected from his body, then the mission would be over. Ningxu gritted his teeth and tried his best to relax. He lay on the bed and chanted the clear heart incantation. After a night, when Ningxu opened his eyes in the morning, he found that his mind was in a mess. As long as he thought about something, his head would explode in pain. His soul had once again suffered great damage. Ningxu's body felt so heavy that he wouldn't be able to lift it up in his lifetime. Ningxu decided to just lie on the bed and didn't want to move. When he attacked Yin Tian again, Ningxu had already thought of the consequences. Yin Tian had fallen into a deep sleep. He was using the 7 injuries fists, which hurt himself as well as others. However, it seemed that Yu Li's attitude towards Yin Tian was very subtle. Could it be that the two of them had already created sparks of love? Ever since Ningxu beat Yin Tian into a deep sleep, the relationship between Ningxu and Jade Glazedly dropped to a freezing point. No matter where Jade Glazedly went, she no longer called Ningxu. And Ningxu's soul was severely injured. His face was as pale as a ghost, and he walked like a willow branch swaying in the wind. Just like the female version of Lin Daiyu. Ningxu felt that it was good that Jade Glazedly didn't want to see him. Ningxu had been cultivating all this time, but the damage to his soul wasn't so easy to deal with. He could only wait for Yu Xiongfei to find the ingredients. Jade Glazedly ignored Ningxu. She didn't even call Ningxu for the academy trial. The academy trial would take a few days. Ningxu wasn't anxious at all. Because Jade Glazedly wouldn't die at all. She could always turn misfortune into fortune. She had to wait at home for the pill refinement. She had to quickly resolve the contract. If there were no accidents, Jade Glazedly would contract with a powerful divine beast when she went out this time. At that time, she would really be obliterated. Young master, Patriarch wants you to go over. The servant girl entered the room and bowed to Ningxu. Ningxu was delighted. The ingredients must have been gathered. Ningxu thanked the servant girl and prepared to go to Yu Xiongfei's study. Young master, let me lead the way. The servant girl Ningxu said. Young master must not know where Patriarch's study is. I will take you there. Ning. Shu, the corners of Ningxu's mouth twitched. Being looked at like this by the little maid, she really couldn't refuse. She nodded. Take me there. The servant girl led the way to Yu Xiongfei's study. Along the way, the servant girl kept talking to Ningxu. She raised her head to look at Ningxu. Looking at Ningxu's face, her eyes sparkled. Ningxu felt very awkward being stared at by someone of the same sex. I'm a divine beast. Miss, you don't even want your life for beauty. However, his face was really good-looking. Wherever he went, people would look at him. The maidservant sent Ningxu to the door of the study and didn't dare to go in. Ningxu pushed open the door of the study room. Seeing Yu Xiongfei, he asked, is everything ready? It's all ready. What the clan doesn't have, I bought from the trading company. Ningxu nodded, thank you for your hard work. Now, bring me to refine pills. Yu Xiongfei opened the secret room in the study. There was a secret passageway. The secret passage led to a small house. This is the house I bought. It has a quiet environment and is very suitable for you to refine pills. Ningxu looked at the pill furnace in the room. There were quite a few ingredients. They were all rare heavenly materials and earthly treasures that were stored in jade boxes. This old man will stand guard outside, Yu Xiongfei said to Ningxu. His expression was both expectant and nervous. It took a lot of effort to gather all these things. If this divine beast could really refine pills, he would be an alchemist. It would be good for the clan to have an alchemist on their side. Ningxu released the power of the sun at the bottom of the furnace. Then, he began to slowly put the ingredients in the furnace. He released his mental energy and monitored the situation in the furnace. Ningxu released his mental energy. His head hurt like needles, but Ningxu gritted his teeth and endured. As long as he could refine the vitality pill, it could repair his soul and mental energy and strengthen his soul. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about his soul being damaged when dealing with the small ball. The vitality pill was a relatively high-grade pill. Ningxu had to constantly pay attention to the situation in the furnace. If he failed, he would only have one set of ingredients. He wouldn't even have a spare. However, after being punished by the jade glaze, the condition of his soul wasn't very good. Ningxu was clenching his teeth and enduring. The vitality pill was very difficult to refine. After all, it was a pill that targeted the soul. Ningxu didn't know how long he stayed in the room. He only knew that the sky darkened and brightened, and brightened and darkened. Ningxu's eyes were bloodshot. He really wanted to lie down and rest for a while. However, when he smelled the pill fragrance coming from the furnace, Ningxu's spirit was lifted. Just by smelling the pill fragrance, Ningxu felt incomparably comfortable. After the pill fragrance came out, Ningxu didn't rush to refine it. Instead, he slowly nourished it. Xianxia, who was guarding outside the room, smelled the pill fragrance. His eyes lit up. He clenched his fist and smashed it into his palm. Great, there was hope for the heaven-mending pill. To be able to let Yu Linglong cultivate again, Xianxia was very happy. Although Yu Liuli was the daughter of his favorite son, with Yu Liuli around, the Yu family couldn't be at peace. Moreover, it wasn't certain if the current Yu Liuli was the real Yu Liuli. Ningxu's heart was faintly filled with joy, like a small grass sprouting from the soil. It was time to come out of the furnace. Ningxu opened the lid of the furnace. The pill fragrance was even stronger. There were 6 round pills lying at the bottom of the furnace. They were faintly emitting steam. Ningxu hurriedly put the pills into a bottle and stuffed one into his mouth. As soon as the pill entered his mouth, it turned into a warm current that flowed to every corner of his body. Immediately after, Ningxu felt a cool feeling enter his soul. It was so comfortable that Ningxu felt like he was going to ascend to heaven. Moreover, the dull pain also slowly disappeared. Ningxu's mouth revealed a smile. It had been a long time since he was so excited. Ningxu's eyes lit up. He didn't look like he had endured for several days at all. Ningxu opened the door and blocked the strong light from outside. Xianxia hurriedly asked, "Did you succeed?" Ningxu nodded. "I successfully refined the pill I needed. I will rest for a while before continuing to refine the heaven-mending pill." "Yes, have a good rest. Refining pills is a very difficult thing." Ningxu rested in the room arranged by Xianxia. Now, he was full of energy and tried to fight with the small ball in his sea of consciousness. Ningxu poured out his spiritual force and soul force, preparing to envelop the small ball. The small ball trembled and directly shook off Ningxu's power. Ningxu spat out a mouthful of blood. His soul was torn apart like a piece of paper. Ningxu hurriedly ate a Yuliuli pill. The Yuliuli pill repaired Ningxu's soul, and the tearing pain slowly disappeared. It seemed like he had to prepare this for a long time. Ningxu opened the door and said to Xianxia, "Help me find the ingredients for the Yuliuli pill. Every time I refine a Yuliuli pill, I will help you refine a pill. In the future, if the Yu clan needs to refine any pills, I will try my best to help." Xianxia nodded. "I will try my best, but the ingredients for the Yuliuli pill are too expensive." Ningxu stretched his neck. He was going to refine the heaven-mending pill for Yu Linglong. With the success of refining the Yuliuli pill last time, refining the heaven-mending pill this time was much easier. In addition, he was full of energy and felt much more relaxed. This time, when he was refining the pill, there were pill patterns on the pill. Only high-quality pills would have pill patterns. Moreover, there were 8 pills. Ningxu was overjoyed. His alchemy skills were one step closer. It was not in vain that he worked so hard to refine pills with kelp. Ningxu was very satisfied. What made him even happier was that these skills allowed him to get out of trouble time and time again. The heavens did not let him down. Ningxu placed the piping hot heaven-mending pill into the jade bottle. Yu Linglong could be saved. Ningxu opened the door with a haggard face. Xianxia asked anxiously, "Is the heaven-mending pill done?" This was their only chance. The ingredients for the heaven-mending pill were hard to gather. Even the Yu clan would not be able to handle it. Ningxu handed the jade bottle to Xianxia. "Fortunately, I did not fail you." Xianxia carefully took the heaven-mending pill and poured out a pill. A strong pill fragrance wafted out. Yu Xiongfei saw that the pill had pill patterns and was pleasantly surprised. He thought that it would be good if he could refine it, but he did not expect it to be a high-quality pill with pill patterns. Moreover, there were several of them. It was already good to have one. This was something that was priceless. A pill that could repair one's dantian and rebuild one's cultivation foundation. Wouldn't people go crazy over it? All the losses could be made up for with these heaven-mending pills. Yu Xiongfei had already thought about it. Out of the 8 pills, he would give one to Yu Linglong and sell the other 2. The money from this sale would be used to find the ingredients for the vitality pill. After that, he would ask the senior to refine a pill that could increase one's strength and heal injuries. Thank you, senior. Yu Xiongfei hurriedly cupped his hands to Ning Shu. He thought that it was just a divine beast, a barbaric creature. He did not expect it to know the art of alchemy. I will help you find the ingredients for the vitality pill. Senior, please do not worry. Do not tell Yu Lili about this. Ning Shu instructed. I understand. Yu Xiongfei nodded. After that, Ning Shu and Yu Xiongfei returned to the Yu clan through the secret passage. Keep the vitality pill in mind. Senior, please do not worry. Ning Shu turned into the size of a sparrow and flew back to his room. He saw Yu Lili sitting in his room. Ning Shu stopped in front of the door and turned into a human. He opened the door and asked, "You are back from the trial?" Yu Linglong was alone. Her face was a little pale. Ning Shu was a little surprised. Yu Linglong should be able to bring back a divine beast. Why did she come back alone? Ning Shu looked around to see if there was a fox or snake following Yu Lili. Where did you run off to? Jade Glaze asked Ning Shu indifferently. Ning Shu shrugged and said, I'm just strolling around. I haven't seriously strolled around since I came to the human world. I want to see how humans live. Ning Shu opened his mouth to talk nonsense. I can sense that you're lying. Kong Lin, I've tolerated you time and time again. Don't challenge my patience. Yu Lili sneered. I almost couldn't come back. My contracted divine beast was actually shopping. Yu Lili was so angry that her face turned green. This time, she met a very powerful divine beast. She originally wanted to contract it, but she couldn't beat the divine beast. On the other hand, Yin Tian fell into a deep sleep after being beaten by Ning Shu. When she was in danger, Yin Tian was forced to wake up and extract the energy in her body to escape. The imprint of the heavens was about to dissipate. At the end of the day, it was this peacock that was dragging them down. He couldn't do his job well, dragging them down and trapping their teammates. Yu Lili was so angry that she wanted to kill this peacock. But now, she had to rely on the reputation of this divine beast flower peacock to suppress those people with bad intentions. Whenever Yu Lili thought about how she missed out on a powerful divine beast, her heart would ache. Originally, she could contract a powerful divine beast, one that was even stronger than the flower peacock. But she missed it just like that. If Kong Lin didn't beat Yin Tian into a deep sleep, she wouldn't be so angry and not bring him along when she went to the academy to practice. What made Yu Lili even angrier was that the peacock really didn't come along. It didn't have any self-awareness as a contracted divine beast. If she brought Kong Lin along, Yin Tian wouldn't have fallen into a deep sleep. She was confident that she could take down that divine beast. That was a top-tier divine beast. The root of the matter was Kong Lin. It was all this rotten peacock's fault. Yu Lili told herself not to be angry, but she was still so angry that her face turned purple. Kong Lin, you're good. Yu Lili said through gritted teeth. Thank you. Ning Shu accepted Yu Lili's praise. Yu Lili was so angry that she was panting. One day, she would make this peacock beg for death. How infuriating. Yu Lili pointed at Ning Shu, then turned and left. Ning Shu looked coldly at Yu Lili as she slammed the door and left. As long as Yu Lili didn't die during the contract, she didn't care what Yu Lili looked like. Ning Shu sat cross-legged on the bed, once again fighting with the small ball in his sea of consciousness. This was a battle of life and death. She had already angered Yu Lili to this extent. Her future days would definitely be miserable. Ning Shu had no other choice now. He could only stake everything on this one throw. This time, Ningxiu activated the spirit energy dragon in his dantian, as well as the energy of the sun flame. The two dragons turned into light, wrapping around the small ball. Then, Ningxiu used his spiritual energy and soul power to slowly extend over, wrapping around the small ball. Spiritual energy, sun flame, spiritual energy, and soul power wrapped around the small ball at the same time. Since there was no way to break the contract, then this thing would rot in his sea of consciousness. This small ball was actually the thing that Yulili's soul was entangled with. Then, this small ball was protected by the rules, firmly carrying out the master-servant contract. The small ball buzzed and vibrated, shaking off Ningxiu's soul power and mental power. Because the spiritual energy and sun flame didn't have consciousness, they weren't shaken off. Since the connection between her and Yulili was a thread, then she would cut off this thread. Ningxiu hurriedly stuffed a vitality pill into her mouth. A cool stream of energy healed her soul that was about to collapse. When the tearing pain disappeared, Ningxiu released her spiritual energy, vowing to destroy this ball. She wanted to cut off the connection between her and Yulili. Ningxiu experimented with this over and over again. From the very short contact time between the small ball to now, she was able to hold on for a while before being shaken off. This improvement made Ningxiu very happy. Ningxiu felt that there was a familiar aura in this small ball, it should be her soul. Then, she was heavily shaken off. This time, the backlash was unprecedentedly serious. Ningxiu felt that this small ball was filled with anger, it was a feeling of being offended. Ningxiu felt like she was facing the wrath of the heavens and was about to be punished by the heavens. Ningxiu spat out a mouthful of blood far away. A loud sound came from the depths of her soul. Ningxiu felt that her soul was about to dissipate. Her eyes couldn't see, her mind was in chaos, she was about to dissipate. Her soul was like a thread that was pulled on a lead ball, it was about to break. Ningxiu fumbled around, took out a vitality pill and ate it. However, the effect of the vitality pill was minimal, it only made Ningxiu feel a little better. Ningxiu gasped for breath, she was like a fish on the verge of death. She had suffered a backlash from the laws of the heavens and earth. She had challenged the heavens and offended the heavens. Ningxiu stuffed another vitality pill into her mouth. She thought that there would be a way out, but the end was a cliff. Ningxiu's heavenly Tao's backlash this time was very serious. His soul was about to dissipate, and he couldn't see or hear for the time being. Ningxiu felt that her mission must be extremely difficult. How was she going to turn things around in such a situation? Unable to see with her eyes and unable to hear with her ears, Ningxiu's fighting strength had been greatly weakened. He could only rely on his spiritual power to observe the situation around him, but his spiritual power and soul were both heavily injured. The heavenly Tao's might was mixed with the power of lightning. It seemed like she was really pissed off. Previously, her spiritual power and soul power were all reflected. Now, she was impatient. Ningxiu sat cross-legged on the bed and cultivated, using his spiritual power to repair his eyes and ears. In the morning, Yulili came to call Ningxiu to go to the academy. Ningxiu couldn't hear, but he used his spiritual power to sense that Yulili had entered the room. Ningxiu lay on the bed, not moving at all. Yulili rolled her eyes. She didn't contract a peacock, but a pig. Go to the academy. Yulili pushed Ningxiu. Since it was a contracted divine beast, it should be by her side. Ningxiu grunted. I'm still sleepy. I'm not going. I haven't had a good night's sleep since I came to your family. Yulili was speechless. Lazy people shit and pee a lot. Yulili turned and left. Once Yulili left, Ningxiu sat cross-legged on the bed and began to cultivate. He couldn't be blind forever. The situation now was more serious than before. She had provoked the heavenly Tao. If there was a next time, Ningxiu felt that she would be directly destroyed. As expected, it was still too difficult to deal with the heavenly Tao. No, it wasn't too difficult, it was overestimating herself. She thought she could go against the heavenly Tao. Ningxiu stayed in the room all day to cultivate and repair his eyes. His eyes went from being completely black to being able to see light and blurry figures. Ningxiu looked at the little ball above his sea of consciousness and raised his middle finger. Alright, you're the boss, you're the boss. Yu Liuli saw Kong Lin lying on the bed every day, and her face was extremely dark. What a pig. When Yu Liuli came to call Ningxu again, Ningxu found an excuse. I think I'm going to fall into a deep sleep soon. After I fall into a deep sleep, I will undergo a tribulation. Don't call me so often, okay? Can't you tell me if you want to go into hibernation? How would I know that you're going into hibernation? You're like a lazy pig. What do I need to do while you're asleep? Jade glazed asked. Her expression relaxed a bit, indicating that this peacock's strength could increase again. Just don't disturb me, Ningxu said. Then do your best to transcend the tribulation, instructed Ningxu. Ningxu nodded and covered his head with the blanket. Yu Liuli had originally wanted to show concern for Ningxu's needs and cheer him on. It was really embarrassing to cover his head like this. Was she his master or not? Why did it feel like Kong Lin was the master? Yu Liuli didn't disturb him from time to show that she was his master. Yu Liuli just wanted to remind Ningxu to let Ningxu know his place. Without Yu Liuli disturbing him, Ningxu was able to cultivate without any worries. His eyes started to recover, and he could hear again. During this period of time, he had spent so much effort, causing injuries all over his body, but in the end, he gained nothing. Everything he did was for naught. Ningxu let out a long sigh. He didn't know what the next mission would be like. Ningxu felt like the reason why his mission was so difficult was because he chose to avoid it. If he couldn't complete this mission, he would have to do 6 more. 6. Ningxu's mind was filled with 666. Footsteps could be heard at the door. Ningxu retracted his strength and stopped cultivating. A maid came in and Ningxu said, Young master, the family head wants you to go to the study room. Ningxu nodded and got down from the bed. I can find the way this time. I don't need you to lead the way. Young master. Maid Ningxu shouted. Hearing the sweet voice, Ningxu had goosebumps all over his body. He quickly left. In the study room, Yu Xiongfei and Yu Linglong were talking. Seeing Ningxu come in, Yu Linglong hurriedly bowed to Ningxu. Many thanks to Senior for saving my life and bringing Linglong back to life. I will never be able to repay this great kindness. Come back to life? A light flashed in Ningxu's mind. She slapped her thigh. That's right, why didn't she think of that? Since the contract could only be broken by death, then she would die. Ningxu had always avoided death. If she wanted to live, she had to face it head-on. If she couldn't win against the laws of the world, then she could use normal methods to break the contract. If the contract could only be broken by death, then she would die at the right time. Ningxu let out a long breath. She saw another path, but this path required a lot of preparation. Not bad, not bad. Ningxu looked at Yu Linglong with a smile. It was Yu Linglong's words that gave him an idea. Yu Linglong saw Ningxu staring at her and her face turned red. Being stared at by a male, and a very handsome one at that, of course she would feel shy. Senior, the things you asked me to prepare have been prepared. Yu Xiongfei saw a divine beast staring at his daughter. He was really afraid that this beast would have some improper thoughts about his granddaughter. Ningxu smiled and nodded, I have other things for you to find. Help me prepare them. Ningxu pushed a piece of paper in front of Yu Xiongfei. As for the things you prepared, I also want them. This time, what pill do you want to refine? I will refine it. Many thanks, Senior. This time, I have prepared the ingredients for the life essence pill. Yu Xiongfei said. Ningxu looked at Yu Xiongfei, this pill is for you? I am ashamed. If I don't break through, this old man will turn into a pile of yellow soil. Eating the life essence pill can increase my lifespan and give me more time to break through. Yu Xiongfei said. Ningxu nodded, okay. Ningxu said to Yu Linglong, since you can cultivate, then cultivate well. You are you, Yu Liuli is Yu Liuli. You don't have to compare yourself with her. There were too many powerful people out there. If she was always jealous, what good would it do her? Linglong thanked Senior for the guidance. Yu Linglong bowed to Ningxu. After experiencing this matter, Yu Linglong was much more mature than before. He would probably cherish the talent that he had lost and then regained. Ningxu and Yu Xiongfei walked through the secret passage to the small courtyard where they refined pills. First, they refined the vitality pill that they needed. Her soul was in need of the vitality pill. She would not mind too much. After that, she refined the life essence pill. Yu Xiongfei probably did not have much lifespan left, which was why he was in a hurry to refine the life essence pill. The path of cultivation was filled with difficulties and difficulties. Every step was a test of one's talent and will. Ningxu obtained another bottle of nourishing spirit pills and ate one of them. A cool feeling flowed through his soul. However, the effect was not as good as the first time. His body had developed a resistance to the pills. Moreover, if he ate too many pills, his body would produce pill toxins. The toxins would hide in the body and no one knew what side effects there would be. Ningxu gave the life essence pill to Yu Xiongfei. This pill will only increase your lifespan by half. No matter how much you eat it in the future, it won't increase your lifespan. Lifespan was determined by the heavens. Eating a pill could increase it infinitely. How could there be such a good thing? Yu Xiongfei took the pill. It's already very good. If I really can't comprehend it, then it's my fate. Find the materials I asked you to find as soon as possible, Ningxu instructed. After that, Ningxu worked hard to cultivate and didn't leave his room. He wanted to be able to face the heavenly tribulation as soon as possible. When he had nothing to do, Ningxu went out to look for talismans, cinnabar, and so on. He cut his finger and squeezed out some blood, mixing it with the cinnabar and preparing to draw talismans. Ningxu sank his qi into his dantian and mobilized the spirit qi in his body to draw talismans. But footsteps sounded at the door. Ningxu quickly put away the things on the table and stuffed them under the bed. Then, he lay down on the bed. Jade Glazed came in. Her nose twitched and she walked to the bedside. Ningxu asked, "Why is there the smell of blood?" Ningxu opened his eyes. "What smell of blood?" "I don't smell it. I'm very sensitive to the smell of blood." Jade Glazed sniffed again. "Okay, I didn't want to tell you," Ningxu said helplessly. "I suffered from qi deviation and vomited blood." Jade Glazed had a doubtful expression. "Really?" Ningxu nodded. "Really? I heard that you've been very close to my grandfather recently?" Jade Glazed looked coldly at Ningxu. Ningxu's expression didn't change. "Who did you hear that from?" "There's no smoke without fire." "What are you up to now?" Ningxu asked Jade Glazed. "What could I be up to?" "I suffered from qi deviation and asked your grandfather for an ice heart pill," Shu said. "And I'm your contracted beast. I can't do anything harmful to you." Ningxu saw Jade Glazed's doubtful expression and calmly explained. Yu Liuli frowned. "I don't believe you. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do about it." Ningxu's expression was as if it was up to him to believe it or not. "How did you get qi deviation?" Yu Liuli changed the topic. Ningxu only said, "It's probably because she saw the colorful world of humans. Her mind isn't as pure as before." "I see that you're quite happy with the flowers," Jade Glaze said disdainfully. Ningxu had an innocent look on his face. "When have I ever been a playboy?" In all honesty, even if her body was that of a man, her core was that of a woman. How could she do such a cruel thing? "Don't you like it when so many girls look at you?" He even waved at them. Did he really think that he was a charmer? Ningxu shrugged. "If they want to see, I can't gouge out their eyelids, can I?" Yu Luli chuckled, her disdain evident on her face. Ningxu was speechless. "Am I supposed to stare at you all the time? It's best if I don't find out that you and grandfather are doing something shady." "I suspect that grandfather sent someone to assassinate me that night," Yu Luli said to Ningxu. Yu Luli also suspected Yu Xiongfei. They were family, but they wanted to kill each other. However, strictly speaking, Yu Luli was no longer Yu Ji's woman. She was Yu Xiongfei's granddaughter. Ningxu nodded. "I know. Do you have some kind of pill on you?" Yu Luli's expression darkened. Ningxu asked. Ningxu was confused. "What pill?" "I'm asking you," Yu Luli said happily. "What pill are you talking about?" Ningxu didn't understand. Yu Luli was silent for a moment, then said, "It's a pill that can repair the soul." Ningxu, F***ck, How did you Luli know? Was she exposed? Ningshu shook his head. No. You do. No. I know you do. Hurry up and take it out. I'm your master. Are you going to go against my orders? Yu Luli looked anxious. If it weren't for the difference between men and women, she would have pounced on Ningshu and snatched the pill. Ningshu asked, "What do you want the pill for?" Yin Tian fell into a deep sleep because of you. He needs the pill now, Yu Luli said. Ningshu asked again, "Then how do you know I have the pill?" Yin Tian told me. Yu Luli spread her hands. Give it to me. Ningshu shook his head. I was punished by you twice. My soul is about to dissipate. I want to keep the pill for myself. Do you know why I went crazy? It's because my soul was damaged. It wasn't easy for me to get this pill. Yu Luli sighed and apologized to Ningshu. I was too impatient before. That's why I punished you. Give the pill to me first. Yin Tian is about to dissipate. Yin Tian in her consciousness was as transparent as a bubble. It burst with a single poke. Ningshu was speechless. Yin Tian really had a dog's nose. He could even sense what she had on her. It was terrifying. Yin Tian might have already seen everything on Yu Luli's body. Aren't you an alchemist? You can refine it. I stole this pill. I won't be able to steal it next time, Ningshu said. Ningshu really couldn't bear to give the vitality pill to Yu Luli. Do you think soul-nourishing pills are cabbages? Yu Luli only thought of herself as a genius alchemist. But with her current alchemy skills, it was still difficult for her to refine soul-nourishing pills. Give me the pill first. When I'm able to refine it, I'll refine it for you. Yu Luli promised Ningshu. Ningshu was speechless. But what about my injuries? Ningshu said pitifully. You can still hold on, but Yin Tian is about to dissipate. There are priorities. I'll make it up to you in the future. Ningshu took a deep breath. It seemed like he wouldn't be able to escape if he didn't take out the pill today. Ningshu took out the jade bottle. There are 2 pills in here. Leave one for me. Yu Luli took the jade bottle. I'll keep both pills first. I'll work hard to improve my alchemy skills. We have a long future ahead of us. Yin Tian can't wait, Ningshu, we have a long future ahead of us? No way, Yu Luli took the pill and left happily with a smile on her face. Yu Luli, who was always arrogant and mocking, could smile so gently and sweetly. She looked just like a young girl. Ningshu was flustered in the wind. He stuffed his hands into his sleeves and sat on the bed. He looked so pitiful that he was begging for food. She took away her pill so heartlessly. Ningshu touched his pocket. There was still a bottle inside. Ha ha ha, Ningshu popped a pill into his mouth and started cultivating. The next day, Yu Luli came to Ningshu again and asked, "Where did you steal the pill?" Ningshu was speechless. Don't tell me you're thinking of stealing it?" Ningshu asked. Yu Luli nodded. I don't have a choice. The Yin Tian needs it now. Why was there such a huge difference between people? I stole from an auction house. I've already stolen everything. There's no point for you to go. Which auction house? Bring me, Yu Lili said. Ningshu was speechless. That's not a good idea. You've already lost something and now they're on high alert. Ningshu rejected Yu Lili tactfully. Who the hell knew which auction house it was? Even if it's a dangerous place, we still have to take the risk. Yin Tian's soul can't take it anymore, Yu Lili said anxiously. Ningshu, so touching, damn it. How should he deal with this? Was he really going to bring Yu Lili to the auction house? I think it's better to bring the money to the auction house. Stealing won't work. Maybe the auction house has pills. Ningshu shrugged. Yu Lili looked worried. She didn't have money. She heard Yin Tian say that it was a high-grade pill. It definitely wouldn't be cheap. Ningshu suggested, aren't you an alchemist? You can refine pills, sell them, and then buy those pills. Wouldn't that be enough? Yu Lili glanced at Ningshu. If she could refine pills to nourish the soul, why would she buy them? She could only refine low-grade pills now. Yuliuli's expression froze. Then she said, I know. Cultivate well. With that, she turned and left. Ningxu was speechless. How crazy, Yin Tian must have said something to Yuliuli. No matter what they were up to, it was fine as long as they didn't disturb her. Ningxu had been cultivating. Yuliuli left early and came back late. She didn't even go home. She didn't know what she was busy with. Anyway, the best way to get along was that you don't disturb me and I don't disturb you. Also, Yuliuli didn't trust her. No matter what she did, she wouldn't bring her along. Ningxu waited for a long time. Finally, Yu Xiongfei prepared the ingredients she needed. She felt that she was about to go through a tribulation. If she didn't prepare now, it would be too late. Ningxu got the ingredients and went to refine the pills she needed. After that, he drew a talisman and put it on his body. Then, he borrowed a low-grade divine artifact from Yu Xiongfei. When Yu Xiongfei took out Miracle, Yu Xiongfei's heart ached so much that his face trembled. He didn't want to borrow it. It was Yu Linglong who persuaded Yu Xiongfei to lend the item to Ningxu. Ningxu, on the other hand, was quite grateful to Yu Linglong. Ningxu had a much better impression of Yu Linglong than Yu Liuli. Yu Liuli, at least, knew to return the favor. Yu Liuli, on the other hand, it was hard to explain. Ningxu took the divine artifact, refined pills, and talisman paper and left a note for Jade Glaze. He said that the time of his tribulation was approaching and that he had gone deep into the mountains to undergo his tribulation. He might not be able to return in a short period of time and told Yu Liuli not to worry. After pressing the note under the kettle on the table, Ningxu transformed into a peacock and flew away. Ningxu was flying in the sky, looking for a secluded place to transcend the tribulation. This time, Ningxu had made a risky move. If things went wrong, he might really die. Therefore, he had to be very careful. Ningxu found a place. This mountain range was a land of death for humans. There was a lot of poisonous swamp gas, as well as some terrifying spirit beasts, and things that came in groups. Ningxu found a cave. There was a gray bear sleeping in this cave, and Ningxu directly threw it out. The gray bear, who was in a daze, fell to the ground with a thud. It immediately roared and rushed towards the cave entrance. But before it reached the cave entrance, it immediately turned and ran. Ningxu released her divine beast pressure, and the grizzly bear immediately shriveled up and ran away in a panic. The world of spirit beasts was the law of the jungle. Whoever was strong was the reason. Ningxu only occupied the gray bear's den and didn't kill it. The gray bear ran so fast because it was afraid that Ningxu would kill it. Ningxu covered his nose. This cave was really smelly. Bears really didn't like to be clean at all. Ningxu cleaned up the cave and then stayed. Ningxu began to set up the array around the cave with the divine artifact as the array core. She was going to transcend the tribulation here. Ningxu was a little worried. He felt that the day of the tribulation was getting closer and closer. He could only continue to strengthen the array formation. Success or failure depended on this. In order to be able to break the contract, Ningxu was really going all out. After that, Ningxu smeared some herbal juice on his body. This grass was called thunder grass because when it was smeared on the body, it would be as painful as being struck by lightning. It was named thunder grass. However, this grass could strengthen the body and increase the body's tolerance. Ningxu took the thunder grass every day and smeared it on his body. When this stuff was smeared on the body, it was a heart-wrenching pain. It was even more painful than smearing spicy on the body. As long as it was smeared, the body would feel as if it had been electrocuted. Every cell was moaning. It was very painful. However, it was obvious that the skin's tolerance was much higher and had become much tougher. If he jumped into the bone-chilling ice lake, he wouldn't feel cold at all. When the heavenly tribulation came, he would first have the array formation to withstand it. Then, even if it struck his body would be tougher and he might be able to withstand it for a while. Ningxu smeared the thunder grass juice on his body every day. However, when he saw his own masculine features, Ningxu felt as if his eyes were smeared with the thunder grass juice. It was so spicy that he couldn't open his eyes. His skin had become tough, but his internal organs were very fragile. Ningxu looked at the thunder grass juice. After thinking for a while, he put a little in his mouth. Ningxu couldn't feel his mouth anymore. It felt as if he had inserted a crackling electrical wire into his mouth. Ningxu directly fainted. When he woke up, he moved his mouth and sighed. It seemed that he had to do it step by step. In addition to smearing the thunder grass on his body, Ningxu also put it into his mouth. The thunder grass juice flowed down his throat. Ningxu immediately covered his neck. I can't speak. When it reached his stomach, Ningxu felt that his stomach was about to explode. It was too painful. Under Ningxu's self-mutilation, his body was very tough. He used a dagger to cut his arm, leaving only a shallow white mark. She didn't endure so much pain in vain. Ningxu could now calmly drink the thunder grass juice and then roll on the ground twice. It wasn't that painful anymore. Although it was still painful, it was within a tolerable range. The strange feeling in Ningxu's heart became stronger and stronger. It should be the heavenly tribulation. Ningxu stayed in the array formation. His fingers moved quickly and strengthened another layer of the array formation. Ningxu's heart thumped. He was very nervous. The surroundings were very quiet. The heavenly tribulation was extremely terrifying for spirit beasts. If they weren't careful, their souls would scatter. The surrounding spirit beasts had all retreated. Now, there wasn't even the sound of birds chirping. The surroundings were extremely quiet and the atmosphere was very stifling. As the main character of the heavenly tribulation, Ningxu's heart was about to jump out of his mouth. This was related to her mission. If she succeeded, she would be free to fly. If she failed, there would be 6 chain missions waiting for her. Ningxu checked the things he had prepared to see if he had dropped anything. Pills, talismans, none of them were left behind. Ningxu patted his chest. He would succeed. It had been a long time since he had felt such apprehension and anticipation for his future. A tribulation cloud gradually floated over from the horizon, bringing with it a power that made people tremble. Ningxu felt as if he had been locked onto. The feeling was especially strong, as if the lightning tribulation wanted to destroy him. It gave people a lot of pressure. Ningxu took a deep breath and watched as the troublesome little demon of the tribulation cloud approached. Finally, the black tribulation cloud stopped above Ningxu. The cloud churned as if it was brewing its emotions. Suddenly, there was a loud boom as a silver-white lightning struck towards Ningxu. Ningxu hurriedly dodged the lightning tribulation. The lightning struck the ground, creating a small hole. Ningxu looked and his eyebrows twitched. Another lightning bolt struck towards Ningxu. Ningxu hurriedly dodged. Not a single bolt hit Ningxu. The tribulation cloud churned violently as it struck several dense lightning bolts. A lightning bolt landed on Ningxu's body. Ningxu immediately felt as if his body was being torn apart. Fortunately, his body's tolerance had increased greatly after being ravaged by the lightning grass. Although it was painful, his body had already gotten used to this kind of pain. Ningxu's hair stood on end. The areas that were struck by lightning were badly mutilated. White smoke was coming out and there was also the smell of barbecued meat. The lightning bolts became more and more concentrated. Ningxu was almost unable to withstand it. Ningxu took out a pill and stuffed it into his mouth. Not long later, his mind started to turn blurry and his movements became slower. Ningxu took out a talisman and chanted an incantation before pasting the talisman on his body. Ningxu's soul immediately bounced out of Kong Lin's body. Without the protection of his body, Ningxu's soul would be exposed. If a bolt of lightning struck his body, he would be finished. Ningxu used his weak soul to resist the lightning tribulation. He chanted an incantation and concealed himself. His soul floated into the divine artifact that was the eye of the array. While Xianxia was inside the god artifact, the lightning tribulation outside was still continuing. It was as if the thunder tribulation felt that the person undergoing the tribulation was already dead. However, he still whipped the corpse with a series of crackling sounds. It was like poking with a tree branch to see if he was really dead. What if he was still alive? Ningxu watched with trepidation, deeply afraid that his fragile body would not be able to withstand such lashing. Every time the lightning struck, the corpse would tremble. After another 2 strikes, the tribulation cloud seemed to have confirmed that he was really dead. The tribulation cloud slowly withdrew the lightning and slowly floated away. Ningxu leaned on the divine artifact, not daring to come out immediately. After a long while, Ningxu finally floated out of the divine artifact and returned to his body. As soon as he entered his body, Ningxu cursed in his heart. Damn it, this is too painful. Ningxu entered his body and fell into a deep sleep. Because of the effects of the fake death pill, he had to sleep for a while. Fortunately, he had set up an array before, so he would not be dragged away by other spirit beasts. Moreover, this place had experienced a heavenly tribulation. The power of heaven and earth would not dissipate for a while, so spirit beasts would not dare to come here. Ningxu did not know how long he slept for. When he woke up, he felt much stronger. The wounds on his body had also healed. If he survived the heavenly tribulation, he would be in a new world. If he did not, his soul would scatter. After Ningxu woke up, he immediately checked the small ball in his sea of consciousness. He did not know if the fake death pill worked. She should be considered dead now. Ningxu looked at the small ball in his sea of consciousness. The small ball was still there. Ningxu mobilized his mental power and soul power, surging towards the small ball. This time, the small ball did not push Ningxu away. Ningxu easily separated his soul from Jade Glazed Li's soul. After breaking the contract, Ningxu felt that his heavy soul had been released. He was incomparably relaxed. She won. Her mission was a success. Ningxu felt that there would be no mission more difficult than this in the future. Ningxu gasped for breath. His heart was filled with joy. According to the rules of the heavenly Tao, she was already dead. She died from the heavenly tribulation, and her soul scattered. The rules of the contract were gone. It had been broken. The fake death pill was used to make the body lose all signs of life. The talisman was used to eject the soul from the body. The talisman was used to deal with malicious spirits. Ningxu used it to eject his soul. After breaking the contract, Ningxu felt that the world was too beautiful. Freedom was too precious. Ningxu saw a strand of Jade Glazed Li's soul wandering around in Ningxu's sea of consciousness. It was as if it could not find its master. Ningxu looked at this strand of soul. A plan came to his mind. Since Jade Glazed Li could form a contract, she could too. Thanks to the library, Ningxu also knew how to form a contract. Ningxu merged his consciousness with Jade Glazed Li's soul. Then, they formed a master-servant contract. However, this time, Ningxu was the master, and Jade Glazed Li was the servant. After forming the contract, the rice-sized ball was protected by the rules of the contract. This time, Ningxu could easily enter the ball and break the contract. However, Ningxu did not want to break it. Ningxu took out the god equipment that was the eye of the array. This god equipment was a sword. It was a low-grade god equipment. It was just a god equipment. It could be considered a pseudo-godly equipment. However, it was still very precious. You saved my life. In return, Ningxu bit his finger and drew a spirit-gathering array on the sword. The complicated circular spirit-gathering array was hidden in the sword. With the spirit-gathering array, one could gather the surrounding spiritual energy and nourish the god equipment at any time. Ningxu put her sword back into the scabbard and took out 2 vitality pills. In order to make it look more realistic, she had endured a bolt of lightning. Now, her soul was very thin. When her soul was ejected from her body, Ningxu was shocked by her own soul. Her soul was so strong in the past, but now, it was as thin as a ghost. For this mission, Ningxu really gave it her all. Ningxu went to the cave to rest. He would return when he was full of energy. At the same time, Jade Glazed Li was preparing to bid for the vitality pills. Coincidentally, this vitality pill was auctioned by Yu Xiongfei. Sitting in the box, Jade Glazed Li felt that she had lost contact with Kong Lin. Jade Glazed Li immediately wondered if Kong Lin had failed his tribulation. Only when the contracted god beast died would the contract cease to exist. However, after a while, there was a faint connection. It seemed like Kong Lin had made it through. Jade Glazedly heaved a sigh of relief. If Kong Lin had really failed his tribulation, she would have one less helper. Now that Yin Tian's soul was very weak, if Kong Lin died, those people with bad intentions would attack her. Including that fifth prince and the Yu family. There were many people in the Yu family who were unhappy with her and hated her so much that they wanted to kill her. Seeing that Yin Tian wanted the vitality pills, Jade Glazedly hurriedly bid. In the end, Jade Glazedly won the vitality pills. The moment she got the vitality pills, Jade Glazedly ate them, hoping that they would be useful for Yin Tian. Ningxu rested in the cave for a few days and then digested the benefits of the lightning tribulation. After the lightning tribulation, he felt much stronger. Ningxu ate the vitality pills and cultivated his soul. This mission was a huge loss for him. In the past, he had done so many missions and absorbed so much soul power. Only then had his soul become so tough. He didn't expect to return to the time before he was liberated. But everything was worth it. He finally got rid of the contract. He got what he wanted. The most important thing was that after completing such a difficult mission, Ningxu didn't believe that the next mission would be so difficult. After resting for a while, Ningxu turned into a bird and flew back to the Yu family. After returning to the Yu family, Ningxu felt very different. He was forced to be brought to a new place, and the feeling was completely different from visiting an old place. Ningxu first returned the divine artifact to Yu Xiongfei. Seeing that Ningxu was willing to return the divine artifact, Yu Xiongfei heaved a sigh of relief. If the other party insisted, he definitely couldn't keep the divine artifact. Yu Xiongfei put away the divine artifact. Ningxu said, "The things you asked me to prepare are all prepared." Ningxu nodded and refined some vitality pills. He also refined some pills for Yu Xiongfei. It was a win-win situation. After all, it wasn't easy to find these materials. Ningxu returned to the courtyard. Yu Liuli wasn't at home. Where did she run off to? Ningxu sat cross-legged on the bed and waited for Yu Liuli to return. Yu Linglong took advantage of the fact that Yu Liuli wasn't at home to bring some tonic soup for Ningxu. Every time, she would personally bring it over. Ningxu finished the tonic soup that Yu Linglong gave her in one gulp. This taste was really, you don't have to bring it to me next time. You can cultivate by yourself, Ningxu said to Yu Linglong. I want to do something for Senior. It was the heaven-mending pill that Senior refined that repaired my dantian. I can't repay your kindness, Yu Linglong said respectfully. No need. I made a deal with your grandfather. You don't have to thank me. This medicine doesn't taste good. I don't like it. Don't send me any more next time. Ningxu refused. He had a bad feeling in his heart. Yu Linglong, please don't be fooled by my face. Yu Linglong bowed. If Senior doesn't like this type of tonic soup, then what do you like? I can make another one. Ningxu was speechless. No need. I am a peacock, I do not drink human decoctions. Although your dantian has been repaired, it still needs to be nourished. Instead of worrying about making decoctions for me, you should focus on your own cultivation. Ningxu waved his hand to dismiss Yu Linglong. Yu Linglong had a smile on her face. Thank you for your concern, Senior. Linglong has never neglected her cultivation. I just took some time to make some medicine for Senior. It's not a problem. Ningxu was speechless. Ningxu rolled his eyes. One who was unaccountably solicitous was hiding evil intentions. Could it be that Yu Linglong wanted to hit on him? Ningxu put his fist in front of his mouth and coughed twice. He said, humans and demons have different paths. You, Senior, what are you talking about? I just want to repay you. I have never thought of having any other relationship with a peacock. Yu Linglong had a look of astonishment on her face. Senior, you are really thinking the wrong way. Ningxu was speechless. Your actions make it easy for others to think the wrong way. That's good. I thought you didn't like the Fifth Highness who rides on mantis shrimps. Ningxu said awkwardly. Mantis shrimps? Oh, hee hee. You don't have to worry about anything now. Are you in the room whispering sweet nothings to each other? Yu Liuli leaned against the doorframe and looked coldly at Ning Shu and Yu Linglong. Yu Liuli walked into the room and saw the tonic soup on the table. Yu Linglong, why did you come to my courtyard? Is it because you can't cultivate anymore? Are you so depraved that you have to sell your body to serve my divine beast? Yu Liuli's mouth was unusually vicious. Yu Linglong only said, "Little sister, you must be joking." Yu Liuli frowned and looked at Yu Linglong. Yu Linglong's complexion was very good. She didn't look like someone who couldn't cultivate at all. A person's body without any nourishment should be in great pain. How could Yu Linglong be fine? Moreover, there were fluctuations in her body. Although they weren't strong, there was still energy in her body. You can cultivate? Yu Liuli looked at Yu Linglong in shock. That's impossible. She had personally destroyed Yu Linglong's dantian. Yu Linglong couldn't cultivate. Yu Linglong had been hiding in her courtyard. She couldn't see Yu Linglong normally. Grandfather must have given Yu Linglong something that could repair her dantian. The more Yu Liuli thought about it, the angrier she became. They were both granddaughters. Why was there such a difference in treatment? When Yu Liuli was bullied, Yu Xiongfei never said a word of justice. But Yu Linglong couldn't cultivate, and he was still trying to repair her dantian. It was so unfair. Yu Linglong smiled when she saw Yu Liuli's angry face. She said proudly, "Thank you for your love, grandfather. My dantian is perfectly fine." Yu Liuli sneered. "If I can destroy you once, I can destroy you a second time. I want to see how many divine pills can help you recover." Yu Linglong's expression didn't change. Ning Shu bowed. "Senior, Linglong will make some nourishing soup for you next time." Yu Linglong didn't even look at Yu Liuli. She just turned and left. Ning Shu couldn't help but laugh. Yu Linglong, this girl, was trying to light the fire on her again. She ran away after nodding. But Yu Liuli saw that she was with Yu Linglong. She couldn't clear her name. Ning Shu drank a mouthful of water and rinsed his mouth. There was an inexplicable taste of nourishing medicine. Yu Liuli looked at Ning Shu. "What are you doing with Yu Linglong behind my back?" "In any case, I'm not cheating on you," Ning Shu said as he drank his tea. "Then do you know my relationship with Yu Liuli?" "I know." "Then why are you so close to her?" "You have enmity with her, but I don't have any enmity with her. Can't she give me nourishing soup and I can't talk to her?" Ning Shu said indifferently. "What kind of attitude is this, Kong Lin? Do you think that I can't kill you just because you're a divine beast?" Yu Liuli was really about to die from anger. In Yu Liuli's opinion, since he was her contracted beast, he should be on the same side as her. And not with such an ambiguous attitude toward her enemy. Ning Shu put down his teacup. "Then kill me." Yu Liuli's head hurt. Yu Liuli decided to punish Ning Shu for being so lawless. Ning Shu sat steadily on the stool, his expression unchanged. What's going on?" Yu Liuli looked at Ning Shu in shock. She pointed at Ning Shu. You. What's wrong with me?" Ning Shu tilted his head and asked. "Is it because I don't feel pain anymore?" Yu Liuli's expression was angry and confused. She didn't understand what was going on. Yu Liuli pointed at Ning Shu and stammered, unable to say a word. Yu Liuli looked at Ning Shu in horror. She retreated toward the door. Yu Liuli couldn't figure out what had happened. Why didn't this peacock feel pain? This was her only way of punishing Kong Lin. If this method didn't work, what else could she do to control this peacock? "Kong Lin, I'm your master." You can't go against your master," Yu Liuli shouted. Yu Liuli, who had always been fearless, straightened her neck and wore a proud expression even in the face of such a situation. Ning Shu slammed the teacup on the table. The tea spilled out. Yu Liuli's heart skipped a beat. The contract was still there. She could feel it. But why couldn't she command Kong Lin? "Kneel down!" Ning Shu shouted. Yu Liuli was so frightened that her body trembled. Yu Liuli was about to speak, but she couldn't control her body. With a thud, her knees hit the ground. Yu Liuli's face twitched in pain. Yu Liuli was confused. She didn't understand why she was kneeling in front of Kong Lin. Yu Liuli's face was full of humiliation. She would kneel to the heavens and the earth, but not to people. Yu Liuli got up. Kong Lin, what did you do to me? Ningxu slowly poured tea. When did I tell you to get up? Kneel. Yu Liuli knelt on the ground again. Her body slammed against the floor. Yu Liuli was in so much pain that her face paled. Yu Liuli looked up at Ningxu with hatred and humiliation. Ningxu put down the teapot and looked at the kneeling Yu Liuli. In a master-servant contract, the stronger the master, the more control he had over the servant. Ningxu's control over Yu Liuli was definitely greater than Yu Liuli's control over Ningxu. Yu Liuli wanted to get up, but she found that her body wasn't under her control. Her expression changed. What did you do to me? She couldn't even control her own body. If she was told to kill herself, how terrifying would that be? Ningxu ate a pastry. I did what you did to me. Kong Lin, do you want to betray master? Glazed Jade was truly a bit scared, but then her expression changed as she stared blankly at Ningxu. You Glazed Jade looked at Ningxu with incomparable horror. Nodding his head, Ningxu smiled. Looks like you've guessed it. We do have a master-servant contract, but right now, I'm the master, and you're the servant. This is impossible. This is impossible. Glazed Jade's face was pale. I didn't break the contract. How could you have broken free from the contract? I don't believe it. Ningxu grunted. We'll know once we try. Yu Liuli clutched her head and rolled around on the ground in pain. Her expression was hideous. It hurts, Ningxu had said that if there was a chance, he would let Glazed Jade have a taste of having her soul torn apart. Ningxu listened to Glazed Jade's cries as he drank his tea. It was as if he was enjoying the scenery. Glazed Jade was sweating profusely. She was in incomparable pain, but Glazed Jade was a stubborn person. She didn't beg Ningxu for mercy. Gritting her teeth, she said, Kong Lin, we won't rest until one of us is dead. Sure, we won't rest until one of us is dead. In any case, I can kill you with a single thought. Ningxu said calmly. Back then, I should have killed you back then. Glazed Jade regretted leaving this peacock behind. This peacock was still unwilling to accept it. Regret, Glazed Jade rolled around on the ground in pain. Finally, she cried out in pain, Yin Tian, save me. A wisp of smoke floated out of Yu Linglong's forehead. Yin Tian had come out. Yin Tian's soul was much more condensed than before. It seemed that Yu Linglong had done a lot for him during this period of time. Yin Tian saw that Glazed Jade's face was twisted in pain. He wanted to reach out to support Glazed Jade, but his hand passed through Glazed Jade's body. Yin Tian looked at Ningxu. His eyebrows were slanted to his temples. He was extremely powerful. Remove the contract. Ningxu shrugged. Do you think I'll remove it just because you say so? 1,000 years ago, no one dared to speak to me like this. Yin Tian said coldly. He looked down at Ningxu. Ningxu drank all the water in the teacup in one gulp. He put down the teacup and said, we're all people from 1,000 years ago. You're still causing trouble now. How boring. Who remembers your reputation from 1,000 years ago? Ningxu didn't punish Glazed Jade anymore. She laid on the ground, extremely weak. Yin Tian hurriedly asked Glazed Jade, how are you? Glazed Jade said weakly, he reversed the contract. Yin Tian frowned. He had never heard of someone being able to reverse a contract. Glazed Jade was very weak now. With just a thought, Glazed Jade could vanish into thin air. Yin Tian still needed to rely on Glazed Jade. If anything happened to Glazed Jade, he would be in trouble too. No matter if it was for business or personal reasons, Yin Tian had to save Glazed Jade. Yin Tian looked at Ningxu and asked in a low voice, what are the conditions for removing the contract? Ningxu shrugged. I don't want anything. I don't want to remove the contract for now. You won't be able to give me what I want. Ningxu had never thought of scheming anything from Glazed Jade. Glazed Jade didn't have anything she wanted. She had no desires for Glazed Jade. I can give you anything you want, including the cultivation method for spirit beasts and precious pill recipes. Xianxia said with a heavy face. Ningxu's face was indifferent. I don't need anything you said. I'll take back what glazed jade treated me in the past. With a single thought from Ningxu, glazed jade immediately held in pain. It was starting to hurt again. Glazed jade hugged her head. The veins on her forehead were bulging. Glazed jade slammed her head on the ground as if this was the only way to ease the pain of her soul being torn apart. Xianxia quickly used his hand to block glazed jade's forehead. However, Xianxia didn't have a physical body. Glazed jade's head passed through his hand and fell to the ground. Soon, glazed jade's head was a bloody mess. The floor was covered in blood. Xianxia was incomparably anxious as he watched and hurriedly froze the jade glaze. However, after using his power, Xianxia's soul became a little more transparent. Glazed jade was in extreme pain. She was in so much pain that she didn't even have the energy to cry out. She only groaned softly. Her eyes were starting to lose focus. Ningxu removed the punishment. Glazed jade's body fell to the ground as if she was dead. Xianxia checked glazed jade's body. He turned to Ningxu and said darkly, "You're really vicious. What's the point of torturing people like this?" Ningxu nodded. "It's quite interesting. No wonder glazed jade always liked to punish me. It feels good to see others in pain." Similarly, Yu Lili wasn't wrong. She was vicious. Alright, she was that vicious. She would rather be a vicious person. Yu Lili's face was ashen as she laid on the ground. Even her lips had lost their color. If it wasn't for her aura, Yu Lili would have died. Xianxia injected some energy into Yu Lili's body, causing Xianxia's soul to become even more transparent. It seemed like Xianxia had used up all the energy that he had painstakingly accumulated. Xianxia's soul was about to be blown away by the wind. However, all his attention was on Yu Lili. Ningxu, she looked like a bad person now. Xianxia and Ningxu asked, "How did you reverse the contract?" Ningxu shrugged, "After a nap, I became the master and Yu Lili became the servant. I told you how to break the contract and you did it? How dare you?" Xianxia roared in anger. A suffocating pressure surged towards Ningxu. Ningxu sneered. He was just a braggart who was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Now his soul was so weak. "Why? Do you want to fight me? Even if I die, I will drag Yu Lili down with me. She will die with just a thought." Ningxu was calm. He wasn't frightened by Xianxia's pressure at all. Xianxia was conflicted. Such pain and helplessness. This was what it felt like to be a servant. "You are so vicious. You call me vicious again? I am just exercising my rights as the master. Just like what Yu Lili did to me. Since she didn't tame me, I can do anything to her now that I have devoured her." Ningxu conjured a seal and struck it towards Xianxia. Xianxia looked at the seal nervously. It was the natural enemy of the soul. After Xianxia broke the talisman, Ningxu calmly formed another seal and formed another talisman. "Let's see how many you can destroy." Xianxia held on bitterly. He couldn't abandon Yu Lili. However, every time he used his power, his soul dimmed a little. Ningxu sat on the stool and conjured seals casually. Numerous seals surrounded Xianxia's body. Xianxia's soul became even dimmer. Not only did he have to destroy these talismans, but the talismans would also consume Xianxia's energy. Xianxia really had no other choice. If this continued, he would really dissipate. Xianxia had no choice but to enter Yu Lili's glabella. Ningxu rolled his eyes. Did he really think that he could scare people by acting cool? Yu Lili opened her blurry eyes and looked at Ningxu with some fear. However, her stubborn personality prevented her from begging for mercy. A soldier would rather be killed than humiliated. Ningxu and Yu Lili walked over. Yu Lili wanted to move her body, but she was too weak. She didn't even have the strength to move. Ningxu took out a pill and stuffed it into Yu Lili's mouth. Yu Lili coughed, wanting to vomit out the pill. She looked at Ningxu in horror. "You, what did you feed me?" "The vitality pill. I know the pain of the soul being torn apart, so I'm giving you some relief, Ningxu said. Yu Liuli looked at Ningxu as if he was crazy. What are you trying to do? Yu Liuli felt a cooling sensation enter her soul. It was the vitality pill. Don't even think about taking advantage of me. So what if I'm a servant? Yu Liuli used her elbow to support herself as she retreated. Ningxu, huh? Did Yu Liuli think that I'm going to torture her? Ningxu waved his hand. I'm just afraid that your soul will dissipate. Yu Liuli's expression became even stranger. I won't give in. Ningxu, what does it have to do with me? Ningxu probably felt that it was meaningless for Yu Liuli to die like this. She had struggled for so long, and Yu Liuli tortured her and herself. Her soul was so strong in the past, but now it had become like this. Ningxu felt a chill in his heart. He also needed to rest and prepare for the next mission. Ningxu looked at Yu Liuli with a smile. You may leave. Yu Liuli's face was tense, as if she had been greatly humiliated. Yu Liuli still hadn't recovered from her shock. How did she become a servant? Her life was in the hands of Kong Lin. In the hands of Kong Lin, who she looked down on. Ningxu reached out and patted Yu Liuli's shoulder. Yu Liuli's body spasmed. She was clearly frightened by Ningxu. Ningxu smiled and said, Don't be afraid. Go out now. Yu Liuli supported herself against the wall and stood up with difficulty. Then she walked out of the room. Close the door, Ningxu said. Yu Liuli's back paused, but she didn't move. Ningxu said again, Close the door. Kong Lin, don't think that you can imprison me like this. Yu Liuli clenched her fists. Ningxu nodded and said, I know. You're very strong, okay? Kong Lin, what are you trying to do? Yu Liuli heard Ningxu's coaxing tone and felt goosebumps all over her body. This kind of Kong Lin made her feel that he was neither superior nor inferior. You're being disobedient again. What can I do to you? You're just my slave. Why would I care about you? Ningxu said casually. Yu Liuli's face turned red, then white, then red again. This kind of attitude was too insulting. Close the door. I've already said this 3 times. I'm getting impatient. Ningxu looked at Yu Liuli. Yu Liuli's head suddenly hurt. She endured the humiliation and reached out to close the door. Ningxu took out a vitality pill and ate it. The vitality pill had very little effect on her now. Eating more wouldn't have any effect. Moreover, it would accumulate pill toxins in her body. Ningxu still had to think of a way to get rid of the pill toxins in her body. Ningxu controlled the fiery sun power in her body and let it flow through her meridians, burning away the pill toxins in her meridians. However, it would take some time to get rid of the pill toxins. Ningxu stayed in the Yu family. After a while, she would go out and see if she could find the world's origin. Now that she found 2 worlds' origin, she only needed to find 3 more to build a world. During this time in the Yu family, Yu Linglong delivered nourishing soup to Ningxu every day. Ningxu looked at the nourishing soup on the table and felt helpless. I've said it before. You don't have to deliver nourishing soup. Yu Linglong said, It's your business whether you drink it or not. It's Linglong's business whether I deliver it or not. Ningxu was speechless. He really wondered if this girl had fallen in love with him. Yu Linglong scooped a bowl of nourishing soup and placed it in front of Ningxu. Senior, please drink. Ningxu said, I can't drink anymore. If I drink anymore, I'll be so fat that I can't fly. You don't have to send me anymore. Really? You're making me very troubled. If you really want to repay me, don't send me soup. I don't like to drink soup. Then what do you like? I'll send you something you like next time. Yu Linglong asked. Ningxu was speechless. I like to drink fruit juice. Send me fruit juice next time. Ningxu said helplessly. He didn't know what this girl was thinking. Ningxu really didn't want to drink soup so early in the morning. Sending soup every day, it didn't seem like he was interested in her. Was it purely to repay her kindness? Yu Linglong nodded. Linglong will remember. Senior likes to drink fruit juice. Then what kind of fruit juice does Senior like? Yu Linglong asked again. Ningxu was speechless. As long as it's fruit juice. Okay. A lady from a respectable family had become a waitress in a restaurant. Yu Linglong wanted to say something but stopped. Ningxu poured the soup from the bowl into the cup, closed the lid, and said, "Speak. What do you want to say?" Yu Linglong hesitated for a moment and asked, "Has Senior broken the contract with Sixth Sister?" Ningxu raised his eyebrows. "Why do you think so?" Ningxu remembered that she didn't tell anyone other than Yu Liuli. In the Yu family, no one other than Yu Liuli should know. How did Yu Linglong, this little girl, know? I met Sixth Sister at the door just now. She clearly hates me, but she didn't act like she usually does. Clearly, she has some scruples. Yu Linglong guessed. Just based on this? I came to find Senior. According to Sixth Sister's temper, she would definitely come to make trouble. But Linglong has talked to Senior for so long, and Sixth Sister didn't do anything. Yu Liuli was the kind of person who would take revenge on the spot. But her enemy came to her territory and even talked to her enemy with a contracted divine beast. She was so arrogant. Yu Liuli didn't do anything. This was not in line with Yu Liuli's character. Your analysis is pretty good, little girl. With Ningxu's age, it was reasonable for him to call the 16-year-old Yu Linglong a little girl. So Senior really broke the contract with Sixth Sister? Yu Linglong was very surprised. How did Senior do it? Ningxu thought for a moment and understood what Yu Linglong was thinking. I said that she would send me soup every day. Firstly, it was to test Yu Liuli. Secondly, it was to let me remember her good points. Yu Linglong had some guesses and tested him for a while. Ningxu poured himself a cup of tea and sipped it slowly. In the end, Yu Linglong wanted to form a contract with him. Ningxu looked at Yu Linglong. Yu Linglong was a little embarrassed by Ningxu's gaze. Little girl, don't play tricks in front of people who are much stronger than you. You will appear very unlikable, Ningxu said as he put down his teacup. Yu Linglong's expression changed. She bowed and said, Linglong thanks Senior for your guidance. Everyone yearned for power, and it was normal for Yu Linglong to be like this. However, Ningxu wouldn't form a contract with anyone. It wasn't easy to get rid of the contract, so he definitely wouldn't jump into the fire pit again. Cultivate well, Ningxu said. Yu Linglong bowed and saluted. Then, she left with the nourishing soup. At the entrance of the courtyard, he met the pale-faced Yu Liuli. Yu Linglong snorted from her nose, as if she was mockingly moo. Humph. Yu Liuli stopped Yu Linglong. What did you mean just now? Nothing. I just looked down on you. You think you are very powerful, but even your contracted divine beast has abandoned you. You are really, 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 really annoying, Yu Linglong said in a dignified manner. What do you mean? Yu Liuli was so angry that her face turned green. What did Kong Lin tell you? Yu Liuli felt that her dignity was being trampled on. Senior didn't say anything. I guess that you have already broken the contract, Yu Linglong said with a smile. People like you should have nothing. Even if you don't respect Senior as a person, you should respect strength. Whether it is the cowardly you in the past or the arrogant you now, I hate you very much, Yu Linglong said directly. She was probably in a bad mood after being rejected by Ningxu, so she spoke of her dissatisfaction and disgust towards Yu Liuli. Yu Liuli had never been spoken to like this before. She said coldly, Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like this? I am still contracted with Kong Lin. In any case, it is definitely not a master-servant relationship. Yu Linglong shrugged and left with the tonic soup. Yu Linglong's disdainful attitude made Yu Liuli explode in anger. She blurted out, Of course it is a master-servant contract. Yu Linglong turned around with a look of realization. So Senior reversed the contract. Yu Liuli was instantly annoyed. You tricked me. You said it yourself. TSK. Yu Liuli turned around and pushed open Ningxu's door. Ningxu silently looked at Yu Liuli who rushed in. What are you doing? Don't you know how to knock? Kong Lin, since you are so close with Yu Linglong and want to form a contract with her, then break the contract with me and form a contract with Yu Linglong. What are you barking for? Ningxu closed the map. She was looking at the mountain terrain of this world. Barking? She wasn't a dog. Yuli felt that she had suffered the greatest humiliation in her life today. Yuli took a deep breath. It seems like you like my second sister more. Since you two are birds of a feather, then you should form a contract with her. Ningxu kept the map and asked indifferently, "Are you done?" Ningxu's thoughts moved. Yuli immediately hugged her head and wailed in pain. In just a short while, Yuli's clothes were already drenched in sweat. Ningxu was at the side organizing her things. She was prepared to flap her wings and travel around in search of the world's origin. After completing one more mission, she would become a super mission enforcer. However, there was still a long way to go before she could construct a world. She had no idea where to find the origin of a world. She had no idea what form the origin of a world existed in. Ningxu turned a deaf ear to Yuli's wails. She checked how many vitality pills she had left. Not many. She might as well give them to Yu Xiongfei. She didn't need them now. Oh, right. Yuli, who was lying on the ground, might need them. Yuli was in so much pain that the veins on her forehead were popping. This pain was even more painful than giving birth. Yuli's breathing was weak. Ningxu begged for mercy. I was wrong. Ningxu didn't hear anything. She continued to busy herself with the things on hand. Yuli's face was filled with humiliation and pain. Her face was contorted. She mustered her courage and begged for mercy. In the end, Ningxu didn't even care. I was wrong. Yuli shouted. Even her pupils were starting to dilate. She was probably at her limit. Ningxu snapped his fingers and removed the punishment. Yuli laid on the ground like a fish on the verge of death. She was panting heavily. Ningxu was puzzled. Why didn't Ding Tian come out to fight for justice for Yuli? He was probably injured previously and was still in a deep sleep. Now, the two of them couldn't even take care of themselves. The two of them hadn't matured yet. If they did, they wouldn't allow Ningxu to do whatever he wanted. Ningxu decided that before he left this world, he would definitely deal with Yuli. Yuli laid on the ground and looked at Ningxu, who was sitting on the stool. Kong Lin, you. Arrogant. Yuli had never seen such a bad person. He controlled her and punished her as he pleased, treating her like a slave. She had always wanted to treat him as a partner, but all she got was such a heartless treatment. Yuli felt betrayed. Yuli wanted to know how Ningxu broke free from the contract and even reversed it. Kong Lin, are we going to be at each other's throats forever? Can't we have a good talk? Yuli said weakly as she struggled to get up. Ningxu only said, "What right do you have to talk to me? What do you want to talk to me about? We can work together." Yuli wiped the cold sweat off her face as she negotiated with Ningxu. What is there to talk about? You are my servant, everything you have is mine. If I want you to live, you live. If I want you to die, you die. What right do you have to talk to me about conditions? What do you have on you that you can talk to me about? Ningxu looked at Yuli. Yuli pursed her lips. Thinking about it, she really couldn't think of anything to trade with Ningxu. So, don't make a fuss in front of me in the future. I find it annoying. Your cold eyes can't scare me, Ningxu said calmly. What cold eyes could scare someone to death? That was nonsense. What arrogance and coldness? That was even more nonsense. What was he pretending for? Yuli was in a sorry state. Especially when she saw Ningxu's expression, she felt even more annoyed. He looked at her as if he was looking at an ant. He didn't care about her at all. It was as if she was something that he could do without. Yuli felt that she was someone that others couldn't ignore. She was a very special person. If Ningxu tortured her, angered her, and hated her, Yuli wouldn't feel so embarrassed. At least hating her was paying attention to her. Ningxu said to Yuli, calling Tian out. What do you want to do? Yuli looked at Ningxu warily. I told you to call her out, so do it. Yuli was afraid that Ningxu would punish her again, so she could only say, Tian has fallen into a deep sleep, I can't wake him up. Ningxu narrowed his eyes as he looked at glazed Jade. He might as well kill her now. There was no guarantee that nothing would happen in the future. If she could break free from the contract, then perhaps the other protagonists of Fortune Rivaling Heaven could also break free from the contract. Especially now that glazed Jade and Yin Tian shared the same identity, their luck was concentrated in one body. Who knew if an accident would happen and the contract between her and Jade Glaze would be broken? God knows what will happen. Ningxu hardened his heart and wanted to kill the jade glazed glass. He couldn't leave the jade glazed glass to the person who entrusted it. Right now, she and Yu Liuli were already at an impasse. If Yu Liuli really managed to break free, she would immediately seek revenge. Yu Liuli's heart jumped as she stuttered, "What do you want to do?" Ningxu said, "I think you should call Yin Tian out. I have something to discuss with him." "Why did you call Yin Tian out?" Yu Liuli looked at Ningxu with even more vigilance. "Let me tell you, this is between you and me. It has nothing to do with Yin Tian." Ningxu was a bit impatient. He snapped his fingers and Yu Liuli immediately covered her head and cried out in pain. She didn't listen to him when he was talking nicely. "Yin Tian, save me, save me." Yu Liuli was in so much pain that she wanted to die. She could only call Yin Tian out. Yin Tian's thin soul floated out of Yu Liuli's forehead. Yin Tian saw Yu Liuli and immediately asked, "How are you? Although you're a divine beast, you can't bully people like this. Every time I come out, I see you bullying people." Yin Tian stood in front of Yu Liuli. Ningxu said, "I didn't go through the heavens tribulation to lower myself in front of Yu Liuli." As Ningxu spoke, he formed seals with both hands. His fingers moved quickly and left after images. Yin Tian's expression was serious. He used his own strength to resist Ningxu's talisman. Ningxu's talisman was very complicated. After forming the talisman, it was very powerful. Ningxu's forehead was sweating. Ningxu pointed his finger and the talisman flew towards Yin Tian. Yin Tian dodged the talisman. As the power was released, Yin Tian's soul became dimmer and dimmer. It was so transparent that it was about to disappear. Once the talisman touched his body, his soul became dimmer. With a thought, Ningxu killed Yu Liuli. Once Yu Liuli died, Yin Tian would have no place to rest. Yu Liuli looked at Yin Tian worriedly. Suddenly, a huge force pressed down on her soul. It was as if a huge mountain was pressing down on her. In an instant, Yu Liuli's soul was crushed into pieces. Her soul collapsed. Yu Liuli's eyes became lifeless and she fell to the ground. "What did you do to her?" Yin Tian's expression changed. Ningxu formed seals with both hands and forced Yu Liuli's soul out. Yu Liuli was dead, but he couldn't guarantee that she wouldn't transmigrate again. The talisman forced out a trace of Yu Liuli's remnant soul that couldn't be any thinner. Ningxu then formed another talisman. This talisman was able to scatter Yu Liuli's soul. Ningxu was really afraid that something would happen and Yu Liuli would come back to life. The so-called main character's aura was an extremely long HP bar that would cause the villain to collapse. Other characters' HP bars would be emptied several times, but the main character would still be able to stand and welcome the curtain call. Yu Liuli's soul didn't have any intention of its own. Even when she saw the talisman, she didn't know how to dodge. She was ignorant. Yin Tian stood in front of Yu Liuli and blocked the talisman for her. Yin Tian's soul became even thinner. His entire body was filled with killing intent. "You really want to kill her? At least you and Liuli have a master and servant relationship. How can you be so heartless? If you didn't have a master and servant relationship with me, I wouldn't want to kill her so much." Ningxu's speed of forming seals became faster and faster. The talisman formed not only shone with a golden light, it also had the burning power of the sun. The talisman turned into light and entered Yu Liuli and Yin Tian's soul. With a pung sound, Yu Liuli and Yin Tian's soul turned into fragments and disappeared. Ningxu let out a long breath and wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He felt that his connection with Yu Liuli was completely broken. If Yu Liuli died, the contract between her and Yu Liuli would no longer exist. "Senior, what happened inside?" Yu Xiongfei's voice sounded from outside the room. Ningxu said, "Nothing, come in and clean up." Yu Xiongfei came in and saw Yu Liuli lying on the ground. Her eyes were wide open and her pupils were dilated. She was clearly dead. Senior, this. Yu Xiongfei and Ningxu asked carefully. Ningxu said, I killed Yu Liuli. I will give you an explanation for this. Senior is too polite. Yu Xiongfei asked the servant to carry the corpse away. Then Ningxu cupped his hands and left. BK Ningxu wasn't afraid that the Yu clan would find trouble with him, because Yu Xiongfei had wanted Yu Liuli's life before. Killing Yu Liuli now was a good thing for Yu Xiongfei. Yu Liuli was actually a ticking time bomb. She had a grudge against the Yu clan, and as she grew stronger, the Yu clan would be in more danger. Therefore, Yu Xiongfei definitely wouldn't find trouble with her. Moreover, with her strength, Yu Xiongfei would have to think twice before taking revenge. Yu Liuli's corpse was buried by Yu Xiongfei. Before burying it, he even stayed at home for a few days. Ningxu saw that Yu Liuli's corpse had livor mortis and a rotten smell. After confirming that no one had transmigrated or reincarnated into this body, he let Yu Xiongfei bury the corpse. Ningxu said to Yu Xiongfei, I'm leaving the Yu clan. If there's any pill you need me to refine, I'll refine it for you. I might not return in the future. Thank you, senior. Yu Xiongfei hurriedly cupped his hands. Ningxu glanced at the divine weapon hanging on the wall. There was a spirit gathering array that gathered the surrounding spirit chi to nourish the sword. As long as there was spirit chi, extraordinary things could be nurtured. Just like how the spirit marrow crystal could nurture existences like kelp. However, it only had great strength, but no brains. Yu Xiongfei found the materials he needed to refine the elixir. Ningxu helped Yu Xiongfei refine the elixir and then turned into a dark green bird, intending to leave. Senior. Yu Liuli lifted her skirt and panted as she raised her head and shouted at Ningxu, who was flying in the air. Ningxu flapped his wings and flew down. He stopped on a tree branch and lowered his head to ask Yu Liuli, what's the matter? Will senior come back? Ningxu asked Yu Liuli. Ningxu couldn't control his instincts. He used his sharp beak to comb his feathers and said, I don't know. Maybe I'll come back, maybe I won't. Then Linglong will wait for senior to come back. Yu Liuli raised her head and said. The sun shone on her face as she looked up at the birds in the trees. Ningxu said directly, don't wait for me. I may never come back. Just live your own life. Ningxu flapped his wings and flew away. Yu Linglong looked disappointed as she stared blankly at Ningxu flying into the distance. Ningxu decided to go to all the places in this world where natural treasures could easily grow. After leaving the city, Ningxu transformed into his human form. Sometimes, he would ask around and listen to gossip. She would not be able to find it if she searched blindly. Perhaps the world's origin was hidden in someone's home. Because even ghosts didn't know what the world's origin looked like. However, the world origin contained great power. For example, the wood elemental world origin had powerful wood elemental energy. In places without sunlight and water, plants could still grow. The fire element continued to burn, as if it would never stop. How did the metal element, earth element, and water element exist? Could the water attribute be in the water? Who knows? Ningxu went to many places and encountered many natural treasures. However, Ningxu was too lazy to pick them. Let these natural treasures continue to grow. The longer they grew, the more precious they would be. There was no point in picking them now. Other than the world origin, Ningxu didn't care about these things. To Ningxu, they were useless. Building a world was Ningxu's most urgent task right now. Everything else had to wait. No, the most important thing right now was to complete the 3 chain quests and enter a space where one could comprehend the laws. Ningxu said, every time I go to a place, carefully check if there is a world origin. 2333 said, this is a chain quest. As long as you complete it, you will leave the world. Now that you are leaving the world, do you want to stay or do you want to complete the next quest? Let's wait. There is no point in waiting because you will be forcefully sent out of the world. 2333 said directly. The chain quest didn't give you time to find good things. Now you will be forcefully sent out of the world. Ningxu was depressed. He paid such a huge price in this world, but there was no world origin. Where is the justice? Ah, Ningshu's head was dizzy. Then, without any hesitation, he was stuffed into another container. Ningshu, this is really, probably because his soul was severely damaged in the last world. Ningshu hadn't felt this uncomfortable in a long time. His stomach was churning. He really wanted to vomit. After a while, he recovered. Ningshu rubbed his swollen head and looked at where he was. This was a very simple room. There was a bed that wasn't wide. Clothes were draped on a rope. The walls were made of mud. There were a few red-crowned cranes made of cheap colored paper on the wall. There was also an old celebrity poster. However, the celebrity on the poster was quite good-looking. Ningshu looked down. The floor was made of mud. There wasn't even a concrete floor. It seemed that the client's family wasn't well off. Ningshu leaned on the bed. He was dizzy and hungry. His eyes were so swollen that he couldn't open them. It was as if there was sand in his eyes. His eyeballs were rubbed so hard that it hurt when he rolled his eyes. Ningshu felt weak all over. He moved his neck. His neck made cracking sounds. His body was too uncomfortable. Ningshu first sat cross-legged on the bed to cultivate. His body was too king uncomfortable. What made Ningshu more embarrassed was that his private part hurt. This made Ningshu feel a little uncomfortable. Ningshu took a deep breath and began to cultivate. There was little spiritual energy in the modern world. Ningshu absorbed the power of the sun. His body slowly relaxed. Ningshu began to accept the plot. The client's name was Wang Ying. She was less than 18 years old. She was a village girl. Wang Ying was the eldest in the family. She had a younger brother called Wang Chao. For a village girl like Wang Ying, it was good enough that she could graduate from middle school. Wang Ying's grades were not bad. She would definitely be admitted to a key high school. However, her parents didn't let her continue to study because they were poor and didn't have money for her. The money was left for her younger brother to study. In the future, it would be left for her younger brother to marry a wife. Wang Ying, who couldn't study, naturally earned money for the family until she got married. The poorer the place, the more so. Girls would work after graduating from middle school. It was more because of family reasons. Wang Ying found a job in a small town. She was a salesperson in a small supermarket. She earned 1,000 yuan a month. Wang Ying's mother was very satisfied. At least she could earn 1,000 yuan a month. Wang Ying went to work in the small supermarket. But in this supermarket, Wang Ying's fate was changed. Wang Ying was raped. Raped by a 37-year-old bachelor. She was in the small warehouse of the small supermarket. The man closed the door and raped in a small room. Wang Ying couldn't break free no matter how hard she struggled. The man succeeded. In this backward and ignorant village, a woman being raped was a very sensational thing. Wang Ying was treated as a joke by all the gossipy women in the village. Wang Ying became the topic of discussion in the village. Her family also felt that Wang Ying was an embarrassment. When others laughed at them, they came back to poke at Wang Ying's heart. They said that Wang Ying was so embarrassing. Why didn't she just die? She was an embarrassment. Ever since the incident, Wang Ying had been hiding at home, not daring to see anyone. In the end, she secretly drank a bottle of pesticide. Fortunately, it was discovered early and she was sent to the hospital for repeated gastric lavage. However, the gastric lavage hurt her stomach and Wang Ying was left with serious gastric problems. However, she was told that she was pregnant. And that she was pregnant. Since she was pregnant, the rapist came and said that he was willing to marry Wang Ying. Moreover, he talked about marriage in a condescending manner. Wang Ying's parents felt that Wang Ying was an embarrassment. Now, someone was willing to marry their daughter, even though he was the one who raped her. However, now that they both had a child, marriage was the best choice. Wang Ying was unwilling. Everyone around advised Wang Ying that Wang Ying was a woman who was taken by a man. It was good enough that a man wanted her. Wang Ying married the rapist. She got married at the age of 18. Her family felt that she was an embarrassment. In addition, they couldn't bear to give Wang Ying a dowry. Not to mention a color TV, they didn't even have a box. As for the money that Wang Ying earned, she handed it over to her mother without missing a single cent. This money was left for her brother, Wan Chao. The rapist basically didn't spend any money to marry Wang Ying. He didn't feel ashamed that he was a rapist at all. Instead, he was proud that he had picked up a virgin daughter and a son for free. He was obviously a rapist, but he was so arrogant. As the victim, Wang Ying was condemned and hurt by the rumors around her. At the end of the day, it was feudal thinking that oppressed women. Ignorant feudalism. The funniest thing was that the rapist said that Wang Ying seduced him. Wang Ying married over and had no status at home. Her mother-in-law attacked her, saying that she wasn't a good woman. If she was a good woman, how could she seduce someone like that? If she was a good woman, she shouldn't have gone to work so late and purposely given men a chance. In short, you're not a good woman. Marrying you is really a bad luck of 8 lifetimes. She had completely forgotten that her son was a rapist and that her son was the instigator and the cause of all these things. Her mother-in-law was usually very strict with Wang Ying and did not allow her to talk to other men. He said that with Wang Ying's flirtatious personality, she would definitely seduce other men and make his son a cuckold. These comments were an eye-opener for Ningxu. If it wasn't for the gender, Ningxu would have thought that these words were said by a man with terminal chauvinism. Aren't you wearing so little just to let me touch you? A good woman would not come out to eat supper at night. She deserved to be raped. It's all the woman's fault. Who asked you to seduce me? Wang Ying's married life was miserable. With the title of being the wife, everyone looked down on her. Men looked at her with strange eyes. Women attacked her and laughed at her. Even the son she gave birth to was not close to Wang Ying, because playmates of the same age as the son would laugh at him and say that his mother was a pervert. Her mother-in-law never let her son get close to Wang Ying. Her son slept with her mother-in-law. Wang Ying's son did not like his mother. Instead, he hated Wang Ying very much and felt ashamed to have such a mother. No one stood on Wang Ying's side. It was not good to be a cow or a horse. The rapist hit and scolded Wang Ying. The family had to do everything. It was hard to imagine that this was a modern world, and it was still so ignorant and feudal. No matter where it was, the discrimination and oppression of women never disappeared. These thoughts were deeply rooted and would not disappear with the passage of time. Wang Ying was very haggard. The physical and psychological pressure was too much for Wang Ying to bear. She drank another large bottle of pesticide. Wang Ying was worried that she would not die, so she drank 2 bottles. This time, she died as she wished. But Wang Ying's death did not cause the slightest ripple. Wang Ying's life was like a nightmare. She had to bear all the rumors and slanders. It was obvious that her husband was the most abominable person. Ningxu sighed. He felt that Wang Ying's personality was weak. If it was Ningxu, he would have just mixed the pesticide in the rice and everyone would die together. Even if he had to die, he would drag one of them down with him. Her husband was the main culprit. Wang Ying was very resentful after her death, but the mission did not have any specific requirements. Wang Ying could not let go of the resentment in her heart. Wang Ying's heart was filled with hatred. He wished he could burn down the entire village and sew up those vicious mouths. According to the plot, it should be a horror movie. After Wang Ying died, she turned into a malicious spirit and killed the whole village. But in the end, Wang Ying did not become a malicious spirit. Wang Ying's heart was timid. In this place, where boys were highly valued, Wang Ying's value at home was almost negligible. She had to do everything at home: wash clothes, cook, cut pigweed, carry wheat, and do all the farm work. Her younger brother did not have to do anything because he could carry on the family line and support his parents in the future. Raising children was to prevent old age and hunger. After joining the workforce, Wang Ying gave all her salary to her mother. Wang Ying's method was just to raise her status in the family. Although she did not think so, she subconsciously wanted to please her parents. Wang Ying was assimilated by the environment she lived in. Ningxu was speechless. Wang Ying didn't even have a wish. It seemed that this body had already been taken care of. Last night, Wang Ying was counting goods in the small warehouse and was locked in a small room by Li Bing. Wang Ying came back and cried the whole night. She felt that the sky had collapsed. Ningxu stopped cultivating because Wang Ying was pregnant this time. Ningxu did not want to get pregnant. Ningxu rubbed his stomach and felt a faint heat flowing out from his lower abdomen and staining his underwear. Ningxu quickly took out his underwear from a pile of tattered clothes on the rope and changed into it. There were still some white stains on the underwear, and some of the white stains had already dried. Ningxu found a plastic bag and put the underwear away. Because Li Bing's DNA was on it, this was the key to convicting him. Ningxu rubbed an acupuncture point on his abdomen to prevent pregnancy. No, he still had to buy contraceptives. It had been less than 24 hours since last night, so it should be useful. Besides, there was no point in giving birth to such a child. It would just be another debt collector. Ningxu opened the door and rushed to the kitchen. He opened the lid and saw a few steamed buns and an egg. This egg was for his younger brother, Wan Chao. The eggs that the chickens at home laid were all for his younger brother. Ningxu grabbed a steamed bun and stuffed it into his mouth. He took the egg with him. Ningxu felt that his heart was hurt and needed to be nourished. Ningxu scooped a bowl of cold water and ate it with the steamed bun. After eating the steamed bun, Ningxu was peeling the eggshell. Wang Ying's mother rushed in and raised her hand to slap Ningxu's head. Ningxu dodged in a flash and stuffed the peeled egg into her mouth. It was delicious. Damn woman, this is for your brother. Wang Ying's mother reached out to hit Ningxu again. Ningxu stuffed the remaining egg into her mouth, took the bowl and ran out of the kitchen to drink cold water. The egg yolk was really choking. You're going against the heavens, this is for your brother. Wang Ying's mother was so angry that she was panting and scolding Ningxu. Rural women's scolding was very unpleasant to the ears. They could even scold 18 generations of ancestors. Wang Ying's mother was a real rural woman. She faced the yellow soil and the sky every day. Her face was dark and yellow, which made her look very tough. Ningxu interrupted Wang Ying's mother scolding and said, "Mom, give me some money." She was going to buy contraceptive pills and report the case. I'm going to marry a rapist. Hee, I'm going to kick his balls. When it came to money, it was as if Wang Ying's mother's Achilles heel was poked. She almost jumped up. What do you want money for? It happened last night. Until now, the Wang family still didn't know that Wang Ying was raped. Don't worry about it. Give me money. Ningxu spread her hands. She didn't have any money on her. She gave all her salary to her mother. After working for nearly 2 years, Wang Ying gave all her salary to Wang Ying's mother. Wang Ying's mother was a person who only took in and didn't take out. It wasn't that she only took in and didn't take out, but it depended on the client. Her son was very willing to spend money. Wang Chao wanted sneakers, so he bought them for him. The client had a shirt that was very old. Wang Ying's mother said that it could be worn again. Her son was growing and needed to buy clothes at any time. In short, she was very patriarchal. I don't have any money. What time is it now? You should go to the supermarket to work. Wang Ying's mother changed the topic. Ningxu was too lazy to say anything to her. He ran straight to the bedroom, opened the bedside table, and took out the money. Wang Ying's mother hurried into the house and saw Ningxu find the money. She immediately came to grab it. You ate your brother's eggs, and now you're stealing money. Ningxu took out several large bills. Wang Ying's mother tore at Ningxu's hair, but Ningxu pushed her away. Ningxu planned to buy contraceptives on the street first. Wang Ying's mother grabbed Ningxu's clothes. What do you want the money for? It's for your brother's school fees. What's with the noise? Can't you let me sleep? A boy's voice that had gone through puberty sounded out. Wang Chao sleepily looked at his mother and sister tearing each other apart. Wang Chao was 15 or 16 years old. There was fluff on his mouth, and his face was full of irritation as he grabbed his messy hair. Super, your sister took the family's money. I don't know what she's going to do. Hurry up and stop her. Wang Ying's mother hurriedly said. That's for your school fees. Wang Chao immediately came over to grab Ningxu. As he had just woken up, he did not rinse his mouth. The taste in his mouth was as if he had eaten feces. Ningxu directly gave him a kick and kicked him to the ground. He really wanted to beat this little bastard up. The whole family poured their hearts out for him. The client sacrificed the opportunity to study just to fulfill his wish. He was just a selfish guy. When he grew up, he would still be a good-for-nothing. Wang Chao was in pain from Ningxu's kick. He cried out in pain. Wang Ying's mother immediately felt sorry for her son and helped him up. Ningxu ran out of the house with the money and rode his bicycle to town. Wang Ying's mother cursed behind his back. Ningxu turned a deaf ear. When Ningxu arrived in town, he first went to the small pharmacy to buy birth control pills. He checked the expiration date of the pills. Then, he swallowed them. After taking the pills, Ningxu locked his bicycle and got on the car to go to the county. There was also a police station in town, but Ningxu did not want to deal with it in town. It was estimated that this matter would be left unsettled. In the end, she might even marry Li Bing, the rapist. Moreover, it was also a scandal if such a thing happened in the jurisdiction. Therefore, Ningxu could only appeal to the higher authorities. The rapist raped someone and did not receive any punishment. He even got a wife. How could there be such a good thing in the world? Ningxu took a bumpy ride to the county police station and went to the designated place to report the case. I was raped. I want to report it. Ningxu said to the police with red eyes. Since he wanted to report whether he was raped, he had to check it. The policewoman took Ningxu to the examination room. Ningxu took off his pants and lay on the table with his legs open. The policewoman checked carefully and then wrote the report. She also took the secretions inside to check if there was other people's DNA. It's freshly broken. Now, we just have to wait for the results. Have you taken birth control pills? The policewoman Ningxu asked with concern. Ningxu nodded with red eyes. The policewoman checked Ningxu's body for traces. There were traces on his back, wrists, and chest. Ningxu took out the underwear he had changed out of before. This is the underwear I changed out of before. It has his body fluid on it. See if it's useful. It's useful. The policewoman took a plastic bag and put away the underwear. Perhaps the policewoman was also a woman. She sympathized with Ningxu and did not despise him like other women. When something between a man and a woman happens, the one who is condemned and despised is always the woman, even if the woman is the victim. The policewoman poured a glass of water for Ningxu. Please tell us the details of the case. Ningxu took the paper cup with trembling hands. He looked nervous and frightened. Don't be nervous. You just need to tell us the details of the case. Only then can we file a case. The policewoman comforted Ningxu. Ningxu stuttered as she explained the result of the incident. The policewoman asked, "Where's your family?" My family didn't come. If my family knows that I reported the case, they will kill me. Dirty linen should not be aired in public, not to mention this kind of thing. She might really be killed. But she didn't fight for it. She was forced by these people to make a decision. The client didn't resist. What was the fate waiting for the client, deserted by all, 2 cans of pesticide down his throat? Ningxu could punish Li Bing silently, but he couldn't just let him go. Li Bing was already an old bachelor in his 30s. If he went to jail for rape, he would be in his 40s when he came out. Another point was that Wang Ying herself was very, very concerned about the fact that she was raped. The surrounding rumors made Wang Ying completely deny herself. Why would she be raped? She was defiled. People all over the world were laughing at her. Wang Ying even despised herself. That was why she wanted to die. She was mentally weak. Her family's education and the surrounding environment had a subtle influence. Living in such a place where men were extremely valued over women, there were even daughters-in-law who gave birth to 3 daughters and couldn't give birth to a son who was kicked out of her husband's family. The value of a woman was compressed again and again. Sometimes, the only one who could hurt herself was herself. Wang Ying grew up in such an environment and was very concerned about being raped. She couldn't get over the hurdle in her heart, and she was very concerned about the rumors around her. There was probably no woman who didn't care about being raped. But this had happened, and no one comforted her. The physical pain was fine, but she had to be hurt psychologically again. Ningxu thought for a while and decided to report the case. The more you cared, the more people would attack you. A true warrior dared to face a bleak life. This had already happened, and he could only remove the barrier in his heart. Of course, just letting Li Bing go to jail was letting him off too easily. Since you like to rape people so much, I'll let you play in jail. After reporting the case, Ningxu planned to go back. He was ready to face the rumors from all directions, all kinds of verbal attacks and ridicule. The policewoman gave Ningxu 2 bags of bread and said, "I'll send you back now." The policewoman planned to drive Ningxu back. Ningxu waved his hand, "No need, I can go back by myself." "Well, be careful on the road. When our test results are out, we will give you justice," the policewoman said. "When you're hurt, you have to call the police to protect yourself. Compromise won't solve the problem." "You did a good job." The policewoman patted Ningxu's shoulder. Ningxu's mouth twitched, but the public opinion in society was huge. Especially when women themselves were unwilling to face such public opinion, many times they chose to compromise. For example, if they were molested on the bus, some women would resist, but most would choose not to say anything. Anyway, they would get off the bus later, so it was better to avoid trouble. They only taught women to protect themselves, but no one told men that it was wrong to do so, and that it was a crime. F***ck Ningxu would definitely not compromise now, and there was no reason for her to bear all this. Ningxu went home in the bumpy van. He had spent a lot of money, and he would probably be nagged when he got home. Ningxu hadn't reached the door yet when he saw some people gathered in front of his door. What was going on? Ningxu walked over. These rural women were all pointing at Ningxu and saying, "You still have the nerve to go out." "That's right. If you want me to die, I'll just knock myself to death." Ningxu looked at the woman who spoke. Her skin was dark, but she was wearing a red dress. She was simply unrecognizable. "Since you want to die so badly, I'll help you." Ningxu grabbed her hair, which was permed like dry grass, and slammed it against the wall. The woman whose hair was grabbed by Ningxu screamed, and the others hurried over to stop the fight. Ningxu pulled her hair hard and tore off a lot of it. The woman held in pain, "You shameless b***tch, you've been f***ked by a man." Ningxu gave him a backhand slap. "Say another word and I'll break your jaw. You came to my door and babbled. In the future, I'll beat you every time I see you. I may be **tch. Even if I'm going to die, I'll pull you with me. With your virtue, when you go to hell, I'll pull out your tongue." Ningxu's face was ferocious, and he gloomily said, "Even if I die and become a ghost, I won't let go of those gossiping women. I'll choke her and pull out her tongue." These women were frightened by Ningxu's gloomy words. Their faces were somewhat unnatural. You were raped by Li Bing." "Say that again." Ningxu lightly looked at the woman who spoke. "I was raped, but it's better than you having an affair." "You're more shameless." "What nonsense are you talking about?" When did I have an affair?" "You be **tch, tell me clearly." The woman agitatedly shouted at Ningxu. Ningxu took a step toward the woman. The woman's face changed and stepped back. "Still not getting out of here? If you dare to surround my house, I'll be forced to my death by you. You'd better hope that I'll live well. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what I'll do when I'm stimulated." Ningxu grinned and said. These women who were watching the fun pulled each other away. From time to time, they secretly glanced at Ningxu. The more you care, the more people will attack you. They will get a more perverted sense of satisfaction from you. Ningxu wanted to turn around and enter the house. Wang Ying's father threw a stool at Ningxu. Ningxu felt something flying toward him. His body reflexively dodged. He saw the stool hit the ground and rolled twice. How painful it would be if it hit his body. Ningxu looked at Wang Ying's father. He was a man in his 50s. He looked very old and his skin was dark. Wang Ying's father panted and looked at Ningxu. His face was very ugly. "You still have the nerve to come back. Family misfortune. How can you be so shameless?" Ningxu said indifferently. "I was forced. I didn't want to. The person who was hurt is me. Li Bing didn't rape others." "Why did he rape you?" Wang Ying's father saw Ning Shu's shameless look and became even angrier. Who knows? Maybe he saw that my father is a coward, my brother is a coward, my mother is a coward, and I'm a coward. My whole family is cowards. They only dare to be rude to their family and don't dare to find trouble with him. So he raped me. Wang Ying's father was so angry that he was panting. Shameless. Look at how thick-skinned you are now. My Wang family's face has been ruined by you. How can we continue to stay in this place? Then are you going to throw me into the pig cage? Even if you want to, you should throw the adulterer into the pig cage together with me. Ning Shu did not expect the news of her rape to spread so quickly. What happened last night was reported to the county in the morning. Now, everyone knew about it. Ning Shu looked at the attitude of her family and felt bitterly disappointed. They did not sympathize with her daughter's pain. They only blamed her for being raped. She didn't do it willingly. She was forced to do it. He didn't even have the courage to extort money from Li Bing. He only felt that it was embarrassing. She wished she had never given birth to such an embarrassing daughter. She did not say a word of comfort. Instead, it stabbed her in the heart. Sister, where did you take the money? Wang Chao's mother, Ning Shu, asked. Ning Shu rolled her eyes. I don't know. I used it all up. Mom, I still want to buy sneakers and jerseys. Wang Chao shouted at her mother. She looked extremely irritated. Wang Chao was a rebellious adolescent. When she was at the peak of her vanity, she only cared about her jerseys and sneakers. She did not pay much attention to what happened to her sister. She only felt embarrassed. Wang Ying, where's the money? You took a few $100s. Where did you take the money? Wang Ying's mother, Ning Shu, asked. A few $100s was not a small amount. I used it all up. Ning Shu said casually. When Wang Ying's mother heard that Ning Shu had used up all the money, her heart ached. She went out to the yard and pulled out a branch to hit Ning Shu. Ning Shu was speechless. Damn, it felt like the world was really dark. Wang Ying's mother raised the branch and hit Ning Shu hard. Ning Shu dodged to the side and snatched the branch from her hand, then looked at Wang Chao with a mischievous smile. Ning Shu waved the branch and hit Wang Chao. The Wangs were angry, and so was she. Ning Shu didn't hit her elders, but she didn't care about Wang Chao. Ning Shu hit Wang Chao hard. With a slap, a red mark appeared on Wang Chao's body. Wang Chao cried out in pain, his face contorted. What are you doing, you? Before Wang Chao could finish, Ning Shu waved the branch again and hit Wang Chao's face. Wang Chao immediately covered his face. Ning Shu hit Wang Chao hard. Wang Chao cried out in pain and ran and jumped in the yard. Ning Shu chased after him and hit him hard. Wang Chao quickly hid behind his mother. Mom, save me. Sister is crazy. Wang Chao grimaced. He was taller than his mother, but he hunched his back and hid behind Wang Ying's mother. Ning Shu's mouth twitched. What a good-for-nothing. For every 100 girls born, there would be 113 boys who would be a match. Thus, the remaining 13 boys would not have a match and would be destined to die alone. Ning Shu clapped. Serves you right for valuing boys over girls. These good-for-nothings can't even find a wife. You bastard, how dare you hit your brother? Wang Ying's mother, Ning Shu, shouted angrily and protected her son behind her. Ning Shu tapped his palm with the branch. If you hit me again, I will hit her. Wang Ying had been hit countless times since she was young, and most of the time, it was her mother who hit her. Usually, it was her mother who took care of Wang Chao and gave her whatever she wanted. Whenever there was good food at home, she would give it to Wang Chao first. Ning Shu felt that it was meaningless. They were both women. Why did they have to treat their daughter like this? Could it be that a fight between a mother and a daughter would be reflected in a fight between the same sex? You're crazy. Wang Chao poked his head out from behind Mother Wang. You were raped and went crazy. Now you're taking it out on me. Ning Shu sneered. You better not sleep tonight. Otherwise, I will cut off your tongue. Ning Shu wouldn't hit these two elders. But what about Wang Chao? Hitting Wang Chao would definitely make the two elders' hearts ache. This kind of good-for-nothing should be beaten more often to prevent them from harming society. Expecting a son like Wang Chao to take care of his old age was simply hastening his old age. Shameless thing. Wang Ying's father grabbed the teacup on the table and threw it at Ning Shu. Ning Shu dodged the teacup. The teacup fell to the ground, and the water inside spilled out with white smoke. I am embarrassed, but do you dare to look for Li Bing? Ning Shu asked indifferently. Don't you think it's embarrassing enough? Do you want everyone to know? How did you give birth to a damned debt-seeking girl like you? Wang Ying's mother immediately shouted shrilly and patted her own face. You don't want your face, but I want my old face. Ning Shu, coward, you're quite capable of shouting at me. Ning Shu went into his room and closed the door. Anyway, she couldn't count on this family to seek justice for her. It was just that she didn't care about the person who entrusted her. Sooner or later, her daughter would become someone else's daughter. At that time, she could still receive some gift money. Reading books for a girl was simply a joke. Wang Ying's mother kept scolding outside the door. She scolded Ning Shu for being shameless. She raised such a daughter for nothing. If she had known, she would have fallen to her death when she was born. Otherwise, she would have ruined the family's reputation. In the future, which man would want this damned shameless girl? There was also Wang Chao's croaky voice during his puberty. Wang Ying's father's low-quality cigarette drifted into the room. Ning Shu listened to Wang Ying's mother's words. His heart didn't waver at all. He only felt a little sad. These women were staunch supporters of a patriarchal society. Their own rights, even basic human rights, were deprived, and this idea was passed down from generation to generation. You want me to die, so I'll live on. I'll live better than anyone else. Only when one's heart is strong can one be truly strong. Only when one can treat things as normal can one be truly strong. Everyone exaggerated the matter of being raped. Being raped was the same as being hurt or killed. As long as there was a bit of erotic information, people would always look at women strangely. Ning Shu was cultivating in the room. His lower body had been uncomfortable, and there were some bloodstains on his pants. Ning Shu used the last bit of spiritual energy in his body to relieve the discomfort. When it was time to eat, no one called Ning Shu. Ning Shu opened the door himself, sat on the bench, picked up the steamed bun, and ate the few pieces of meat in the dish. Wang Chao looked at Ning Shu. Usually, he ate these things. He was growing. Wang Chao always felt that he wasn't tall enough. Other people could drink milk, but Wang Chao couldn't. This made Wang Chao very dissatisfied. Wang Chao ate all the delicious food first. This was basically the unspoken rule of the family. Usually, Wang Ying wouldn't touch Wang Chao's food. Now that Ning Shu ate the meat, Wang Chao was very angry. Ning Shu bit the steamed bun and ignored Wang Chao's angry eyes. He smiled and said, looking at me like this, do you want me to slap you? You. Madman, Wang Chao bit the steamed bun angrily. Wang Ying's father slammed the chopsticks on the table. His old face was full of anger. Look at you now. Go to the kitchen and eat. I usually spoil you too much. I even let you eat at the table. Look at other women. Wang Ying's father said with a livid face. Oh, I forgot that women can't eat at the table in this place. He moved a small stool and curled up to eat in the kitchen. Ning Shu didn't move and said insincerely, thank you for your kindness, Dad. He asked him to eat in the kitchen, but he didn't even let him eat at the table. Then everyone should stop eating. Just flip the table. So what if you want to live like a yes man? Ning Shu finished all the food on the plate with a few chopsticks. There was soup left. There wasn't even a bit of oil in the soup. Ning Shu burped and said with satisfaction, this is the first time I've eaten so much. I didn't dare to reach out my chopsticks before. As soon as he reached out his chopsticks, Wang Ying's mother would hit him with a pair of chopsticks. I'm done. You guys take your time. Ning Shu stood up and went back into the house. Wang Ying's mother's face was ugly. Did this girl go crazy? Now she really didn't dare to hit her daughter. She was afraid that she would beat Wang Chao. Wang Ying's father's face looked even older. He kept smoking a low-quality cigarette without a filter. Wang Chao's face was full of anger. Seeing that there was no food on the plate, he angrily threw his chopsticks away. What are you eating? There's no food left. Wang Ying's mother immediately said, you can eat steamed buns dipped in oil. Super, just bear with it. I'll fry some eggs and noodles for you tonight. I don't want to eat anymore. It's so annoying. Wang Chao's face had a red mark from Ningxu's slap. It ran across his face and was now a little green. Wang Chao touched his swollen face. If I'm disfigured, I'll fight it out with Wang Ying. How can I meet people like this? I'm not going to school. Mom, help my teacher apply for leave. Wang Chao said angrily. Wang Ying's mother immediately said, how can you not go to school? If you don't go to school, how can you keep up with your homework? You still have to rely on high school to get into university in the future. If you get into university, your dad and I will sell everything we have to support your studies. You will be able to bring honor to your ancestors in the future. You guys are so annoying. Getting into university is a distant matter. Anyway, help me apply for leave. Wang Ying bitch will make me a laughingstock. Wang Chao was very annoyed. He went back to his room to play games. Ningxu listened to Wang Ying's mother's words in the room. She curled her lips. With Wang Chao's grades, it would be a bit difficult for him to get into high school, let alone get into university. Even if you have to sell everything you have to support him, TSK, when Wang Chao gets married in the future, you guys will have to sell everything you have. Ningxu planned in her heart. When this matter is solved, she will go out and find a job. In this place, there are always some gossipy women who use all kinds of vicious words to attack people. She is now in existence, hated by people and dogs. Her family can't wait for her to die. Ningxu will wait for the test results. When the time comes, she will be able to catch Li Bing. That old bastard will definitely not let you off so easily. He was an old bachelor who raped a girl who wasn't even 18 years old. He had a wife and a child. What kind of evil trend was this? In the future, a man who couldn't find a wife would go out and rape a woman. Then, he would be able to form a family with the woman he raped. Ningxu's heart felt like it was about to explode. Even if she was raped, she would never compromise. She would be able to start a new life. The client had never been able to walk out of this shadow. Because of this injury, Wang Ying felt that her life was over. She did not have the right to live a new life. What made Ningxu even angrier was that Li Bing, who had raped the client, had actually passed by her house. Sometimes, they would even shout Ningxu's name, attracting a crowd of onlookers. At this time, the Wang family's doors were tightly shut, not daring to let out a fart. Ningxu looked at Li Bing through the window. Li Bing's ugly appearance made Ningxu can't help but cover his eyes. No wonder he couldn't find a wife. Ugly and poor. What made Ningxu even more disgusted was that Li Bing deliberately touched his crotch in front of Ningxu. Really arrogant. Who told you to be arrogant? There will always be a time when you'll be scared to the point of peeing. It's all because of you, you've done such a shameful thing. Look at you. Wang Ying chattered, why don't you go to hell? How can you have the nerve to live after such a thing happened? You only know how to scold me. If you have the ability, go scold the people outside. Ningxu sneered. Human feelings were indifferent. Even if they were relatives, they could be like enemies. They couldn't wait to kill each other. Ningxu took a pair of large scissors that Wang Ying's mother used to make saws. He opened the door and rushed toward the wretched and disgusting Li Bing. Seeing Ningxu holding a pair of scissors, Li Bing's face changed and immediately ran away. The surrounding people also dispersed, for fear of being accidentally injured. You still don't think it's shameful enough? With your appearance, let's see which man would want you. Wang Ying's father smoked a cigarette, his hand trembled. Hiding in the house like this is not shameful at all. She doesn't have any temper and still wants to save face. What the hell is this? Bitch. Wang Chao scolded Ningxu. Clearly, he was still holding a grudge against Ningxu for slapping his face. He purposely poked Ningxu's sore spot. Ningxu took the scissors and snapped it twice, shut up for me, or tonight I'll take the scissors and cut off your tongue. You're a madman. Wang Chao bitterly said. But seeing Ning Shu's calm face, his heart was somewhat afraid. He straightened his neck to make himself look less embarrassed. Useless snack. Ning Shu disdainfully scolded. He's your brother, how can you scold him like this? Wang Ying's mother said unhappily. She reached out her hand to hit Ning Shu, but immediately retracted it. Not only will I scold him, if he makes me unhappy, I'll beat him to death. Ning Shu's facial muscles trembled as he looked at Wang Chao with a ferocious expression. Wang Chao didn't dare to make a sound. Recently, Ning Shu was very overbearing. He didn't leave any food for Wang Chao. With a few chopsticks, he would pick up food and eat it with steamed buns. This made Wang Chao unable to eat properly. He hadn't eaten anything good in a long time. Whenever there was something good to eat, it would be snatched by that crazy woman. Wang Ying's mother felt sorry for her son. In the middle of the night, she made fried egg shredded meat noodles for her son to eat. Ning Shu, who was cultivating, was speechless. He was really guarding against her like she was a thief. But now, no one in the family would yell at her, and no one dared to hit her. Maybe she would go crazy and beat Wang Chao. After she was raped by Li Bing, there were new rumors that Wang Ying went crazy after being raped. The crazy Wang Ying was very crazy. If there was no reason, don't go near her. Otherwise, you might be beaten up. When Wang Ying's father heard these words, he seemed to be very moved. He wanted to send the embarrassing Ning Shu to a mental hospital. Ning Shu was speechless. She was only protecting herself, but in the eyes of others, it was a crazy move. Should she cower, cry, and let others see her as a joke, satisfy the curiosity of these people who were watching the show? Even if she was dead, these people would still point at her corpse and whisper. Before Wang Ying's father could say anything, she said, if you want to send me to a mental hospital, then I must take Wang Chao with me. After all, we are so close. Even if my brother doesn't accompany me, I will chop off his arm and take it to a mental hospital, Ning Shu said with a smile and put a rusty kitchen knife on the table. Mental hospital? What does it have to do with me? Wang Chao said with a pale face. His face was blue where Ning Shu slapped him. Wang Ying's parents' faces were even worse. They didn't dare to directly say that they wanted to send Ning Shu to a mental hospital. Ning Shu rolled her eyes and patted Wang Chao's shoulder. Brother, sister loves you. No matter where I go, I will not forget you, my dear brother. Wang Chao was shocked by Ning Shu's pat and his body trembled. Wang Chao, you're crazy. The siren of the police car stopped at the entrance of the courtyard. Ning Shu curled his lips. The police had finally arrived. In the police car, a few policemen in police uniforms came down. Among them was the policewoman who had served Ning Shu before. When Wang Ying's parents saw the police, their faces changed. They were afraid that they would get into trouble. Ning Shu even saw Wang Ying's mother's legs shaking. He wondered how Li Bing would react when he saw the police. The policewoman asked Wang Ying's mother, "Does Wang Ying live here?" Wang Ying's mother didn't dare to say a word. She brought the policewoman to Ning Shu's room. Ning Shu was lying on the bed. His eyes were red and his face was pale and haggard. Now you have to follow us to identify the person who raped you. Are you okay? Ning Shu struggled to get up and nodded. I can do it. The policewoman helped Ning Shu up. You even called the police. Aren't you embarrassed enough? You have to make it known to everyone. Wang Ying's father was so angry that his hands were shaking. Ning Shu cried and said, Dad, I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't want to do it. I was raped. It's not my fault. The policewoman stood on Ning Shu's side and said, rape is against the law. You didn't report it. Instead, you covered it up. You are all guilty. Wang Ying's mother's face changed. She pulled her husband and said to the police, Police, that's not what I meant. I'm afraid that those people will gossip about my daughter. If that happens, no one will marry her. The policewoman ignored them. She brought Ning Shu to the car and went to Li Bing's house. Li Bing lived in the next team. Don't be afraid. The policewoman grabbed Ning Shu's hand and comforted Ning Shu. Ning Shu lowered his head and said, Thank you. You're the first one to support me. My family thinks I'm an embarrassment. Don't worry, we will definitely give you justice. the policewoman said gently. He didn't expect to receive encouragement and care from a stranger. Li Bing's family was as poor as a church mouse. He had an old mother, and his father was a miner in his early years, but he was buried. His body had not been found yet. It could be said that he was extremely poor. When the police car stopped, several male police officers immediately opened the car door. They quickly got out of the car and took Li Bing into custody and handcuffed him. Li Bing was so scared that he almost peed his pants. What did I do wrong? Female suspect. You have to come with us now, the policeman said. I didn't. Li Bing guiltily defended himself. Xianxia rushed out of the car and rushed over to Li Bing, punching and kicking him. You bastard, you're killing me. When Xianxia hit him, he did a little trick. Okay, the law will punish him. The policewoman pulled Xianxia back. Take him up, the policewoman said. No one can take my son away. Li Bing's mom rushed out. My son didn't rape a woman, it's all because she seduced my son. You should arrest that B*TCH. Li Bing's mom was a shrew. She sat on the ground and kicked her legs. It's unreasonable to bully a widow and an orphan like me. Li Bing's mom kicked her legs and clapped her hands on the ground. She cried. It's all because of that B*TCH who seduced my son. Today, whoever takes my son away, I'll fight it out with you. The policewoman took out the arrest warrant. This is the arrest warrant for your son. I don't care about the arrest warrant. If you take my son away today, I'll die in front of you. Come and take a look. I'm bullying a widow and an orphan. You can kill me. Li Bing's mom's voice was high-pitched. Xianxia hid behind the policewoman. He looked at the woman who was making a scene in fear. The policewoman was a little impatient. She said directly, arrest her for obstructing official business. Go to the police station first. Li Bing's mom was dumbfounded. She was put into the police car by the police. Li Bing and Li Bing's mom were arrested. The policewoman Xianxia asked, do you want your parents to go with you? Xianxia shook his head. I can go alone. My parents think I'm embarrassing. You B*TCH, it's all because you seduced my son. Even if you put your NBI in front of my son wouldn't even look at it. He even wants to rape you. Pfft, look at yourself. You're the one who forced my son. Otherwise, how could my son have slept with you, slut? Li Bing's mother cursed. Xianxia lowered his head and wiped his tears. The policewoman was speechless. She even forced her son. She should look at her son's face. Shut up. If you continue to make a scene, your son's crime will be more serious. The policewoman said sternly. Mom, don't say any more. Li Bing immediately said. Since her son spoke, she didn't dare to say anything. In the future, she would have to rely on her son. She didn't dare to disobey her son. However, she still stared at Xianxia, who was sitting in the front row. This is all a misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. Li Bing showed his yellow teeth and said flatteringly to the police. Wang Ying and I are dating. We are just doing it normally. Xianxia desperately shook his head. No, he raped me. I'm not dating him. He's so old and ugly. Plus, he has a tigress mother at home. No one wants to marry him. You bitch. If you dare to say another word, I'll tear your ass apart. Let's see how you seduce men. My son fell into your trap. Li Bing's mom scolded Xianxia with her mouth full of shit. Her voice was loud and unpleasant. The surrounding policemen couldn't help but frown. Xianxia was speechless. TSK, TSK, TSK. The client had to live with such a mother-in-law. It was hell on earth. Every day, she would use the harshest and most filthy words to attack him personally. He really wanted to sew her mouth shut. What an annoying and ignorant bitch. When they arrived at the county police station, Li Bing was taken to the interrogation room. Wang Ying, good job. Let's see which man wants a shameless woman like you in the future. Li Bing roared at Xianxia. Xianxia didn't even bother to look at him. He was too ugly. Xianxia said, he's threatening me. Don't worry, we've seen everything he's done. Li Bing was taken to the interrogation room. The police extracted mucus from his mouth and compared it with the previous one. Before the results are out, you should tell us the process. That way, you can be considered as turning yourself in. The police said to Wang Chao. Wang Chao's legs kept shaking under the table, but he still firmly insisted that it wasn't rape. I didn't rape her. She's lying. Yes, she seduced me. You're also men. It's hard to resist a woman's seduction. Besides, I've never had a wife. Li Bing's head was covered in cold sweat. His legs under the table shook even more. His eyes were drifting. With his guilty look, even a blind person could tell that he wasn't telling the truth. Li Bing refused to admit that he had raped her. Even if he was extremely guilty now, anyone could see that he was guilty. But he insisted that it was Ning Shu who had seduced him and that they were a couple. His girlfriend seduced him, so of course he didn't have to endure it. After that, the police placed the test results in front of Li Bing. This is ironclad evidence. Your body fluid was found in the victim's body. I had that kind of relationship with Wang Ying, so I'm definitely in her body. I've said it before, I'm in a legitimate relationship with her. I didn't rape her. We were both willing. It was that bitch who wanted to blackmail me. I was wronged. I was wronged. Li Bing still cried out. Then what about this surveillance video? Did you see it clearly? The police pushed the computer in front of Li Bing and pressed the confirm button. The pixel of the video was not good. It was the surveillance video of the supermarket. First, a woman entered the small warehouse. Not long after, a man came to the door of the warehouse. He looked around and then entered the warehouse. The video captured Li Bing's face. This is you, right? Li Bing's forehead was sweating. He stammered, I just wanted to be intimate with my girlfriend. Li Bing was an unloader. When the goods arrived at the supermarket, Li Bing helped to unload the goods from the truck. If there was work, he would do it. If there was no work, he would stay at home. Anyway, the woman accused you of rape. You can discuss whether you want to settle this privately or publicly. The police said. If the woman is willing to give a statement and admit that you are a couple, this matter can be settled privately. If the other party insists on suing you, you may face jail time. When Li Bing heard that he would go to jail, his face turned green. I will go to jail. In Li Bing's heart, only murder would cause him to go to jail. He didn't do anything. How could he go to jail? Li Bing was temporarily detained. The follow-up of this matter would have to be seen. Li Bing was a little uneasy, but he comforted himself in his heart that Wang Ying wouldn't dare to make a big deal out of this. After a while, he would be able to get out. Do you want to settle this privately? The policewoman handed Ning Shu a paper cup filled with water. Ning Shu held the cup, lowered his head and said, I definitely won't settle this privately. This matter can't be settled privately. This isn't my fault. Why did the victim have to bear it? It was obvious that the perpetrator was fine, just because she was a woman. Ning Shu wasn't afraid of rumors and slanders. He wasn't afraid of these verbal attacks. He only dared to spout nonsense. If you have the ability, what can you do to me? Do you dare to lay a finger on me? She would never compromise with a rapist. I definitely won't settle this privately. According to the law, those who rape women by violence, coercion or other means shall be sentenced to 3 to 10 years in prison. Moreover, Li Bing refused to admit his guilt. He insisted that he and Wang Ying had a normal relationship. I'll send you back, the policewoman Ning Shu said. Ning Shu thanked her repeatedly, thank you. I think your family doesn't treat you very well. I'll go back with you. At least I can intimidate your parents. Sometimes, you can't imagine living in a modern society. I received a report from a village that wanted to drown a woman. Fortunately, we rushed there quickly and it didn't lead to a tragedy. Ning Shu was speechless. It's because that woman is a widow, and a beautiful one at that. The policewoman spread her hands and said helplessly, sometimes, people's ignorance and stupidity are beyond your imagination. Ning Shu nodded, anyway, thank you. Although Ning Shu felt that no one would do anything to him, the policewoman's thoughts made Ning Shu's heart feel very warm. He who is wise in reading knows that the universe is big, and he cherishes the grass and trees. The policewoman drove Ningxu to the door of his house. Ningxu got out of the car. Wang Ying's mother was feeding the chickens. She glanced at Ningxu and continued to feed the chickens. She didn't ask about Ningxu at all. Wang Ying's father sat on the threshold and smoked. His face was full of worry. Wang Chao was probably holed up in the house playing controller games again. Anyway, no one was happy about Ningxu's return. Even the policewoman was a little embarrassed. She walked to the side of the chicken coop and said to Wang Ying's mother, "Wang Ying has been hurt and is a little traumatized. Please take care of her." Wang Ying's mother lowered her eyelids and poured the corn kernels from the broken bowl into the chicken coop. She said to the policewoman, "After doing such a thing, the whole village knows that our Wang family has done such a shameful thing. Do you still want me to worship her like a bodhisattva?" Wang Ying's mother said sarcastically as she clasped her hands together and bowed. "After such a shameful thing happened, you still want to call the police and let everyone know? I don't have such a shameless daughter." The policewoman suddenly didn't know what to say. She looked at Ningxu helplessly. Some things couldn't be explained by just saying it. They had their own logic, and they firmly believed that their logic was correct. The policewoman didn't waste her time saying anything to Wang Ying's mother. Instead, she said to Ningxu, "Don't be sad. Relax. This is the same as being in a car accident and breaking your leg, or being scratched by someone and being robbed. There's nothing you can't get through." Ningxu looked up and smiled at the policewoman. "Thank you, I understand. Then I'm leaving. Call me if there's anything." The policewoman opened the car door. Ningxu walked to the car window and said to the policewoman, "Can you lend me something?" "A recording pen." The policewoman took out a recording pen from the pocket of her uniform. "Here, this is what we use for investigation. Take it first." Ningxu put the recording pen in his pocket. "I'm leaving. Remember to call me if there's anything." The policewoman stepped on the accelerator and turned the steering wheel to leave. Wang Ying's mother looked at Ningxu from the corner of her eyes. "You still have the nerve to laugh. Don't you have any shame?" Ningxu said directly, "No, not at all. I've inherited you in this aspect." "Damn woman." Wang Ying's mother raised her hand and wanted to hit Ningxu. Ningxu immediately shouted, "Brother, my dear brother, where are you? Sister misses you so much." Wang Ying's mother's expression changed. Ningxu went to his room. When he passed by Wang Ying's father who was sitting on the threshold, he called him Dad. Ningxu found a bag and packed all the clothes he could wear. When this matter was over, he wanted to leave this place and start a new life. How could he talk about starting a new life in this poor place? He wanted to go out and see the world. Trapping himself in this uncivilized lump, surrounded by negative comments, was simply self-torture. When it was time for dinner, no one called Ningxu. Ningxu didn't stand on ceremony. He took out 3 eggs that Wang Ying's mother had hidden in the cupboard. Then, he lit a fire to fry the eggs and ate them. If he didn't eat his fill, he wouldn't have the energy to face these terrible things. Ningxu took the egg, which made Wang Ying's mother very angry, but she didn't dare to hit her. Now, her daughter had been driven crazy. The wretched girl who gave up on herself could do anything. She might even beat her son if she was angry. She was used to being a humble and obedient daughter. Such a rebellious and selfish daughter was particularly annoying. Wang Ying ***, get out here. Shameless bitch, you seduced my son and even sued him for rape. Shameless bitch. The sky was dark, and suddenly there was a sharp scolding sound at the door. Ningxu was eating noodles when she heard such a loud voice. Moreover, the words were so vulgar and distinctive. She knew it was Li Bing's mother. Ningxu calmly picked up the noodles and gulped down the soup. "Look at what you have done. Now you can't live in peace." Wang Ying's mother, Ningxu, spat. The scolding outside the house continued, which attracted a lot of people. They came over with flashlights to watch the show. Li Bing's mother saw that there were more people and scolded more and more vigorously. All kinds of dirty words were not repeated. Ningxu drank the last mouthful of soup in the bowl and burped. "Can't you let me sleep? What's the fuss about?" Wang Chao came out of the room, looking unhappy. Ningxu smiled and walked toward Wang Chao. She grabbed Wang Chao's collar and pulled him to the door. Let's go and seek justice with sister. Sister loves you so much. You won't leave her in the lurch, right? Let go of Wang Chao. There are so many people outside. What if they hurt Wang Chao? Wang Ying's mother quickly pulled Ningxu's hand and asked Ningxu to let go of Wang Chao. Wang Chao was also struggling. This is all your fault. You didn't even inform your family before calling the police. Now that they've come knocking on our door, all you know is to pull people away. Ningxu tilted his head and looked at Wang Chao, whose face was red from struggling. The client had no sense of presence in this family. His parents did not love him. Actually, it didn't matter if her father didn't dote on her or her mother didn't love her. The key was that she had also put herself down very low. She didn't even love herself. Ningxu loosened his grip on Wang Chao's collar. Wang Chao was originally struggling, but Ningxu suddenly released him and he fell to the ground with a plop. Wang Chao rubbed his buttocks and grimaced in pain. Wang Ying's father smoked a cigarette and said, "Don't go out. Wait for her to make a fuss for a while and then she will leave when she is bored." Ningxu sneered in his heart. He opened the door and reached into his pocket. Li Bing's mom was sitting on the ground crying. When she saw Ningxu come out, she stood up from the ground and pointed at Ningxu and scolded him. She scolded him for being a B*TCH who seduced men shamelessly. Her spittle was flying everywhere. Many flashlights were shining on Ningxu's face. Ningxu used his hand to block the strong light from the flashlights. "Whoever dares to shine on my face again, I will not be polite," Ningxu said coldly. Li Bing's mom scolded for a while and finally stopped. Ningxu said, "Go and tell the police that you were willing. My son did not rape you." Li Bing's mom was arrested during the day. When she saw her son, she heard that he was going to jail. The only way was to let the woman admit that it was not rape and that it was a consensual thing. When Li Bing's mom heard that her son was going to jail, she suddenly felt that the sky was falling down. Her son was her only support. If her son was going to jail, what should she do? Li Bing's mom came back overnight. As soon as she came back, she ran to Ningxu's house and made a big fuss. Li Bing's mom had already thought about it. She wanted to scold the Wang family until they could not find north. She wanted to overwhelm them and then negotiate with her. Ningxu listened to Li Bing's mom's request without any expression. "Wang girl, you are a girl. If this matter becomes big, it will not do you any good. Let's see who dares to marry you. Even if I don't marry in this life, I want Li Bing to go to jail." Ningxu said indifferently, "He hurt me. How can I let it go so easily? I am not afraid that no man wants me. I just don't know if Li Bing is afraid of going to jail." Ningxu grinned. "You black-hearted rotten thing. If you really want to do this, you deserve to be raped." Li Bing's mom shouted angrily. Ningxu said loudly, "Everyone listen. She admitted that her son raped me. When the time comes, the police will talk to you. You all have to testify in court." The people around quickly dispersed. It was okay to watch the show, but it was not worth it to get into trouble. Of course, there were still a lot of people who were watching the show. "Nonsense. When did my son rape you? It was you who shamelessly climbed into my son's bed." Ningxu was speechless. "Are you blind? Don't you see what your son looks like? He is an old bachelor. Who would climb into his bed? He is old and ugly. I will not change my confession even if I die. I want your son to go to jail. Your son raped me. Even if I become a ghost, I will not let him go." Li Bing's mom wanted to kill Ningxu, but she was really afraid that her son would go to jail. "It is not good for you to make a scene like this. You are a tough woman. Which man would dare to want you? If you tell the police that you did it willingly, I will let you marry Li Bing," Li Bing's mom said. Ningxu was speechless. "Is marrying your son a big deal? Is your son's penis made of gold? You can even use this as a condition." "Damn you." Wang Ying's mom quickly came out. Ningxu said, "That's enough. Anyway, you and Li Bing already have that kind of relationship. You might as well get married. Ningxu was speechless. Are you my biological mother? Ningxu asked incredulously. You want to marry the person who raped me? Ningxu smiled. After experiencing so much, Ningxu felt that he was already used to it. 100 people have 100 logics. When these logics contradict you, don't panic. Then what do you think we should do? It is all your fault. You had to make such a big deal out of it. Now, people who don't know that you were raped already know. Who are you going to marry in the future? You can't stay at home for the rest of your life. You are always so disobedient. What do you think you can do to Li Bing? Li Bing is going to jail. What about you? What are you going to do in the future? If you don't listen to your elders, you will suffer. Wang Ying's mom chattered. Ningxu smiled, she was so considerate of her. She must be her biological mother. If you can get Li Bing out of jail, you can get married when Li Bing comes back. What do you think? Li Bing's mom said happily when she saw that the other party's elders had agreed. Although she was not satisfied with this daughter-in-law, the most important thing now was to get her son out of jail. If they were really sentenced, then it would be over. If they bailed out their son, they would have to spend a lot of money. The guarantee money would definitely be in the tens of thousands. They were orphans and widows. If they had tens of thousands, they would have already gotten married. Now that they had grandchildren, their son would not have to rape women. I also agree that they should get married, Wang Ying's father said as he walked out of the house. Then we will be in-laws in the future, Li Bing's mom said happily. Ningxu looked at these three people who added up to more than 150 years old and decided to marry her to a rapist so hastily. No one listened to her wishes and opinions. The client's fate was decided in such an ignorant situation. Marrying the person who raped and hurt her. Fate went with the flow. Ningxu, ha ha ha. Isn't it shameful to become in-laws? Ningxu's face was invulnerable. So what if she was raped? What can you do to me? I don't expect or need any man to forgive me for being raped. Being alone for a lifetime was not right to be submissive to a man because she was raped. She was afraid that she would make a man unhappy because she was raped. Li Bing's mom thought that the matter was resolved, so she patted her butt and left in satisfaction. Before she left, she asked, I'm a little hungry. Do you have any leftovers? Do you want to eat pig's food? Ningxu said coldly. You are threatening me. I will not marry your son. Li Bing's mom sneered. This was decided by me and your parents. When did it become your turn to speak, shameless woman? Wang Ying's mom tugged at Ningxu. There's no more food. Li Bing's mom left unhappily. She will be your mother-in-law in the future. Don't argue with her. Otherwise, you will suffer in the future, Wang Ying's mom said. Ningxu chuckled. If you want to marry, then marry. Damned woman, if you keep spouting nonsense, I'll tear your mouth off. Ningxu closed the door, blocking out Wang Ying's mother's voice. She took out the things the policewoman had given her. This was what she had asked the policewoman for earlier. Everything that had just happened had been recorded. You want to get married just because you want to? You want to use this method to escape the punishment of the law? Dream on, if he couldn't change the world, then he would change himself. Compromising wouldn't make things better. Sometimes, taking a step back wouldn't make things better. If you take a step back, others won't appreciate it. Without principles and a bottom line, it would only be trampled upon by others, and your bottom line would be trampled even lower. Just like Li Bing's mom, she still felt that it was a glorious thing for someone else to marry her son. She wouldn't feel guilty for hurting you. Therefore, when you encounter such a situation, you have to know that they know pain and pain. Only then can you empathize with them. Ningxu had never done anything to redeem someone. What she did was cremation. Then, she would send the Buddha to the west and scatter his ashes. Ningxu wouldn't change a rapist, let alone an ugly rapist. Even if he was handsome, Ningxu would still scatter his ashes. The next day, Ningxu prepared to go to the county's police station. Before leaving, Wang Ying's mother stopped Ningxu. Speak nicely to the police. What good will Li Bing do for you if he goes to jail? It's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Li Bing won't stay in jail forever. After he is released, we still have to work together. We are all from the same village. Ningxu felt that Wang Ying's mother was afraid that Li Bing would take revenge after he was released from jail. That's why she wanted to keep the peace. Ningxu smiled and stretched out his hand. Wang Ying's mother asked, "What?" "Give me money." "Do you want me to walk to the county?" She wouldn't be able to reach the county by tomorrow morning. "I don't have money." Wang Ying's mother was unhappy when she talked about money. Ningxu sat on the stool. "Then I won't go. I want Li Bing to go to jail more than anyone else. Give her some money. Just treat it as spending money to avoid disaster," Wang Ying's father said. Wang Ying's mother reluctantly went into the house to get the money. Ningxu followed behind her and saw her take out a stack of money from the cabinet. Ningxu took all the money. "How can you use so much money?" Wang Ying's mother wanted to snatch the money back. Ningxu put the money in his pocket and went out. Ningxu took a car to the county's police station. Today was the day of the court hearing. According to the law, Li Bing must go to jail. "Are you sure you want to sue? The county's TV station will record it and some tabloids will report it. Actually, very few women are willing to sue," the policewoman, Ningxu, asked. This was originally a case where the public didn't report it to the authorities. Ningxu nodded. "Of course I want to sue. I must sue. So what if the whole world knows that I was raped? In the end, I will let those rapists see the consequences of rape." "Okay then." The policewoman patted Ningxu's shoulder. Ningxu took out a recording pen. "When we are in court later, find a suitable opportunity to give this to the judge." The policewoman turned on the recording pen and listened to the recorded words. Then she looked at Ningxu silently. "You are really suffering. Those people are also quite shameless." Ningxu arrived at the court and found the public gallery to sit down. Li Bing's mom had arrived at the court a long time ago. When she saw Ningxu, she quickly sat beside Ningxu. "Daughter-in-law, later you will say that you were willing to do it. You are a couple. Do you understand?" Ningxu, "I don't know." Li Bing's mom saw that Ningxu didn't say anything. After Ningxu agreed, she returned to her seat in satisfaction. The court hearing began. Li Bing was brought out. His hands were handcuffed, his hair was shaved, and he was wearing a prisoner's vest. Li Bing, who had shaved his head, looked even uglier. The judge read out Li Bing's crime. Li Bing was agitated and denied it. "I didn't rape her. Wang Ying and I are a couple. We are dating." Li Bing was very afraid of going to jail. Moreover, he had seen his mother in the morning. His mother had told him with certainty that Wang Ying had agreed to settle it privately. So what he had to do now was to deny it. He had to deny that rape was a crime. "Victim, please step forward." The judge called out to Ningxu. Ningxu quickly stood up. Everyone stared at Ningxu. Ningxu stood up with his head held high and his chest puffed out. He turned a blind eye to the strange gazes of these people. "Are you a couple with the suspect?" Judge Ningxu asked. Li Bing and Li Bing's mom looked at Ningxu expectantly. As long as Ningxu said something, this matter would be resolved satisfactorily. Ningxu gently curved the corners of his mouth. He lowered his head and shook his head. "We are not a couple. We are not dating. It's me. The surveillance video and recording pen in the supermarket can prove it." At this moment, someone handed the recording pen to the judge. The judge played the recording pen. Immediately, Li Bing's mom's fierce and sharp voice could be heard. Many people present covered their mouths and laughed. Li Bing's mom was so embarrassed that her face turned red. She couldn't help but scold Ningxu, "You be *tch, you even recorded it." Li Bing's mom's threats to Ningxu were all recorded. Ningxu said, "I'm the victim. Why is the perpetrator so arrogant?" The judge was speechless. He repeatedly asked Ningxu if he wanted to sue. Ningxu insisted that he wanted to sue. Finally, the judge read the verdict. Li Bing's face was pale. He looked at Ningxu fiercely. Ningxu did not move. According to Article 236, Li Bing raped Wang Ying by violence, coercion, or other means. The verdict is as follows: Li Bing is sentenced to 5 years in prison. Ningshu's expression was cold. He said, "I don't agree with this verdict." Li Bing also said anxiously, "I don't agree either." The judge first asked Li Bing, "What do you have to disagree with?" "The evidence is conclusive. I'm innocent." Li Bing felt that he was going to be imprisoned for 5 years. It was 2F** King wrong. The judge looked at Ningshu. "What do you have to say? Why only 5 years? I'm under all the pressure. I'm afraid there aren't many cases like this in this court. Because women will hide when they are hurt. More women hide and cry. The cost of a man's crime is so small. Shouldn't the judge increase the sentence? Killed a chicken to warn the monkey. I almost bet my whole life, but I only got 5 years in exchange." And the suspect Li Bing's attitude is not good. He has been stubbornly resisting and even threatening me. When Li Bing is released from prison, he will seek revenge on me. Maybe next time I won't be able to speak and will be a corpse. Your Honor, everyone is equal before the law. But because I'm a woman who was raped, the law won't protect me? I don't represent myself alone. I represent all the women who have been hurt and can't start anew. Should we bear such hurt? Are we going to be bullied by men in the future, and then silently endure the ridicule of others? We are also citizens of this country. We women are also human beings. I just want to enjoy basic human rights. Your Honor and the jury, please reconsider." Ningshu, the policewoman in the audience, gave him a thumbs up. The judge, his head hurt. "If you're not satisfied with the result, you can continue to appeal." Ningshu nodded. "Thank you, Your Honor. Since this is the verdict from the county, I will go to the city. If the city doesn't agree, I will go to the province." Ningshu shrugged. "Since my life has been ruined, I'll just devote all my energy to the appeal." There was no end to life, no end to appeals. The judge, F***ck, Ningshu counted on his fingers and said, "Your Honor, you may not know this, but in this county alone, there are many women who have been raped, and they all silently swallow their anger. Also, you might not know, but a woman was drowned in the lake. Let's use Li Bing as a powerful deterrent and let everyone see. *TCH, it's Your Honor that I'm here for you." Li Bing and Ningshu rushed over. Ningshu was so scared that his face turned pale. He looked terrified and panicked. The courtroom was in chaos. Immediately, a guard restrained Li Bing. Li Bing stretched out his leg to kick Ningshu. His eyes were red. Obviously, he was angered by Ningshu. Ningshu lowered his head and said in a nasal voice, "Your Honor, do you have a daughter? I hope that your female relatives and friends will never have to experience this because it's really, really painful. The rumors come in waves. My parents think that I'm embarrassing the family because of this. Everyone around me is looking at me strangely. I'm the one who was hurt. I just want the bad guy to get the punishment he deserves." The judge, what an unruly citizen. He was saying pitiful words. He was obviously threatening him. The judge knocked on the gavel. The second trial begins. In view of the suspect's attitude and the vile circumstances of the crime, he will be sentenced to 8 years in prison. His performance will be judged in the future. It was good enough that he could get 3 more years. Li Bing was so angry that he went crazy. He screamed and kept scolding Ningshu. 8 years in prison. If Li Bing didn't perform well in prison, he could get an additional sentence. 8 years was the basic sentence. When Li Bing's mother heard the sentence, she was so angry that she almost fell to the ground. 8 years, Ningshu walked in front of Li Bing and said, "Li Bing, I hope you can reflect on yourself in prison." As Ningshu spoke, he sent a stream of energy towards Li Bing's crotch. "Damn woman, shameless woman. You'll die a horrible death. I won't let you go." Li Bing shouted at Ningshu fiercely. Even though he was driven away, he still turned around and cursed Ningshu. Ningshu lowered his head. "Curse all you want. I'm not the one who's going to prison. You'll never get out of prison." "Do you really think she's willing to show her face in public like this?" Ningshu walked out of the court and let out a heavy breath. The policewoman said, I didn't expect you to be so good at talking. Ningxu said with a trembling voice, I made a lot of drafts in advance. These are all memorized by me. That's not bad. You're right about one thing. Like you, many women have been hurt. But the public opinion of society is too harsh on women. No woman is willing to stand up. In fact, standing up is to protect yourself. The growth of crime is condoned. The role of the law is to regulate society. You know that killing is wrong, but there are still people who are killed. Then the role of the law appears. If you can't make the rules, you have to follow the rules. Ningxu muttered. Just like the mission enforcers, they have to follow the rules set by the higher-ups. If you don't have the strength to challenge the rules, you'll only be waiting for destruction. UB*TCH, you. Li Bing's mom pointed at Ningxu, her whole body trembling like a sieve. Ningxu said gently, Grandma Li, you're old. Don't be too agitated. It's easy to have a stroke. Then Li Bing's mom's body trembled even more. She was angry. Li Bing's mom sat on the ground and slapped her hands. God is blind. He's bullying an orphan and a widow. God, here it comes again. It's the logic of the weak being reasonable. So what if she's an orphan and a widow? She can do whatever she wants. Others should give in to her. I'm innocent. Li Bing's mom cried with tears and snot. She slandered Ningxu as a prostitute. There were many, many men. Ningxu seduced her son. Ningxu turned around and left, turning a blind eye to this. She didn't want to be entangled with this kind of person. She was always thinking of ways to pull others to the same level. The biggest thing in life was to prove that others were swindlers. Before she left, she would teach this old woman a lesson. She would let her accumulate virtue. If there really was hell, if there really was a punishment of tongue pulling, Li Bing's mom would suffer the pain of having her tongue pulled out for hundreds of years. Stupid, ignorant, and pestering endlessly. After the trial ended, Ningxu took the car home. Ningxu was not worried that Li Bing would suddenly be released, because Li Bing had no money, no power, and no connections. He should just stay in prison. Ningxu sent Li Bing to prison in a roundabout way just to let Li Bing fall into the hands of others. He couldn't have anything to do with her, let alone the Wang family. Although the Wang family's parents didn't treat Wang Ying well, they raised Wang Ying. Li Bing must have resentment and revenge after being released from prison for 8 years. If she left, Li Bing would definitely take revenge on the client's family. After leaving, she wouldn't contact the Wang family's parents again. As for what the client thought, it was their business. After a bumpy ride, they finally returned home. Wang Ying's mother was sitting on the threshold knitting a sweater. When she saw Ningxu, she quickly stood up and asked, Has Li Bing been released? Locked up for 8 years. Wang Ying's mother was stunned. What did you say? You can lock someone up for 8 years? You are going to marry Li Bing. You can lock him up for 8 years? Wang Ying's mother looked at Ningxu incredulously. I never knew you were such a cruel person. Wang Ying's mother said. Ningxu spread his hands and said, Mom, there are many things you don't know. I'll see what you can do for 8 years. This matter hasn't been resolved yet. Wang Ying's mother was a little afraid of Li Bing's revenge. Locked up for 8 years. No matter what, you are going to marry Li Bing. Wang Ying's mother was too lazy to care about Ningxu. She picked up the wool and the unfinished sweater. The sweater was light blue. She was probably knitting a sweater for Wang Chao. Ningxu suddenly felt relieved. Everyone's heart was biased. Wang Ying's mother would love whoever she liked. There was no point in being calculative. Ningxu turned around and prepared to go up the mountain to look for herbs. These herbs were useful. Ningxu ran all over the mountain and found some fresh herbs. He put them in the cloth bag and was lucky enough to find a ginseng. This place was still considered beautiful, but in modern times, no industrial pollution meant poverty. This place was indeed quite poor. Ningxu stuck his butt out and dug at the ginseng, but the roots were not damaged at all. She returned home with a full harvest, but there were a lot of people crowding around her door. Her house had become a stage, and every once in a while, there would be a big play. There was also Li Bing's mom's shrill voice, as well as all sorts of fuck the heavens, fuck the earth, fuck the air. The door was closed. Obviously, the whole family was hiding in the house again. Ningxu finally understood why the client was so weak. It turned out that everyone in the family was so weak. It was obvious that the client was in the wrong, but they didn't dare to say a word. Moreover, Li Bing's mother was an old woman in her 60s. How powerful could she be? She probably got a bad reputation of bullying others with numbers. Why was life so tiring? Someone nagged in your ear every day that it was better to have less trouble. This idea had been instilled in you all the time. How could you not be weak, even if you married a rapist? It was just a matter of a word from your parents. Plus, you were pregnant. Ningxu walked over slowly. When Li Bing's mother saw Ningxu, she immediately shouted, "Everyone, come and judge. How can there be such a cruel woman in the world?" She sent her man to the prison. The onlookers all pointed at Ningxu and whispered to each other. Ningxu's hearing was good. He heard some people say that she didn't know what was good for her. It was clearly the best of both worlds, but she had to make things so awkward. There were also people who said that Ningxu was cruel. In short, he didn't look like a woman at all. Ningxu glanced at these people and memorized their faces. Those who met Ningxu's eyes couldn't help but look away to avoid meeting Ningxu's eyes. How bored must one be to build one's happiness on other people's pain? Therefore, people shouldn't care too much about other people's opinions and words. You can't care what others say. Whether you live well or not, it's none of their business. Even if it's stormy, I won't move. You only know how to use words to attack. Tell me to die. If you have the ability, come and kill me. Li Bing's mother was pestering endlessly. Ningxu walked over and whispered in her ear, "I'll let your son sit in prison for a long time." Li Bing's mother was so angry that her whole body trembled. She scolded Ningxu for being a black bitch, a bitch that no man would want. Ningxu was very calm. These things couldn't attack her at all. No man would want her. Ningxu patted her chest. She was scared to death. Li Bing's mother sat on the ground, kicking her legs and shrinking her feet. It was boring to use the same trick over and over again. Ningxu opened the door and went into the house. The house was filled with smoke. It was all Wang Ying's father's smoke. It was very choking. Wang Ying's mother was knitting a sweater with a sad face. However, she didn't knit for a long time. When she saw Ningxu, she didn't scold her like before. Li Bing was in prison. Wang Ying's mother also knew that she couldn't control her daughter at all. Moreover, her daughter was very cold. Wang Ying's mother almost didn't recognize her daughter. After this incident, her daughter became like this. Their relationship now became very indifferent. Except for the blood relationship, they were like strangers. Wang Ying's father smoked. His eyelids were drooping and he didn't say a word. Ningxu called for his parents and went into his room. Ningxu took out the herbs he picked from the mountain and a pinky-sized ginseng. The ginseng that didn't lose its moisture looked quite big. However, once it dried, it didn't look big. Ningxu put the ginseng near the window and covered it with a cloth. After that, Ningxu dealt with the herbs he brought back. He found an iron mortar and put the herbs in it. The fresh herbs were pounded into a green juice. Ningxu weighed the herbs and then added them into the mortar. After that, Ningxu covered his hands with a plastic bag. He grabbed the herbs and squeezed them hard. The herbal juice dripped into the glass bottle. Ningxu closed the lid. The loud scolding outside continued. Li Bing's mother scolded tirelessly and threatened Ningxu. If he didn't get her son out of trouble, she would come here every day to make trouble. You've made your whole family restless and come to make trouble every day. Ningxu's face was cold. Let's see how long you can make trouble. These people didn't have any sense in their hearts. Let's see how long you can make trouble. Li Bing's mother kept scolding at the door, so the family couldn't go out. After the sky turned dark, Li Bing's mother felt tired and hungry. She said she would come again tomorrow and left. After Li Bing's mother left, the Wang family heaved a sigh of relief. After this incident, Wang Chao didn't go to class. He hid in his room and played games. Even his meals were brought to him by Wang Ying's mother. Ningshu just snorted. Was Wang Chao paralyzed? He was already an adult, but he still had to bring food to his mouth. Ningshu didn't even have to think about it. The Wang family's old life could be described as miserable. They raised an enemy to torture themselves. Wang Chao was spoiled like a piece of trash, and he was selfish. He was impatient with his family and would start quarreling whenever he was unhappy. Moreover, he was selfish. The client treated this younger brother well. Wang Ying would buy him pens and basketballs whenever she had money. But now that something had happened to his sister, he didn't see anyone stand up for his sister. There wasn't even a word of consolation. Evil people would be dealt with by evil people. The Wang couple weren't evil people, but some things had a cause and effect. Today, everyone turned a blind eye to her. In the future, Wang Chao would also turn a blind eye to the old couple. 4 words, a piece of trash. In the middle of the night, Ningshu put the glass bottle in his pocket, found a piece of white cloth, took out the embroidery needle, and went to Li Bing's house. Did he really think that she was a person who wouldn't fight back when scolded or hit? Perhaps the client's personality was soft, but she wasn't. Ningshu was not only thick-skinned now, but his heart was also hard. It was the middle of the night, and the whole village was silent. None of the houses had their lights on. Moreover, there was no moonlight at night. It was so dark that one couldn't even see their fingers. Ningshu reached out and grabbed the chicken in the chicken coop. He directly twisted the chicken's neck, and blood spurted out. Ningshu smeared the blood on his face. With a sheet on his body and a face full of blood, Ningshu looked like a living ghost. Li Bing's house was a little far from here. Ningshu planned to have some fun on the way. Ningshu's mind flashed with the faces of some people, and he conveniently went to these houses to take a look. Since they were so superstitious, he would scare them to death. The toilets in the village were all outside the house. Some people would go to the door to use the toilet in the middle of the night. Because it was dark, and there was a vegetable garden in front of the house, they directly began to pee. Every time Ningshu passed by a house, he would float to the window. Sometimes, he would knock on the window or something to make some noise. He even let out a sinister laugh. Ningshu saw a woman squatting in front of her house, peeing. He mobilized the chi in his dantian and floated to her side. Ningshu kicked the woman's body. The woman muttered, "Stop it." Ningshu kicked her again, and the woman was annoyed. She turned around and saw Ningshu floating in the air. Her scream was stuck in her throat, and she couldn't make a sound. Ningshu moved his blood-smeared face closer to her. The woman made a gurgling sound, rolled her eyes, and fainted. Ningshu floated away after one of them fainted. Then, he scared a few more men. Ningshu decided to let the kids go for the time being. Especially those gossipy women, Ningshu paid special attention to them. These vicious words were like a knife dipped in poison, stabbing into people's hearts. These people spoke happily, but some people couldn't take it. For example, Wang Ying drank the pesticide directly. Even if Wang Ying was dead, these people would still point at her corpse and talk about it. They would talk about her life story. "Oh, you were her. You were raped, and now you drink the pesticide." They would talk about it until their saliva flew everywhere. They wouldn't think that it was because of them that she committed suicide. The places Ningshu floated past were in a mess, and there were dogs barking one after another. The silence of the night was broken. Ningshu arrived at Li Bing's house. To be honest, Li Bing's house was really poor. The walls were made of mud, and the roof was actually thatched. It made Ningshu think that it was the 70s or 80s. Li Bing's door was bolted. Ningshu opened the door through the gap. Ningshu's eyesight was very good. Even at night, Ningshu could see very clearly. It was really a bear house. No wonder he was single until now. Moreover, he had such an unreasonable mother. Even if the girl's brains were kicked by a donkey, they wouldn't marry him. However, Li Bing's mom still thought that it was a great thing to let the client marry into their family. It was as if they were climbing up the social ladder. Wasn't it just that if the client was raped, no man would want the client? TSK, even if she didn't marry for the rest of her life, she wouldn't abuse herself with essential balm. Ningshu went to the bedroom. Li Bing's mom was sleeping on the bed. However, Ningxu saw 2 pillows. One person needs 2 pillows. Ningxu couldn't help but have a rather disgusting thought in his heart. Could it be that Li Bing was in his 40s, and he was still sleeping with his mother? However, maybe Li Bing's mom liked to sleep with 2 pillows. Ningxu walked to the bedside. Li Bing's mom was snoring with her mouth open. Ningxu opened the glass bottle and poured all the herbal juice in the bottle into her mouth. Li Bing's mom smacked her lips in her sleep and didn't wake up. Ningxu gently lifted the thin quilt, took out an embroidery needle, and pricked Li Bing's mom's leg. When a person was old, they would definitely have some kind of arthritis. Although it wasn't a major problem, if it was serious, the bones would be deformed, and the pain would be unbearable. If the meridians were blocked, the illness would become more and more serious. After pricking the needle, Li Bing's mom groaned twice. In the end, she didn't wake up. Ningxu covered her with the thin quilt and pricked her hand. After doing these things, Ningxu turned around and left, closing the door on the way. The previous haunted incident made the village a little restless. Ningxu didn't put on the quilt anymore. Instead, he carried the quilt and flew home. Ningxu washed the dried chicken blood off his face and quietly returned to his room. The next day, the topic of discussion in the village was no longer Ningxu. Instead, it was the haunted incident last night. Many people who went out to pee fainted in fright. Those who shared the same bed woke up and found that the person next to them was not by their side. When they went out to look for him, they fainted on the ground. They didn't even pull up their pants. Anyway, they were so scared that they peed. Many people said that they saw it with their own eyes. They were floating and their feet didn't touch the ground. Wang Ying's mom woke up in the morning to feed the chickens. She saw a hen laying eggs without a head. Its body was lying naked in the chicken coop. Wang Ying's mom was about to explode with anger. She opened her mouth and was about to scold. Forget it. Don't make a fuss. Boil some water and boil the chicken feathers. Stew it. Wang Ying's dad said. Their family was already eye-catching. It wouldn't be good if they became a joke because of the chickens. Wang Ying's mom's face was ugly. She carried the naked chicken and boiled the water to pluck the feathers. At noon, there was an additional meat dish on the table. The chicken was very fresh and tender. From the start, Wang Chao went for the thigh with the most meat. Ningxu took the chopsticks and patted Wang Chao's hand. A red mark immediately appeared on the back of Wang Chao's hand. Wang Ying, what are you doing? Wang Chao looked at Ningxu angrily. Ningxu grabbed 2 chicken legs. One for Wang Ying's mom and the other for Wang Ying's dad. You eat. Anyway, she left this time. She won't come back during her mission. The environment here was really depressing. Wang Ying's dad's expression was complicated. Don't give it to me. You eat. He said and gave the chicken leg to Ningxu. Wang Ying's mom gave the chicken leg to her son. Wang Chao looked at Ningxu triumphantly. After lunch, Li Bing's mom started to cause trouble again. She cursed loudly at the door, but her throat was a little uncomfortable today and her voice was a little hoarse. Moreover, her throat was very painful. Even swallowing her saliva hurt. Li Bing's mom thought that her throat was injured because she cursed too hard yesterday. However, when she thought of her son, she realized that only Wang Ying could save her son now. Why was Wang Ying, that bitch, so annoying? As long as she said that she was willing, her son would be fine. Li Bing's mom would pester them and make it difficult for them to live. Naturally, they would let her son go. However, Li Bing's mom's throat was uncomfortable, so she was powerless. She had to rest after cursing for a while. Otherwise, her throat would not be able to take it. Sometimes, she would go to the side to ask for a glass of water. However, there were obviously fewer onlookers today because everyone was scared by the ghost last night. Especially those who had seen the ghost last night, they were now hiding in their beds and shivering. Li Bing and Wang Ying's nonsense was already outdated. Many people felt that they should find a witch to exorcise the ghost. They did not know where the ghost was wandering in this village. They even agreed not to sleep at night. Everyone would gather together and see what the ghost was like. What the hell was it? Li Bing's mom was not in a good state today. After cursing for a while, she had to rest. Did the Wang family do what they were supposed to do? Li Bing's mom was furious. She shouted loudly, her voice leaking, "Wang Ying, if you don't get my son out, I will die in front of your house." Li Bing's mom attracted many onlookers. This kind of desperate trick was the most attractive. Li Bing's mom saw so many people and was happy. She directly hit the wall. Some people were quick and pulled her, preventing Li Bing's mom from hitting the wall. Some people couldn't stand it anymore and said to Wang Ying's father, "Look at them. Li Bing is going to jail. Who will take care of his mother at such an old age? Old Wang, that's enough. If she really dies in your house, it's your family's responsibility. Besides, aren't Li Bing and Wang Ying about to get married? What's the point of making such a fuss? We're all from the same village. Why are you so ruthless? Don't go too far when doing things. That way, we'll be on good terms in the future." The discussion around them made Wang Ying's father's back hunch even more. He was speechless. Ningshu looked at these people and felt that it was easy for them to talk. Each and every one of them was the representative of the true, kind, and beautiful. Each and every one of them was a pure white lotus. It seemed like she hadn't been scared out of her wits last night. Otherwise, how could she still have the time to care about other people's business and be generous with other people's money? "I think you should do it." What right did he have to ask others to do anything if he had never felt the pain? What was wrong with this world? It was clearly the wrong side, but they were so arrogant. She was a woman who was raped. If Li Bing was the murderer, these people would stay far away from Li Bing's mom. Li Bing's mom saw that so many people were speaking up for her. She immediately sat on the ground and cried. However, her throat was leaking and her voice was very strange. It was sometimes high and sometimes low. It seemed that Li Bing's mom couldn't control her voice. Ningshu counted silently in his heart. Soon, very soon. "Wang Ying, what do you think about this?" Wang Ying's father looked at Ningshu. His face was very tired. He was an old and poor farmer with his back facing the sky. Wang Ying's father was obviously going to compromise. Ningshu sighed in his heart and didn't say anything. "Okay, I will take Wang Ying to the county's police station tomorrow. Can you stop making trouble?" Wang Ying's mother said impatiently. Li Bing's mom trembled from the ground and immediately said, "This is what you said. If you don't go back on your words, I will come to your house to make trouble." This matter was resolved, and the surrounding people also dispersed. Ningshu's face was cold. Wang Ying's mother looked at Ningshu cautiously. "You see, there is no point in making trouble like this. Why don't you let Li Bing out? Then I will marry Li Bing, right?" Ningshu turned and went into the house and closed the door. It was said that a mother was strong, but Wang Ying's mother never said anything. Ningshu was a little suspicious that the person who entrusted the marriage was not the Wang couple's child. Their daughter was wronged, but she still compromised. Yes, she was definitely not their biological daughter. See, only by being strong oneself is the foundation. Good things in the world are not firm. Colorful clouds scatter easily. Love is the most beautiful thing in the world, but it can't stand up to torture. At night, Ningshu went door to door to visit these people. Ningshu made his face look extremely ferocious. Ningshu used the fiery sun energy in his body and floated in the air. A few more people fainted from fright. Although these people were in a group, there were other people in the house. Ningshu used the qi gene in his body and used his hand to press a child's footprint on the glass. Ningshu's hand left a mark on the glass, and this mark will always be there. Some were pressed on the door, some were pressed on the ground. Moreover, the size was different, making it very messy, making people feel that there was more than one person. Ningshu didn't leave his own footprint. If he left it, when people track it down, the size of his footprint would match hers. This was shooting himself in the foot. Ningshu wanted to turn this place into a bomb. After that, Ningshu went to Li Bing's house and gave Li Bing's mom an injection. He also left a footprint on the door of his house. After doing these things, Ningshu returned home. Li Bing should have news by now. It's been a long time. It was almost dawn. After a busy night, Ningshu stretched and lay on the bed to take a nap. What he did yesterday would cause an uproar in the village. It's easy for you to talk while standing. At dawn, the atmosphere in the village was strange. Someone quickly went to invite the witch. It was really too scary to leave footprints on the door and the glass, and they were the footprints of a child. Looking at the footprints, the youngest one was less than a year old. There were also messy footprints. It was really scary. When the witch saw this situation, she was dumbfounded. This witch was so mysterious, but she just wanted to scam people for food. Seeing this situation, she couldn't help but have goosebumps. Could it be that there were really ghosts in this village? The villagers asked the witch what was going on, where the ghosts came from, and why did they come to their village. The witch was speechless. Who the hell knew what was going on? The witch shook her head crazily and jumped around for a while, as if she was having epilepsy. The bells on her body jingled as she mumbled something under her breath. In the end, the witch came to the conclusion that it was a group of ghosts that ran out. All she needed to do was burn some paper for them. Every family in the village had to burn paper for 7 days. Then, the witch took the money that the villagers gathered and ran away in a hurry, as if there was a malicious ghost chasing after her. With such a thing happening in the village, everyone was terrified. They did whatever the witch told them to do. Li Bing's mom didn't come to scold them today. First, she was terrified because there were footprints on her door. The older she got, the more superstitious she became. First, she felt that her body was very heavy. Her hands and feet were uncomfortable. It seemed that her rheumatism was acting up. Generally speaking, this disease only hurt when it was cloudy or rainy. Second, her throat hurt so much that it was difficult for her to speak. Li Bing's mom felt that she might be under the pressure of a ghost. Her son was not by her side. It was as if she had lost her backbone. Li Bing's mom hurried to find the witch. The witch took the money and gave her a bowl of talisman water. At night, the whole village was covered in thick smoke. People were burning joss paper on every road. Many people were kowtowing in all directions and muttering. Not every family in the village had footprints, but when they saw that everyone was doing it, they also burned joss paper. Wang Ying's dad also took a bundle of yellow paper and burned it on the road outside the house. Wang Ying's mom called Wang Chao into the house to burn joss paper with her. Wang Chao impatiently said that he was not free. Ningxu shrugged her shoulders guiltily. What a big fuss. Ningxu was too lazy to pretend to be a ghost to scare people. She heard that several people in the village had fallen ill from fright. Even without Ningxu's harassment, the villagers were still nervous. They burned joss paper every night for 7 days. Ningxu felt that it was time for her to leave. She had some money on hand. It was enough for her to buy a bus ticket and live for a while. When she reached the city, she could live no matter what. If she didn't have a place to live, she could live under a bridge. She could shelter herself from the wind and rain anywhere. Besides, she still had a ginseng. Now the ginseng was beginning to dry. Ningxu protected it well and didn't let the skin break. The roots gathered together. Now she just had to wait for news from the police station. This was not as simple as going to jail. It was too easy. Li Bing's mom saw that Ningxu's family didn't keep their word, so she went to Ningxu's house to make trouble. But this time, Li Bing's mom couldn't scold her again. Her voice was already very hoarse, and it was very difficult for her to speak. Sometimes, she would swallow her own saliva and the pain would cause her tears to fall. Eating and drinking was extremely painful. Li Bing's mom was not feeling well and could not speak, but she insisted for her son's sake. Her son was put in jail because of someone. Li Bing's mom pointed her finger at Ningxu and said with great effort. It was basically impossible to hear what she was saying, only that she was shouting with all her might. Ningxu tilted his face and put his ear close to Li Bing's mom. He asked, "What are you talking about? I can't hear anything." "Grandma Li, are you possessed by a ghost? Why can't you even speak?" When the surrounding people heard this, they immediately moved away from Li Bing's mom. Li Bing's mom was agitated, and her face was red. She spoke loudly, but her voice was too hoarse, and the syllables were unclear. It was difficult to hear what she was saying. "Bye." Li Bing's mom shouted hoarsely. Tears came out of her eyes, and her throat was so painful that it was about to explode. Ningxu's expression did not change. He said loudly, "Grandma Li, what are you talking about?" Li Bing's mom was so angry that she hit her head against the wall. Last time, someone pulled her, but something so strange happened before. Li Bing's mom was like this, and she couldn't even speak. It was as if she was possessed by a ghost. No one dared to pull her. Ning Shu grabbed Li Bing's mom. He had never seen such an arrogant blackmailer. Li Bing's mom was so arrogant because the Wang family did not resist once. If the Wang family had taken the initiative, they would not have fallen to this point. He was being held hostage by a shameless old woman. It was not that the longer one lived, the more one understood. Some people became more and more muddle-headed as they lived, and their age was fed to the dogs. Li Bing's mom's clothes were grabbed by Ning Shu. She could not move, and she could not break free. She was so angry that she hissed. Li Bing's mom had a lot to say, but she could not say a word. She sat on the ground and clapped her hands on the ground. Tears came out of her eyes. Ning Shu's heart did not waver. The person who asked her for help had been tortured by her. Li Bing's mom's mouth was the sharpest weapon in the world. Every word stabbed at people's hearts. It was as if she had a deep hatred for her. Now she could not say a word. In the future, she could not run to her house to blackmail her. At this time, the sound of sirens came from the entrance of the village. Why would the police come at this time? Ning Shu raised the corner of his mouth. They finally came. Li Bing's mom, who was sitting on the ground crying, heard the sirens. She got up from the ground and looked at Ning Shu hesitantly. Ning Shu was also at a loss. Everyone hurried to the entrance of the village. Behind the police car was an ambulance. 2 policemen got out of the police car and asked, "Is Li Bing's family here?" Li Bing's mom quickly walked over and said for a long time in a hoarse voice. In the end, the uncle who served tea was confused and said in a businesslike manner, "You are Li Bing's family, right?" The people around said, "She is Li Bing's mother." The uncle said, "That's good. Li Bing had some problems in prison. He is now dead." There was an uproar. Li Bing's mom was at a loss at first. She did not seem to react. Until Li Bing's body was pushed out of the ambulance and in front of her. She saw her son's face. His face was ashen. His eyes were tightly closed and there was frost on his face. It was obvious that he had been pulled out of the freezer. Li Bing's mom's eyes widened. There was a gurgling sound in her throat. Her eyes rolled back and she fainted. Li Bing's mom could not accept her son's sudden death. Her backbone was gone. When Li Bing's mom fainted, there was no one to take care of the body. The uncle who served tea was speechless. Under the guidance of the villagers, they carried Li Bing's body to Li Bing's house. Then, they carried the unconscious Li Bing's mom back. Everyone felt that it was very sudden. They did not understand why Wang Chao suddenly died. Was prison that scary? After placing Li Bing's body in the hall, the police went to the village chief to explain the situation. What was the specific situation? Li Bing's cause of death was hemorrhage. As for why, it was a bit strange. It was because Li Bing's indescribable erection continued. His corpus cavernosum continued to be engorged. At first, the symptoms were not obvious. Later, it became harder and harder. Even his pants were erect. The person who was locked up with Li Bing deliberately poked Li Bing's indescribable erection. He laughed and said, as expected of a rapist, "You have some capital." Li Bing thought that it would slowly disappear. However, the indescribable erection was getting more and more painful. It was like a stone. He could not even pee. It was about to explode. It was originally a very shameful thing. Li Bing had no choice but to go to the higher-ups and explain his situation. Li Bing was transferred to the hospital. The doctor first gave Li Bing a blood test. Generally speaking, this kind of continuous engorgement was caused by eating a lot of stimulants, such as Viagra. Li Bing held on like this. When he arrived at the hospital, the doctor did a blood test and found nothing abnormal. However, Li Bing's indescribable part continued to be filled with blood. The situation was getting worse and there were no signs of it dissipating. It was swollen and bruised. It was as if he was high on drugs, but there was nothing abnormal in the blood. Even the doctor didn't understand what was going on. Li Bing was in unbearable pain. He felt like he was going to explode. He was like a balloon that had been blown to the extreme. His skin and flesh felt like it was going to burst. The doctor couldn't find the reason. After all, there were many strange things in this world. However, if this continued, Li Bing would die. Moreover, the sponge in that part would die because of the continuous congestion. It would be life-threatening. The doctor discussed cutting off his lower part and telling Li Bing the results of the study. Li Bing was stunned when he heard this. Cutting off his little brother, exercise, the doctor explained all the pros and cons to Li Bing, but no man wanted to cut off his little brother. Besides peeing, it was also related to a man's dignity. Li Bing didn't want to become a modern version of a eunuch. Li Bing didn't agree anyway. Although it was painful, he could feel the existence of his little brother. Li Bing felt even more annoyed. If Li Bing didn't agree to the surgery, the hospital wouldn't force it. Li Bing endured it, hoping that this situation could be cured without medication. However, the situation didn't go as Li Bing expected. Instead, it was getting worse. First, the indescribable part was extremely uncomfortable. Now, even his balls were swollen. His lower body was beginning to inflame. If this continued, he would really die. Li Bing could only agree to the surgery. Li Bing still had to get out of prison to find trouble with Xianxia. All of this was brought to him by that woman. Li Bing mourned his little brother in his heart. He even cried on the operating table. However, things didn't go in a good direction. His little brother was cut off along with his balls, but the bleeding didn't stop. Moreover, the bleeding kept increasing. It seemed like it couldn't be stopped. Even a blood transfusion couldn't control the amount of bleeding. Li Bing died of shock due to excessive blood loss. The police explained the situation to the village chief. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. Was he dead? Xianxia laughed out loud. He bent over and laughed until tears came out of his eyes. Everyone looked at Xianxia. This is the justice of the heavens. Let's see who the heavens will spare. Xianxia's voice was gloomy and carried an indescribable gloominess. Some people couldn't help but rub their arms as goosebumps appeared on their arms. Xianxia thought that it was very fun to scare people like this. This was Xianxia's purpose. Li Bing's death had nothing to do with her. If it were to fall into the hands of others, even Li Bing's mom would not be able to achieve anything. Besides, Li Bing's mom wouldn't be able to say it again. He was doing her a favor. The Wang family swept away their previous decadent appearance. Li Bing's death meant that no one would come to take revenge on them in the future. Although it was a matter of life and death, the Wang family was still secretly happy that this invisible bomb was gone. Li Bing's mom, who had fainted, woke up. When she saw the corpse in the hall, she opened her mouth to cry, but no sound came out. The people around her advised her to take it easy. Li Bing's mom couldn't speak. The villagers just thought that she was too shocked. That was why she lost her voice. Li Bing's mom gritted her teeth and wanted to find trouble with Xianxia. Many people advised her to arrange her son's funeral first. Li Bing's mom lost her son and was terrified. She didn't know what to do. The villagers helped to bury Li Bing hastily. Li Bing's mom couldn't say a word from the beginning to the end. She couldn't even communicate with people. She was not as eloquent as before. Perhaps the blow was too big. Li Bing's mom's health was not as good as before. The rheumatism in her hands and feet was serious. When the weather was bad, it hurt to walk 2 steps. Li Bing's mom ran to Xianxia's house and made a fuss. She wanted Xianxia to go to her house. Even if her son was dead, she wanted Xianxia to go to her house to be a widow. They had agreed to get married. Most importantly, Li Bing's mom wanted to find someone to serve her. She couldn't imagine how she could live alone. However, after pointing for a long time, she didn't know what she wanted to say. They had seen this trick too many times. Even the onlookers didn't want to see it. Besides, Li Bing's mom couldn't speak at all. It was like watching a mime show. It was too boring. Xianxia was too lazy to care about her. Let's see how long you can make a fuss. Xianxia wrapped the dried ginseng in a cloth and put it in his bag. Then, he put it in his pocket and stuffed it under the bed. The villagers were still burning joss paper. It would take 7 days. At night, the smell of smoke wafted everywhere. The corners of Ningxu's mouth curled up. She released an invisible force and blew away the paper that these people burned. Sparks flew everywhere. Encountering such a strange thing, many people jumped up and covered their ears and screamed. It was very chaotic. Screams and barks came one after another. It was too interesting. Every family was so scared that they hurriedly went into their houses and closed their doors. Wang Ying's dad shook his head and said, "The village is too strange this year." Wang Ying's mom was looking outside through the door. She touched her chest and said, "It is very strange." Wang Ying's mom looked frightened. "Do you want us to move out of this village?" "Move? Where?" Wang Chao's dad smoked. With their family's financial conditions, it was impossible for them to move. When the time came, they might not even have a place to live. Moreover, this was their hometown. Where would they move to? Wang Ying's dad sighed and kept smoking. He looked tired and old. "Then let's move to the city. The schools in the city are better than our schools here," Wang Chao suggested excitedly. The outside world was incomparably attractive to boys. Wang Ying's dad looked serious. "Your dad doesn't have the ability. You should give up." Ningxu listened to the family's discussion and did not participate. She planned to leave late that night. There was no point in staying in this place. The people who needed to be dealt with had been dealt with. It was time to leave. In the middle of the night, the whole village was quiet. Ningxu wrote a note and said that she was going out and there was no need to look for her. Ningxu carried her bag and quietly went out. She walked to the town and got on the bus. In order to prevent the client from thinking too much, she had to distract herself and let her understand the meaning of her existence. If she had her own job or career and found the meaning of her existence, she might not care so much about being raped. There was no time to be sad. Ningxu planned to go to the big city. There were many opportunities in the big city. She thought that with her skills, she could always live a peaceful life. As long as she wanted to live, she would definitely be able to live. Life could be tough or fragile. The bus wasn't moving fast, and there were still people boarding along the way. Ningxu grabbed his bag. There was only a ginseng in the bag that was worth some money, and the bag was filled with clothes. As the bus moved, he felt that the people boarding the bus were different. The color of their clothes became brighter and brighter. Ningxu was a country bumpkin. The style of her clothes was very old-fashioned, and she looked rustic from head to toe. It was obvious that she came from the countryside. The bus would stop at a rest stop to allow the passengers to relieve themselves and have some food. Ningxu ordered a vegetarian dish and a bowl of white rice from the restaurant. However, it was so expensive that Ningxu was speechless. Because of the geographical advantage, the food was very expensive. It was up to you to eat or not. When Ningxu was eating, he felt that someone was sizing him up. Ningxu opened his bag and put the ginseng in his pocket. She was probably being targeted by a thief. Ningxu sneered in her heart. Was she going to put on a show of catching a thief later? Ningxu moved his neck. The gaze was sizing him up. Ningxu looked in the direction of the gaze. He saw a woman in her 40s. The woman was quite good-looking. When she met Ningxu's gaze, she didn't avoid it. Instead, she smiled at Ningxu. The woman took her bag and walked in front of Ningxu. She sat down in the chair opposite Ningxu. Ningxu raised his eyebrows. They didn't know each other. What was she doing? Ningxu suspected that this woman was a human trafficker. She wanted to kidnap her and sell her to an old bachelor in the mountains. Ningxu, ha ha ha. My heart is so dark. Ningxu looked at the woman like a country bumpkin and asked, "Auntie, what's the matter?" When the woman heard Ningxu call her auntie, the corner of her mouth twitched and her expression changed. No woman wanted to hear the word old. However, the woman endured it in the end. She smiled and flipped her hair. A fragrance wafted from her body. Ningxu leaned back. "You can call me Sister Zhou. I run an agency." "You must be a girl who just started working." "An agency? Labor agency?" Ningxu shyly and obediently called out, "Sister Zhou." With a smile on her face, Sister Zhou ordered a few more meat dishes for Ningxu. You know what an agency is, right? Ningxu looked at the dishes on the table and didn't stand on ceremony. He picked up his chopsticks and started eating. It would be a waste not to eat. One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. Moreover, Ningxu was not afraid of what was in the dish. Her body could take it. When Sister Zhou saw that Ningxu had eaten several plates of food, her eyes flashed with contempt. Ningxu put down his chopsticks and said, "Thank you for your hospitality. I'm leaving." Ningxu carried his bag and walked out of the restaurant. The woman called Sister Zhou was stunned for a moment and quickly chased after Ningxu. She actually met a rash person. Her food was so delicious. "Little girl, don't go yet. Didn't I tell you that I'm an agency? I think it's suitable for you to go to our agency." Ningxu stopped and asked with a look of ignorance and curiosity, "What kind of agency are you?" Sister Zhou said mysteriously, "I guarantee that you will make a lot of money." Ningxu was surprised and sneered in his heart. There was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. Ningxu quickly asked, "What kind of work is it?" "I'll tell you this on the way. I'll go with you," Sister Zhou said and got into the car with Ningxu. Ningxu raised his eyebrows. "She actually wants to go with me. Is she going to kidnap me, Ningxu? I'm a country bumpkin." "I'm easy to fool." Sister Zhou sat beside Ningxu and talked to Ningxu from time to time. She asked about Ningxu's family situation and how old he was now. Ningxu just said that he was 18 years old this year. The village was too poor, so he had to go to the big city to work. Sister Zhou's face flashed a satisfied look. Although he didn't look good, he had been doing farm work since he was young. His body was very strong. It didn't matter whether he was beautiful or not. The main thing was that his body was strong. Sister Zhou and Ningxu talked a lot. She gave all the things in her branded bag to Ningxu to eat. She even smiled and asked Ningxu, "Guess how much my bag cost?" Ningxu saw that the bag was made of real leather. The workmanship was quite exquisite. It should be a branded bag. But as a country bumpkin who had never seen the world, Ningxu should know nothing about these things. "I don't know. 30,000. Wow, so much money." Ningxu praised exaggeratedly. "Then do you know how much the ring on my hand costs?" "I don't know." "Do you know what brand my shoes are?" "I don't know." "Then do you know what brand the clothes I'm wearing are?" "I don't know." She didn't know anything. "Ningxu, you're here to show off your wealth, right?" Sister Zhou saw Ningxu's expression and was quite satisfied. "My clothes are worth more than 50,000. The necklaces, earrings, and small accessories are all branded goods." "Oh, so much money." Her heart was black. Did she think that just because she wore good clothes, she was wearing human skin? "Actually, you can afford these things," Sister Zhou said mysteriously. Finally, they were going to talk about the main topic. Listening to this woman flaunting her wealth, Ningxu was numb. Ningxu shook his head and said, "How can I afford such good things? I don't have money. I never knew that a piece of clothing cost thousands." "Of course you can. Don't worry about the job I introduced to you. The main thing is that the agency needs talents like you. Don't talk about branded goods, you can even buy a house in the city." Ningxu, lie, what job is it?" Ningxu asked. "Surrogacy," Sister Zhou said softly. "What?" Ningxu was speechless and shocked. Surrogacy was not legal. "You know what surrogacy is, right?" Sister Zhou asked Ningxu. "Let me tell you, this is something that can only be done with connections." "Ningxu, are you bullying me for being a country bumpkin?" Ningxu was honest. His face was black and red. "Is it giving birth?" "Yes, it is giving birth," Sister Zhou said softly. "This is not good. My parents will kill me if they know. I am a girl, and my parents say that I must respect myself." Ningxu shook his head and said, "Why are you so stubborn? This is such a good thing, and you want to reject it. Do you think that everyone is qualified to be a surrogate mother? Our agency only takes orders from rich people and foreigners." We only need to borrow your belly. You don't have to do anything. Someone will take good care of you. There will be nutrition fees and surrogacy fees. You don't have to do anything and you can earn money. When the child is born, the parents will take the child away. You can get tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of surrogacy fees. Sister Zhou smiled at Ningxu. Ningxu thought she was a human trafficker. She didn't expect that she was a surrogacy agency. She probably wanted to trick her into being a surrogate mother. Without a doubt, this kind of surrogacy agency was illegal. Think about it. If you don't agree, I can only find someone else. If you are a surrogate mother for a rich man, you can live a good life with a little money. Sister Zhou took a step back in order to advance. She didn't force Ningxu to go to the surrogacy agency anymore. Instead, she acted like she didn't care if Ningxu went or not. She could scare the young girls who had just entered society, but it was useless to Ningxu. Ningxu didn't look at Sister Zhou. Now Sister Zhou was like a big bad wolf wagging its tail. There was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. If you wanted to take advantage of her, you would suffer a big loss. Since the birth of human beings, they had always used precious things as currency. It had always been an equivalent exchange. Maybe surrogacy was valuable, but she didn't know what the channels were. She wasn't sure if the money would end up in her hands. Besides, surrogacy was illegal in the first place. I will get off at the next stop. If you think about it, you can go with me. If you don't, you can take it, Sister Zhou said to Ningxu. Ningxu was a little hesitant. Finally, she said, well, I will do this job. I need to earn money to support my family. Where is the next stop? Ningxu asked confusedly, are we in the provincial capital? Yes. Ningxu said to Sister Zhou, can I use your mobile phone? What do you need a mobile phone for? Sister Zhou looked at Ningxu, do you know how to use a mobile phone? Ningxu looked like a bumpkin. He knew how to use a mobile phone. Ningxu smiled and said, someone in my village has a mobile phone. I borrow it occasionally, so I know how to use it. I called my family and told them I found a job. Ningxu used the map to find the nearest police station, checked the phone number, and called. When the call was connected, Ningxu said in a cheerful voice, Mom, I found a job. It was recommended by someone I met at the station. Oh, you're asking about my job? Actually, it's a surrogate pregnancy. No, I'm not the one giving birth. It's the rich people who don't want to have children and are borrowing my belly. Don't worry, there won't be any problems. Oh, I'm getting off now. I'm hanging up. I'm about to enter the city now. I'm about to alight. Don't worry, I'll definitely work hard to earn money. I heard that surrogacy can earn tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of dollars. Okay, I'm hanging up. I'm using the phone of the big sister next to me. She's the one who introduced me to this job. Ningxu chattered on. Finally, he hung up the phone and passed it to Sister Zhou. Thank you. Sister Zhou was a little surprised and asked, your parents agreed to this? Actually, in my hometown, boys are more important than girls. As long as I can earn money, my parents won't say anything. Ningxu asked shyly, can I really earn so much money? Big Sister Zhou looked at Ningxu's current appearance. She was a money grubber and greedy person. She smiled and said, of course you can make so much money. Ningxu heaved a sigh of relief. That's good. She didn't know if the other party understood what she was saying when she called the police. They should be able to understand. Surrogacy was still illegal. It was unimaginable that surrogacy would be legal one day. You might be dragged to be a surrogate when you walk on the streets. Especially those black-hearted agencies. The bus was driving on the highway. Ningxu pestered Sister Zhou to ask a lot of questions about agencies. She was like a young lady who wanted to familiarize herself with her job. She was a little uneasy, but she was also looking forward to it. Ningxu asked how many girls were working as surrogate mothers and how much money they could earn after surrogacy. However, he was worried that giving birth would be very painful. In short, he was very long-winded. Previously, Sister Zhou had answered Ningxu. However, after Ningxu asked too many questions, she became a little impatient. She told him that he would be there when they arrived. Anyway, he ate well and slept well. His life was very good. Ningxu ate Sister Zhou's snacks. Dried beef, potato chips, and the like. He chewed them with a kacha sound. Occasionally, some crumbs would fall on Sister Zhou. She quickly patted the crumbs off her body. Everything on her was good. Sister Zhou glanced at Ningxu, who was eating and looking around. She couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth in disdain. He was indeed a bumpkin from the countryside. He had no manners at all. If it wasn't for the sake of money, she wouldn't have bothered with him. Ningxu burped and patted his stomach. He said with satisfaction, "I'm so full." "Sister Zhou, your food is so delicious." Sister Zhou suppressed the disgust in her heart and said with a smile, "There's more. Do you want to eat?" Ningxu waved his hand. "I'm full now. Can you give me the snacks? I'll eat them later." Sister Zhou, she had never seen such a shameless person. Not only did he eat, but he also wanted to put it in his pocket. No wonder he agreed to be a surrogate. He was really crazy about money. His parents were also strange. Sister Zhou forced a smile and took out a bag of things. Ningxu quickly took the bag and stuffed the plastic bag into his bag. Sister Zhou, if he ate her food, he would have to spit it out. "I'll sleep for a while. I'll be sleepy after eating. Wake me up when we're at the station." Ningxu said and closed his eyes. Although Ningxu closed his eyes, he used his mental strength to observe the situation on the bus. Sister Zhou's expression was ugly. Since Ningxu closed his eyes, she couldn't be bothered to pretend. Her face flashed with a cold smile. "Hey, wake up. We're at the station." Sister Zhou pushed Ningxu. Ningxu sleepily opened his eyes and rubbed his eyes. "We're here so soon. Let's get off." Ningxu carried his bag and followed behind Sister Zhou. After getting off the bus, he saw people coming and going at the station. He didn't know if the police had arrived. Ningxu carried a big bag in one hand and grabbed Sister Zhou's clothes with the other. He said in an exaggerated voice, "Wow, Sister Zhou, this is the city. There are so many people." Ningxu's voice attracted the attention of many people. In addition, Ningxu was carrying a rustic bag and wearing rustic clothes. It attracted many people's sneers. Sister Zhou was speechless. She wished she didn't know such an embarrassing person. A few people came over to Ningxu. Ningxu grabbed Sister Zhou's clothes tightly. "Sister Zhou, you can't leave me. There are so many people. I'm afraid I'll get lost." "Don't worry. Sister Zhou, are we going to the place of work now? When can you arrange for me to be a surrogate?" On the way, Sister Zhou had already seen Ningxu's long-winded mouth. She really wanted to sew his mouth. If she endured it now, he would be punished in the future. Sister Zhou could only endure and said, "I have to check your body first. If your body is qualified and there is no disease, you can be a surrogate." Ningxu looked at the people coming towards them. They were probably plainclothes police officers. They ran over and detained Ningxu and Sister Zhou. Sister Zhou was handcuffed and she looked extremely panicked. "What are you doing? This is a robbery." "Shut up. The police are doing their job." Ningxu and Sister Zhou were taken into the car and driven to the police station. Ningxu felt that she was very fated with the police station in this world. She was always invited for tea and the police would serve her tea. She had to thank the police for serving tea. Sister Zhou's face was pale. She didn't understand how she was exposed. She had abducted and sold many women, but she had never failed. When they arrived at the police station, the police brought Ningxu to another interrogation room. "You called the police?" Ningxu nodded. "It's me. This is my identification card. I went out to work and met Sister Zhou on the way." Ningxu asked, "Do I get a reward for doing this?" Police, Ningxu was treated quite well. Sister Zhou searched her from head to toe and ensured that she didn't leave any communication devices behind. Under the police's interrogation, Sister Zhou told them about the illegal surrogacy agency. The police followed the clues and found the place and rescued many women. However, some of these women were still pregnant. It was obvious that they had already started surrogacy. It was different from the beautiful blueprint that Sister Zhou had described to Ningxu. These women were all tricked. Some were even snatched. When you walked in a remote area at night, your mouth would be covered and you would bring bread. These women had no freedom. They were like hens that laid eggs. They were surrogate mothers and earned money for the black-hearted agency. Other than eating to ensure that the fetus could grow in their wombs, they didn't get any money. There was no freedom. They also had to ensure that the fetus in their wombs was healthy. Because the clients didn't want an unhealthy fetus. At this time, they had to abort the defective fetus in their wombs. In short, it was like raising chickens for these women to give birth to babies. Surrogacy was worth tens of thousands of yuan. These women didn't get a single cent. Moreover, the money earned was much more than selling the women to the mountains. The children were valuable. Women had the right to use their own bodies. However, this wasn't a reason for those people to exploit them. The suspects were caught, but the pregnant women made the police feel numb. However, there was a woman who proposed to abort the child in her belly. She almost knelt on the ground and cried herself hoarse. None of this had anything to do with Ningxu. He just received a token reward from the police station. Ningxu got into the car. She did not plan to stay in this city. She wanted to go somewhere else. Ningxu sat in the car. This time, she wouldn't meet someone like Sister Zhou again, right? If they were to meet again, they would come again. With Ningxu's martial prowess, he was not afraid at all. It would be best to do it again and wipe them all out. The sun shone brightly, but there were also dark corners where the light could not reach. In these corners evil thrived. There was not only white in the world, but also black and gray. It wasn't even pure white. The human heart was complicated. One had to have the ability to protect oneself, to have the skills to live in peace, and to survive in this dangerous world. At the very least, such a world was relatively perfect. Ningxu sat on the bus for a few days and arrived at another bustling city. Ningxu got off the bus and found a small hotel to stay in. She had to plan her future work. Ningxu counted her skills. She knew programming, martial arts, embroidery, cooking, she knew quite a lot of things. But what should she do? Ningxu planned to wander around the internet cafe and look for a job online. Ningxu saw a game company looking for programming. Ningxu immediately called her to apply. In the end, the other party had a university degree in computer science. I have a junior high school diploma. Do you want it? Ningxu said that her programming skills were not weak, but the other party hung up. Sometimes, a diploma did not mean anything, but it was a stepping stone. Ningxu sighed and continued browsing the web. Ningxu did not believe that she could not find a suitable job. She saw a taekwondo dojo looking for a coach. Ningxu felt that she could give it a try. She could go for an interview. Ningxu did not believe that taekwondo required a university degree. She despaired of this world where everyone had to obtain a certificate. Ningxu also saw a gun club looking for a coach. Guns were prohibited, but in this kind of club, only the rich played. Ningxu felt that her shooting skills were not bad. Even if she could not hit the target, she still had her mental strength. However, they wanted to hire retired special forces. Hee. Ningxu bought a slightly better set of clothes so that they wouldn't look so dusty. She also went to trim her hair a little to make it look fresher and neater. Then, Ningxu began to go to the taekwondo dojo for an interview. Ningxu had already thought about it. If she could not pass the interview, she would go to the streets to sell egg pancakes. She could survive. If that did not work, she would roast sweet potatoes. Ha ha ha, Ningxu arrived at the taekwondo dojo. The interviewee was surprised to see Ningxu and asked Ningxu for a taekwondo certificate. This certificate was issued by the Taekwondo Association. Everything was a black belt. Ningxu was speechless. She was in despair. What did not require a certificate? Ningxu said, I don't have a certificate, but I am a black belt. Really? If you don't believe me, we can fight. The interviewer was speechless. This interviewer was in his 30s. He probably knew some kung fu. His eyes were sharp and his body was strong. You can test my martial arts. It is beyond your imagination. I will get a certificate. Ning Shu stretched out her hand. You only need 1 minute to test me. The interviewer took off his jacket. He was wearing a taekwondo uniform with a black belt around his waist. This represented his taekwondo level. Ning Shu struck a taekwondo pose. After 2 rounds, she easily gave the interviewer a shoulder throw. The interviewer got up. Not bad. But you need to get your certificate. Our classes are usually on Sundays. You only need to come on Saturdays and Sundays. Ning Shu was happy. This meant that she was hired. Also, she only had 2 working days a week. She could do a lot of things during the rest of the time. For example, she could learn something or get a certificate. The person who interviewed Ning Shu was the boss of this taekwondo dojo. The main business scope was to teach people who wanted to learn taekwondo. Most of the people who wanted to learn taekwondo were children and women. There were also men who wanted to learn taekwondo. He wanted to find a female coach to teach white-collar workers, high school students, and college students. He had worked hard to run this taekwondo dojo. He did not want any rumors of a coach molesting a female student to ruin his reputation. When Ning Shu saw the recruitment notice for a female coach, she felt that she had a higher chance of being hired. Now, she had at least 1 job. The boss brought Ning Shu to get a certificate and she got a black belt. Yes, she could make a living with martial arts. Ning Shu had originally thought that this job would be a very easy one. However, on the first day of work, Ning Shu saw children who were as tall as her belly button. There were boys and girls. They were wearing taekwondo uniforms and were chattering noisily. Their movements were not standard at all and they were not serious at all. They even ran around the house, chasing each other. No matter what she said, they would ignore her. She repeatedly told them, but they did not seem to care. It was extremely noisy. Ning Shu was having a headache. Ning Shu stomped her feet on the ground and shouted, "Quiet down." The situation was under control. Everyone looked at Ning Shu in a daze. No matter what you do, persistence and perseverance are the most important. You came to learn taekwondo not only for a healthy and strong physique, but also to train your will to be as strong as steel. Who's going to make a fuss? Ning Shu broke the thick board with her palm. The boss was shocked by Ning Shu and quickly walked over. Don't be too powerful. If so many parents complain about us, how can I continue to operate this taekwondo dojo? Ning Shu, wah. A little girl burst into tears. As soon as she cried, the others also cried. Mommy, she's so fierce. Ning Shu suddenly felt that she was not suitable for this job. She had to find a new job. The parents of these children were probably rich and sent these little radishes to learn this. She could not even be more strict. Practicing martial arts was to strengthen the body and the heart. Ning Shu stomped her feet again. Anyway, she had nothing to lose. What are you crying for? Press your legs. Hurry up. Ning Shu shouted. Some of the children were so scared that they burped and started to press their legs while sobbing. Ning Shu rolled her eyes. After class, the parents who came to pick up their children saw the crying children and immediately went to find trouble with Ning Shu. They even asked Ning Shu to apologize. Ning Shu, fearless, she was not a kindergarten teacher. She had to be gentle and considerate to these children. The boss apologized to the parents, and they left unsatisfied. The boss sighed. Ning Shu asked, "Then should I come tomorrow?" The boss nodded. Of course. Ning Shu was a little surprised. Her work was so bad, but she was still allowed to go to work. Boss, you're a good man. Tomorrow is the weekend. There will be a lot of white-collar women coming back. Go and teach them some moves to protect themselves. You don't have to be too strict with those children. It's a thankless task. You've seen the attitude of those parents. Those kids just need to be able to perform 2 beautiful moves, the boss said. Ning Shu, profiteer, however, he had no choice. He was here to learn taekwondo, but he didn't want to suffer at all. I'll teach the kids, the boss said. Ning Shu nodded. Thank you. I will work hard. The next day, Ningxu taught the white-collar workers and the slightly older children. She felt much better. At least they could understand what she was saying. Also, these white-collar women all paid money to learn. If they didn't learn seriously, they would be letting down the money they worked so hard to earn. Ningxu taught these white-collar women fighting skills. She taught them to hit with one hit and then have a chance to escape. She couldn't count on men to be self-aware. She could only strengthen herself. Ningxu looked at the boss among a bunch of children. She was very tired of taking care of them. Ningxu suspected that this was a nursery. Those parents wanted to entrust their children here. Ningxu coughed with a cold face. When the children saw Ningxu, they immediately looked away. Sometimes, when Ningxu went to the toilet, she would hear these children call her a tigress. Ningxu couldn't help but laugh. She wouldn't argue with these children. She was afraid that they would only talk behind people's backs. However, Ningxu got along well with the students under her. In the adult world, the strong were worthy of respect. Ningxu's martial arts were not weak, and the things she taught them were practical. After every training, Ningxu would tell them how to massage and what acupuncture points to massage to relieve muscle tension. The girls who came here to learn Taekwondo all wanted to make themselves stronger and have some fighting power. If they encountered danger, they would have the ability to resist. It was better to rely on oneself than on others. Ningxu taught very seriously. Not only could she earn money, but she could also help others. Ningxu's daily salary was not small. If a student wanted to sign up under her, she would get a commission. That was to say, if someone signed up to learn Taekwondo, Ningxu would get a commission. When she wasn't at work, Ningxu had to distribute flyers on the street. Maybe she would be lucky and get someone. Sometimes, Ningxu would just take a few pieces of wood that were as thick as a finger and show off her skills when necessary. I'm someone who knows real martial arts. Just go and distribute flyers. You don't have to do this. It's like a street performer. The boss was speechless. Ningxu was speechless. Fortunately, I didn't perform breaking a rock on my chest, Ningxu said. It's useless to distribute flyers. Even the paper is too hard to wipe my butt. Ningxu would carry a wooden board to distribute flyers every time. When someone questioned her, she would stack a few wooden boards and chop them with her hand. This job was fixed. Ningxu found a small rented house. Although it was small, it was enough for one person to live in. Ningxu took out the ginseng from her bag. The ginseng was in good condition. If it was in ancient times, it could be sold for 100 taels of silver. But in modern times, it was unknown. Ningxu took the ginseng to the famous medicine hall to sell it. The person looked at it and didn't want it at all. He said directly, "We have a regular supply channel. We don't accept such scattered things. Moreover, we don't know if this is planted or wild. If I planted it, why would I bring it here?" Ningxu said speechlessly. Medicinal herbs like this were in high demand in ancient times. The medicinal effects of planted and wild herbs are the same. We can't tell. We don't accept scattered ones. Ningxu sighed in her heart and wrapped the ginseng. If they didn't accept it, she would just keep it. One day, she would stew it into soup. In modern society, there were more and more fake things. Her things were not easy to sell. Besides, the social classes in modern society had been solidified. The social resources had been allocated. There were fewer ways for people to climb up. Sometimes, when you had something in your hands, people didn't want it because they had partners. Everything required a certificate. They paid more attention to the education level. Ningxu came out of the medicine hall and smelled the ginseng. If they didn't want such a good thing, she would keep it for herself. Ningxu didn't have much time to work. She planned to sign up for a chef's pastry class. After she left, her body had been strengthened by her peerless martial arts. Part of her strength would be left. But she didn't have the ability to fly. Unless the client continued to cultivate peerless martial arts, but it was difficult to cultivate to Ningxu's level. Ningxu originally wanted to take a computer science course and become a programmer in the future. However, the client was only a junior high school graduate after all. Usually, when he came into contact with computers, he had only seen them on TV. Maybe it was too strenuous for her. She might as well learn how to make pastries. Ningshu had some cooking skills. He believed that it wouldn't be difficult for Wang Ying, who had washed and cooked since she was young. At least he had to get a certificate. Without a certificate, it would be difficult to do anything. However, there were fake certificates. Instead of a half-fake one, he might as well spend some money to learn. As long as he had a skill, he could survive. As long as he could do it to the extreme, he would be successful. After Ningshu received his salary, he went to a pastry school and signed up to learn how to make pastries. Ningshu chose a relatively famous school. It was famous, but the tuition was a little expensive. Ningshu took a deep breath and gritted his teeth as he paid the tuition fee. Ningshu signed up for a 1-year intensive class. There were 3 months of accelerated classes. Ningshu didn't sign up. Since he wanted to learn, he would learn for a longer time. It was never wrong to learn more. Then Ningshu dealt with flour and cream every day. Ningshu's body always had an inexhaustible smell of wheat and roasted vegetables. Ningshu would bake his own bread at home or make some pastries for the students. The students had no resistance to sweets, and their attitude towards Ningshu was much better. Some of Ningshu's students said that Ningshu could be a cake maker and open a bakery. Ningshu smiled. Maybe he could open a bakery. However, it wasn't easy to set up a business in this city. It was also a goal to strive for. Ningshu's students had increased, but the increase wasn't much. They were all introduced by his students. The more the merrier. Ningshu didn't refuse. The more students there were, the lower the chances of her being fired. After all, everyone was targeting her. Quest complete. Leave the quest world. 2333's voice rang out in Ningshu's mind. After that, Ningshu felt dizzy. When Ningshu returned to the system space, he really wanted to vomit. It was as if his soul was being squeezed. Ningshu looked at his own soul. It was much thinner than before. If it was jelly before, it was milk now. Her soul directly passed through the object, and she couldn't even take it. It was a huge loss. The second mission really made her heart ache. Congratulations on completing the Super Mission Taker's trial mission. Please check your rewards. Mission 1, fulfill Yi Xiaodong's wish. Mission completion rate, 90%. You will receive a reward card, 2 attribute points, and 2,000 faith power. Yi Xiaodong became an embroidery master and saved up money for her brother to hold an art exhibition. Mission 2, fulfill Kong Lin's wish and cancel the contract. Mission completion rate, 100. You will be rewarded with 2 contribution points and 3 attribute points. From then on, Kong Lin flew freely in the sky. No one could control her anymore, including the heavenly Tao. Because Kong Lin was already a dead person. Mission 3, complete Wang Ying's counterattack. Mission completion rate, 100. You will receive a reward card, 5 attribute points, and Wang Ying's blessing. You will receive the Braveheart aura. This aura has a certain effect on strength when in danger. Wang Ying has a happy family, an understanding husband, and a bakery business. Overall evaluation, pays more attention to the client's future development. Overall score, 90. Reward, enter the law space to understand the law. Ningshu, yay finally, the mission was completed. To be able to enter the law space, what was the loss of soul power? Ningshu sat on the ground and began to absorb the pure soul power. Probably because there were 3 clients this time, the soul power was slightly more. Ningshu felt that the feeling of his soul being exhausted dissipated a lot. Ningshu opened his attribute panel. Name, Ningshu age, 27 level, Super Mission Client Reward Card, 100,125, 10 million for a reward card. Soul value, 0/2 health value, 0/1 wisdom, 0/1 charm, 0/1 mental power, 0/1 martial power, 0/2 aptitude, 0/2 faith, 400, 0020000 merit, 15260 law understanding, none skills, 5th ring shooting technique, intermediate close combat technique, exceptional martial arts proficiency, Intermediate poison technique, beginner business management knowledge, beginner code programming, beginner lawyer skill, sage ghost catching skill, beginner cooking skill, beginner embroidery skill. Honorary titles, Goddess of War, Selfless Ancestor Items, Calm Aura, Calming Pill, Faith Aura, Amulet 4, Upgraded Amulet 2. Aura, Mother of the World, Queen's Blessing, Model Worker, Qinshi's Blessing, Leader Aura, Grass Blessing, Lifelong Friend, Meow Meow Meow's Blessing. Life-Saving Hand, Zhu Xunyang's Blessing, Founding Woman, Chen Ermiai's Blessing, Beauty in Law, Chen Ning's Blessing, Bane of the Blood Clan, Jasmine's Blessing, Transcending Race Communication, by San Yang's Blessing, Brave Heart, Wang Ying's Blessing. Ning Shu felt that his attribute points had become less. In the past, he would have dozens of attribute points, but now he only had a few points. When he had less attribute points, he only had 1 point. It was 2F** King Shabby. 2333 said, now 1 attribute point is equivalent to 10 points in the past. It's not a small amount. It's easier to count with less attribute points. It's also simpler. 2333 asked, do you want to go to the law space now? Ningxu nodded. Quickly. I'll open up a passage first, and explain the virtual space to you. Ningxu sat up straight and perked up her ears to listen to 2333. The virtual space is filled with different kinds of laws. These laws are drawn from the Law Sea. Basically, the planes born from the Law Sea all have these laws. They are mostly the same and can be used in any plane. However, it depends on the plane's suppression. Ningxu's face darkened as he listened to 2333's words seriously. He thought to himself, who made this law space? To be able to make such a space is really awesome. The virtual space is filled with violent laws, and the laws in each area are different. There are many laws: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. There are many laws, such as the law of wind, the law of ice, the law of water, and the top-notch law of time and space. There is a city in each law area. The purpose of these cities is to protect the mission takers. If you want to understand the anti-law, you have to leave the city. The further you are from the city, the more violent the laws are. With your current soul state, I'm afraid that you will be torn apart and can only stay in the city. 2333 said. The passage is fixed. Which law city do you want to go to first? 2333 asked. Ningxu thought, she can't understand anything now, so it doesn't matter. Let's go to the Time City. Ningxu had a strange obsession with time. This was because Ningxu had seen the power of the law of time. It was too heaven-defying, and almost no one could escape from time. There was another reason why Ningxu wanted to learn the law of time. He wanted to go back and see his parents. He didn't know how time flowed in his hometown. Please stand at the entrance of the passage, 2333 said. Wait. Ningxu opened the chat system and sent a message to Mei Ziqing. Mei Ziqing was someone familiar with the law space. With her around, he could learn more about the law space. Ningxu, are you there? I'm going to the law space now. Ding dong. Mei Ziqing replied, which city are you in? Time City. Then we'll see you later. Ningxu closed the chat system and stood at the passage to the law space. This time, the teleportation took a long time. During the process, Ningxu felt dizzy. If he had a stomach, he would have vomited by now. When his feet touched the ground, Ningxu felt that his soul was about to scatter. His soul power. Ningxu looked around. The style of the Time City was still ancient. Beneath Ningxu's feet was a bluestone slab. As Ningxu's feet stepped on the bluestone slab, she could faintly feel some kind of power surging on the bluestone slab. There's very little law of time on the stone floor. It's a bit strenuous for you, 2333 said. 2333, over here. Mei Ziqing waved to Ningxu. Hearing Mei Ziqing call him 2333, Ningxu was stunned. Then he remembered that Mei Ziqing was calling him. Her code name was 2333. Ningxu walked over with some difficulty to Mei Ziqing's side. How did your soul become like this? Mei Ziqing asked in surprise. Ningxu looked at Mei Ziqing's strong soul and felt bitter. It became like this because I was doing a mission. Congratulations on becoming a super mission taker. We can team up in more dangerous worlds in the future. Let's go to the restaurant. Mei Ziqing reached out to Ningxu, but her hand went through Ningxu's body. Ningxu, he couldn't even hold hands with others. Mei Ziqing smiled. It's good that you can enter the law of space after spending some soul power. Please don't gloat. Mei Ziqing covered her mouth and laughed. Why would I be gloating? I'm just curious as to what kind of mission would cause such a mess. As they spoke, Ningxu and Mei Ziqing arrived at the entrance of the restaurant. It was Ningxu's first time in the law space, and his soul could not withstand the power of the law space, so he walked rather slowly. Mei Ziqing probably wanted to take care of Ningxu. She walked very slowly and chatted with Ningxu along the way. Ningxu walked into the restaurant, which was relatively empty. There were only a few people sitting around. There were both men and women. Ningxu was a little excited. This was the first time he had seen so many super mission takers. There were also many cities in this space. There was one city in each law zone, and there were also super mission takers scattered in other cities. Ningxu was very excited. Ningxu and Mei Ziqing found a table and sat down. A waiter came up to them and asked them what they wanted to eat. Ningxu saw that the waiter's soul was extremely condensed and arrogant. Could it be that even a waiter was a super mission taker? Indeed, there would always be someone better than you. Mei Ziqing ordered a few dishes. Ningxu said, the dishes I ordered can strengthen the soul. Thank you. Ningxu noted down the dishes Mei Ziqing ordered. Ningxu asked, have you comprehended the law? Mei Ziqing picked up her teacup and drank. I have comprehended a bit of the law of water, but it's just a flash of inspiration. There's still a long way to go before I can fully comprehend it. Sigh. Ningxu thought, so difficult. After a while, the waiter served the dishes. The dishes were very exquisite and whetted one's appetite. Even if one's soul was not hungry, seeing these dishes would make one's soul hungry. Let's eat. Mei Ziqing said, you can't underestimate the people here, just like that waiter. They stay in the law space for a long time. When they have nothing to do, they work in the restaurant to earn faith power. Everything here uses faith power? In this space, only merit and power of faith are hard currencies. What we're eating now is paid with merit or power of faith. Ningxu thought, seems like we've come to a very high-class place. Ningxu ate a mouthful of food and felt that his soul was very comfortable. It was good stuff. 2333, aren't you looking for the world's origin? You can go to the trading hall. Maybe you can find it. Mei Ziqing said to Ningxu. Every time Ningxu heard 2333, he would jump. He felt that Mei Ziqing was calling him 2333 and not her. You can just call me Ningxu. Ningxu said. Okay, Ningxu. I'm Mei Ziqing. Now that we know each other by name, we can be considered partners. Mei Ziqing smiled. Ningxu nodded. Ningxu and Mei Ziqing were talking mainly because they wanted to understand more about this nomological space. If Mei Ziqing needed her help in the future, she would definitely help. Whatever Ningxu asked, Mei Ziqing would tell Ningxu what she knew. If she didn't know, Mei Ziqing wouldn't be able to answer Ningxu. At this moment, someone came down from upstairs. When he saw Ningxu, his eyes lit up. There's a newcomer. He closed the fan in his hand and walked over elegantly. Ningxu looked at the man. He was wearing a man's qipao and had a fan in his hand. There was a painting of mountains and rivers on the fan. He looked like an elegant man from the Republic of China with a parted hairstyle. When Mei Ziqing saw this person, she rolled her eyes and took a sip of tea. Are you new here? Have you registered? The Xianxia man asked Ningxu. He lifted the hem of his cheongsam and sat down. Mei Ziqing explained, it's just an identification. I'll take you to do it later. The embroidered face blooms with a smile, the slanted flying duck compliments her cheeks. The moment you move your eyes, you'll be guessed. One side is deep and charming, the other half is tender and resentful. The moon moves and the shadow moves again. The man in the qipao looked at Ningxu and read. Ningxu, who had read a lot of books, could immediately tell that this was an obscene song. Can you really read this? Ningxu looked at the man in the qipao silently. This was sexual harassment. The man in the qipao opened his fan and fanned himself lightly. He didn't care about Ningxu's gaze at all. Mei Ziqing said to Ningxu, "You can agree." Ningxu raised his eyebrows. Mei Ziqing wanted him to agree to do that with this man. Ningxu looked at the man and saw that his legs were trembling slightly under the table. His hand was gripping the fan tightly. He looked very leisurely and flirtatious, but his body was honestly nervous. Ningxu asked, "Let's do it when the moon is above the trees." The man in the qipao's expression changed. Then he read, "The body of a 28-year-old girl is limp. The sword at her waist will cut the foolish man. Although the head won't fall, the bone marrow will dry up." The man in the cheongsam was saying something along the lines of, "Don't be fooled by the beautiful woman's soft body. She seems to be carrying a murderous axe around her waist." Although the perverted man's head didn't fall to the ground, he would unknowingly be ked by the woman. Men, don't lust after women. She will take your life. Kill you. I'm not that kind of person. Are you misunderstanding something? The man in the cheongsam shook his head. Ningxu was speechless. F*ck, did he meet a retard? He said a bunch of obscene words to her and Mei Ziqing, and now he was serious. Remember to register. The man in the cheongsam waved his fan and walked away. He even turned back and winked at Ningxu. The crowd booed. They obviously knew the man in the cheongsam and were teasing him. Ningxu was speechless. What's wrong with him? Ningxu and Mei Ziqing asked. Mei Ziqing couldn't help but laugh. You mean him? He especially likes to flirt with new girls. He's an old virgin, but he pretends to be unruly and flirt with girls. If the girl agrees, he immediately gives up. Ningxu's expression became clear. So he was a pure man on the outside. He probably felt that his reputation as an old virgin was bad, and he liked to flirt with girls. If a girl decided to date him, he would immediately become a coward. Coward. However, those who could enter the space of laws weren't simple people. Some had even mastered the rules. Ningxu and Mei Ziqing finished all the dishes on the table. After all, they had to pay with the power of faith and merit. Mei Ziqing paid for the meal, but Ningxu insisted on going Dutch. After all, her relationship with Mei Ziqing wasn't good enough for her to pay without any psychological burden. Mei Ziqing didn't say anything. After that, Mei Ziqing brought Ningxu to the trading hall to get an identity card. The trading hall was huge. Many people were exchanging or buying things. There were also official auctions. Ningxu looked at the stalls one by one. He didn't find any world origin. It's not easy to find something like the world's origin. Are you using it for yourself or for someone else? The world's origin is only used to construct the world. Other than that, it has no other use. Mei Ziqing asked Ningxu. Ningxu asked Mei Ziqing, "Are you going to construct a world?" Mei Ziqing shook his head. Building a world isn't a small matter. Besides, I haven't found the medium to build a world. Those who can build a world are all powerful beings. I want to comprehend the laws right now. Ningxu frowned. Only by constructing a world can we control our own destiny. As long as the world exists, our destiny will be connected to the world we construct. The people above will not dare to kill us. So what if you've grasped the laws? If you're killed, you'll have nothing left. That's true, but it's too difficult to construct a world. It's not easy to find a carrier or a world's origin. Ningxu, constructing a world requires sufficient luck. It's not like building a house. Mei Ziqing wasn't in a good mood when he talked about this. However, if you've grasped the laws, you'll be considered a powerhouse. When you're killed, you'll have to think about it. After all, it's not easy to produce a mission enforcer who can comprehend the laws. Ningxu felt stifled by Mei Ziqing's words. Even if you've comprehended the laws, you'll still be killed if you do something wrong. A mission enforcer who couldn't be controlled and caused serious consequences would still be killed even if you've comprehended the laws. This was a matter of survival. Survival was so serious. If you want to reach the top, you'll have to endure all kinds of setbacks. You'll have to give up something in order to gain something. Ningxu wasn't afraid of loneliness. That was the title of a king. Along the way, Ningxu felt that his luck was pretty good. He already had a carrier to construct a world and 2 world origins. Ningxu felt that he was still favored by the heavens. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Mei Ziqing smiled. Ningxu said, I'm going to comprehend the laws of water. Ningxu nodded. Try to comprehend it as soon as possible. Mei Ziqing's soul gradually disappeared. Once Mei Ziqing left, Ningxu grimaced. The force on the limestone floor made Ningxu feel very uncomfortable. Very uncomfortable. 2333, send me back, Ningxu said to 2333. Okay. The feeling of the world spinning came again. Ningxu hadn't felt the weakness of his soul in a long time. It was all kinds of discomfort. Back in the system space, Ningxu lay on the bed. The teleportation process was too uncomfortable. With her soul's current state, she couldn't even stand to stay in the city for a while, let alone comprehend the laws. If she left the city, she might be turned into ashes by the laws. Ningxu opened the exchange store to see if there were any potions that could repair her soul. When she became a divine beast, the backlash from the heavenly Tao damaged her soul. Then, she suffered a heavenly tribulation. Ningxu browsed the exchange store and saw the spiritual god soothing potion. There was a green potion that could repair her soul. But the price was too expensive. It cost 30 merit points. Damn, she didn't get any merit points in 3 worlds. A potion that was the same color as kiwi juice cost 30 merit points. It could be blacker. But the feeling of her soul being drained was too uncomfortable. Ningxu gritted her teeth and clicked on the exchange store. Ningxu drank the potion and felt a cool and gentle energy swimming in her soul. It was like a dry land that was receiving a rainstorm. It was refreshing. The pain and discomfort of her soul also slowly disappeared. The 30 merit points were well worth it. She didn't know who set up the exchange store. So black-hearted, so black-hearted. Profiteer. Ningxu closed her eyes and planned to sleep. The 3 nerve-wracking missions were finally completed. She became a super mission enforcer and entered the law space. The city in the law space was very safe. It used a power similar to a barrier to cover the city and prevent the chaotic laws from hurting the mission enforcers. Ningxu yawned. Too tired. When Ningxu woke up, the system space was still the same. There was no day or night. The system space didn't have a flow of time, so Ningxu didn't know how long she slept. Ningxu stretched herself lazily. After drinking the medicine and sleeping, she felt as if she had been injected with chicken blood. She was alive again. The world was beautiful. Ningxu looked down at her hand. Although it was still very weak, it would soon become strong again. As long as she completed the missions, she would have pure soul power. Ningxu got up from the bed and took out the Peerless Martial Art from the bookshelf. What made Ningxu very surprised was that the Peerless Martial Arts had actually become very heavy. Ningxu actually had no way to lift her up with one hand. The Peerless Martial Art had a qualitative change. Ningxu looked at the thick and heavy Peerless Martial Arts book. The words Peerless Martial Arts written in golden Xiaojuan script on the page seemed to darken. Now, the pages had disappeared, and the Peerless Martial Art had turned into a rectangular object. Ningxu released her mental power and invaded the inside of the Peerless Martial Art. Under the probing of Ningxu's spiritual power, the Peerless Martial Art had formed a lifeless space. There was nothing in this space, nothing at all. Although there were no signs of living creatures, Ningxu was very happy, because a book formed a space, and it was a space formed by faith power. As long as she found the 5 world origins, her world would evolve into living creatures. The living creatures living in this space would provide her with an endless supply of faith power. At the same time, her fate was connected to the world she built. If she died, the world she built would also disappear. The living creatures in the world would also disappear. This was why the people above didn't dare to casually kill the strong people who built the world. Hundreds of millions of living creatures couldn't just disappear like that. The world had its own laws. Even if she was now in soul form, Ningxu felt her heart pounding. She was very excited. Everything was progressing in a good direction. Ningxu felt that she was a person who was blessed by the heavens. Release your soul origin and connect with the world. 2333 Ningxu said. She needed soul origin, Ningxu thought. She took out a trace of her soul origin and invaded the world. From now on this space was one with her. Ningxu's soul origin invaded the peerless martial art. He felt that he had gained control over the peerless martial art. When she took the book again, it didn't feel heavy. Ningxu put the book on the bookshelf. She would soon be able to build her own world. She wouldn't have to worry about being obliterated. Ningxu looked at the two beads on the wall. The black hole formed by the fusion of the two beads was only the size of a fist. It should be done soon. The black hole was small, the effect on the system space was even smaller. He wondered what kind of heavenly orb would be formed from the soul orb and the orb that could freely travel between worlds. The soul pearl was truly the most thirsty thing Ningxu had ever seen. It was absorbing souls and even boundary stones. So far, the souls that the soul pearl had devoured were on par with the soul pearl that could summon creatures through the planes at will. It had even snatched boundary stones that could strengthen the planes. Ningxu would be very angry if the fusion turned out to be useless. The system space almost collapsed because of the fight between the two beads. Ningxu took out the time ring that he had obtained in the past. The time ray that this ring shot out could instantly annihilate a person, even their soul. Could the ruby ring help her comprehend the law of time, the law of time stone? Ningxu held the ring in his hand, feeling a little nervous. He was afraid that he would accidentally kill himself. The laws of time were too powerful. Ningxu revered and wanted to control them. Ningxu pulled out the red rose from the vase. The red rose had always been delicate and beautiful, exuding the fragrance of roses. It was hard to imagine that this was a real flower. Moreover, it was a fresh flower that had been broken. Without the nourishment of the roots, it could still be so bright. Even if it was a fake flower, its color would fade after a long time. However, the red rose did not change at all. What in the world was this? How could it remain like this for so long? Ningxu pointed to his chin and looked at the ruby ring and the red rose placed together. Both were bright red and beautiful. Sigh, the laws of time. Ningxu placed the rose in the vase and put away the ruby ring. In her current soul state, it was a little difficult for her to enter the time city, let alone comprehend the laws of time. Even a tiny, negligible law on the bluestone slab was enough to make her unable to sense it. It seemed that the road to comprehending the laws of time was long. Every time Ningxu took a step forward, he found that there was another scenery in front of him. It kept tempting him to go up and climb up. Ningxu let out a long breath and opened the chat system. The chat system would push some news about the mission enforcers. Mission enforcers were also a social group. Ningxu browsed the news. If he had nothing to do, he could read the gossip. But soon, Ningxu couldn't stand it anymore. He was always fed a mouthful of dog food, and it was forced. F***CK. For example, number 2367 gave number 67450 a space. Giving something, writing about it. A space required a lot of merit and faith. He was really rich. Mission enforcers also liked to show off their love. Ningxu felt that the whole world was targeting a cute single dog like him. Especially when he knew that number 2367 and number 67450 were both men, Ningxu's face was even colder. F***CK, there were some complaints in the news, and some people wrote about their experiences in doing missions. It was more like a forum where anyone could speak freely. Ningxu just browsed and didn't comment. Especially when he saw that the forum liked to use the word 2333-23333 to express his feelings. Ningxu felt uncomfortable. After browsing for a while, Ningxu closed the chat system and asked 2333, "Can't I see the mission enforcer first?" The black hole was so small that it shouldn't affect the mission enforcer much. Ningxu was standing in front of the black hole, and the suction force of the black hole wasn't enough to suck him in. 2333 said, "I think it's better to wait until the fusion is complete. If something happens to the mission enforcer, both of us will be in trouble." I tried my best to suppress the aftermath of the battle between the two beads. To be honest, it was very difficult. I can't guarantee that I won't be able to suppress it. Ningxu was speechless. Ningxu thought that the fusion of the two beads was almost complete. At least there should be a winner. However, 2333 told her that they were still fighting. Ningxu felt a little tired. Couldn't they just fuse the beads faster? Ningxu couldn't remember the last time she met the mission enforcer first. It was all because of these two beads. Ningxu said, then let's go do the mission. Doing missions could give her soul power, and it could strengthen her soul. The powerful soul that she was so proud of was gone just like that. Do you want to do a mission? 2333 asked Ningxu. Ningxu was speechless. 2333 She only cared about herself when she was strong. I remember that it hasn't been long since the last mission. Why do I have to do it again? Ningxu didn't like to deal with wild systems. The process of robbing a wild system was a little troublesome. It has been a long time since the last mission. Ningxu, your memory isn't very good. 2333 said. Ningxu said. My memory is very good. If I think it hasn't been long, then it hasn't been long. 2333 heard Ningxu's unreasonable words and was speechless for a while. In the end, he said, okay, you're right. You're right. 2333 Get out of here, Ningxu nodded. I just finished 3 chain missions. Let's find an easier mission first before doing the system mission. I have something to say, but I don't know if I should say it, Ningxu said. 2333 Since you know it's not appropriate, then don't say it, please, 2333 said. It seems like it doesn't matter if you're strong or not. Why should I help you? You have to give me a beautiful blueprint, 2333, you can get mission rewards by doing the system mission. Isn't that a good reason? 2333 said. Ningxu shook his head. What I mean is that I don't see any benefits if you're strong. To a certain extent, I'm your reserve power. My power supports the entire system space. Every time you enter a mission, you have to locate the client's body. This requires energy. If I don't have energy, you won't be able to find the client's body in the billions of worlds. And you won't be able to find the client's body in the billions of living creatures, 2333 said in a deep voice. Ningxu, I don't know why you always think that I'm full of evil intentions. But we are one. Don't think that all the benefits from doing the system mission belong to me. We're just helping each other. If that's the case, let's get straight to the point. Ningxu sat cross-legged on the sofa. He held his chin and said faintly, from your tone, it seems like you're not satisfied with becoming a system. That's true. Being wiped of memory and without a physical body. No one would be satisfied with that. Ningxu felt that he needed to understand his work partner. He used to think that 2333 was a naughty retard. It seemed that the word retard was outdated to describe 2333. It's not that I'm not satisfied. It's just that I want to be strong. I want to have a physical body one day and be able to appear under the sun. Ningxu, I won't hurt you, and I can't hurt you, just like you can't hurt me. We are people who will be together for the rest of our lives. Ningxu was speechless. Hearing 2333's words, Ningxu felt hopeless. They had been together for a lifetime. As long as she was not erased, who knew how long her life would be? Ningxu said, let's do a simple mission first. We'll do the system mission next time. Oh. 2333 asked, do we enter the quest world now? Ningxu nodded and opened up the system exchange store to exchange for fasting pills and medicines. Who knows, he might be able to use it in a mission. Ningxu, who had stayed on planet Seldar, was even more fascinated by food. No matter how extreme the environment was, as long as there was food, he could survive and complete the mission. Let's do the mission now, an easy one, Ningxu said. After becoming a super mission taker, even the simplest mission will be a bit difficult. It definitely won't be as easy as a beginner mission, 2333 said and teleported Ningxu away. Ningxu felt dizzy and her vision blurred. She felt dizzy. When she fused with this body, she felt her body twitching. Ningxu opened his eyes. His body was extremely uncomfortable and soft. Ningxu saw himself lying in the forest. Tall trees covered the sky, the ground was covered with fallen leaves, and the stones were covered with moss. Ningxu struggled to get up. His heart was beating fast, and his stomach was convulsing. he spat out white foam. His calf was swollen and there were 2 small teeth marks. Was this a snake bite? Ningxu quickly pinched his calf and squeezed the wound. He felt for the dagger at his waist. He pulled out the knife and cut open the teeth marks. Black blood flowed out. Ningxu squeezed the wound hard, trying to squeeze the poison out of his body. Ningxu felt that it was difficult to breathe. He didn't know when the original owner had been bitten by the snake. Ningxu bit the tip of his tongue to prevent himself from fainting. He squeezed the wound with his hands. Ningxu squeezed until his hands were sore. Finally, he squeezed out blood. It was no longer thick black blood. Ningxu took out an anti-inflammatory pill and ate it. He felt dizzy. There was probably still some poison in his body. Ningxu looked around. This place was quite like a tropical rainforest. It was full of murderous intent. There were poisonous insects, snakes, and some terrifying animals. Ningxu struggled, but ended up sitting on the ground. Ningxu had a feeling that something was secretly spying on her. Anyway, it made her feel very unsafe. Ningxu found a branch and stood up with it. The leg that was bitten by the snake was numb and he couldn't feel it at all. He just didn't know if there were any herbs around. It was reasonable to say that tropical rainforests should be rich in resources. Ningxu felt very hot. It was estimated to be more than 38 degrees. His clothes were wet with sweat and his underwear was clearly visible. Ningxu wanted to find a relatively safe place to accept the plot and get rid of the feeling of being spied on. How could the client be in such a place? Could it be an explorer? Sometimes, exploring was a suicidal act. Ningxu straightened his back and frowned. Why was he always being spied on? Ningxu released his spiritual force and looked around. As a result, he saw a camera on a tree. The camera flashed red. Ningxu didn't look back at the camera. Instead, he directly used his spiritual force to push the camera down the tree. With a bang, the camera fell to the ground and broke. Ningxu looked at the camera and felt that he had to accept the plot first. There was actually a camera in this place. Ningxu sat under the tree, cross-legged, and began to practice his unique martial arts. The air here was humid and stuffy. Occasionally, he could hear waves and the cry of seagulls. Ningxu suspected that she was currently on an island. Occasionally, she would hear helicopters flying over her head, and the sound of propellers spinning at high speed. Although a camera was broken, Ningxu still felt that he was being spied on. Ningxu didn't sit cross-legged. Instead, he leaned against the tree, straightened his legs and closed his eyes as if he was asleep. In fact, he released his spiritual force to observe whether there was any danger around him. He also accepted the plot. This was a program called Survival on an Island. It was a live broadcast show created by a TV station. There were many people participating in this program. In addition to the client, there were many other people participating, a total of 20 people. The purpose of this program was to survive on this deserted island for a month. The sponsor of this game was a big corporation. They were very rich and had so much money that they could burn. They sponsored this show and provided this island. By the way, this island was also a private production area for rich people. It was said that they bought it for this show. It was quite a gimmick. The client was called Xianxia. She was a member of this live show. Why did she want to participate in this show? It was because of the generous rewards. If she could survive on this island for a month, she could get a reward of 10 million yuan. 10 million yuan was not a small amount. The client's mother had uremia and it had reached a very serious stage. There was no other way except for a kidney transplant. The client's parents divorced when she was young. Xianxia lived with her mother. She relied on her mother for food, clothing, housing, transportation, and school. Her mother had uremia and now needed a kidney transplant. She could not afford to take medicine and dialysis, not to mention a kidney transplant. Especially when there was a settlement, the surgery might be done at any time. However, the surgery fee was a big problem. All these years, they relied on Xianxia's mother to support the family alone. Their life had been very difficult. Ever since Xianxia's mother fell ill, the family did not have much savings. Xianxia could not imagine her mother leaving her. Xianxia's mother did not even find another man to marry for this daughter. Perhaps it was a man who hurt her. Xianxia's mother practically used her own blood to nurture Xianxia into a university student. However, at this time, Xianxia's mother fell ill. The family did not have money, and it was impossible for her to look for her father. She was already over 18 years old. Her father had no responsibility to raise her. Not to mention, her father had already started a new family. How could he give her money? At this time, Xianxia saw the TV station looking for reality show actors. All kinds of people could participate. If they succeeded, they would get a reward of 10 million yuan. If she got 10 million yuan, her mother's surgery fee would be settled. The interview went smoothly. Perhaps it was Xianxia's identity as a university student that allowed her to enter this live show game. This live show selected people from all walks of life, all kinds of identities, and all kinds of professions. There were university students, doctors, lawyers, and even gangsters. There were men and women. There were a total of 20 people. They probably wanted to see how people of different professions would perform on a deserted island. This way, there would be drama and drama. Everyone came for the 10 million yuan. After all, 10 million yuan was not a small amount. Some people would not be able to earn it in their whole lives. Regardless of whether or not he had his reasons, he wanted to win and get the 10 million. After that, a helicopter brought a group of people to the island. They were not given any resources, nothing, and the 20 people were thrown to a deserted island. The harsh environment of the island was beyond everyone's expectations. There was no food, only walkie-talkies and daggers. Poisonous snakes and insects were everywhere, and there were even some unknown species. It was simply inconceivable. As a person who couldn't even recognize all the food crops, it was inconceivable for him to find something edible. Just like everyone else, the client was dumbfounded. Moreover, not all of them were released at the same time. 20 of them were scattered in different areas. He probably didn't want the 20 of them to group up and wanted to observe them alone. As a program, it had to be broadcasted. The client had a bad feeling in his heart. They were really leaving them on the island and ignoring them. The client could only record the number of days on the island by day and night. Everyone's actions were being monitored by the cameras. The island was filled with cameras. Eating, drinking, and defecating were all under the surveillance of others. The client was at a loss at first, but after a while, he managed to find an edible bug. That's right, it was a bug. When people were hungry, they could only eat bugs. Any edible fruit in the forest would be eaten by the birds and insects. When Xianxia came, the client was bitten by a poisonous snake and died. The original owner's wish was to leave the island alive. She couldn't imagine how desperate her mother would be when she heard that her daughter had died. There was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. There was a 10 million reward. As for whether or not there was a 10 million reward in the end, Xianxia didn't know. Because she had already lost her life to the poisonous snake's fangs. Xianxia felt hungry. He secretly took out a fasting pill and ate it. The fasting pill turned into a warm current that flowed into his stomach. His body felt alive again. When the client died, it was the 4th day on the island. Actually, the client should have paid attention when they were participating in the program. Because they had signed an agreement beforehand. The content of the agreement was that if the contestants encountered any danger during the mission, the organizers would not be responsible. Moreover, the organizers didn't tell the 20 people what they would encounter later. They also didn't tell the 20 people that it was very dangerous. If they didn't want to participate, they could withdraw. Under the temptation of 10 million, plus the organizers coaxing and cheating, the program Survival on a Deserted Island was born. The client was desperate. Even though he knew it wasn't easy, his mother couldn't wait any longer. Xianxia sighed. He couldn't figure out the purpose of this program. Xianxia closed his eyes and began to practice his unique martial arts. He wanted to see if he could leave the island after a month. Xianxia's heart was filled with shadows. The original owner died relatively early. As for what happened after, he didn't know. Xianxia even thought that none of the 20 of them would be able to leave the island alive. This was an isolated island surrounded by the ocean. There was no way to leave the island without a boat. He didn't know what the effect of this program would be. If everyone died in the program, it would be even more explosive. The corporation that sponsored this program probably had something fishy. Sure enough, they had too much money to burn. Maybe the rich were bored and wanted to have some fun. Sure enough, the happiness of the rich was unimaginable. Because of the snake venom, Ningxu's body was very uncomfortable. Moreover, the weather was very hot and his mouth was dry. What Ningxu needed to do now was to find a water source. He was surrounded by the ocean. The ocean was salty and naturally couldn't be drunk. The client collected dew from the leaves every morning when there was dew and drank until he was full. Then, when the sun came out and the dew evaporated, there was no water to drink for the whole day. The client didn't find a source of fresh water in the past few days. There were so many creatures on this island. There must be a source of fresh water. Ningxu cultivated the fiery yang energy in his dantian. He sent the fiery yang energy into the blood vessels and meridians all over his body. He wanted to force the poison out of his blood. It was not good to be in a daze all the time. Living on a deserted island, he had to be vigilant. Some unknown insects and poisonous insects could kill him. If it was an ordinary person, it would be really difficult to survive on this island. Or survive for a month. There were cameras with flashing red dots all around, recording her every move. Ningxu turned a blind eye to the cameras. She just wanted to get out of here. She just needed to persevere for another 25 days. Ningxu was skeptical about the 10 million yuan she could get. It would be strange if the TV program didn't have any tricks. How could they give out 10 million? It was also because the client was so anxious that she didn't know what to do, so she took the risk. Because she had no way to get the high surgery fee. Life was so helpless. As for selling her body, it was useless. Ningxu worked hard to cultivate. She didn't move much and had been moving around this area. Only after being bitten by the snake did Ningxu not have any more problems. After eating the fasting pill, Ningxu didn't feel hungry. However, under the camera, Ningxu could only catch termites to eat. These termites were rich in nutritious protein. Ningxu ate ants, but she didn't want to eat worms. The taste of worms was too good. When she bit down, the juice splattered and splashed into her mouth. Oh my God! If the worms were fried and crispy, it would be another story. Ningxu ate ants to show others. How could a person live without eating for a few days? Even if she got out alive, she would probably be dissected and used as a research subject. Ningxu was like the client. She only collected dew from the leaves in the morning to drink. Ningxu could at least control her body and let herself excrete as little as possible to ensure that there was enough water in her body. Ningxu didn't want to fall to the point of drinking her own urine. It was supposed to be an easy task. Just how much of a pain in the ass was he to come up with such a program? Ningxu had been cultivating. If she really couldn't go back alive, Ningxu planned to swim home. Of course, Ningxu didn't even know where the client's home was. She would probably die of exhaustion in the sea, and there were dangerous sea creatures in the sea. Mama, why is this world so cruel? Ningxu sat under the tree and leaned against it. There were marks carved by Ningxu with a dagger on the tree to record the days. Ningxu drew 2 lines to indicate that 2 days had passed, plus the client's 5 days. Only 7 days. There were still 23 days left. He probably couldn't stand Ningxu's idleness. Ningxu's walkie-talkie beeped, and a man's cold voice came from it. Number 15, please find your partner now. Ningxu was speechless. Looking for companions, even if she had to run all over the mountain, it was already very difficult for her to survive. Why did she have to find trouble for no reason? What if he walked into a dangerous place? It was probably because he wanted her to encounter some kind of danger that it would be especially exciting. Ningxu pursed his lips and leaned against the tree without moving. Since they were able to use the walkie-talkie, it meant that other than the 20 people, there were other people on the island directing everyone's actions. She had clearly only asked everyone to survive within a month, but now she was actually asked to find her companions. *T, Ningxu turned a deaf ear to the orders on the walkie-talkie. If there were other people on the island, they would definitely eat and drink well. She might as well just rob them. Ningshu thought about it and gave up. The most important thing for her was to leave this place alive and get enough money to allow the client's mother to perform the surgery. The client was so poor that she took the risk to participate in this show. Where would she get a large sum of money? The show's reward was 10 million. Ningshu could only chuckle and didn't have any hope. Ningshu wiped the sweat off her face. Her t-shirt was all wet and clinging to her skin. The weather was too hot. If this sorry state was broadcasted, it would really be, beep beep beep. The walkie-talkie at Ningshu's waist rang again. Please follow the instructions. Find your companions and survive together with them. Ningshu let out a long breath, stood up with the help of a wooden stick, and limped away. After all, her leg was injured. Wouldn't it be strange if she walked on flat ground? Find your companions and survive together with them. But in the end, there would only be one winner. Who would get the 10 million? If the 10 million and 20 people were to be divided, each person would get 500,000. If more than one person survived in the end, how would the money be divided? Ningshu always felt that this show was full of malice. Could it be that they made such a show to test human nature? Ningshu released her spiritual force. If there was anything dangerous ahead, Ningshu would avoid it. Not only were the animals dangerous, but the plants here were also dangerous. If she encountered poisonous grass, she would still be in trouble. Ningshu walked very slowly. If she encountered any suitable herbs, Ningshu would put it in her mouth and put it on the wound. In order to squeeze out the poisonous blood, Ningshu cut the wound with a knife. The jungle weather was hot and humid. Ningshu's wound began to fester, and this was still under the healing of the spiritual energy. The main reason was that the environment was too bad. Ningshu was more afraid of mosquitoes. The mosquitoes here were very big. If she had malaria, she would die if she didn't get treatment on the island. There were poisonous snakes hidden everywhere. They had worked so hard to make a show. It was simply perverted. The client was really dead. She was really dead. Ningshu didn't limp fast. It was more to observe the surrounding situation. Ningshu realized that there were too many cameras on the island to count. How much investment did they have to spend? It was just to make a show. But this show was already dead. Wasn't the TV station afraid of being sued, or did they want the audience to think that this live broadcast of survival on a deserted island was a show? The person was actually not dead. After walking for a day, Ningshu met a person. Was this the companion mentioned by the walkie-talkie? This was a woman in her 30s. According to the information, she was a housewife. When she saw Ningshu's hand, she was pleasantly surprised. She heaved a sigh of relief. I finally found you. What's wrong with your leg? The woman asked Ningshu. Ningshu sat on a moss-covered rock and said, I was bitten by a snake. Ningshu was a little surprised that this housewife could survive for 8 days. The woman leaned against Ningshu and sat down. Is the snake poisonous? Seeing that you're fine, I guess that snake shouldn't be poisonous. Ningshu didn't say anything. According to the environment, snakes in this environment couldn't be harmless and non-poisonous. Even if they weren't poisonous, they could be huge and use their body strength to kill their prey. Ningshu's woman asked, Did you receive an order from the walkie-talkie? The woman shook her head. No. Ningshu frowned. Was she the only one who received it? Ningshu stared at the woman. Her face had brown spots and her figure was a little out of shape. She didn't have the graceful figure of a young woman. The woman avoided Ningshu's gaze. She stood up and said, Let's find out what to eat tonight. The housewife said that she did not receive an order. But Ningshu remembered that when she saw the housewife, the first sentence she said was I finally found you. It meant that this person was looking for her, and when she asked her, she said that she did not receive an order. Obviously, she was lying. Have you found a water source? I'm dying of thirst. The housewife Ningshu asked, By the way, my name is Wuwan. What about you? Ningshu said, My name is Xianxia. I didn't find a water source. How did you survive without finding water? I found a kind of beetroot. I eat beetroot every day and barely survive. Wuwan said. Although she is a housewife, she knows all kinds of vegetables. Ningshu said, I eat ants every day. Why are you looking for me? It's not easy for the two of us to meet. Let's go together. It's easier for the two of us to survive together. Wuwan looked like a gentle housewife. Ningxu nodded, okay. In the evening, Ningxu and Wuwan leaned against a tree. There are all kinds of birds in the forest, fireflies fly in front of them, and all kinds of nocturnal animals come out. Ningxu closed his eyes and released his spiritual force to check the surrounding situation. He also observed Wuwan. Wuwan must have also received an order, but he didn't know what the order was. If it was the same order as her, why did she say that she didn't receive an order? Ningxu will not take the initiative to harm others, but on this isolated island, people's hearts are unpredictable, not to mention the temptation of money. They are all competitors, and there is a conflict of interests. Maybe someone will stab him in the back. Wuwan is very vigilant. After sleeping for a while, she will wake up to see if there is any danger. She also did not wake up Ningxu. The night was very peaceful. But in the early morning, when the sky was just bright, Wuwan pushed Ningxu and saw that Ningxu still had his eyes closed and did not wake up. Wuwan tightly pursed her lips, pulled out a dagger, and ruthlessly stabbed Ningxu. Ningxu had been paying attention to Wuwan with his spiritual power. When he saw Wuwan holding a sharp knife and stabbing towards him, he opened his eyes and tilted his body. Wuwan's knife stabbed into the tree trunk behind Ningxu. Moreover, it was a little deep. Wuwan's face was pale as she tried to pull the knife out, but she couldn't. Ningxu looked at Wuwan. I have no enmity with you. Why do you want to kill me? If this knife really pierced her neck, she would definitely not be able to survive. Ningxu felt that Wuwan was quite smart. She killed people in the wee hours of the morning when they were still asleep. Besides, if she killed someone at night, she would have to sleep with the corpse for the whole night. Covering her face with her hands, Wuwan's shoulders trembled as she yelled out in grief, as long as I kill you, I'll get 10 million yen. I need 10 million yen. Ningxu shrugged. She also needed $10 million. Who wouldn't want $10 million to participate in this program? My daughter is only 4 years old. She is still so young. Her father abandoned her because of her illness. As long as you die, I will have money to treat Tian Tian. Ningxu narrowed his eyes and looked at the camera tied to the tree with a flashing red dot. The person who gave them the order was not funny. He gave her a chance to survive with her companion, but let another person kill her. Finding a companion to survive with made people relax their vigilance from the beginning. And the order given to another person was to kill. From the beginning, it was one person who wanted to kill another person. You want to kill me to save your daughter. Your daughter is innocent, and so am I. Forgive me for saying this, but your daughter's illness can't be cured. Wuwan covered her face and cried. Wuwan was originally a housewife. It was for her daughter that she summoned up the courage to kill Ningxu. She wanted to get 10 million yen so much that she threw out a bait. Wuwan had to hate it. It was just that if you did it once, there would be a second time. This time, you were told to kill one person. Next time, you would kill two. In order to get money, you could only break your bottom line again and again. Because she was not willing to give up 10 million yen just like that. I'm sorry. I really didn't do it on purpose. My Tian Tian, her arms were bruised. She would hug me and say, Mom, don't cry. Tian Tian doesn't hurt. It really doesn't hurt. Wuwan's expression was panicked and regretful. When she mentioned her daughter, her face was full of pain. Ningxu pulled out the knife from the tree and threw it in front of Wuwan. Some things, once started, can't be turned back. Do you really think you can get 10 million yen if you kill me? Ningxu whispered in Wuwan's ear. Wuwan wanted to kill her. Ningxu was angry, but the society outside the isolated island was a society ruled by law, and there were countless cameras around them. As long as Wuwan killed her, it would be a crime. The cameras would record it from all directions. Some people could escape the punishment of the law, but ordinary people like Wuwan would definitely be punished by the law. At that time, don't talk about saving your daughter, you might be in jail. Ningxu whispered in Wuwan's ear. Wuwan clenched her fists tightly, and her body couldn't stop trembling. Ningxu propped up his body. It seems that the two of us can't be companions anymore. Goodbye. Ningxu took the branch and limped away. Ningxu wouldn't kill anyone, but there were countless dangers on this island. There were still 22 days. This time was enough to torture a person. Ningxu walked slowly, and the walkie-talkie on his body rang again. Number 15, please kill number 8 now. Ningxu rolled his eyes. He was really trying to find a way to make them fight. Ning took the branch and limped, ignoring the words on the walkie-talkie. This is the jungle, so please respect the law of the jungle. Number 8 wants to kill you, so what you have to do now is to kill number 8 to prevent future troubles. As long as you kill number 8, you will be close to 10 million. The voice on the other end of the walkie-talkie was bewitching. Although it was cold and routine, the content was full of bewitchment. Ningxu still turned a deaf ear and limped further away from where Wu Wan was. Facing the disobedient Ningxu, the person on the other end of the walkie-talkie was not angry. Instead, he said, Number 15, please think about your mother. Your mother is lying in the hospital now and needs this money. Maybe your mother has been stopped taking medicine and driven out of the hospital. Number 15, please kill number 8. Your mother will get the best treatment. When you become the final winner, your mother will become a healthy person. Ningxu stopped in her tracks. She was threatening her with the client's mother. The weaknesses and ambitions of the 20 people were clear to the speaker. Ningxu wanted to explode, but she couldn't figure out the significance of this program. So, please turn back now and kill number 8 who wants to harm you. Ningxu was speechless. Did he want them to kill each other that much? Ningxu felt that he didn't want them to kill each other. He wanted to step on everyone's principles and bottom lines step by step. In order to survive, for 10 million, people could do unimaginable things. He wanted to threaten her with Xianxia's mother. Now, Ningxu had no way to contact Xianxia's mother. She was isolated from the world. Ningxu's heart was full of compromise for one thing, so she had to compromise endlessly. Number 15, please consider carefully. The person on the other end of the walkie-talkie was polite and distant, but his words didn't sound so nice. He wanted her to kill someone. It was so simple. Ningxu wanted to give the camera a middle finger, but when she thought of the client's mother, her weakness was still in the other party's hands. There was no benefit in angering the other party. Ningxu gave the middle finger countless times in her heart. Ningxu found a place to sit down and began to collect dew. She poured the dew on the leaves into her mouth. In the morning, the dew on the leaves dripped on her body, and it was very uncomfortable. Life in the jungle was really tough. Clothes were wet and dry, soaked in sweat repeatedly, and all kinds of dirt were on them. Ningxu didn't even dare to pull open her collar and lower her head to smell what she smelled like. It was too king perverted. It was only the 8th day, not even half a month. Ningxu was quite conflicted. She really didn't know what to do. Ningxu couldn't kill someone who had nothing to do with her. But what if the other party really dealt with the client's mother, F***ck, was she going to fail the first super mission? What the F***ck, there were so many choices in life. Ningxu felt that she had difficulty choosing, and now she was being forced out. Ningxu was fighting in her heart. Should she destroy her mission for an unrelated person, or should she not let an unrelated person get involved in her mission and die with her mission? But if she was erased too many times, she would also be erased when the time came. F***ck, 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 Ningxu, F***ck. He hated this kind of crazy situation the most. Ningxu laughed sinisterly and simply killed all the other contestants. Having a conscience was the most annoying thing. However, the client was bitten to death by a snake. If he was killed by a human, Ningxu could naturally kill him without batting an eyelid. Therefore, no one else on the island had harmed Xianxia, or perhaps they didn't have the time to harm her. Ningxu still couldn't figure out what the person behind this was trying to do. Did he have nothing better to do? Why would SR Group sponsor such a crazy program? Ningxu felt that he could sit there for a month. Number 15, have you thought it through? The walkie-talkie sounded. Ningxu moved his lips and silently said, F***cku. If I don't move, what can you do to me? He wondered if there was a world source on this island. After all, it was near the sea and there was water. If he failed this mission, he had to at least earn some money back. The weather on the island was unpredictable, and suddenly it began to rain heavily. The wind blew, the waves surged, and thunder crackled as if it was exploding next to his ears. Ningxu raised his head and opened his mouth to drink the rainwater. He picked up the soap from the ground, washed his head, and rubbed the dust off his body. He didn't have a container to hold water. Ningxu could only open his mouth and drink the rainwater until he was full. Ningxu's heart refused to be tied up on this isolated island. If she knew the law of space, she might be able to teleport away and leave this island. However, this was theoretically feasible. It also depended on the suppression of the plane. The higher the level of the plane, the more serious the suppression. In a low-level plane, you might appear thousands of miles away in a flash, but in a high-level plane, you might only be able to appear 100 meters away. The storm came and went quickly. Ningxu took a comfortable shower. He took a shower without taking off his clothes and rubbed his hands into his clothes. The clothes were wet and stuck to his body, and he slowly wore them to dry. The camera, which had experienced the storm, was still working. The camera was fearless even in the sea. Number 15. A voice came from the walkie-talkie again. He called number 15, but he didn't know what to say. Then the signal was cut off. What was wrong with him? Ningxu held the walkie-talkie and curled his lips. Ningxu found a termite nest, caught a termite, and put it in his mouth to chew. The way he ate was for others to see. Ningxu was lucky enough to see a beehive. There must be honey in the beehive. Ningxu felt that his mouth had been bland recently. If he could eat some natural and sweet honey, he would definitely be very happy. However, he saw thumb-sized wasps crawling on the surface of the beehive. Ningxu chose to give up. How painful would it be if he was stung? Ningxu took a dagger and carved a mark on the tree. Another day passed. Probably seeing that Ningxu was useless, the person on the other side of the walkie-talkie chose to ignore him for the time being. Ningxu walked around with a branch, hoping to find the world's origin. As long as he thought about how he was looking for the world's origin, Ningxu felt that the days were not so difficult. There's no world's origin on this island, 2333 said. Ningxu, F***ck off. This feeling was like watching a deduction show that told her who the murderer was from the beginning. Go to hell with the spoiler party. There's something I want to say right now. She couldn't even deceive herself. Knowing that there was no world's origin, Ningxu was too lazy to run all over the island. He sat on the ground for a long time without moving. If poisonous scorpions crawled in front of her, Ningxu would drag off his dirty shoes and slap the poisonous insects to death. His decadent life didn't need to be explained. Ningxu had been cultivating and had martial arts. If people wanted to bully her, they would probably hit their heads full of bumps. She didn't take the initiative to harm these people, but these people couldn't hurt her. If they came to get 10 million, then don't blame her for being rude. The next day, Ningxu first drank dew and carved a mark on the tree with a dagger. She stayed motionless for another day. There were 21 days left. It wouldn't be bad to stay like this for a month, and then leave the island. What Ningxu was most worried about was that they might all be wiped out. It turned out that Ningxu might have underestimated the bad taste of people who played games. Ningxu didn't move in one place, but the mountain didn't move and the water turned. A man and Ningxu met. This man was also in a sorry state. The bottom of his suit pants were torn, his shirt was dirty, and he was holding a suit jacket in his hand. He came to participate in a survival program and wore a suit. It was so formal. The lawyer saw Ningxu and looked vigilant. He slowly approached and looked around. Are you alone? Ningxu said without raising her head, it's just me. The lawyer sighed and sat on the stone. It wasn't easy for me to escape from the hands of a climber. Ningxu blinked and asked, someone wanted to kill you? The lawyer nodded. He wanted to eliminate his competitors, so he wanted to kill me. Ningxu lowered her eyes. The climber might have received an order to kill the lawyer. This was treating her like a puppet and playing with her in the palm of his hand. Previously, Ningxu didn't listen to the order to kill the housewife, Wu Wan. After that, he didn't give her any orders. Ningxu glanced at the lawyer who was not far away from her. The lawyer might have come to her with a mission. Ningxu suddenly became a little interested. She guessed what the lawyer's order was. A man and a woman. Other than sex, Ningshu couldn't think of any other way to abuse her. The lawyer might have received an order to rape and kill her. Ningshu's mind was full of thoughts. She asked expressionlessly, "Have you met anyone else?" The lawyer shook his head. "Other than the climber, there's also you. The island is so big. It's not easy to meet someone else." The island was so big. It wasn't easy to meet someone else. She might have been led here. It was like encountering an NPC in a game and issuing a mission. They were living people, so they had to follow the instructions of the mission. The more Ningshu thought about it, the more she felt that this program was full of evil intentions. Ningshu asked, "You're a lawyer. You should be able to see that there's something fishy about this, right? The contract signed at the beginning was simply an unfair contract." As a lawyer, how could this man not see it? The lawyer spread out his hands. "I'm also helpless. The organizer didn't want to take responsibility, so they made such a contract in advance." Ningshu remembered that there was a law that if it was an unfair contract, it would be biased and the contract would be like waste paper. However, this law was also a piece of nonsense. Unfair treaties could be found everywhere. Since you already know that it's a tyrannical treaty, why do you still want to participate? The client was a university student. In the end, he couldn't compare to people who were struggling in society. The lawyer said helplessly, "So what if I know? As a lawyer, I've seen too much darkness. This is just a tyrannical treaty. If I can get 10 million, I can open a law firm." Ningshu observed the lawyer. His right hand was fumbling with the buttons on his shirt. He had been fumbling with the buttons since he sat down. This should be his little habit. No matter what the other party's goal was, Ningshu would just wait and see. Ningshu didn't think that this lawyer was her opponent. Ningshu leaned against the tree trunk and stared at the centipede that was as long and thick as a chopstick. So many legs. The atmosphere was quiet as the lawyer approached Ningshu with his jacket. Ningshu looked at her, and the lawyer handed the jacket to Ningshu. "Sit on my jacket. There are many poisonous insects in the jungle." The lawyer also sat down close to Ningshu. There was a pungent smell on his body, mixed with the smell of blood. The smell of blood was faintly discernible. Ningshu used her mental power to scan the lawyer's clothes and found that there were bloodstains on his pants. Because the pants were black, the bloodstains weren't obvious. If it weren't for Ningshu's sharp nose, she wouldn't have been able to smell it. The one who died was a climber, not a lawyer. Anyway, it was a lawyer who survived. The lawyer took out a few fruits from his trouser bag, which looked a bit like dates. "These are edible. I've always relied on these things to satisfy my hunger." "Have one." Ningshu refused directly. "I only eat termites." "Lawyer," the lawyer nibbled on the fruit. Ningshu propped up her chin and used her mental power to observe the person next to her. Lawyers should be considered a relatively glamorous profession, but they still couldn't resist the temptation of money. Maybe, like a housewife, he would take out a dagger and kill her. Ningshu and the lawyer sat together in silence. The lawyer felt that the atmosphere was too awkward, so he told Ningshu about the case he took over. To be honest, Ningshu had no interest in this. She was also someone who had been a lawyer. The lawyer suddenly changed the topic and Ningshu asked, "Do you want to go back alive?" Although it was dark now, under the probing of Ningshu's mental power, nothing could be hidden. Ningshu saw that in the darkness, the lawyer's lips curled up, like a wolf looking at a rabbit. Ningshu remained calm and asked back, "Of course I want to leave." "Don't you want to leave alive?" The lawyer quietly moved closer to Ningshu. Ningshu could even feel the air coming out of his mouth. F***ck, you haven't brushed your teeth for 10 days. If we can survive, we can only do as the walkie-talkie said. The lawyer's voice was so low that only Ningshu could hear it. Ningshu asked with an indifferent face, "Then what do you want to do? What's your mission?" "My mission is to rape you," the lawyer said in a low voice. "I don't want to hurt you, but if I don't do it, our lives will be ruined. Everyone here had weaknesses and pain points. I deliberately chose to confess to you in the dark. I want to cause as little harm to you as possible. You can just treat it as a love affair." When the time comes, you can struggle a little more. Ningxu was speechless. Did he think that if he chose to do it at night, these cameras wouldn't be able to film? That was too simple. To rape someone, he had to find so many reasons. The brutality of murder, the ugliness of lust, this was really like the Garden of Eden. The ugliest side of human nature was released. He was obviously a lawyer, but first he killed someone, and then he raped a woman, completely trampling on the law in his mind. What kind of weakness did they have on this lawyer? The lawyer reached out and groped Ningxu's body, and even let out a disgusting laugh. He did it on purpose. Haha, this is your mission. Why should I be wronged? Ningxu stood up, grabbed a branch on the ground, and hit the lawyer. The lawyer wailed in pain and suppressed his voice. What are you doing? Did we talk? Put on a show. Ningxu curled his lips. Okay, then you can be more tragic. Ningxu used the branch that she was using to walk and hit him repeatedly on his body. The lawyer jumped in pain and angrily grabbed the branch. His face was trembling and his eyes were fierce. He looked like he really wanted to rape Ningxu. Ningxu kicked the lawyer's little brother. The lawyer wailed in pain and covered his injured little brother. Ningxu used his crutches and turned to limp away. With his mental strength, Ningxu knew if there was anything dangerous around. Therefore, Ningxu didn't encounter anything dangerous in the dark. After walking for about 2 to 3 hours, Ningxu stopped. Ningxu sat down and looked up at the sky, occasionally seeing the stars in the sky through the gaps in the leaves. Ningxu was even more certain of her previous thoughts. They might not be able to leave this isolated island alive. All signs showed that they were like playthings. Who was controlling them? The people who made the show. What was the point? Who would do something that was unquestionable? Ningxu wanted to see what these people wanted to do. Ningxu even felt that this was a rich man's game. The SR group sponsored the show and even bought the desolate island. Ningxu released more spiritual power and the range of his detection increased. As a result, not far away, he found a body. This body was naked, and it was a female body. The most terrifying thing was that a pair of breasts had been cut off. Her eyes were wide open as she looked at the sky. It was the housewife. After Wuwan parted with her, she was killed. And the obvious female parts were cut off. Everyone had a dagger in their hands. Ningxu had thought that it was used for self-defense, but now it seemed that it was used to kill people. Who killed Wuwan? Ningxu focused his spiritual power on Wuwan's 2 breasts. The cut flesh was very smooth and there were no messy cuts. It was enough to understand the human body. The cut places were really 2 lumps on the chest, leaving 2 round bloody holes. It seemed that the murderer's hands were not trembling. If it was an ordinary person, they would have cut it off with a scratch, and the flesh would have been cut in a mess. Therefore, Ningxu concluded that this might have been done by the doctor. There was a doctor in the information. The lawyer, the doctor, all had blood on their hands. Wuwan was dead, and her leukemia daughter would be in a very bad situation in the future. The father didn't care, and without a mother, leukemia was particularly easy to infect, and a cold could have serious consequences. A small cut on the skin could cause the person to bleed to death. Ningxu didn't know what to say. Ningxu didn't plan to get close to the body. If she was caught on camera, she wouldn't be able to explain herself. Ningxu's heart flashed, and he quickly walked back with the branches. It was very easy to get lost in the jungle. In addition, it was dark, so Ningxu had no way of finding his way back. In addition, Ningxu was quite far away, so it would be a little difficult for him to go back and find a lawyer. Ningxu had a vague feeling that anyone who came into contact with her would eventually die. The housewife who had tried to kill her had her chest gouged out. If the lawyer died, some of Ningxu's ideas might be valid. There were some people who could do whatever they wanted. If her existence wasn't accused, the final outcome would be even more tragic than the people who had died. The jungle was so dense that Ningxu couldn't even raise his head to look at the stars in the sky, let alone identify the direction. Her every move was under the watchful eyes of others. This feeling was really unpleasant. Ningxu walked for nearly 4 hours, and his spiritual power touched a corpse. Ningxu stopped and pretended to be tired as he sat on the ground to cultivate. 10 meters away from her, there was a corpse. It was the lawyer. The lawyer was dead. Ningshu lowered her head, and her hair hung down, covering her face. Ningshu's lips twitched. He couldn't figure out what she was doing now. Was she the boss? Was she left for last? Ningshu released his spiritual power to observe the lawyer's body. It had rained yesterday, and the ground was a little muddy. The footprints were messy, and some moss plants were trampled into a mess. The lawyer's throat had been cut, and there were wounds on his hands. Obviously, he had blocked the knife with his hands. Ningshu guessed that the person who killed the lawyer should be a very strong person who had pressed the lawyer under his body. Because the lawyer was lying on the ground, his legs kept kicking, and there was a lot of mud on the heels of his shoes. Ningshu first thought of the gangster with the left green dragon, the right white dragon, and the right tiger engraved on him. This gangster was quite good at scaring people. His muscles were even stronger than those of a fitness trainer. He had tattoos on his body, looked fierce, and chewed gum. The client was quite afraid of him. But of course, it could be other men besides gangsters. Ningshu continued to walk in another direction, and the route she took was more special. One moment she was in an S shape, the next she was in a B shape. It wouldn't be easy to send someone to her. Maybe she would turn just as they were about to meet. Ningshu suspected that they had something on them that could let the people playing the game clearly know everyone's existence. Ningshu even suspected that she wasn't a human, but an NPC in a game. Otherwise, why could the person controlling all of this be so cold and calm, and kill people without hesitation? Ningshu limped and counted with her fingers. As far as she knew, 3 people had died. The climber was killed by the lawyer, and then the lawyer died. The housewife also died. Ningshu was only in this mountain, and didn't know that there were people who had died without her knowledge. Ningshu carved marks on the trees she passed by. For the past 3 days, Ningshu had been wandering around the island. As she walked, she suddenly changed directions without a goal. Number 15. The walkie-talkie, which had been silent for a long time, finally spoke again. Someone is on the beach 300 meters away from here, trying to escape. Please stop her. An emotionless voice came from the walkie-talkie. If this person dives into the sea and escapes, this game will be over, and the 10 million will be cancelled. Ningshu leaned on the branch and walked straight ahead. Sure enough, she reached the beach. It was so comfortable to step on the sand that Ningshu really wanted to lie down. A person was weaving something on the beach. She was using vines as thick as a thumb, trying to weave a boat that could carry her weight. It was a woman with dark skin, but she was filled with a youthful and lively aura. She shouldn't be old. Ningshu walked over, and the dark-skinned girl immediately jumped up, holding the vines in her hands. Don't come over, I won't be polite to you. Ningshu stopped and asked, this vine can't float in the water, right? I'm looking for dry vines, the girl said, then looked at Ningshu warily. Are you here to stop me? Ningshu spread his hands and said, why should I stop you? But have you thought about it? The sea is vast and boundless. Are you going to rely on this to swim back? What if you encounter a storm? Although the girl wasn't very tall, her limbs were very long. According to the information, she was the daughter of a fisherman. She was very good at swimming, but it would be difficult to swim back. Moreover, there were many dangerous species in the sea. Poisonous sea snakes, electric eels, sharks. The girl would most likely die if she went out to sea like this. Ningshu looked at the girl's boat woven with dry vines. Although it's called a boat, it's more like a straw mat. How can this kind of boat carry people? Ningshu turned his eyes and asked the dark-skinned girl, it's a bit dangerous for you to go to sea with this. Ningshu wanted to go with this girl. If he stayed here, he wouldn't be able to take the initiative. Ningshu was very worried about the client's mother. The client's mother was lying in the hospital. Was she really kicked out by the hospital? My name is Xianxia. My task here is to persuade you not to leave. Ningshu said straightforwardly. No, I want to leave here. I don't want to stay in this place. I'm scared. The girl's dark skin shined under the sun. She looked terrified, stepped back, and looked at Ningshu with vigilance and panic. Are you going to kill me? You must be here to kill me. Everyone likes to kill each other. I'm scared. This little girl's ability grew up by the sea. Her participation in this program was purely an accident. She saw on TV that the TV station was recruiting people, and there was a 10 million bonus. Plus, the place of the program was pirates. The little girl felt that she had an advantage. So she came to participate. She should be the youngest among the 20 people. She probably saw a dead person and was afraid to run away. Ningxu shook his head. I won't kill you. On the contrary, I want to leave here with you. The little girl looked suspicious and said, but not long ago, someone told me on the walkie-talkie that if you stop me from leaving the island, you're here to kill me. Ningxu, she really knows how to play. This is to let the two of them fight. Ningxu said, I want to leave here more than you. So far, I have seen 2 dead people. If this drags on, everyone will die. We will also be killed by others. The little girl looked at Ningxu with a tangled face. You really won't kill you? Ningxu took the dagger from his waist and threw it into the sea. I've already thrown away the weapon to show my sincerity. You should believe me now. The little black girl breathed a sigh of relief. All right, I'll believe you for now. The little black girl was not very old, only about 16 years old. If it was someone else, they might not believe Ningxu. Ningxu walked over and asked, how? Do you make this up? I'll weave it. You go and find this kind of vine. I want dry and tough ones. I don't want wet ones. The little black girl held the vine in her hand. The vines had to be at least as thick as a finger. Actually, it was unrealistic to rely on this to go out to sea, but Ningxu had other ideas. The game controller would definitely not let them leave. The other party's actions were beneficial to Ningxu. I'm not afraid of you taking action, I'm only afraid of you not taking action. Ningxu went to find the vines. He held the little black girl's dagger in his hand, which was used to cut the vines. Ningxu searched for a long time and brought back a bundle of vines. As a result, he saw someone holding a dagger, step by step toward the little black girl. The little black girl fell to the ground and kept retreating. Her mouth begged in horror, let me go, I just want to leave here. Ningxu walked over and stood in front of the little black girl. He looked at the man holding the dagger. Do you not feel ashamed to make a move on a little girl? The little black girl standing behind Ningxu immediately stood up and hid behind Ningxu. This man looked to be in his 40s, but there were some white hairs on his temples. He should be the oldest person in this team. I. The man's hand holding the dagger was trembling. His face was tangled and helpless. She can't go. If she goes, the game of survival is over. 10 million, I need 10 million. The man excitedly shouted, I didn't want to kill her. I just want her to give up the idea of running away. Ningxu rolled his eyes. Holding a dagger, at first glance, he wanted to kill people. Using a dagger to threaten people. If you have a daughter, she should be the little black girl's age. How can you make a move on such a small child? No matter how helpless, illegally depriving innocent people of their lives is an unforgivable thing. Not to mention, the people on this island have no grudges. Do you really think it's easy to get 10 million? 10 million is just a bait, and it's an illusion. You can't eat it at all. Moreover, you have an illusion that if I do this kind of thing, I can get 10 million. Ningxu pulled out a thick vine and pointed it at the man. Get lost. If I see you again, I will teach you a lesson. Ningxu pulled the vine to the ground, making the sand on the ground jump. The man sighed, you'd better not run away. You will implicate everyone. Besides, even if you want to escape, you can't. My daughter is older than her. She's the same age as you. The middle-aged man Ningxu said, I came to this program for my daughter's dowry. Ningxu. Your daughter wants a dowry of 10 million? Ningxu looked at the man. From the cut and workmanship of the man's clothes, he didn't look like a rich person. Especially the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, he looked like an ordinary laboring person. If he was really rich, there was no need for him to participate in this program. The man's expression was a little bitter. He said with a complicated expression, my daughter found a rich man. Maybe she was afraid that the other party would look down on her. She said that I am a businessman and the dowry is 10 million. She will get married soon. Ningxu. If she could lie about this kind of thing, How could a person's family situation be hidden? She couldn't hide it for a lifetime. Could it be that the girl wanted to get married first and cook rice? She was a little naive. How incompetent was she? She didn't even dare to be true to herself. Don't run away. In a month, we will be able to leave this place. If you rely on this thing, you may lose your lives. The middle-aged man sighed and turned to leave. He stepped on the beach, one step deep and one step shallow. Ningshu turned to the little black girl and said, "Okay, let's start weaving the boat." The little black girl touched her face and asked, "Am I really dark?" "Compared to your normal skin color, you are indeed a little darker," Ningshu said. Ningshu and the little black girl began to weave the vines. It's like weaving a straw mat. Then stack a few of them together and tie them up. It's similar to a bamboo raft. Ningshu gave a thumbs up. "You're really smart." If it was a child living in the city, they certainly wouldn't have such a hands-on ability. The little black girl was a little embarrassed, but her face was dark, so no one could see that she was blushing. Ningshu learned from the little black girl. At first, it was a little slow, but then the speed became faster. The two people worked together to make several vines and straw mats, and then they overlapped a few of them together. Ningshu found the vines and tied them together. The two people worked together to pull the boat into the water. The vine boat floated on the surface of the water and swayed with the waves. The little black girl carefully climbed onto the boat. The boat swayed and sank a little. "Come up and try." The little black girl Ningshu stretched out her hand. Ningshu climbed up, and the boat sank a little, and the water came up. But fortunately, the boat was big enough, and the surface area was large enough, so it did not sink. The little black girl was very happy. She took the simple paddle and began to row the boat. Ningshu sat on one side, and the little black girl sat on the other side, both of them rowing the boat. The boat slowly moved forward. Ningshu put her hand in the water and released the power of the sun flame. A small dragon as thick as an arm swam to the bottom of the boat, arched the boat, and moved the boat forward. Ningshu suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. This was the result of her cultivation in the past few days. Having a small fire dragon was enough. Besides, the power of the sun flame was originally the opposite of water. She didn't know how long this small fire dragon could last. Huh. The little black girl was a little surprised. She felt that rowing the boat was so laborious. "I feel that the speed is a lot faster?" The little black girl couldn't help but ask Ningshu. She suspected that this was her illusion. She wanted to leave so much that she had such an illusion. Ningshu said, "I guess it's because of the current." "Maybe." The little black girl squatted down and put her hand into the water to feel the speed and direction of the water. "Don't put your hand into the sea. This is not a freshwater area. There are many dangerous species in the sea. Quickly pick it up," Ningshu said. The little black girl didn't feel anything. As a person who dealt with water since childhood, she had some experience, but when she heard Ningshu's words, she quickly took back her hand. The simple and crude boat sailed at a moderate speed, gradually leaving the island behind. Looking back at the island was a lot smaller. The little black girl breathed a sigh of relief. "We finally escaped." Ningshu hooked up the corner of his mouth and didn't speak. It was too early to say that they escaped. The night at sea was a bit cold, especially when their feet were soaked in the water. Even though it was summer, it was still unbearable. What made Ningshu even more surprised was that she and the little black girl had escaped for a day, but the other party did not make a single move, nor did they come to intercept them. That island had already become a small black dot and was very far away. Why hadn't the other party made a move yet? He allowed them to leave. He still felt that they wouldn't survive in the sea. The little black girl put down the simple oar and said, "Let's not go at night. If we can't see at night, it will be dangerous." Ningshu raised her head and looked at the sky. There was a half moon in the sky, but there were no stars. She couldn't even tell the direction. Ningshu reached his hand into the water and retrieved the little fire dragon. After swimming for a day, little fire dragon had consumed a lot of energy and was much smaller than before. Ningshu sat cross-legged on the ground. There was water under his buttocks. The water seeped in through the gaps between the vines. It felt like the lower half of his body was soaked in water, If he could really reach home like this, Ningxu felt that his buttocks would be snow white. The little black girl was a little tired. She leaned on Ningxu's body and said in a muffled voice, "I'll take a nap first. I'll change with you later." Ningxu nodded and began to cultivate. Cultivating on the sea was a bit slow. There was water all around, which weakened the power of the fire sun. Plus, it was night. However, no matter how little the power of the fire sun was, it was still endless. The spiritual energy of the modern world was really sad. The little black girl said that she wanted to change with Ningxu, but she fell asleep on Ningxu's thighs. During the 10 days on the island, everyone was tense and did not dare to be careless. Ningxu was a little speechless. Was the little black girl not afraid of her sneak attack? Sleeping like a dead pig. Ningxu had been cultivating until dawn. She patted the little black girl's face and said, "It's time to get up." The little black girl woke up abruptly, looked around in a hurry, and then breathed a sigh of relief. She thought she was on an island. The little black girl was a little embarrassed. "I should change." Ningxu said, "We don't have food or water." The little black girl said with a smile, "What's wrong with that? I'll go down and catch a fish. Let's eat sashimi." The little black girl said and jumped off the boat. Ningxu could not help but shake her head. The sea was too dangerous. Did she think it was a small ditch in her home? When Ningxu shook her head, she saw a huge white ship coming towards her. Ningxu stood up, and the boat under her feet shook twice. Ningxu narrowed her eyes and looked at the ship coming towards them. The people on this ship were definitely enemies and not friends. The little black girl jumped up and threw a fish on the boat. The fish jumped. The little black girl wiped the water on her face and followed Ningxu's gaze and saw a huge ship. She immediately shouted excitedly, over here, help!" Ningxu squatted down and pressed the little black girl into the water with her hand. The little black girl's voice came to an abrupt end. Ningxu quietly waited for the ship to approach. It was simply a huge ship. The little black girl re-emerged, coughed twice, and quickly spat out the seawater in her mouth. Ningxu asked, "What are you doing?" "Don't be noisy, that ship belongs to the SR group who sponsored this program," Ningxu said. "Only the financial resources of the SR group can have such a big ship." The little black girl's face was full of black question marks. Apparently, she didn't understand what Ningxu meant. The little black girl was actually a very simple child. She didn't understand the twists and turns of it. "Can't we ask for help?" the little black girl asked. She was hoping to save them. Ningxu looked back and couldn't see the island. Surrounded by the endless sea, he couldn't tell the direction. When she and the little black girl escaped, these people didn't move. Only when they thought they had escaped did they appear. They were in the middle of nowhere. What could they do? They were still in the palm of someone's hand. The little black girl wanted to climb on the ship, but Ningxu said, "Don't come up first. It may be dangerous later." "What danger can there be?" The little black girl was very confused. "You'd better let me go up. It's dangerous to stay in the water. I feel something touching my foot." The little black girl thought it should be a fish. If it was something dangerous, what should she do? Ningxu was a little helpless and nodded, "Come up." The giant ship was getting closer and closer. Finally, it was in front of them. The waves of the giant ship almost overturned the vine boat under Ningxu's feet. The little black girl and Ningxu squatted on it, holding the vines under their feet tightly, so as not to capsize. The giant ship stopped, and someone on the ship spoke with a loudspeaker, "Tie the rope to your body and pull you up." 2 ropes were thrown down. Ningxu looked up and saw someone pointing a gun at her and the little black girl. "This armed force," the little black girl Ningxu asked, "should we go up? Do you see the gun?" Ningxu raised her eyelids, "It will shoot a hole in you." Ningxu took the rope and wrapped it around her waist a few times, tying it tightly. When the little black girl saw Ningxu began to tie, she also picked up the rope and tied it around her body. He even asked somewhat unrealistically, "Does this count as saving us?" Ningxu grinned, "How is that possible? There are still people on the island, can we ask the people on the ship to save them?" the little black girl Ningxu asked. Ningxu smiled, "You think too much." Ningxu pulled the rope, indicating to the people on the ship that they have been tied and can pull. The people on the ship began to pull. The rope was very uncomfortable. This ship was bigger than Ningxu imagined, it was almost 30 meters high. When they looked down, their small boat looked like a tattered handkerchief. Ningxu and the little black girl were pulled up to the deck, there were many guns pointed at them. The little black girl has never seen such a scene, her body trembled with fear. Ningxu untied the rope on his body and asked, "Am I going to see your master now?" The leader was a lean man, his sharp eyes stared at Ningxu and finally said, "Follow me, don't let the miss wait for a long time." Ningxu followed the leader and looked at the man in front of him. Although the man was thin, his muscles were strong, not the kind that was flashy. His explosive power was very strong. The little black girl's face was full of fear, she couldn't help but look around. Seeing such a luxurious ship, she couldn't move her eyes away. However, there were several guns pointing at her from behind, the little black girl suppressed her amazement. The lean man opened the door, Ningxu and the little black girl said, "Are you ready?" It seems that they still have to dress up before they can go see the Mississippi. Ningxu walked into the room, the little black girl quickly followed. The lean man warned Ningxu, "Don't touch the things in the room." Then he closed the door. The lean man looked at the water stains on the floor, dripping all the way. "Find someone to clean this place up. We can't let Miss see this," the skinny man said to the people holding the guns. "Yes." The lean man was guarding the door, waiting for Ningxu and the little black girl to come out. Wow, I've never seen such a beautiful place." Ningxu saw a row of clothes and went straight to the bathroom to take a shower. "Wait for me." In this kind of environment, the little black girl was at a loss and could only follow Ningxu to find a sense of security. Ningxu filled the bathtub with hot water, lay in it, and turned on the massage. It was so comfortable. It was a massaging bathtub. The little black girl did not know how to use the things in the bathroom. Seeing Ningxu lying in the bathtub, she also squeezed in. Fortunately, the bathtub was big enough for 2 laps. "Big sister, do you think we've come to an incredible place?" The little black girl played with the bubbles. Ningxu grinned and rubbed his tense and trembling muscles. Listening to the lean man talking about Miss, was she the one who planned all this? Looking at the lean man's action, he should know her and the little black girl. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. "Please hurry up. Come out in 5 minutes. Ningxu came out of the bathroom and took a handkerchief to dry his body. From the row of clothes, he chose a pair of high-waisted trousers and a pair of flat-heeled shoes. It was a very simple and convenient outfit. The little black girl looked at so many beautiful clothes and did not know which one to choose. Looking at the beautiful dresses, she could not move her eyes away. Her eyes were full of desire. No girl would want to have a beautiful dress. Ningxu picked a dress for her. "This color suits you." "Thank you, big sister." When the little black girl was ready, Ningxu opened the door. The lean man glanced at Ningxu and the little black girl. "You follow me." The lean man led the way. Ningxu's footsteps were calm, even if there were people with guns behind him. The little black girl was a bit timid. It was the first time she wore such a beautiful dress. She did not know where to put her hands and feet. The lean man took Ningxu and the little black girl to a door. This door was made of thick aluminum alloy. There was a fingerprint identification on the door. The lean man stood in front of the identification system in front of the door. "It matches the inventory information, please come in." The sound of the door was heard and the door opened. The lean man turned his head to Ningxu and said, "Come in with me." The lean man pushed the door open and Ningxu followed him in. As soon as he entered, Ningxu saw a wall with many players. The players were playing the situation on the island clearly. Everyone was under his control. Everyone's position was marked very clearly, and there was also a number for each person. Those who were already dead were numbered with a large number. There were 2 people in this room, these 2 women. A short-haired woman was commanding the people on the island with a headset. The other woman had dense seaweed-like hair. She was sitting next to the short-haired woman. She looked very lazy. Just the sight of her face was enough to make people's imagination run wild. Her high heels were hooked on her toes and swayed. She was a peerless and charming woman. This big sister is so beautiful. The little black girl exclaimed. The little black girl was naturally talking about the woman with the seaweed-like curly hair. Hearing the little black girl's words, the charming woman turned her head. Ningxu's eyes flashed with amazement. Her red lips were like flames. She was beautiful and exquisite. Miss, the people are here. The lean man bowed his head and reported. The charming woman nodded and waved her hand. The lean man immediately went out. From the beginning to the end, the lean man bowed his head and did not dare to look at the young lady. When he went out, the lean man closed the door. Big sister is so beautiful. The little black girl swore that this was the most beautiful woman she had ever seen in her life. She was like a fairy. Ningxu's mouth twitched and said, "What big sister, she grew a penis." Moreover, it was a big penis. Using his spiritual force, Ningxu looked at people as if they were stripped naked. Looking a little deeper, Ningxu could see her internal organs. You can't turn into a woman with fake breasts. Moreover, these breasts were attached to the skin. No wonder her chest was covered so tightly. The charming woman raised her eyebrows and looked at Ningxu. Who are you calling a man? The charming man opened his mouth and asked. His voice was clearly a man's clear voice. The little black girl's chin fell to the ground. She looked at the woman in a daze. You are wrong. I am a woman. The charming woman's voice turned into a woman's somewhat shrill voice. Her words were tactful and charming. The little black girl's face was sluggish. She had been fooled. The short-haired woman with the headset turned her head and looked at Ningxu. This woman's expression was indifferent. Even her eyes were cold. Little sister, this is the person you want to leave until the end. I have said before, people who are out of control must be dealt with first. The charming woman, no, the man said. The short-haired woman and the charming man's eyebrows are very similar, they should be brother and sister. Sister, I like to see people think they have succeeded, but in the end, they are sent to hell. The short-haired woman coldly said. Naughty. The charming man poked the tip of her nose. Ningxu was speechless. He felt like he saw an incestuous love. Ningxu coughed, breaking the strange atmosphere between the brother and sister. The charming woman picked up the walkie-talkie. Li Zhao, come in. With a ding sound, the door opened, and the lean man came in. The charming man said with a woman's voice, take this dark girl down to eat something. Presumably, after so many days on the island, she must be hungry. By the way, send a meal to fill the stomach of this young lady. This young lady wants to have a good chat with this young lady. Sister. The little black girl grabbed Ningxu's hand. Ningxu comforted her, it's okay, go and eat something. Many people can't eat the things on this ship in their lifetime. It's a waste not to eat. Then I'll go. Sister, be careful. Even if the little black girl has a big heart, but seeing the things on the screen, she can guess a bit. But fortunately, she didn't say anything. Ningxu nodded. The charming woman looked at Ningxu, flirted with her hair, you're so good to her, aren't you afraid that she will make a move on you? Ningxu lightly looked around, pulled a chair and sat down, I'm tired, let's sit and talk. I want to ask you, you put me alone with you two siblings, aren't you afraid that I will make a move? Ningxu crossed his legs. I know martial arts. The charming man smiled, his smile was like a flower, beautiful and dazzling to the eyes. Ningxu looked away, a man like this, it made Ningxu feel like a failure as a woman. Laugh your head off. Ningxu indifferently looked at the charming man and asked, are you a pervert? You're a man, but you pretend to be a woman. If you want to be a woman, you don't have to cut off your penis. Just put on real breasts. The charming man narrowed his eyes. I thought you were disobedient before, but now it seems that the words you say are more unpleasant than the things you do. Ningxu spread his hands and said, I still like the sound of a woman's voice when you use your red lips. Otherwise, when I look at your face and listen to a man's voice, it will be very out of character. My name is Gong Rong, what about you? Gong Rong seemed to be in a good mood. Gong Rong, a name that could be either male or female. Don't you know my name? You should know my 18 generations of ancestors. Ningxu said indifferently as he looked at the situation on the screen. How many people are still alive? Ningxu asked. Gong Rong smiled. Take a guess. Ningxu smiled and gave him the middle finger in his heart. Are you crazy? Gong Rong actually nodded. I am sick. Crazy? No. Ningxu changed the topic. How could he do such a thing? Why did you kill so many people? Gong Rong smiled and said, Miss, relax. My sister and I didn't kill anyone. Are those people ghosts? We didn't kill those people. Ningxu thought, Mother ***, crazy, why did you create such a tragic survival game? You lied to everyone. Ningxu said coldly. Gong Rong spread his hands. His fingers were slender and his nails were round and glossy. He even had nail polish on them. But when he thought that he was a man, Ningxu felt a little disgusted. How can you say that we lied? The winner does get a prize of 10 million, but he can only enjoy it in prison because he killed everyone on the island just to get the 10 million. Ningxu was speechless. What's the purpose? Ningxu asked. You were the one who instigated people to kill. When did we instigate? People? What evidence do you have? And we have evidence. These are all evidence. Gong Rong's jade-like finger pointed at the rows of screens and finally moved to Ningxu's face. Originally, you were chosen as the final winner. Fu'er is still young, so there are bound to be loopholes in the arrangement. Gong Rong shook his head and said. The short-haired Gong Fu said, Sister, actually, it's not bad to escape punishment. Even if she really escapes, the people on the island are dead. These people are all killed by her. She will be a rat who can't see the light for the rest of her life. What's the difference between that and being in prison? Gong Rong touched Gong Fu's head. Fu'er, the management of SR Group is not so simple. If you don't feel confident, don't do anything. If there is a chance, then make the other party unable to turn the situation around. What did you learn from this exercise? Gong Rong asked. Everyone can't escape from greed. Money is a sharp weapon. Everyone has a weakness. Gong Fu said coldly, money is our weapon. Inheriting SR Group and strengthening it is to polish our weapon. We can control others, especially ignorant and greedy people. Gong Rong curled her red lips. But remember, a weapon will always be a weapon. Ningxu was so shocked that he clapped his hands. She couldn't imagine the world of the rich. She couldn't imagine the education of the rich. She could make clouds and rain with a flip of her hand. This was just an exercise, a game with money as the bait. She wanted to use the money in her hands and the other party's weakness. Ningxu was thinking that whether he left the island or not, the crime of murder would be put on her. She was so crazy. She would either be sentenced to life imprisonment, death, or a lifetime of escape. Damn it, I can't take the blame for so many things. She was indeed awesome. Gong Rong turned her head to look at Ningxu. She sat opposite Ningxu, propping up her chin. She pouted her red lips and asked, What do you think of my sister's command? Very good. Hit the snake where it hurts. Dig out the roots first. Your sister can be considered a ruthless person. Ningxu said. Basically, no one could resist the word greed. Was Gong Rong not greedy? Was Gong Fu not greedy? They were so greedy that they wanted to control the whole world. Haha. I also think it's not bad. Then I can rest assured that SR Group will be handed over to Fu'er. Gong Rong's face was as white as snow. She was prettier than a woman. Ningxu said lightly, Have you never thought that if you don't live, all the schemes and tricks are useless? If the two of you die, will SR Group fall apart because of this? Gong Rong smiled. Of course not. Ningxu also smiled, but if the two of you die, there will be people who will be elated. On the screen, another number was marked with a big red cross. Gong Rong said casually, Another one died. Ningxu frowned. You siblings are really disgusting. It was like killing a chicken, so indifferent and natural. This person died at the hands of us siblings? No way. Gong Rong looked at her hand. It's very clean. Ningxu felt that it would be easy for him to kill this pair of siblings. Gong Rong's sophistry was an eye-opener for Ningxu. Do you think your hands are clean? Ning Shu asked. Are they not clean? Gong Rong asked. Gong Rong suddenly grabbed Ning Shu's hands and looked at them over and over again. Can you guarantee that your hands are clean? They are not clean. They had been stained with blood. She had saved and killed people along the way. How could they be clean? But Ning Shu had a clear conscience. Ning Shu pulled his hand out of Gong Rong's grasp. Ning Shu felt goosebumps all over his body. You're angry because you're incompetent. You came for the money, but you feel that you're innocent. SR Group's money doesn't come from nowhere. Moreover, the 10 million is real. It's for the only survivor. Ning Shu's face was cold. He tilted his head and looked at Gong Rong. Continue to brag. Did I drive a knife and let you participate in the show? Did I drive a knife and let you kill people? If you had a little bit of rationality and thought about it, you wouldn't have participated. One is willing to be beaten and the other is willing to be beaten. Ning Shu nodded. Yes, yes, yes. It's all our fault. You're innocent. You're all peerless white lotuses. Ning Shu looked at Gong Fu, who was wearing an earpiece, and asked, will she be the successor of SR Group? This drill is a test? Gong Rong nodded. It's time for me to retire. Ning Shu's eyes turned and asked again, is it true that you're sick? Gong Rong nodded. Of course it's true. What illness? Guess. I have cat disease. Ning Shu supported his chin and looked at Gong Rong's back. If the successor of SR Group died, it would be amazing. It would be amazing if Gong Rong, who had cat disease, could die. I remember that your mother needs a kidney transplant. She even found it and is ready for surgery? It was clearly a question, but Gong Rong's tone sounded like she was stating a fact. Ning Shu narrowed his eyes. This pair of brother and sister were really good at grasping the weaknesses of others. Ning Shu didn't deny or admit it. He just stared at Gong Rong. Is it a glorious thing for you to grab onto other people's weaknesses? Ning Shu asked incredulously. Ning Shu didn't dare to act rashly, and he didn't know what was going on with the client's mother. The contestants participated in this program because of their mothers. Their mother whom they depended on for survival. Ning Shu finally understood that the so-called survival program was just a cover that SR Group had let the TV station come up with. They were playing a real-life game. We are not on the same level. Our worldviews are different. For example, there are many audience members who like to watch bullfights. The bullfighter clearly knows that it's very dangerous and that he might be killed by the bull, but if he dies for money, can you blame the audience? Ning Shu said indifferently, don't talk to me about the world. I haven't even seen the world. When would she be able to successfully construct her world? In other words, you deserve it. Do you think you are innocent? We are cruel rich people. Every class has its privileges. Otherwise, why do people have to work so hard to climb up? The pursuit of fairness is something that only the weak of the lower class are obsessed with. Ning Shu looked at Gong Rong inexplicably, you are talking so much to me. Are you trying to change my worldview? Gong Rong spread out her hands, sorry, I talked a little too much. It's just that it's been a long time since I talked to someone like this. Ning Shu sneered in his heart. When he was about to stand up, he heard the sound of the door opening. The lean man, Li Zhao, pushed the dining cart in and pushed it in front of Ning Shu. He opened the lid and put a steak on the table. After the steak was served, another dessert was served. Ning Shu had learned how to make pastries. Looking at these pastries, they must have been made by a chef. The color was beautiful and the shape was exquisite. Eat. Gong Rong said to Ning Shu while supporting her chin. Ning Shu sniffed the steak, did you poison it or is this the last dinner? Gong Rong's red lips opened slightly, how could it be? If it's the last dinner, I will definitely make something delicious for you. Fu, you should go eat too. Gong Rong said to her sister. Gong Fu took off her headset and walked over, sister, you're not coming with me? Gong Fu glanced at Ning Shu, don't tell me you want to accompany her? Go ahead. I think it's quite interesting to talk to her. Gong Rong said gently. Gong Fu glanced at Ning Shu again before turning to leave. Ning Shu pointed his finger at Gong Fu under the table and an invisible force entered Gong Fu's body. Gong Fu's body froze and her face turned ugly. She couldn't help but clutch her chest. She felt as if she had bumped into something invisible. After a spasm, the feeling disappeared. Gong Rong hurriedly stood up and walked to Gong Fu's side. She asked with concern, "Fuer, what's wrong?" Gong Rong's concern for her sister was sincere. Ning Shu cut the steak. The steak tasted very good. Gong Fu shook her head, "It's fine." Gong Rong said to Li Zhao, "Protect Miss well." Li Zhao bowed and sent Gong Fu out. She followed closely behind Li Zhao. Gong Rong sat in front of Ning Shu again. She looked at Ning Shu and said, "I especially don't like you looking at me like I'm a murderous demon." Ning Shu shrugged, "I don't. Different classes have different thoughts. Just like now, you're eating beef. Have you thought about what the cow is thinking? Aren't the resources that humans need to survive all taken from other species? The food chain doesn't only exist for different species. The food chain between humans also exists." Gong Rong propped up her chin and looked at Ning Shu, "Is the beef delicious?" Ning Shu put down his knife and fork. He had lost his appetite. "Why are you talking so much to me?" Ning Shu's face was cold. "I want to change your rotten and naive thinking," Gong Rong said. Ning Shu became even colder, "I thank you. Thank you to your whole family. You changed my worldview, and then?" Ning Shu asked. Gong Rong was really bored out of her mind. "Nothing. I think the world is very stupid and easy to incite." Gong Rong propped up her chin, very naive. Ning Shu picked up his fork and ate the dessert. "The world is stupid. You're the smartest, ha ha ha, little girl, I don't like your tone." Gong Rong shook her head and said. Ning Shu rolled his eyes, "Do you want me to kneel on the ground and kowtow 3 times and 9 times? Are the desserts delicious?" Gong Rong asked. Ning Shu nodded, "Not bad, not bad." With a ding, the door opened. There were more than 10 people wearing bulletproof vests and holding guns. Why did such an armed force suddenly rush in? Ning Shu stood up, his body tensed as he watched Gong Fu walk in. Gong Fu coldly said, "Sister, when can you change your bad habit of talking nonstop?" Gong Rong asked, "Finished eating so quickly?" "Sister, there's no need to talk so much with her. Capture her." Gong Fu lightly said. "Don't try to resist. These guns are the latest models. They are very lethal and very fast. If you obediently submit, you'll still be alive. If you resist, you won't even be alive." Gong Fu coldly said. "Sister, I don't like her. She doesn't have any self-awareness." Gong Fu coldly stared at Ning Shu. Probably because Ning Shu's attitude was too relaxed from the beginning to the end, it made Gong Fu's heart very unhappy. Ning Shu's expression was indifferent. "Why are you capturing me?" "Of course it's to complete my arrangements and let you be the last person. You'll receive a reward of 10 million. Don't you need money to save your mother? This money is enough for the surgery. But even if your mother is saved, you'll have to go to jail. No, maybe you'll have to eat a bullet." Ning Shu rolled his eyes, making Gong Fu's expression even colder. The short-haired Gong Fu was cold and emotionless. Her eyes were like ice shards. Gong Fu waved her hand and a person shot at Ning Shu. Ning Shu's hand on the table barely avoided the bullet. Ning Shu exclaimed in her heart. The speed of the bullet was really too fast. If it wasn't for the help of her mental power, she wouldn't have been able to avoid it. The Gong family actually had such an advanced weapon. Who knew how many armed forces were on this ship? If they all fired at her, Ning Shu didn't think she could avoid it. Ning Shu placed one hand on the table and grabbed the steak knife. His body slid on the table and slid to Gong Rong's side. With lightning speed, he seized Gong Rong. Ning Shu grabbed Gong Rong's neck and laughed, "Do you believe that I won't kill her? Brother. Sister, let go of my sister." Gong Fu's cold face cracked. Gong Rong burst into laughter and reached out to grab Ning Shu's hand that was around her neck. Gong Rong wanted to throw Ning Shu over her shoulder, but she found that Ning Shu was too strong. He was a man, but he couldn't pull the woman's hand away. Gong Rong's expression slowly turned serious. What do you want? Gongfu coldly looked at Ningxu and asked, you better let go of my sister. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that you will be able to leave this place alive. Ningxu placed the shiny knife on Gong Rong's neck and pierced it, causing blood to seep out. Even if I'm going to die, I'm going to drag your big brother down with me. No, big sister, who cares about him, we'll die together. Ningxu felt that this scene was very familiar. She had King kidnapped someone again. He was afraid that she would end up in the same situation as before. This mission wouldn't fail, right? Prepare a yacht for me. Fill the yacht with oil and put the little black girl on it. Gongfu's face was cold. Ningxu expressionlessly used the knife to stab Gong Rong's neck. Go prepare the yacht. Gongfu had no choice but to order the skinny man, Li Zhao. Li Zhao quickly bowed and went to do it. Ningxu slowly moved towards the door. Gong Rong was taller than Ningxu, so she could only bend her legs. It was very uncomfortable. Gong Rong opened her mouth and said, little girl, can we discuss this? I can walk on my own. It's very uncomfortable for you to drag me along like this. Ningxu chuckled in Gong Rong's ear, even if it's uncomfortable, you have to endure it. I'm being pointed at by a gun. I'm very scared. Gong Rong couldn't help but say, to be honest, we are so close, but I can't even feel your breasts. CKU. Ningxu kicked Gong Rong's leg. If you talk nonsense again, I'll be scared and slit your neck. Ningxu said indifferently, but, I touched your fake breasts. Gong Rong lowered her head and saw a hand on her chest. She asked, how does it feel? CK, the quality of your silicone is not good. Ningxu said while dragging Gong Rong to the deck outside. Many black muzzles were pointed at Ningxu. CK, there are so many guns. I'm a little scared. Ningxu said, have you prepared the yacht that I asked you to? Are you scared? Gong Rong asked, I see that your heart is not beating and you're not breathing. I don't think you're scared at all. You're the dead person whose heart is not beating and breath is not breathing. If you let go of my sister, I'll let you go. Gongfu coldly said, I'll give you one last chance. Ningxu didn't believe a single punctuation mark. He rolled his eyes and said, how about I use you to exchange for your sister? Gong Rong immediately said, no, I'll be your hostage. Sister. Gongfu's voice was urgent. The little black girl was also dragged out. Seeing such a confrontation scene, she was so scared that her black face turned white. Li Zhao came over and said, Miss, the yacht is ready. Ningxu said, the yacht is full of oil. Is there food and water on it? Li Zhao nodded his head. Little black girl, you go to the yacht first, we'll leave here. Compared to the size of the ship, the yacht was much smaller. The little black girl hurriedly went up the ladder to the yacht. Ningxu loudly said to the little black girl, you check if there is food and water on the yacht. The sea was vast, without food and water, it was easy to have an accident. There is. The little black girl cupped her hands in front of her mouth and shouted to Ningxu. Ningxu was a bit annoyed. She kidnapped Gong Rong, so she couldn't climb down the ladder. Ningxu moved back and turned his head to look at the small yacht below. CK, I might as well jump down. Ningxu moved to the edge of the deck and was about to fall down. Gongfu immediately said, isn't the thing you want already prepared? Ningxu smiled, bye-bye. Ningxu grabbed Gong Rong's neck, his body leaned back and fell down from the ship. He accurately hit the small yacht. Ningxu circulated his qi and his dantian to reduce the force of the fall, but his body was still numb. Gongfu was so shocked that she hurriedly ran to the side of the deck. She looked down and shouted loudly, big brother, quickly start the boat. Ningxu said to the little black girl. I don't know how to drive, I don't know how to drive a boat. The little black girl was so scared that she stammered. Actually, I know how to drive a boat. Gong Rong's heart was still entangled. I fell from 30 meters and fell into the small yacht, but I didn't die, even the cushion under me didn't die. The current situation was really unimaginable. Gong Rong pressed down on Ningxu's body, she felt that her body was soft. Was this the reason why she didn't die? The question was, why didn't this woman die, CK? When Ningxu heard that Gong Rong wanted to start the boat, he sneered. Don't think that she didn't see so many guns pointing at her. She still needed Gong Rong to be on top of her as a shield to block the bullets for her. Gong Rong was very puzzled. If you don't let me start the boat, how will the boat go? Young Master Gong, you don't need to worry. Ningxu released a huge formless energy. The energy drilled into the water and sank to the bottom of the boat. Then, it pushed the small yacht away. We're moving, moving. The little black girl said excitedly, but she was also smart. She did not stand up, but crawled in the cabin. Although it was called a small boat, it was really a small boat. It didn't even have a room. It was used for surfing and didn't even have a roof. What the hell? Gong Rong felt that he was dreaming. Otherwise, how could such a strange thing happen? No one was driving the boat, and the boat was running on its own. Moreover, it was running very fast. It was really like seeing a ghost. Ningxu stretched out his hand and grabbed Gong Rong's beautiful long hair, pulling her head back. Gong Rong screamed in pain and was forced to raise her head. Get off my body. Ningxu said coldly. Gong Rong looked thin, but he was quite heavy. It was probably because of his bones. Gong Rong was pulled by his hair and said in pain, let go first, I'll get up when you let go. Ningxu let go of Gong Rong's hair, and Gong Rong got up from Ningxu's body. Start the boat. Ningxu used a knife to press against Gong Rong's waist. What the F***ck? Gong Rong bared his teeth, be careful, my kidney is on the ground. Do you know that a man's most important place is this place? Ningxu, exercise? Isn't a man's most important little brother? Without a kidney, my little brother can't stand up. Gong Rong flipped his hair and climbed to the front to start the boat. The little black girl was somewhat confused as she listened to Ningxu and Gong Rong's words. She really didn't understand the meaning of their words. Gong Rong steered the boat. Ningxu was behind him, pressing a small knife against his waist. The speed of the ship was very fast, and soon the ship behind it became a small black dot. Little girl, don't point the knife at me. If a wave hits and the boat jolts, the knife will stab into my body. Gong Rong said helplessly. Ningxu chuckled. Actually, I really want to poke holes in your body and watch your blood flow out like a fountain. Gong Rong was silent for a moment and then said, good idea. Ningxu was constantly paying attention to the way Gong Rong steered the boat, and then silently memorized it. Stop, Ningxu said. Gong Rong didn't stop. Ningxu stabbed the knife into his flesh. Stop. Gong Rong stopped and touched his waist with his hand. His hand was stained with blood. He said angrily, didn't I say not to stab my kidney? It doesn't matter if you have a kidney or not. Ningxu sat in the driver's seat, patted his leg, and said to Gong Rong, sit on it. Gong Rong was a bit confused. Sit on your lap? Hurry up, sit on it. Because I'm worried about you. Only when you sit in front of me, you won't dare to do anything. Ningxu was afraid that when he steered the boat, Gong Rong would counterattack or even jump into the sea. Then the bargaining chip in her hand would be gone. Gong Rong, men and women can't be separated clearly. What kind of man are you? If you want me to stab your throat with a knife, then stand still. Ningxu held the table knife and was about to throw it over. Gong Rong was helpless and could only sit on Ningxu's lap. You're so heavy. Ningxu said in a deep voice. Ningxu steered the boat and used the satellite navigation system to locate his position. Your legs are really uncomfortable. Gong Rong felt as if she was sitting on 2 bamboo sticks. It was really uncomfortable. I promise I won't cause trouble. Be obedient and be your hostage. Don't make me sit on your lap, okay? Gong Rong said. Ningxu immediately said, then hurry up and get up. My legs are going to break because of you. Gong Rong stood up and stood beside Ningxu. The wind blew her hair into a mess. Ningxu's heart was in a mess. What was she going to do in the future? After kidnapping Gong Rong, Gong Fu would definitely not let the client's mother off. She had to return to land as soon as possible and go to the hospital to see the client. She had become a kidnapper now. If she didn't pull Gong Rong, she wouldn't even be able to get out of the boat. Gong Rong's face was hurting from the wind. She sat down and tidied her hair. Ningshu glanced at her from the corner of his eyes. You look really pitiful. Gong Rong coldly said, little girl, I'm telling you. I'm only a hostage. Don't drool over my beauty. Ningshu pulled the corner of his mouth and laughed. Who would drool over a perverted beauty? The weather was hot. The black girl took out bottles of pure water from the box and gave one to Ningshu and another to Gong Rong. Drink it sparingly. I don't know when we can leave the sea. Ningshu said. As a hostage, you can only drink one sip. Ningshu snatched the bottle from Gong Rong's hand. Gong Rong didn't look like a hostage. Could it be that she didn't look fierce enough? Gong Rong should be scared to the point of turning pale. Ningshu stretched out his leg and kicked Gong Rong. Gong Rong looked at Ningshu from the corner of her eyes. What are you doing? Be honest. I'm very honest. Ningshu, I beg you to be in fear and trepidation. Gong Rong was really not afraid of death. Ningshu suddenly asked, do you not have long to live? Gong Rong looked at Ningshu and raised her eyebrows. This action was full of heroic spirit. She asked, why do you think so? You said that you have a cat disease. You're training your sister to be the successor of SR Group. You're not that old now. If you don't have long to live, you won't be so anxious. Especially after kidnapping Gong Rong's actions were too calm. She didn't seem to be afraid at all. The more Ningshu thought about it, the more he felt so. F***ck, kidnapping a dying person was useless. If this person died in her hands, she would be a kidnapper and a murderer. Gong Rong smiled, but it made Ningshu's heart sink. How can a beauty like me die? Ningshu released his spiritual power and scanned Gong Rong from head to toe, inside and out. He wanted to see what was wrong with Gong Rong. Ningshu didn't see any obvious changes. He only felt that Gong Rong's internal organs were aging rapidly. They were supposed to be young and healthy, but the internal organs were like the internal organs of a person in their 50s or 60s. Ningshu didn't say anything. It seemed that Gong Rong could still live for a while. The days at sea were very boring. Gong Rong was a little tired and lay on the chair at the back to sleep. Ningshu asked the little black girl to keep an eye on her at all times. Ningshu was worried about the client's mother. He even suspected that after the client arrived at the island, her mother was controlled. If the client's mother was really being controlled, then she would exchange Gong Rong for the client's mother. But when she thought about the Gong family's armed forces and the police's involvement, Ningshu's heart was in turmoil. Ningshu couldn't help but kick Gong Rong awake. Gong Rong opened her eyes and stared blankly at Ningshu. Have we reached the shore? I have something to ask you. Ningshu stepped on the stool and twirled the shiny table knife in his hand. Gong Rong stretched lazily and leaned to the side. She supported her head with her hand and asked lazily, ask away. Is my mother in your hands? Ningshu pinched the knife with 2 fingers and narrowed his eyes at Gong Rong's face. I don't know what to say when you're like this. Can you not point the knife at me? Gong Rong smacked her lips. I'm a little thirsty. Give me some water. Ningshu's expression was cold. You only know how to drink water. What's the use of a useless person like you? Your mother is in our hands, but she was sent to a good hospital for treatment. After all, you're participating in the game. It's our duty to treat your family well. Ningshu, she was really in their hands. But you kidnapped me. I don't know what your mother's condition is now. Gong Rong spread her hands without any sincerity. Ningshu could figure it out even if he used his toes to think. The client's mother's uremia was very serious. If she stopped treatment, her life was uncertain. The client died on an isolated island. Did the Gong family really pay for the client's mother's surgery? Ningshu looked at Gong Rong suspiciously. He didn't believe Gong Rong's words. In the end, only one person received 10 million, and once they received the money, they faced the threat of being imprisoned. Damn, so angry. Ningshu stabbed Gong Rong's leg with the knife. Gong Rong, temperamental crazy woman. Ningshu licked the bloody knife and stared at Gong Rong. Gong Rong's face was very pale, but she blinked. You're quite sexy like this. Ningshu almost cut his own tongue. He couldn't be bothered with him and continued to sail. Without Ningxu watching, Gong Rong immediately grimaced and covered her bleeding leg. As soon as Ningxu turned around, Gong Rong immediately retracted her painful expression. She propped up her chin and smiled. What else do you want to ask? If anything happens to my mother, I'll kill you. You'd better hope that nothing happens to my mother. Gong Rong calmly replied, I have nothing to fear. You have a cat disease and are about to die, but what if your sister dies too? Ningxu said with a smile. Gong Rong flipped her hair and pulled open her collar. If there's anything, just come at me. Don't look for my sister. Ningxu looked at Gong Rong's exposed fake chest. It was quite realistic. Ningxu squeezed out a chuckle from his throat. He reached out his hand and crushed Gong Rong's fake breasts. Next time, I'll crush your lower part. Ningxu's gaze moved down and stopped between Gong Rong's legs. Gong Rong crossed her legs and calmly said, I like humorous people like you. Help me crush the other side. Then it'll be symmetrical. Gong Rong puffed out her chest. Ningxu also smiled and directly gave Gong Rong a big slap. I don't mind helping you to slap the other side. That way, it'll be symmetrical. Thank you, but I don't need it. Gong Rong stuck out her tongue and licked the blood stain on the corner of her mouth. Ningxu nodded. This was the way kidnappers and hostage should get along. Whenever he thought that his client's mother was in the hands of the Gong family, Ningxu was very unhappy, very unhappy. After sailing on the sea for a few days, they finally reached the shore. We're here, we're here. The little black girl cheered. She shouted and then burst into tears. Finally, they managed to escape. God knows how scared she was in her heart. Ningxu pulled the boat to the shore and pulled Gong Rong off the boat. This wasn't a very big bustling port. It was a small fishing village. Many people stared at Ningxu's group of three. Ningxu grabbed Gong Rong's hand. She didn't have any jewelry on her hand. Weren't they rich? Ningxu pushed Gong Rong's hair aside to see if there were any valuable earrings on her ears. In the end, she didn't even have ear piercings. She couldn't pretend to be a woman at all. Ningxu looked at Gong Rong indifferently. What do you have on you that's valuable? Gong Rong rolled her eyes and then said, I'm quite valuable, but no one here knows me. What a waste. Gong Rong, Ningxu didn't believe that Gong Rong didn't have anything valuable on her. Ningxu's hands moved up and down. He pulled open Gong Rong's clothes and found sewing marks on the inside. Ningxu tore open her clothes and a black card fell out. Gong Rong looked up and said, if you use the black card to withdraw money, someone will know where I am soon. Ningxu shrugged his shoulders, it doesn't matter. Ningxu asked someone where the bank was and then took Gong Rong to the bank. Ningxu inserted the black card into the card slot and turned to Gong Rong and said, enter the password. Are you sure? Gong Rong asked. The table knife in Ningxu's hand spun quickly, reflecting a bright luster. Okay, how much? 20,000. Gong Rong entered the password and withdrew 20,000 yuan. Ningxu gave 10,000 yuan to the little black girl. You go quickly, don't stay with me, it's dangerous. Sister. Go quickly. The little black girl took the money and turned out of the bank. Gong Rong said, you can't even take care of yourself, and you still have the mind to care about others. I think you're going to die in my hands, why do you still worry about me? Ningxu retorted. Ningxu looked at Gong Rong's messy long hair and pulled her to a barber shop. Although it was called a barber shop, it was actually an open-air barber shop on the street. Master, just shave her hair for me, don't worry about the hairstyle. Ningxu said to the barber. Ningxu pressed Gong Rong on the bench and did not let her move. Little girl, it's a waste to shave her hair like this. Gong Rong's hair was slightly curly, black and very beautiful. It's okay. Ningxu said with a smile. The barber was very straightforward. He straightened Gong Rong's hair and straightened it until it was flat. But Gong Rong's flat hair was still very handsome. The aunties and little girls passing by all looked at Gong Rong's face. Ningxu also asked the barber to shave his hair short and make it look like a boy. After that, Ningxu took Gong Rong to the clothing store and picked out men's clothes. Gong Rong was dressed in men's clothes, which was a simple t-shirt and jeans. But Gong Rong looked very handsome. Sure enough, she looked like a man and a woman. Ningshu also put on men's clothes. Since they withdrew the money, the Gong family could find this place according to the black card. They had to leave quickly and go back to find the client's mother. Gong Rong was still looking at herself in the mirror, touching her flat hair. It's really hard to give up on one's natural beauty. Ningshu pulled Gong Rong away and went to the station to buy tickets. They were still a few days away from the city, so Ningshu planned to take the bus. Ningshu bought 2 tickets from a scalper and got on the bus with Gong Rong. Ningshu found a seat at the back and pushed Gong Rong to the window. Ningshu sat next to Gong Rong and blocked his way. If Gong Rong wanted to escape, he would have to jump out of the window. Gong Rong's expression was a little bitter. He stood and refused to sit down. Ningshu said, "Sit down." Gong Rong shook his head. "No, it's a little dirty." Gong Rong was a young master. His food, clothing, housing, and transportation were all exquisite. He had never sat in such a car before. The environment in the bus was very bad. There were snack bags on the ground, spit, chewing gum, and something that looked like urine. It was probably the adults who peed on the children. Gong Rong was not a clean freak, but he really couldn't sit in such a dirty environment. There were men and women, young and old, and all kinds of bags on the bus. There were all kinds of smells mixed together. Gong Rong felt that he smelled stinky feet and the smell of sea fish. This, he would rather walk. Ningshu pressed down on Gong Rong's shoulders and directly pushed him to sit down. Gong Rong's expression changed. It was as if he had a heart attack. The bus was not full yet. They had to wait until it was full before they could start driving. Ningshu saw that Gong Rong was drinking water and said, "Don't drink so much. When we start driving later, you can hold it in if you can't go to the toilet." Gong Rong silently twisted the bottle cap, opened the window, and breathed heavily. He felt like he was going to suffocate. At this moment, 2 uniformed police officers got on the bus. Ningshu's expression did not change, but his heart skipped a beat. Ningshu did not expect the police to be so fast. Previously, they had used Gong Rong's black card to withdraw money. It seemed that the police had found out where they were. The police stared at Ningshu and Gong Rong. Gong Rong leaned her head on Ningshu's shoulder and said to the policeman with a coquettish voice, "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen true love before?" As soon as Gong Rong said this, everyone in the car stared at him with strange expressions. Ningshu's expression was calm. He stretched out his hand and patted Gong Rong's face. Nodding his head, he said in a low and masculine voice, "It's true love." The police officers were speechless. Ningshu was also speechless in her heart. She didn't even understand if she and Gong Rong were gay or a concubine. The 2 policemen looked at Ningshu and Gong Rong for a while. Gong Rong's appearance was really outstanding. However, it didn't match the information given by the higher-ups. When the 2 policemen got out of the car, Ningshu's hanging heart slowly relaxed. Ningshu moved closer to Gong Rong's ear and whispered coldly, "Behave yourself and don't attract attention." Gong Rong raised her small fist and punched Ningshu in the chest. "My face attracts attention even if I don't talk." Ningshu directly gave Gong Rong a big slap. "Stop being coquettish. If you continue to flirt, I won't be polite to you." Ningshu saw that everyone on the bus was staring at him and said rudely, "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen true love before?" The audience, the rich circle is really messy. Gong Rong licked the blood stains at the corner of her mouth. "You really hate my face. You're jealous of me." Ningshu nodded. "Very jealous." Gong Rong rippled. "You're so bad." Ningshu really wanted to slap the other side of his face. The bus slowly started and drove out of the bus station. Ningshu's hanging heart slowly relaxed. Gong Rong seemed to be very tired. She leaned her head on Ningshu's shoulder and fell asleep. Ningshu directly pushed her head away. Gong Rong turned her head and leaned against the window, falling asleep. Ningshu also closed his eyes slightly. Recently, his body had been exhausted and he basically didn't have a good sleep. First, it was on the island. Then, they took a boat. However, they still couldn't escape from the Gong siblings. After that, it was a life of escape. Life was really a last resort. Ningshu also didn't expect that he would become a kidnapper. If he hadn't kidnapped Gong Rong at that time, the problem was that he wouldn't have been able to escape. The Gong siblings were both vicious and merciless people. How could they be a saint to be able to inherit such a big business like SR Group? Although Gong Rong kept acting coquettishly, Ningshu was always vigilant. Ningshu originally thought that they would arrive at their destination smoothly. However, as soon as they arrived at the toll station, someone checked. The police car stopped by the roadside. Ningshu glanced at Gong Rong, who was sleeping like a dead pig and leaning her head on his shoulder. This guy was really powerful to be able to make so many people look for him. The police went up to check. They glanced at Gong Rong, who was sleeping soundly and drooling. They glanced at Ningshu before getting out of the car. Ningshu didn't feel relaxed at all. Although they escaped this time, what about the next time and the next time, especially the closer they got to the city, the stronger the police force? Ningshu didn't feel too good. Seeing Gong Rong sleeping soundly, he really wanted to give him a big slap. However, he still felt that it was better for him to sleep like this and not cause trouble. The checks along the way were getting more and more frequent. Ningshu felt that the chances of being exposed were getting higher and higher. Gongfu knew that her brother was a man and was very likely to dress up as a man. She fixed Gong Rong's hair and a portrait of Gong Rong came out. When they arrived at a bus stop, Ningshu pulled Gong Rong out of the car. They couldn't take the bus with so many people anymore. After going back and forth, Gong Rong's face was a little pale and waxy yellow. Ningshu spread out his hands and said, "I just wanted to use you to exchange for my mother. Who knew that your family would be so troublesome, so I can only torture you." Gong Rong was listless. He really didn't have the energy to say anything to Ningshu. He was really weak. He wished that he could hang his whole body on Ningshu's body. Ningshu was very impatient with Gong Rong, but if Gong Rong really died, it would be useless no matter how much she said. This mission was bound to fail. Because a kidnapper, what future could he have? Ningshu went to the small supermarket at the bus stop to buy some food for Gong Rong. Gong Rong didn't eat much and his appetite wasn't good. Ningshu released his spiritual force and checked Gong Rong's physical condition. Gong Rong's internal organs seemed to have aged even more than before. Gong Rong was clearly a man in his 30s. Why was he so fragile on the inside? What kind of illness was this? Was he aging prematurely? But why was there no aging skin? Gong Rong ate less, probably because of poor digestion. What kind of illness was this? Ningshu suddenly asked. Were you the one who was managing the SR group before? Gong Rong looked sullen and nodded. I was managing it. Fuer will be managing it from now on. It seemed that Gong Rong knew that he wouldn't live long, so he abdicated his position to train his sister. Ningshu, then does your sister know that you won't live long? Gong Rong glanced at Ningshu. What does this have to do with you? It seemed that Gong Fu didn't know that her sister was sick. Why do you say that I won't live long? Gong Rong asked lightly. Gong Rong didn't remember telling this woman that she didn't have long to live. Gong Rong put down the bag of bread in her hand and looked at Ningshu. I'm 18 years old, how can I die? Ningshu spread his hands and said insincerely, you can think whatever you want. You can't do anything with money. You can't even buy your life. Ningshu liked to see people struggling, especially Gong Rong. Yes, just like your mother lying in the hospital. Because she doesn't have money, she can't even have surgery. Some people's lives can be bought with money, and some people's lives can't be bought with money. Gong Rong said indifferently. Ningshu rolled her eyes at the sight of a sure-hit attack. Just like my life, it can't be bought with money. Ningshu, haha, you're still panting when I say you're fat. It's obviously an incurable disease. Ningshu had no choice. He had to go through a lot of twists and turns to go back. Ningshu planned to take an illegal car. It was fine if he was cheated of some money, but he could get there smoothly. This kind of illegal car had connections. It was better than taking a bus that had to be checked every time it passed a toll booth. Ningshu didn't want to complicate things. The most important thing now was the client's mother. The driver of the illegal car was indeed very evil. He actually took Ningshu a lot of detours and let Ningshu lose nearly 20 red notes. Ningshu cursed in his heart. but he still gave it. It wasn't her money anyway. When they arrived at the bustling city, Mingshu took Gong Rong to a small hotel to stay. Gong Rong lay on the bed and sighed. Why don't you stay in a better hotel? That won't do. There are too many people here who know you. I don't want to be exposed. Mingshu pulled a chair and sat opposite Gong Rong. Gong Rong, let's talk openly. My purpose is only for my mother. If my mother is alive, the Gong family will let me go. I won't hurt you. Gong Rong lowered her eyelids slightly, her long eyelashes covering her eyes. We don't trust each other. It's useless to say these things. Mingshu, haha, I want to kill the hostage, don't stop me. Just as Gong Rong had said, Mingshu did not trust the Gong family at all. When Gong Rong returned, wouldn't she chase after her relentlessly? She was alone with a patient. No matter how she looked at it, it was difficult for her. The current situation was in a deadlock. They couldn't send Gong Luo away, but they couldn't not send him away either. Furthermore, they couldn't let him die in her hands. Mingshu really wanted to give Gong Rong a good beating. But when he saw that Gong Rong's beautiful face had lost all color, and she looked haggard and weak, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Mingshu was really afraid that he would die from a single punch. Mingshu changed the topic. Why are you cross-dressing? Gong Rong stretched. Take a guess. I'm going to take a shower. Gong Rong entered the bathroom, but soon stuck her head out with a pink soap in her hand. Gong Rong's expression was incredulous as she asked, I want to ask, is this soap full of essential pigments used for bathing? Mingshu nodded. Have a good bath. Can you help me buy better bathing products? Gong Rong asked Mingshu. Mingshu shook his head. A hostage has to have the awareness and mindset of a hostage. Is it appropriate for you to ask for bathing products like this? It's appropriate, Gong Rong said matter-of-factly. Appropriate my ass. I'm not used to this. I might have an allergic reaction, Gong Rong said. What's the difference between this and sulfuric acid? Mingshu squinted. Of course there's a difference. What difference? Once you splash sulfuric acid on it, it will rot. This won't rot. Gong Rong, wash. If you don't want to wash, I'll help you wash. After you're clean, there's business to be done. Mingshu's face was dark, and his heart was burning with anxiety. Now that he was back, he felt even more uneasy. The client hadn't even graduated from university, and there had been no news for so long. He didn't know if she could continue studying in university. But now, she couldn't even keep her life. Her life might be ruined. Because it was a small hotel, there were probably many couples. The room was very ambiguous, and the glass of the bathroom was hazy. Mingshu stared straight at Gong Rong's enchanting body. She wiped her legs and arms, and washed the eggs. Mingshu looked away indifferently. His eyes were burning. It's not done yet. How long are you going to wash? Mingshu had never seen a man wash for so long. He probably even brushed his toes. Mingshu felt that he lived rougher than a man. It'll be done soon. Mingshu took the TV remote control and turned on the TV. The TV was broadcasting the news. It was about the kidnapping of the head of the SR group. They even posted photos, hoping that the masses of Chaoyang City could find the murderer. Then, Gong Rong's sister, Gong Fu, was ordered to take over the SR group. Gong Rong came out with steam all over her body. She looked at the news on the TV and said with a smile, Fuer did well. Mingshu raised his eyebrows and didn't say anything. Gong Fu did this to put psychological pressure on the kidnapper. If it was a kidnapper with an unstable mentality, it was very likely that he would kill the hostage out of anger and fear. Gong Rong even said that Gong Fu did well. She was fearless just because she didn't have long to live, right? He had to get rid of this hot potato, Gong Rong, as soon as possible. After Gong Rong finished showering, Mingshu took her to inform the Gong family. When they arrived at a public phone, Mingshu inserted money and asked Gong Rong, "What's your phone number?" Gong Rong looked down at Mingshu's head. "You want to call my house? I have to save my mother. I'll use you in exchange. Don't talk nonsense. What's the phone number?" Gong Rong said a string of numbers, and Mingshu dialed it. The person who answered the phone seemed to be a servant. Ningshu directly said that he was looking for 2nd Mississippi. There was a ding on the other end of the phone. It seemed that the call had been transferred to Gong Fu's room. Hello. Gong Fu's voice was cold and emotionless. Even through the phone line, Ningshu felt that his ears were numb from the cold. Ningshu coughed. Yes, it's me. Do you remember me? Who are you? Ningshu was speechless. Someone who plays with your brother. We even went on a 4-day cruise. Ningshu said. Xianxia, what did you do to my brother? Ningshu asked back, what did you do to my mother? Gong Fu sneered silently. What do you think? If you dare to do anything to my mother, I. Ningshu didn't say anything over the phone. He passed the phone to Gong Rong. Speak properly. Ningshu stared at Gong Rong fiercely. Gong Rong took the phone and called Fuer softly. Her voice was so soft that Ningshu shivered. How disgusting. I'm fine. Don't worry. Do whatever you want. I'm doing very well. I plan to travel around. You take good care of SR Group. Gong Rong said. Ningshu nodded. Well said. With that, she was no longer a kidnapper. Gong Rong told Gong Fu some things to take note of and started chatting endlessly. Ningshu snatched the phone and inserted coins into it. He said to Gong Fu, Miss Gong, I took good care of your brother. I let him eat and sleep well. Your brother also had fun with me. We are going to travel together in the future, Ningshu said. So? Gong Fu's voice was extremely cold. Ningshu was speechless. Ningshu hung up the phone angrily. Gong Rong raised her eyebrows and asked, why don't you need me to exchange for your mother? Ningshu kept saying that he wanted to exchange for his mother. Why didn't he say that just now? I'm also a person with a temper. Ningshu dragged Gong Rong into the dark internet cafe. The internet cafe was filled with smoke and the air was turbid. Gong Rong looked as if she had eaten shit. Ningshu paid the money and found a computer. He asked Gong Rong, which hospital did you hide my mother in? Gong Rong shook her head. Ningshu pulled Gong Rong's face. Where? Ningshu wanted to pull her hair, but Gong Rong's hair was gone. I know the previous hospital. But you kidnapped me. Fuer will move. Ningshu pulled at Gong Rong's face. Which hospital was it before? XX hospital. Gong Rong said a hospital. Ningshu let go of Gong Rong's face. Her fingers flew across the keyboard. She started hacking again. She wanted to check the information of the hospital where the client's mother was. We can't say that word between us. Gong Rong looked at Ningshu with a dark expression. She asked, what word? Of course it's kidnapping. We have a deep friendship. How can it be considered kidnapping? I gave you an activity to stimulate you. Are you excited? Gong Rong put on a fake smile. I like shameless people like you. Yes, so you have to tell your sister that I didn't kidnap you. This is just a game, a kidnapping game, just like your survival game. Ningshu guided him patiently. Gong Rong chuckled and looked at the computer with her chin propped up. Yes, your mother was discharged from this hospital the day you kidnapped me. Ningshu angrily slammed the keyboard on the table. After that, Ningshu checked the patient information of various hospitals, but there was no information about the client's mother. Could it be that the Gong family had already dealt with Xianxia's mother? The client's mother's illness was very serious. There were so many hospitals, but there was no information about the client's mother. Could it be that the treatment had stopped? Ningshu abruptly turned his head and gloomily stared at Gong Rong. If she failed her mission, Ningshu would definitely blow up the Gong family's mansion with explosives. If that doesn't work, I'll blow up your corporation, Great Xia. For the first time, Gong Rong felt a strong killing intent from this little girl. It was a real killing intent. Previously, Gong Rong dared to make a scene because she didn't have any killing intent. Now that she couldn't find her mother, she was desperate. Gong Rong frowned and said, "You don't have to worry. Many hospitals don't register VIP wards." Ningshu laughed sarcastically. Could it be that your Gong family will take care of my mother with the best treatment? I've kidnapped you. Who knows how angry your Gong family will be. Ningshu grabbed Gong Rong's wrist with a lot of force. Gong Rong felt that her wrist was about to break. Ningshu called the Gong family again. This time, he didn't need Gong Rong to tell him the number. Ningshu called them. Gong Rong stared at Ningshu. He was a hacker with such a good memory. He was indeed a talent. This person had too many unsolved mysteries and too many strange things. But he didn't have much time left. No matter how many secrets she had, it was none of his business. The call connected. Ningshu coldly said, "Gong Fu, where's my mother?" "I don't know." Gong Fu's voice was cold and full of contempt. Ningshu laughed coldly. "I thought you two were very close. My mother is in your hands and your brother is with me. I think that if you stay any longer, I'll definitely become your sister-in-law." Ningshu was deliberately provoking Gong Fu. Wishful thinking. "Who do you think you are?" Gong Fu scolded. Her embarrassment turned into anger. Her disdain was obvious. "That's why you have to hurry and come pick up your brother. Your brother said that if you don't come, he'll be so sad that he'll broadcast himself jumping off a building." Gong Rong, the other end of the phone, was silent for a while. Miss Gong Fu was probably trying her best to suppress the anger in her heart and the anger of being offended. "Okay, what's the location?" Gong Fu's voice became colder. "Okay, I'll tell you at midnight. I want to see my mother. She must be in good condition." Ningshu hung up the phone. Gong Rong shook her head. "Fuer is too young and impetuous. It's good for you to grind her." Ningshu laughed. "Treat me as a whetstone. Don't break the knife in the end." Ningshu laughed coldly in his heart. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Gong Rong. She might not win, but the Gong siblings couldn't win either. Gong Rong felt goosebumps from Ningshu's stare. She asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Ningshu said indifferently, "I think you're old again." Gong Rong was stunned. Then she smiled and said, "I'll always be 18 years old. It's good that you can maintain a young girl's heart." Ningshu dragged Gong Rong back to the hotel. He bought some food to eat. Gong Rong's diet was very light. Moreover, his appetite was very small. It was like eating bird food. Ningshu and Gong Rong formed a sharp contrast. Now Ningshu didn't eat extravagantly. Even if he ate extravagantly, he still had to eat elegantly. Gong Rong looked at Ningshu eating so much and was a little surprised. "This is the first time I've seen a woman who can eat so much. You're so ignorant. You haven't even seen the entire world. You want to talk about the world with me?" Hee hee. Ningshu's face was full of ridicule. Gong Rong put down her chopsticks. The food in her bowl was basically untouched. Ningshu asked, "How did you grow so big when you eat so little?" "Eating is actually very troublesome. I always inject," Gong Rong said. Ningshu shrugged his shoulders. He directly injected the nutrients that the body needed to reduce the consumption of the internal organs. This way, he could alleviate the aging of the internal organs. Ningshu couldn't figure out why Gong Rong's internal organs were aging. Of course, Ningshu wouldn't save Gong Rong. As long as Gong Rong didn't die in her hands, it would be fine. Besides, she couldn't save her. After eating, Ningshu sat cross-legged on the bed, digesting and conserving her energy for the night. Gong Rong obediently lay beside Ningshu and slept. He felt that Gong Rong was getting more and more sleepy. Ningshu cultivated while paying attention to the time. When it was 8 o'clock in the evening, Ningshu woke Gong Rong up. "We're going to exchange now." Ningshu brought Gong Rong to the big shopping mall. It was summer now. Many people went to the mall to freeload the air conditioner. The large number of people made Gong Fu a little wary. Ningshu didn't forget that the Gong family had armed forces. When Ningshu arrived at the shopping mall, he called Gong Fu and told her the location of the shopping mall. He also told her the method of exchange. Gong Rong looked at the people coming and going in the shopping mall. She had a complicated expression on her face. "Why did you come to my shopping mall?" If something happens in the shopping mall, the one who loses is naturally your shopping mall. This shopping mall was under the Gong family's name. If there was a gunfight, the one who loses is also the Gong family. In their own territory, they must have a lot of concerns. Gong Rong suddenly smiled. Actually, you can be considered a talent. Why do you use this kind of evil method so smoothly? Ningshu smiled and said, thank you for the compliment. Our Gong family can still afford to lose. Gong Rong said proudly. Ningshu stretched out his index finger and waved it. No, after you were kidnapped, after you went out with me, your sister was appointed to take charge of the group. There will definitely be people in the group who will not accept her. If she makes any mistake, she will be caught and not let go. Your sister doesn't dare. Ningshu leisurely sat on the bench. If you didn't travel around the world with me, your plan would be to slowly push your sister to the position of the group's controller, using the rest of his life to create a strong position for his sister. But plans can't keep up with changes. Xianxia, who participated in the game, sacrificed her soul. Ningshu wanted to complete the task as much as possible. The client's mother was the biggest part of this task. Even if the other parts were completed, the completion rate was at most 50%. It was still considered a failure. Ningshu did so much for the client's mother. Gong Rong squinted her eyes, covering the ripples in her eyes. She quietly sat beside Ningshu. The two of them didn't speak. The atmosphere was calm. It couldn't be said to be serious or relaxed. Ningshu suddenly asked, why do you always dress as a woman? Is it because of your illness? Gong Rong indifferently grunted in acknowledgement. Ningshu looked at his watch. It was already 8:30. What was this guy doing? Ningshu said in advance not to call the police. Otherwise, he would detonate the bomb hidden in the shopping mall. Bombs and such were purely for the sake of scaring people. Gong Fu arrived late. She was dressed neatly and looked very imposing. There were several tall and strong men behind her. Ningshu scanned them with his spiritual power and found that they had guns at their waists. 2 men were driving a pale-faced woman. Ningshu recognized that this was the face in his memory and immediately used his spiritual force to penetrate the skin of the client's mother to see her illness. Xianxia's mother's 2 kidneys were yellow in color. The color was mottled, and they looked like stones instead of flesh. Ningshu stood up and waved his hand. Here, even Gong Rong couldn't help but twitch her mouth. Did this look like a hostage exchange? It was as if she was waiting for her best friend to go shopping. Gong Fu was the first to see her brother. Her beautiful hair had been shaved, causing Gong Fu to frown uncontrollably. She looked at Ningshu with an unfriendly gaze. Gong Fu walked over, and Ningshu pulled Gong Rong to greet her. Your person is intact. Ningshu pushed Gong Rong to Gong Fu, and then took Xianxia's mother from the 2 tall and strong bodyguards. Mom. Ningshu supported Xianxia's mother. Her face was pale. Ningshu forced a smile. Ningshu crouched down and carried Xianxia's mother on his back. He saw a flash of light and a knife stabbed at her. Ningshu dodged the knife and took out something with a button. If she pressed the button, the mall would explode. Gong Fu's face changed. She gritted her teeth and said, let her go. Ningshu carried Xianxia's mother on his back and ran quickly. He gathered Qi in his dantian and reached a taxi parked on the side of the road. Ningshu quickly put Xianxia's mother in the taxi. Then he closed the door. Xianxia, save me. Gong Rong ran quickly to Ningshu's side. Ningshu quickly said, driver, drive. He's calling you? The driver asked in confusion. Ningshu's face was cold. I don't know him. Gong Rong ran quickly, but his body trembled as if he had been shot. Someone must have installed a silencer and wanted to kill Gong Rong. But what did this have to do with her? Xianxia, D*MN woman, save me. Gong Rong held his arm and chased after the car. Ningshu said calmly, driver, we're in a hurry. Please hurry. Didn't you hear someone calling you? The driver asked hesitantly. Ningshu shook his head. You're hallucinating. I didn't hear anything. The driver looked at Ningshu's righteous face through the rearview mirror and was speechless. The driver stepped on the accelerator and sped up. Soon, he lost Gong Rong. Gong Rong was speechless. F***ck, this woman is so cruel. Gong Rong was dizzy. Blood flowed from his fingers, and he could only keep running. Suddenly, a hand reached out and pulled him over, covering his mouth with the other hand. Gong Rong's heart was pounding in his heart. Ningxu released his mental power to see if there was any tracking device on Gong Rong. Then, he carried Gong Rong and ran quickly. Gong Rong, whose head was facing down, was speechless. He was about to run out of blood after this torment. Ningxu arrived at a small hotel. This hotel was very remote. Unlike the previous one, there weren't even any street lights around. Ningxu entered the room. Mother Su was sitting on the bed. Seeing Ningxu come back, she was relieved and quickly closed the door. Ningxu violently threw Gong Rong onto the bed, which happened to fall on her injured arm. Gong Rong was in so much pain that she almost howled in pain. Be gentle. Gong Rong's skin was so good that even Mother Su felt sorry for him. Ningxu went downstairs to buy some medical supplies. He was going to remove the bullet from Gong Rong's arm. Gong Rong was weak to begin with. When Ningxu came back from shopping, Gong Rong was already unconscious. His face was pale. Mother Su asked, "Is he okay?" Well, girls like to lie to themselves. How could he be okay after losing so much blood? Ningxu tore up the bed sheets and tied Gong Rong up to prevent him from struggling. Then, he took off the socks on his feet and stuffed them into Gong Rong's mouth. It was going to hurt, so he didn't want to scream. Mother Su was speechless. Her child? Ningxu disinfected the syringe with alcohol and released his mental power to check Gong Rong's arm. Mental power was really a good thing. Mom, help me press his arm, Ningxu said to Mother Su. Mother Su was a little weak. Xin, let's take him to the hospital. Ningxu smiled. Mom, trust me. It's okay. Ningxu accurately found the bullet's location and put a clip into Gong Rong's bullet hole. Gong Rong woke up from the pain when he touched the wound. He struggled with all his might, sweating profusely. The veins on his face and neck were bulging. He looked terrifying. Ningxu clamped the bullet and took it out. Ningxu took the bullet out of Gong Rong in a very rough way. He didn't use any anesthetic. He stuck a clip into the flesh and took out the bullet. Gong Rong passed out from the pain. Ningxu put the bullet on the bedside table. Ningxu wrapped Gong Rong's arm with gauze. Mrs. Su saw the bullet and trembled. Who is he? How did he get shot? Ordinary people were afraid of trouble, especially with guns. Ningxu wiped the blood from the wound. I don't know him. He seems to be a rich man. Mrs. Su looked at Ningxu. Why did you pick up your hair and dress up like a boy? I just wanted to change my style. I think it's more refreshing this way. It wasn't something that could be explained in a few sentences. It was better not to let Mrs. Su know. Mrs. Su's face turned even paler. Ningxu reached out and rubbed the acupuncture points on Mrs. Su's waist. Kidney disease was most likely due to insufficient kidney energy. Mrs. Su didn't look very pretty. She was overworked and had fine lines under her eyes. Her skin was sallow and haggard. There was no money for a kidney transplant for Mrs. Su. Besides, Mrs. Su was discharged halfway. Even if there was money, it wouldn't be her turn. Ningxu rubbed Mrs. Su's waist. Mrs. Su felt her waist was warm and comfortable. As he rubbed, she fell asleep on the other bed. Ningxu injected a little bit of spirit energy into Mrs. Su. Because she had only cultivated a little bit of spirit energy. There was too little spirit energy in the modern world. He hoped that this bit of spirit energy would be enough to support Mrs. Su's body. Ningxu crushed Ningxu's anti-inflammatory medicine into powder and mixed it in warm water for Gong Rong to drink. After that, every once in a while, he would feel that he had a fever. If he had a fever, Ningxu could only send him to the hospital. The 4-drip didn't work. Ningxu couldn't wait to mock Gong Rong. He mocked Gong Rong for wasting his time. Along the way, Gong Rong had a fever a few times. Ningxu fed him medicine and anti-inflammatory medicine whenever he had a fever. Occasionally, Mother Su would ask Ningxu to wipe Gong Rong's body to make him feel better. It was mainly because Mrs. Su felt that a young man lying on the bed was quite pitiful, especially such a handsome young man. Ningshu did as he was told, because the smell of Gong Rong's sweat was really pungent. Not for Gong Rong, but for the living environment. Gong Rong slept for 2 days before she woke up. She felt something in her mouth and an indescribable smell lingered at the tip of her nose. It was also a little salty. When Gong Rong was unconscious, Ningshu did not take off his socks. Mother Su wanted to take it off, but Ningshu said, "Don't. If she wakes up and can't take the pain, she'll bite her tongue." Every time Ningshu fed her the medicine, she would stuff it in his mouth again. Besides, her socks were not dirty. Mother Su took after her daughter. After all, her daughter was a university student and had read more books than her. So, Gong Rong woke up with something in her mouth. Ningshu stood by the bed and looked down at Gong Rong. Gong Rong stared straight at Ningshu with an indifferent expression. Ningshu was speechless. What kind of scene was this? It was as if hugging her thigh and thanking her for saving his life was the right way to open up at this moment. Ningshu also stared at Gong Rong. Gong Rong was speechless. Why didn't you take the thing out of her mouth? Her mouth was full, and she couldn't even move her tongue. Ningshu was very unhappy that he had run back to save such a person. Ningshu took the sock out of Gong Rong's mouth and the first thing he said was, "Is this a rag?" Ningshu shook his head, and Gong Rong's expression relaxed. Ningshu said, "This is a sock." Gong Rong's face turned even paler. Her eyes rolled back and she almost fainted. Ningshu sat down and punched Gong Rong's chest. "Don't faint. I have something to tell you." Gong Rong's ribs seemed to have broken after being punched by Ningshu. Gong Rong really didn't faint this time, but she had lost too much blood. Her face was so pale that it was almost transparent. "While my mother is out, let's talk about the reward for saving your life. I believe that your life should be worth a lot," Ningshu said with a smile. Did she really think that she would save Gong Rong if she ate too much? She needed money for Mother Su's surgery. After the surgery, she still had to take medicine. It was not a small expense. At the very most, the client was only 22 years old and hadn't even graduated from university. Now that she urgently needed to solve the problem of money, did she really think that she would sacrifice herself for others? Gong Rong asked weakly, "You saved me for money?" Ningshu looked at her from the corner of her eyes. "Why else do you think? Is it because of our friendship? Don't forget, you're an upper-class person, and I'm a lower-class person. What friendship can there be between us?" Gong Rong asked, "How much? How much do you think your life is worth?" Ningshu kicked the ball to Gong Rong. Gong Rong asked again, "How long have I been unconscious?" 2 days and 3 nights. "I served you," Ningshu said. Gong Rong looked at her bandaged arm and sighed faintly. "I might not be able to give you the money. My black card might have been frozen." Ningshu, F***ck, why are your shooting skills so bad? Why didn't I hit your head directly? Ningshu immediately turned hostile. Gong Rong's eyelids twitched. "Actually, I'm also someone with private property." "So?" Ningshu tilted his head and looked at her indifferently. "Even if it's for your sister, you should be generous and die. Why are you running away?" Ningshu sneered. Gong Rong's face was deathly pale. Even her lips were pale and dry. Ningshu turned a blind eye to it. Gong Rong suddenly smiled. "Fuer did very well. She could even kill me, not to mention others. This is the only way to protect the SR group and survive among the pack of wolves and tigers." Ningshu applauded. She was the world's best brother. Ningshu was gloating. It was probably because Gong Rong's appearance as a man gave Gong Fu too much pressure. In addition, she had just taken control of the group not long ago. At this time, Gong Rong went back as a man. It would definitely be very disadvantageous for Gong Fu, who had just taken control of the group. "Can you get me some water? I'm too thirsty." Gong Rong looked at Ningshu. Gong Rong now was really pitiful and exceptionally pitiful. "You have no value at all now. You're a piece of trash." "I won't give you any water," Ningshu said coldly. Strictly speaking, she and Gong Rong were on opposite sides of the spectrum. This matter was not over yet. In the future, she might be dragged into this accident. F***ck, Ning Shu glanced at Gong Rong. Previously, when these siblings were deeply in love, she was unlucky. Now that the siblings had fallen out, she was very likely to be the scapegoat. Ning Shu's gaze on Gong Rong became more and more unfriendly. Gong Rong couldn't help but move her body. However, the moment she moved, her arm hurt. Gong Rong was in so much pain that her face turned pale. Ning Shu smiled and said, "Don't be afraid. I won't do anything to you." Gong Rong felt that this woman was not like other women. She was compassionate, sentimental, and resolute in doing things. She was resolute, or stubborn, but she also looked unrestrained, more carefree than other women. She was not a woman that ordinary men could control. Gong Rong had no doubt that this woman would throw him out of the window. Gong Rong said helplessly, "If you need money, I can give you money." Ning Shu's expression was indifferent. "I don't see any money." "When I recover, I'll give you the change," Gong Rong said. "I'm a businessman. I still have this bit of integrity." Ning Shu tooted. "It's because you're a businessman that I don't believe you. I don't believe a word of a capitalist." Ning Shu said coldly, "Gong Rong, don't challenge my bottom line. Maybe I'll get some benefits if I hand you over to Gong Fu." Gong Rong was speechless. This girl should have some integrity. She definitely wouldn't get any benefits. Gong Rong was relieved to hear Ning Shu's words. This girl didn't look stupid. She definitely wouldn't do such a suicidal thing. With a click, the door handle turned. Mother Su came back. Her mental strength looked much better. Mother Su was carrying a snack box. Seeing that Gong Rong was awake, she immediately said, "You're awake?" Gong Rong replied weakly, "Hello, Auntie." "Oh, your lips are dry. Pour him a glass of water." Mother Su said to Ning Shu. Ning Shu didn't say anything. He poured a glass of water from the pot and fed it to Gong Rong. Gong Rong's eyes shone brightly. He looked very smug. Mother Su put the food on the small table and asked Gong Rong, who was lying on the bed, "Are you okay? I think you should go to the hospital. After all, you're so badly injured." She was implying that Gong Rong should leave. Gong Rong's expression stiffened. He said, "My parents are abroad. There's no one to help me with anything at the hospital." How could Gong Luo appear at the hospital openly, now that he was being hunted by Gong Fu? Even if he had to die, he couldn't have anything to do with Gong Fu. As long as he did it, there would be traces. Gong Rong didn't want to die in Gong Fu's hands. If someone found out, his death could be used against Gong Fu. Xianxia was a good target if he died in Xianxia's hands. Ning Shu turned around and met Gong Rong's eyes. His eyes were clear as he stared at Ning Shu. Ning Shu walked to the bedside and placed his hand on Gong Rong's arm. With a slight pressure, Gong Rong's face turned even paler and trembled. "You'd better not play any tricks with me. Even if you do, you'll be making a loss," Ning Shu said coldly. Gong Rong forced a smile. "I'm already in this state. What can I scheme? You think too badly of me." "It's not that I think of you as a bad person, but you are a bad person to begin with." Ning Shu poked Gong Rong's wound with his finger. Blood gushed out of the wound. Ning Shu exclaimed, "You're bleeding. I'll change the gauze for you." Gong Rong, Ning Shu cut the bloody gauze. It was difficult to heal a bullet wound, especially in Gong Rong's condition. "Let's eat when you're done," Mother Su said. Mother Su let Ning Shu eat while she fed Gong Rong. Gong Rong was good-looking and called her auntie softly. Even though Mother Su felt that this man was not simple, she still grinned. After eating, Gong Rong fell asleep. It was not easy for him to hold on until now. Seeing that Gong Rong had fallen asleep, Mother Su said to Ning Shu, who was cleaning up the small table, "Although this child is good-looking, he was shot. You should send him to the hospital. I hope you can find an ordinary person. He's not suitable." Mother Su did not forget that this man had called her daughter's name in the taxi. It meant that the two of them knew each other. Ning Shu really admired Mother Su's imagination. She and Gong Rong, Ning Shu nodded and said, "Don't worry. There's nothing going on between me and him." The two of them were scheming against each other, and then they looked happy on the surface. Mom, let me give you a massage. Ningshu said to Mother Su, changing the topic. What did it have to do with Gong Rong? If it did, it would be creepy. At most, it was a hostage. Ningshu rubbed his hands, making his palms and fingers hot. Then he massaged Mother Su's acupuncture points. Mother Su lay on the bed and said, Xianxia, it's very comfortable. I feel much better. Then I'll massage you every day. Mother Su fell asleep. Ningshu covered her with the quilt, then turned on the TV to watch the news and lowered the volume. Since Gong Fu wanted to kill Gong Rong, then there should be news. SR Group held a press conference. Gong Fu held back her tears and said that her sister had been killed by the kidnapper. Now the kidnapper was on the run. She hoped that the kidnapper and murderer could be arrested as soon as possible. Ningshu's picture was also shown, and he looked like a short-haired boy. Then it was announced that Gong Fu was officially in charge of SR Group. She would inherit the management of SR Group from her sister and bring SR Group to greater heights. Ningshu, she had indeed become the scapegoat. She knew that Gong Rong's death would be blamed on her. Ningshu stared at Gong Fu on the TV. She was beautiful, cold, and elite. Just like her brother, she was a scheming person. Ningshu turned around and saw that Gong Rong had woken up and was watching TV. Ningshu sneered. Gong Rong said, "You shouldn't have kidnapped me." Then there wouldn't have been such a chain reaction. Ningshu snorted. If she hadn't escaped, she would have killed all the people on the island. She would have been the winner of the game with 19 lives. In order to get 10 million, she had killed all the other contestants. It was reasonable and crazy. She would have to face the judicial power of a country. Go to hell. Go to hell. Comparing 19 lives to Gong Rong's single life, he felt that kidnapping Gong Rong was the better choice. Come on, let's hurt each other. It was not certain who would win or lose until the last moment. You siblings are really interesting, Ningshu said to Gong Rong calmly. Gong Rong pursed her lips. This is the best way to deal with it. Damn you. Ningshu took off his shoe and smashed it on Gong Rong's arm. Gong Rong's wound was bleeding again. The best way? Ningshu looked at him coldly. I went from a kidnapper to a kidnapper and murderer. I am wanted by the country. This is the best way for you to deal with it. And my mother. She was sick, but she still had to watch me go to prison. This pair of siblings were like this. As long as they achieved their goal, it was fine. They never cared about others. After all, they were all inferior people. They were at the top of the food chain. Gong Rong was silent. Mother Su's eyelashes fluttered, and she was about to wake up. Ningshu quickly turned off the TV. She didn't want Mother Su to know. She knew that it wouldn't do her any good. Instead, it made her anxious. The daughter she was so proud of had become a murderer. Mother Su opened her eyes and saw Ningshu's cold face. She asked, "What's wrong?" Ningshu smiled and shook her head. Nothing. We've been out for a while. Let's go home. I feel much better. Don't waste money on hospitalization. Ningshu immediately said, "We can't go back." What's wrong? Mother Su was surprised. Why couldn't they go home? Ningshu said, "Let's stay here for a while. Besides, there's a patient. There must be police around their house." Ningshu didn't want to be caught by the police. If that happened, it would really be a disaster. Even if she was wronged, so what? Something could happen at any time in there. There was too much room for manipulation. Not everyone could be cleared of wrongdoing. Gong Fu killed so many people. Although she didn't do it herself, she was the one who guided them. What's wrong with her, isn't she? That was the difference. It's okay. We can take him home. Mother Su wanted to say take Gong Rong home, but Ningshu interrupted her. Ningshu rolled her eyes and thought of an excuse. Mom, come out with me. Mother Su looked at her daughter's strange behavior with some confusion. Ningshu closed the door, and only Gong Rong was left in the room. Ningshu said to Mother Su, "Mom, we can't let a wolf into our house. Look, that person was shot. It means that he was being chased. If we take him to our house, those people will definitely go after him. Knives and swords have no eyes. What if they hurt us? Mother Su looked a little scared and nodded. Yes, we can't go home now. Ningxu breathed a sigh of relief. She felt so tired. He didn't know how long he could keep this a secret. We won't go home until he's gone. Mother Su grabbed Ningxu's arm tightly. You have to be careful. Ningxu nodded and pushed the door open. Gong Rong glanced at Ningxu but didn't say anything. At night, Gong Rong had a fever again, and his wound was festering. Ningxu rudely rubbed disinfectant on Gong Rong's arm and gave him water and medicine. After that, Ningxu gave Mother Su a massage. Mother Su realized that after being massaged by her daughter, she could sleep better at night and her body felt more comfortable. Ningxu stayed by Gong Rong's side. Even if Gong Rong had to die, she couldn't die here. She wasn't going to take the blame. Moreover, Gong Rong would always return to SR Group. Even if you have to die in front of everyone, at your job. Ningxu released his spiritual power to check the condition of Gong Rong's internal organs. He seemed to have aged a little. The color of his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys weren't bright red, but dark. Moreover, Gong Rong had cirrhosis of the liver. His body couldn't hold on much longer. Especially this injury, it made Gong Rong's situation even worse. Ningxu coldly withdrew his spiritual power. Gong Rong probably wore women's clothes for his sister. As the heir of a group, it was known that he was sick and couldn't die of old age. It would have been better to say that it was a girl from the beginning. With Gong Rong as a precedent, there would be less resistance for Gong Fu to inherit the group. Ningxu curled his lips. He didn't sympathize with Gong Rong at all. Her current situation was very miserable. She didn't have any extra sympathy for the person who caused her to be in this state. The Gong family only had 2 daughters, Gong Rong and Gong Fu. However, there were other uncles and cousins in the Gong family who were eyeing them covetously. Ningxu curled his lips. Money could make you into a special class, but what if you died? After a night of torment, Gong Rong's fever finally subsided. There was a sickly red on his pale face. When Gong Rong woke up, she looked uncomfortable. Ningxu poured some water for Gong Rong to drink. Gong Rong drank the water from the spoon and looked at Ningxu. Didn't you hate me? Why? I still served you, right? Ningxu continued. That was because I wanted to see you in pain. Gong Rong nodded. Why? Because I was afraid of being charged with murder. You can play with people and kill people without restraint, but I can't. Ningxu said indifferently. He scooped another spoonful of warm water and fed it to Gong Rong. Kidnapper and murderer. These stains have always been on my record. Are you very proud that I can't do anything to you? Ningxu asked calmly. Gong Rong narrowed her eyes and didn't say anything. You're not going back to the Gong family? Ningxu asked. Gong Rong shook her head. I'm already a dead person. I won't cause trouble for Fu-er. Ningxu splashed the water from the cup on Gong Rong's face. Gong Rong was stunned. Ningxu put down the cup and wiped Gong Rong's face with a tissue. He said calmly, You make me very angry. Gong Rong was speechless. He had never seen such a temperamental woman. He could never guess what she was going to do next. Do you still want water? Ningxu asked. Gong Rong shook her head. In the end, Mother Su found out about Ningxu. After all, Mother Su went out to buy things and saw a wanted poster. It was easy for her to find out. Mother Su's expression was unsightly. When she came back, she grabbed Ningxu's hand. How could you do such a thing? What should I do? Oh my God. Mother Su collapsed on the ground. No wonder her daughter always told her to be careful. She thought it was because of the injured man. So it was because of this. Ningxu reached out and helped Mother Su up from the ground. Mother Su hit Ningxu with her hand. How could you do this? How did I teach you? Mother Su's fist didn't hit Ningxu hard, but she broke down emotionally. Ningxu sighed in his heart. He hugged Mother Su and put his hand on her back to inject some spiritual energy. There was no more spiritual energy in her dantian. There was only the power of the sun flame left. The power of the sun flame was destructive and had no effect on nourishing the body. Mother Su held back her tears for a while and calmed down. Wiping her tears, Ningxu asked, "What happened?" Ningxu glanced at Gong Rong and told her everything. He told her everything, including participating in the adventure game for 10 million and kidnapping Gong Rong. Ningxu's mouth was dry. He drank some water to moisten his throat. "That's what happened." Mother Su's eyes widened and she murmured, "How could there be such an animal in the world? The Gongs are all animals." Ningxu looked at Gong Rong and curled her lips, saying, "Isn't he a beast?" Gong Rong, who was called a bastard, didn't change his expression, as if they weren't talking about him. And Mother Su didn't know that the bastard was right in front of her. Mother Su grabbed Ningxu's hand tightly. Then did you kill someone from the Gong family?" Ningxu sneered. "Rich families are fighting, and they're pushing the crime of murder to me. I didn't kill anyone." Mother Su took a deep breath. "I knew you wouldn't kill anyone. Go and tell them you didn't kill anyone." "Mom, don't worry. I'll find a way." Ningxu comforted Mother Su. She was going around saying that she was innocent and wasn't a murderer. It was useless. She was walking right into a trap. What she wanted was for Gong Rong to appear in front of the public. Mother Su was too naive. This kind of thing couldn't be explained easily, especially when there were so many people holding you down and forcing you to eat shit. You couldn't beat them. 2 fists couldn't beat 4 hands. Mother Su was worried. Ningxu said calmly, "Mom, don't worry. I'll be fine. I have a way." Even though Ningxu promised again and again, Mother Su was still very worried. Mother Su calmed down a little and then remembered that there was someone else in the room. She said to Gong Rong, "Look, my daughter is in trouble. Why don't you leave? The environment here isn't good for recovery." "Auntie, it's okay. I didn't hear anything. I won't tell anyone." Gong Rong said firmly, "Besides, you saved me." Mother Su smiled reluctantly. Because of her worry, Mother Su's health wasn't very good. Ningxu sighed. He took something sharp to stimulate her acupuncture points and massaged her every day. Ningxu said to Gong Rong, "You said you'll give me money. Where is it?" "I'll definitely give it to you when I'm better," Gong Rong said. "Don't use this method to brush me off," Ningxu said coldly. Gong Rong said coldly, "Don't look at me with such resentful eyes. You're the one who joined the game for money. I'm a bastard. This face of yours is called the Crusade of the Weak, powerless and pale." Ningxu chuckled. "One day, you will also feel the pain of powerlessness." Gong Rong only smiled faintly. Because of Ningxu, Mother Su rarely went out, so she bought some things and put them in the house. With nothing to do, Ningxu watched TV. Anyway, Mother Su already knew. He switched to a financial channel that was broadcasting the news. In the picture, a woman was lying on a stretcher and being sent to an ambulance. This woman's face was captured. It was Gong Fu. Gong Rong, who was sitting on the bed, shuddered and stared at the TV. Gong Rong's pale face turned even paler. Her body seemed to have been struck by lightning and was fixed in place. Some reporters reported that the person in charge of SR Group had suddenly vomited blood and fainted during a meeting. The corners of Ningxu's lips curled up. Finally, it was time. He didn't believe that Gong Rong would be able to sit still. Gong Rong closed her eyes and stabilized her emotions. In fact, Gong Rong had some suspicions that this was Gong Fu's act to lure her out. If that was the case, Gong Rong decided to wait and see. Gong Rong felt that Gong Fu had made a stupid move. Wasn't doing such a thing giving others something to use against her, maybe she would use the excuse of her poor health to seize power. When she came back, she would probably be a figurehead. How could Gong Fu be so stupid? The more Gong Rong thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. Every day, she waited for new news. In the end, the news came out that Gong Fu's kidney had ruptured and her internal organs had been damaged to a certain extent. A notice of critical illness had been issued. When Gong Rong saw the news, it was as if she had been struck by lightning. She lifted the quilt and ran away. Obviously, she was going back to SR Group. Ningxu had said that Gong Rong would definitely go back. Seeing Gong Rong run away in a hurry, Mother Du asked, "What's wrong with her? She must have something to do and left first." Ningshu smiled and turned off the TV. "Mom, we have to change places too," Ningshu said to Mother Su. Mother Su quickly took out women's clothes, a wig, and some makeup tools from her bag. Ningshu changed into the clothes, put on the wig, and put on some makeup for himself. Then, she and Mother Su left the small hotel and stayed there for nearly half a month. "Xianxia, where are we going now?" They couldn't go home. The police were still looking for Xianxia. Her daughter was already at a good age, but because of her illness, she had to go down this path. Mother Su was in pain. She even wanted to die so that she wouldn't be a burden to her daughter. Ningshu found a suburb this time, a very remote place. Anyway, they would hide here and there for a while. If they really couldn't do it, they would live in the sewers. Ningshu was not afraid, but he was afraid that Mother Su's body wouldn't be able to take it. Gong Rong returned to the Gong family in women's clothes. People who saw him thought that he was a zombie. Gong Rong had to come back. He had to come back to stabilize SR Group. Gong Rong's appearance shocked many people. After all, his sister had said that she had been killed. Gong Rong's face was pale, without a trace of blood. No one knew about the injury on his arm. He went to the hospital to see Gong Fu. Gong Fu was lying on the bed. She looked almost dead. Gong Rong didn't understand. How could a healthy little girl vomit blood? It was just a board meeting. A few shareholders didn't agree with her proposal. How could she vomit blood just like that? The doctor's explanation was that she was under too much pressure. Anyway, her body's illness couldn't be explained. It was caused by too much pressure. He had already paved the way for Gong Fu to lie flat. He didn't expect Gong Fu to fall like this. She might die because her kidney was ruptured. She had already undergone surgery. It was just a matter of whether she could survive. Gong Rong looked tired. With the injuries on his body, his pale face turned gray. Gong Rong's sudden appearance made the reporters very excited. They asked how Gong Rong came back alive. "Wasn't he killed? Why did your sister say that you were killed? Did your sister stop trying to save you?" The questions these reporters asked were enough to write a TV series about the grudges of the rich. It was nothing more than the two sisters fighting for the SR Group. Even Gong Rong's kidnapping was questioned. No matter what Gong Rong said, whether she was kidnapped or not, it was a slap in the face to Gong Fu, who was lying on the bed. "If she wasn't kidnapped, why did you make such a big fuss? She was kidnapped. Your sister wasn't dead yet. You said that your sister was killed. Either this kidnapping had other meanings." Therefore, the unconscious Gong Rong was in trouble. Gong Rong looked straight ahead as if he was looking at someone through the void. He said in a woman's voice, "I was kidnapped." In front of the TV, Ningshu and Gong Rong's eyes met. He smiled faintly. "I'm such a good kidnapper. I let you escape." Ningshu stared at Gong Rong, who was facing the camera. Gong Rong was dressed in women's clothing and looked beautiful. Her red lips slowly spat out, "I've been kidnapped." Ningshu was not surprised at all. Gong Rong could only say that she was kidnapped. This was the best for Gong Fu, who was on the hospital bed. Gong Rong's face was pale and transparent. She said to the camera, "Gong Fu thinks that I've been killed." There was a period of time when the kidnappers didn't contact her at all. She thought that I might have been killed. Gong Rong tried her best to get Gong Fu out of this matter. Ningshu couldn't help but applaud. Gong Rong was really a good brother. Being chased by his sister, he didn't complain at all. He probably wanted to wait for his sister to wake up and let her take over the company. It was good to spoil his sister. Or he was about to die and realized that there was nothing to be calculative about with his sister. On the contrary, he was gratified that his sister could even kill her closest brother. She would definitely be able to protect the SR Group. The family's interests were paramount. "Then who kidnapped you? How did you escape?" Gong Rong said, "Someone helped me." "Was the college student Xianxia the one who kidnapped you?" It was impossible for a college student to kidnap someone from the Gong family. "Did the bodyguards of the Gong family eat shit?" Gong Rong said lightly, no comment. Ningshu in front of the TV, damn, Xianxia really wanted to smash the TV. Let him say that she wasn't the one who kidnapped him. This no comment really made people's imagination run wild. Xianxia sneered. Gong Rong really couldn't take any losses. Gong Rong got into the car under the protection of the bodyguards. Some reporters chased after the car. Xianxia saw Gong Rong's face from the TV. Even if he didn't use his mental strength to scan Gong Rong's internal organs, he could see that Gong Rong's body couldn't hold on much longer. His eyebrows were faintly blue. Xianxia went to the internet cafe to look for information about the adventure game. The final winner of the adventure game should have been announced by now. With such a tragic murder, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. A month had already passed, but there was still no news. Perhaps it was because she had kidnapped Gong Rong, which made things more complicated. Gong Fu directly let this matter end quietly. Then the people on the island might all be dead. Xianxia chuckled. He didn't know why the other 19 people, no, 18 people's family members didn't make a fuss. Could it be that the other family members did not know that their own family members had gone to participate in the show? If a murderer came forward, all the family members would have a target to vent their anger on, and that was the inhumane murderer. Xianxia was still wondering if he could use this as an opening to attack the Gong family. It was fine if some things were not exposed, but if they were exposed, it would not be so easy to solve. If she were to reveal what happened on the island, Gong Rong would first suspect her and the little black girl. Forget about the little black girl, she was so innocent. Gong Rong would not suspect the little black girl. She still had the kidnapper's cap on her head, so she couldn't be impulsive. Xianxia propped up his chin and tapped the table with his finger. She was waiting for Gong Fu to die. Gong Rong had schemed for so long, but it was all for naught. Xianxia called the family members who participated in the show. Your family members have been missing for almost 2 months. Don't you have any suspicions? Some family members said that they went to do the show and would only be back after some time. Xianxia said directly, the adventure survival game only lasts for a month. My child is not back yet. I don't know what's going on. I've already called the police, but the police did not respond. I also don't know where they are recording the show. I'm so anxious. I have nightmares every night. I dream that my child is drenched in blood. Xianxia used an old, anxious, and uncomfortable voice, which made the listeners feel uneasy as well. Xianxia called the family members one by one. A few family members called the police. Their child had not appeared for so long. Could it be that he had been kidnapped? They even went to the TV station to make a fuss. The TV station could only say that it was fine. The family members were even more anxious and said, then let them call me. I don't feel at ease if I don't hear my son's voice. The staff of the TV station were at a loss. They were only in charge of recruiting people. They did not care about anything else. Where could they find people now? They are doing a closed recording. When the recording is done, they will naturally contact you. The TV station's evasive actions made people feel uneasy. There were always family members who went to the police station and the TV station to make a fuss. There were also many people who posted on the internet, asking where these people had gone. It had already been 2 months. The show had not been released and the people had disappeared. It had already attracted a lot of attention. The TV station had no choice but to come to the SR group to find Gong Rong. You took them away. Now you have to return them. Gong Rong rubbed her eyebrows and looked at the news fermenting on the internet. She said to the staff of the TV station, I will deal with this matter. The family members were getting more and more anxious. When they were getting more and more uneasy, there was finally news. But it was bad news. The police posted on Weibo. The general content was that 10 million yuan was used as a reward. But they did not expect that the perverted doctor would be tempted by the 10 million yuan and commit murder. They also posted a few photos. There were housewives who had their breasts cut off, lawyers who had their necks cut off, and hooligans who had their knees cut off. Anyway, everyone had died a miserable death. Some people's bodies could not even be found. The explanation given by the police was that the nature of the matter was too bad. The police had been involved in the investigation for a long time and had not made it public. And that doctor was now locked up in prison. Ning-Shu let out a long breath. This time, the doctor was the scapegoat. When the news came out, it caused a huge uproar. Everyone despised the doctor for being a beast with a human face. Even the doctor's family members were implicated. At this time, Gong Rong stood up and said to the camera, "The SR Group is also responsible for this matter. Originally, we wanted to sponsor and let the group's products sell better. That's why we used 10 million yuan to reward each contestant. But we did not expect that some people could not resist the temptation and did such a thing. From now on, I represent the SR Group to apologize to the public. In the future, we will not sponsor adventure shows. The 10 million yuan reward will be used to compensate the victims' families. In addition, we will add another 10 million yuan." After Gong Rong's statement, the TV station also expressed their attitude. They admitted that it was their fault. They did not monitor properly and chose such a ruthless person. Blah, blah, blah. Ning-Shu could not help but applaud. They were so cunning. As for the TV station, they must have received benefits. They would not say that these people were chosen for Gong Rong and her sister. The police released the death list, and Xianxia's name was on the list. In other words, she was now dead, and her body hadn't even been found. She might have been killed and thrown into the sea to feed the fish. In the legal sense, she was dead. Ning-Shu was now an illegal resident. Ning-Shu sneered. "Mom, go get the pension too." "It's a waste not to take it," Ning-Shu said to Mother Su. Mother Su shook her head. "I'm not going. I don't want SR Group's dirty money." Ning-Shu was speechless. "Go get it. 20 million. Each family can get more than 1 million. You really don't want it?" With the money, Mother Su would have the money for the surgery. This was obviously Gong Rong's way of appeasing the family. This was actually a game of money. He probably wanted to teach his sister that money could do a lot of things. She had to learn how to use money to achieve her goals. 20 million was nothing to SR Group, but it could buy so many lives. Ning-Shu looked at Gong Rong on the TV with a pained and sincere expression. Who would think that this was the real murderer, but the doctor couldn't deny it. Did he kill anyone? Yes. As for how many he killed as many as he wanted. It was quite cruel. If she hadn't run away, she would be the one being despised now. Ning-Shu cared more about her identity. She was now a nobody and had been killed. Gong Rong put her on the death list because he was afraid that she would make trouble again. If her kidnapping was involved, then the incident on the island would also be involved. However, the media wasn't a fool. They quickly connected Xianxia's name to the previous kidnapper, Xianxia. But the police refuted the rumors. They were not the same person. Xianxia had been killed by the doctor on the island. But there were many doubts. Some things weren't very clear. But they didn't dare to continue reporting. Although there was freedom of speech, the higher-ups were still very strict when it came to the media. Soon, the doctor's verdict came out amidst the angry scolding of the crowd. Because the nature of the case was too bad, and the family members were making trouble, the doctor was sentenced to death under the pressure of public opinion. At this time, no matter what the doctor said, things had already come to this. There was no room for negotiation. Soon, the doctor was shot, and the matter was over. Ning-Shu thought that perhaps Gong Rong was drinking red wine and smiling. Ning-Shu felt a chill in his heart. The power of money really couldn't be underestimated. This was also a kind of power. It was different from the power of lust. It could make people submit, and it could make people greedy. To a certain extent, money was a resource for survival. Mother Su went to collect the pension. When she came back, her eyes widened. So much money had suddenly fallen from the sky. But when she thought of what her daughter had gone through, Mother Su's eyes turned red. She would either be killed or become a psychopathic murderer. Looking at the well-dressed people who worked in SR Group, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Ning-Shu did not care. He could perform the surgery as long as he got the money. "I'm just worried about my identity." "I'm already dead," Ning-Shu's mother said. Mrs. Su thought for a moment and said, "How about using your sister's name?" Ning-Shu was very surprised. "I have a sister?" Your sister died before she was a year old. She had cerebral palsy. Mother Su sighed. Su Chen, Mother Su said. I'll take you to get an ID card. Your sister has cerebral palsy and is a little stupid. You can live as Su Chen from now on. But they don't know that I have a sister? Ning Shu's mother asked. Just say that you grew up in the countryside. Ning Shu's mother gave him a thumbs up. No matter what, he had to get an identity. She didn't know what Gong Rong was thinking. She put her name on the death list. Maybe she thought that it would be easier to deal with her as a dead person. She was the only one who escaped from the island. No, there was also a black girl. However, Xiao Hanyo didn't seem to know much. If Xiao Hanyo was smart enough, she wouldn't have said this. She didn't know if Gong Rong had sent someone to deal with the black girl. Mother Su took Ning Shu to get an ID card. Ning Shu had to pretend that he had cerebral palsy. He tilted his head and walked with a limp. His muscles weren't developed well, and he drooled. In order to have enough saliva, Ning Shu even ate a sour orange. It was so sour that his cheeks hurt. Fortunately, his sister's name was still on the household register. Ning Shu looked at the camera with a dull expression. Ning Shu felt bitter. The photo on the ID card was already ugly. Now he had to pretend to be stupid. He couldn't imagine what the photo on the ID card would look like. After the photo was taken, Ning Shu didn't bother to pretend to be stupid. The police guarding the door also left. Ning Shu and Mother Su could finally go home. But there were no police. There were other annoying people. And they were the client's relatives. Ning Shu looked at the family of 3 guarding the door. Yes, the client's father, his father's wife, and his son. Mother Su looked terrible when she saw her ex-husband. She asked, "What are you doing here?" When Father Su saw Ning Shu, he asked in surprise, "Aren't you dead?" Ning Shu asked, "Do you want me to die?" Mr. Su looked a little uncomfortable. He didn't dare to look at Ning Shu's expression, as if he had a guilty conscience. But his current wife smiled and said, "Xin, it's good that you're okay. Your father was worried about you." Ning Shu's face was cold. "Oh, thank you. What are you doing here?" Mother Su asked coldly. Father Su immediately said, "I'm here to see what's wrong with my daughter." Ning Shu thought for a moment and knew what the couple wanted to do. They probably watched TV and knew that Mother Su had hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars in compensation. Flies swarmed over when they smelled blood. It had to be said that the charm of money was too great. Sometimes, family members had to give in the face of money. Some people's greed was infinitely magnified. Su Xian had gone to her father to borrow money to treat her mother's illness. She hadn't given him a single cent. Now that she was here, she probably wanted money. Ning Shu glanced at Father Su's wife. She must have instigated this. Li Shan couldn't help but feel cold when Ning Shu glanced at her. She forced a smile and held her son's hand. Ching, call her sister. The little boy was only 7 or 8 years old. He said directly, "She's not my sister." Ning Shu didn't feel anything. There was no need to get angry over a stranger. "Well, I don't think you're my brother either. My mother only gave birth to a sister. I don't have a brother." Li Shan looked embarrassed, but she still forced a smile and apologized to Ning Shu. She had to hold back because she wanted something. Li Shan touched her husband's back with her hand and tugged at the corner of his clothes. End of chapter 1558. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.